from Quirkless, but inherited a curse of power.
For the Kure bloodline!
From death itself, the ghost fights again.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku became the ghost fighter of the Kure clan movie. Before we start, please go support RobertFanfics for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. His entire clan, his family, his friends, all died that day, only 2 survivors remained, and a creation with the souls of the dead Kure. The path of revenge. Is it possible to find peace? What will happen to him now? Prologue. The ghost of the Kure prologue. We can go to the distance, more specifically to the fields, far from the cities. A huge cemetery, having many tombstones that completely surrounded the field. The field that once had beautiful flowers, a garden full of life, which had been burned and destroyed, being replaced by numerous tombstones and dead trees due to not being properly cared for. All those tombstones of the dead completely surrounded a building of more than 10 floors in traditional Japanese style, being a mansion due to its great size of height and expansion. A few meters ahead of that mansion, you could see how several houses were destroyed and with burn marks, but were covered by branches and roots from the ground due to being so long without any repairs. What was once a lively village was a war zone where several warriors gave their lives, but innocent women and children had also died. In a training ground inside the mansion, green lights and explosions could be seen illuminating the shadowy surrounding area. And with some screams from 3 people coming from there, high-pitched moans of pain, along with some kind of spells. There you could see 3 people, being the responsible ones. The first is a bulky man with straight black hair left hanging in a bob cut style, strong facial features, and a generally stern expression on his face. Having purple skin with veins throbbing all over his body, he was covering some attacks and blows that someone smaller was throwing at him. A few meters behind, a row of black clothing with a blood-red color could still be seen, being a hooded robe, but revealing his face, which could be seen a little, was covered with bandages, giving him a mummy-like appearance. But having a green aura in his hands and was even levitating in the air with the aura of the same green color. In front of them, a smaller figure could be seen through the smoke, revealing a slight Machiavellian smile. A small part of the person's body was visible through the smoke. He also had purple skin and prominent veins all over his body, but he was breathing heavily due to the great effort he made. That's all the training for today, you can rest now. Upon hearing what was said, the young man closed his eyes to reveal how his purple hue slowly began to disappear, revealing a normal skin tone, just as his veins stopped throbbing. Ugh, thanks man, he needs this, and then a shower. You shouldn't push yourself too hard, you know your body isn't ready to withstand so much power yet. I know very well Ermac, but I need to train more. You can't demand so much from your body either. You're only 10 years old and you have to wait at least until you're 14 or 15 to be able to handle it. Rayan and Carla went through the same thing. I'm sure you'll be just as strong as them or stronger than them. My brothers at a young age were able to get a very high removal, especially Rayan. He may have been an idiot, but since he was a child, he had a 100% in removal, and I can barely manage a 77%. Ermac. That's true, but you also have great talent, achieving 77% at 10 years is incredible. Thanks Ermac. Well, let's stop talking and go take a bath, nephew. We'll eat once you're ready. It's okay, Uncle Hollis. The young green-haired boy had stood up, brushing off the dust and some of the blood that was on his clothes and face. As he went inside the house, he was watched by the now-known Hollis and Ermac. Ermac. Mr. Hollis, I'm no one to judge the way someone is raised, but do you think the path of revenge would be good for the young master? Hollis. I don't want him to go down that path, but the hatred he feels is the same as what I feel, being the last ones left in the clan, he is still young, he doesn't understand reasons yet, sooner or later he will know that this is not the path, but even I can't get rid of this feeling of hatred for everything that happened. Ermac. I can't say anything about it, they all live inside me, but I think it's not enough. Hollis. If only we had done something that day. Clenching my fists with hatred and frustration just remembering that day. Ermac. I think young love feels the same or worse, after all, everything happened on his birthday. Having all the different memories of that tragic day. You're probably wondering what those people are talking about. Well, I'll tell him. This entire village belonged to the Kure clan, a clan of assassins that was feared and respected throughout Japan, the most efficient assassins of all. Although they were not the only ones, they also had rivals like the Wu clan who were in China. And the Western faction, they are also Wu, but very different from those in China. The Kure and Wu of China had no conflict whatsoever, only rivalry, in the end they only had a non-aggression agreement. Although both clans had no agreement, they killed members of both clans whenever they had the opportunity. Despite the union of both clans to stop them, they always found a way to escape or hide from them. But that day, one of the most feared and strongest clans had been massacred. Flashback. 5 years ago. A village full of life, with many inhabitants in its streets, living their lives with their families. Children running and playing in the streets, adults talking or walking through the village, and many of them practicing their killing techniques in the fields. Any normal day in the Kure clan, even children played with toy weapons. In the large mansion you could see some of the Kure coming and going. That place was owned by the patriarch of the Kure clan and the main lineage. The leader of the clan was Kure, an old man of more than 91 years, being a short man with many wrinkles and white hair. Despite being very old, he was an extremely powerful man and a master of hand-to-hand combat, knowledgeable in all firearms and bladed weapons, as well as having a great knowledge of clan techniques and other martial arts. The secret technique of the Kure clan was removal. Also known as Gihin to their Wu clan counterparts, it is the ability to consciously remove the brain's limits on an individual's muscular strength output. As such, while normal humans are naturally unable to access more than 30% of their body's muscular strength, except in times of extreme duress, the Kure were bred to access a greater amount of their latent muscular strength. Kure was capable of using 100%, even in his youth it could be said that he was the perfect candidate to take over the clan. He and his descendants are considered the strongest, not only for their strength, but also for their high ability to handle removal. His great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, grandchildren and daughter managed to remain the strongest of the clan. But today was an important day for the main lineage. Well, that day is the birthday of Izuku Kure, the last grandson of Iryo. The boy with green hair and freckles, but with the characteristic eyes of the clan members, a very innocent boy, but very cold and serious, also being a very talented boy in combat, being inherited from his grandfather, but having an acceptable level of intellectual intellect. Their siblings, Carla Kure and Rain Kure, are equally talented and the pride of their family. Carla Kure, a 15-year-old girl, with a cheerful and charismatic attitude, but a very rude girl when it comes to combat and murder, having a removal rate of up to 85% at her young age. Rain Kure, a young man of 21 years old, the first son of Inko Kure, being one of the most outstanding members of the clan, even at a young age, managed to obtain 100%, which was incredible to many. Some even thought that when Rain is old enough and experienced enough, he could be the next patriarch of the clan. Both were children of Inko Kure, the demon of the bloody lake, daughter of the patriarch, a very beautiful woman and very, very ruthless when it came to killing. Right now everyone was in the main hall on the first floor, with lots of food and party decorations. In the middle of the room you could see a big chocolate cake, and near there you could see a little green-haired boy with freckles, looking at the cake with a huge smile and a sparkle in his eyes with some drool on his mouth. Until he felt someone touch his shoulder, turning around to meet him. Izuku. Raichi-ni-san. Hugging the combs of his cousin who had a gift in his hand. Raichi. What's up, dwarf? The party isn't even over yet and you already want to eat the cake. Izuku. I can't help it, doesn't it look delicious? Raichi. Well, it's true, even I want to take a bite. Izuku. What is that? Pointing at the gift he had, smiling as he realized what it was. Raichi. This is your gift. Izuku took it and Raichi told him that he would have it, which he did under everyone's gaze. It was revealed to be a black katana with a black dragon handle with golden lines. Izuku. This is amazing, thank you. Raichi. I knew you'd like it. Inko. I think you're bragging about something so little, don't you think, Raichi? Chapter 1. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 1. In recent years, what happened to the Kure clan has made news across the country. Besides, Izuku obviously had to go to school because Halia and Ermac had to. Aside from the fact that they had a visit from the high-ranking government officials and the heads of the Heroes Association. Flashback. The fog was present throughout the Kure village, where it clearly caused immense fear to anyone, as it gave it a very terrifying atmosphere. In addition, at the entrance to the village, you could see 10 people and a few creatures walking along the path that led them to the village. 4 of them were envoys from the Japanese government and the high-ranking officers of the Hero Association, and the other 6 were professional heroes. Among them is the same Almight, in addition to the director of Japan's most prestigious academy, a mouse. A bear. A dog. Well, no one knows what it is. Director Nezu. This group had come here to discuss a very important issue concerning the most dangerous clan in the country. Hero 1. This place gives me the creeps. Looking at the fog surrounding the trees with their leafless branches giving them terrifying appearances. Calm down, will you? Being a hero, you must be used to these types or worse. It was said by a very beautiful woman with long brown hair and large breasts, as well as an excellent body. Her name was Hisato Hasegawa, a high-ranking agent of the Japanese government, along with her secretary named Himeno, a woman with short black hair, having an eye patch over her right eye. Hero 2. Miss Hasegawa, are you sure you came here in the first place? Chisato. Why do you ask? Hero 3, just look at the place, miss. Everyone knows that the Kure clan was attacked until not one remained. Just look. Do you think there's even one Kure left alive here? Himeno. He's right about something, Hasegawa-san. Do you think there's someone around here? Nezu. You should not doubt that, gentlemen, thanks to a couple of investigations, we have managed to investigate some signs of life in this place. Almight. But in case they are not Kure, we will have no choice but to take them with us. Hero 4. But Almight, why do we have to look for members of a clan of assassins? Hero 2. It's true, even though some Kure were peaceful, others don't have a good view of some. Chisato. You're partly right about that, but they've always been a key piece for the whole society, the balance. Hero 1. Balance. Himeno. Maybe some of you don't know, but the Kure clan is in charge of maintaining balance. Even when there was the war of the Quirks that were barely appearing, they, such as the Wu of China and the Wu of the West, managed to maintain order when the war was over, being a key piece. Chisato. Look. Stopping in his track so everyone could see the entire village that was once destroyed, but noticing the large number of gravestones that were all over the place. It was understood that if there were people still living in the village, but wondering who they were to make so many graves. Chisato. Come on, let's not waste time. Starting to walk alongside Himeno, being followed by the heads of the association, Nezu, Almight and the heroes. Once they managed to get inside, they could hear that there were many wolves and some vultures in the area. Making some people a little afraid of being watched by those animals. So much so that Nezu decided to be on Almight's shoulders. But as they continued walking, they were careful to think about the graves, even Chisato and Himeno bowed, showing their respects. All I could think about was sadness for all the dead there were, even being able to notice from the tombstones that some were children. But as they walked, one of the heroes accidentally hit a tombstone that fell to the ground. Managing to make the sound of his fall resonate everywhere, alerting the heroes. But at that moment he made all the wolves and vultures start howling and screaming about it. Before they could do anything about it, the sound of a gunshot filled the area, causing the wolves to stop howling and the vultures to fly away. Everyone present could see how the first hero had fallen to the ground dead, with a hole in the middle of his forehead, staining the ground with blood. The other heroes and All Might surrounded the agents and directors to protect them. How dare you come here and disrespect my family? The scream that made itself present in the area, but being unable to see where it came from due to the thick fog that grew thicker, I could hear the wolves that were growling, waiting for the signal to attack. Hero 2. Where are you? Himeno. They had to be careful, damn it. Chisato. We came to talk, we don't want any fights. They came to my house and threw away my people as if it were nothing, my family. Quickly a kind of kunai connected by a chain had taken another hero from his head, dragging him to disappear into the fog, but letting his screams of pain be heard until he dropped like an arm fell in front of the heroes. Almight. Enough. Making a blow that scattered all the fog around to reveal only the hero's body lying on the ground, halfway through, which was being devoured by the wolves. Before you die, tell me who you are, maybe I'll show you some mercy, but that rat will be my boy's food. At this proposal, the little rodent became even more frightened. Chisato. We are agents of the Japanese government, we came to talk. When he finished speaking quickly a smoke had taken another hero lifting him up into the air and then slamming him against the ground abruptly. Before Almight could do anything, a shadow with a roar seemed to have taken Nezu. The blonde quickly managed to move to save Nezu from that dark being, revealing that it was a black fist with blood-red eyes. At that moment the smoke that stood in front of Almight quickly, which moved his head to one side, having a slight cut on his cheek. But that smoke was not intended to go against him, but against Chisato and the others. Before Almight could do anything about it, a green aura surrounded Chisato and the others. To then reveal through the smoke, a black sword with a dragon handle with golden lines. Causing the wind wave to force the perpetrator away and stand next to the black puma. It was revealed that he was a boy of 10 years old at most, with very long green hair, but wearing a kind of silver-colored suit, but covering his mouth with a protector of the same color. When everyone saw his eyes they knew he was a Kure, but a boy. Hero 4. Hey kid, calm down, we don't want to do anything to you. Izuku. And why should I believe a couple of strangers who come to my house and on top of that, they disrespect my graves? The puma roared in response to its master's declaration, while in its other hand, a kunai connected to a metal chain. At the same time, her white pupils became a little darker, opening her eyes in surprise at seeing Almight or rather, her abdomen. Nezu. Young man, please listen to us for. Izuku. Another voice appeared in the place, stopping the green-haired man who was about to attack them. In a green wake he had appeared in the middle of both sides. Hollis and Ermac were seen there, the latter with his hands glowing with a green aura. Ermac. What's going on here, Izuku? Izuku? Well, these idiots came here as if nothing happened, they knocked down one of my nephew's graves. The elder Kure only looked around first to see the two dead heroes being eaten by wolves and vultures. But when he turned around to find some very familiar faces. Hollis. Hasegawa-san, Nezu-san. Chisato. Hello, Hollis-san. Izuku. Do you know them, uncle? Hollis. They're old acquaintances, Izuku, let us take care of it. Izuku. But they. Uraraka. Izuku. Let us talk. Shouting the green-haired man's name very loudly and then looking at him sternly. Which only made Izuku shudder a little, even the heroes for hearing Uraraka's voice, even Almight himself had the same reaction. Izuku. Whatever you say, Uraraka-san. The Black Puma had joined Izuku's body and then put away his weapons and disappeared in a trail of smoke, leaving only his uncle and Uraraka with the rest of the guests. Hollis. Well, I'm sorry about what happened to my nephew. He's not doing very well because of everything that happened with my clan. Now, tell me, what's the reason for your visit? But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned one in the abyss of the central house of the Kure, having a sniper with which he used to kill the hero who threw the tomb. Looking through the gun sight at the whole situation below and understanding everything they were talking about. Creator's note. Remember that the Kure can understand lip reading, this is said in Kengan Omega, Fonda Nota. This long conversation had lasted about 20 minutes at most, but I gave Hollis and Uraraka some sheets where I had information and permissions. Then with the help of the soul being they left as quickly as possible without having to be stalked by wolves or crows. Izuku had managed to understand a few things from the conversation since Uraraka had realized he was spying and covered the gun sight. Once it was just the three of them again, Izuku couldn't help but ask. Izuku? And what happened, uncle? Hollis. Well, this is something that has you more involved than us. Izuku? What? Uraraka. It's about making our presence public, but they'll tell us that we'll be under government protection because the clan has a lot of money to collect from them. Hollis. Besides the fact that you are now allowed to practice polygamy because the clan is in danger of disappearing, they did not give you permission to be in the clan restoration. Izuku. What? Uraraka. Plus, starting next week, you'll also start going to school. Izuku. What? End of flashback. Narrates Izuku. As you saw, now I have to come to the city school, and even though I liked being in the personal library, I was able to learn more there. But Uraraka is so insistent and besides threatening me I had to come. I barely set foot here, and it didn't take long for some idiots to come and surround me to be friends, as if I didn't know they had other intentions. Plus a couple of idiots who tried to cross my line and make fun of what happened to my clan and family. But I didn't have to do my best to silence them with my fists. I even had to destroy older people than me, making it clear to everyone that anyone who messes with me ends up in the infirmary. I wish I could kill them, but Uraraka and Uncle Hollis forbade me, but they never told me I couldn't traumatize them or break a few bones. And make it clear that no one talks to me if it's out of self-interest. Come closer or get lost. That was what I always told all those who were looking for nothing other than their own benefit. But it wasn't that bad after all, I met those I could proudly say were my friends, real friends. Ryo Inaba is also from an assassin clan, the Inaba clan. You could say that he is the one I get along with best since we are both murderers. Although, the way we met wasn't the best. End of Izuku's narration. Flashback. We can see a green-haired boy walking calmly in the school hallways since he had skipped classes, since he had already done everything he had to do and he was also bored, so he decided to go to the roof to take a nap and wait for the dismissal time to arrive. But I was already on the stairs and had accidentally hit someone with long black hair. Izuku. Sorry girl, I didn't see you, be careful too. Without turning to look at the person, he could feel his leg being grabbed by some kind of rope. But before he could turn around, he was thrown against the wall, but luckily he managed to settle down so as not to hurt himself and attract anyone's attention. I'm an idiot, are you trying to be funny? Said the now long-haired boy who was using it as a whip. Izuku. What's wrong with you, idiot? When you see anyone, they get confused. He quickly stepped aside to dodge a hair attack and quickly using a blade pulled from his hands, he cut his attacker's hair. Before the green-haired boy could say anything, he could see how the boy had lifted all his hair in the air and the part that was cut had grown back. But quickly the long-haired man moved as if he were a ghost, surprising the Kure with his speed and that kind of technique. But his thoughts were taken away when he saw how he was about to be hit. Managing to block the blow as best he could and continuing to block and dodge the black-haired man's blows. To where Izuku swept him, followed by a blow with his two palms to his chest that sent him against the stairs. Quickly turning into smoke, he appeared in front of him, placing his fingers on his neck to prevent him from moving. Izuku. I knew you knew that fighting style, the Inaba clan, right? I knew you knew my style Kure-san, after all our clans already have some history together. Izuku Kure, what's your name? Giving him a hand to lift him up and see him better. Ryo Inaba. Izuku. Ryo Inaba, we're going to get along. Starting to walk towards the roof with the black-haired man. Ryo. Are you also skipping classes? Izuku. Yes, I really don't have anything better to do. Ryo. I'm so sorry about your old clan. Izuku. Don't worry, tell me, do you want to play one? Ryo. Sounds good to me, let's go. End of flashback. Narrates Izuku. Yes, it was a peculiar way to meet my best friend, but what can I say, Ryo doesn't like being told he looks like a woman. The other two, I could say I met them when Ermac-san took me to do a meditation training and to understand the anger inside. And he couldn't think of a better place than a lake in the forest where he could have a moment of peace. To be honest, it was very relaxing, I felt like my soul was in a field of flowers. But I don't know what I can tell you, do I have a curse of meeting my friends in combat? End of Izuku's narration. Flashback. We can see the green-haired man with his undead familiar at the waterfall. Or rather Izuku at the waterfall, since Ermac was just looking at him outside the water. Izuku. Hey Ermac, are you sure this will help me in my training? Feeling the waterfall on him in the shape of a lotus. Ermac. Of course, remember that removal also depends on concentration to be able to stay in the body for a long time, you can't always depend on your anger. Izuku. It's okay, I listen to you. Ermac. Alright, I'll be right back. I have to go water a tree. Don't go destroying anything in the forest. Izuku. It's okay. The multi-souled being disappeared to have some privacy, leaving only the younger Kure at the waterfall. Feeling the waterfall on him and hearing the wind as it moved the leaves of the forest and the bird singing. But at that moment he could hear something metallic making a noise that was gradually getting louder. Izuku quickly took a big leap to dodge a sort of blue line that was going towards him. When he landed on the ground he could see someone standing above the waterfall and taking what was spinning until it landed in his hands, revealing that it was a type of circular hat, black in color, but with pieces of metal around it. He quickly took a big leap to get behind Izuku and then launched himself at him. The Kure quickly blocked a kick that was aimed at his face. Followed by a great exchange of blows that began between the two. Izuku in response quickly pulled out his butterfly knife to try to stab the stranger. But he had once again used his hat as a weapon and started a clash where sparks flew around them. The stranger quickly tackled Izuku to try to make him lose his balance, which didn't happen because Izuku, supporting himself with his hands, kicked him in the face. Before he could go against him and stab him, a fireball got between them and made Izuku back away. And when he turned around he saw a flame of fire coming at him, but it quickly turned into smoke so as not to be affected. Seeing that it was 2 against 1, Izuku quickly brought out Shadow to stand by his side and prepare for the fight. Enough. That had been Ermac who had arrived at the scene, stopping the possible death of someone. Izuku. What's going on, another test? Ermac. Well, yes and no. Izuku. What? What they told us is that there was someone who wanted to destroy the forest and they sent us to stop it. Not to mention that it was close to our sacred temple. Izuku. Sacred temple. Is that exactly you? We are Shaolin monks, my name is Liu Kang. I am Kung Lao. Izuku. What a first impression, huh? Liu Kang. And you say it, we regret the attack. Izuku. They don't have to do it, it was just a misunderstanding. End of flashback. Narrates Izuku. Yep, that's how I met the monks, a very Kure-esque classic Ermac style. I get along well with them, even though they know I'm a murderer, I really thought they would hate me. So I formed my small group of friends, the most trustworthy I could have. Besides being very strong, that's what I like most about them, they are good training partners. Plus we even visited the Inaba village and now they are the only ones who can enter with my permission. They prove to be good people, even showing due respect to each of the graves. Since then we have been friends, being a rather peculiar group. Well, they were 2 assassins and 2 Shaolin monks, a rather strange combination. But once I entered high school, things got a little more difficult, although fun. Ermac told me once. When you reach the teenage stage, you'll start wanting to experiment with various things, including money and video games. Which was right, because I needed money since many things caught my attention, apart from video games. And I needed money, since Ermac and Uncle Hollis told me that they wouldn't give me money if it wasn't anything important like necessities or school. So he decided to have the great idea. To prostitute myself. One thing I'm not very proud of, but I don't care, they pay well, honestly, apart from the murders I do. It all started because a girl kept staring at me and she was even older than me. When she brought me to talk about some kind of relationship, I told her I could do it with her in exchange for a certain amount of money. At first she was surprised, but in the end she accepted without complaint. But I clearly told her that if she gets pregnant, I will keep the baby and she will have no relationship with the baby or me. She simply accepted without hesitation, saying that she wanted to try what a Kure was capable of in bed. Obviously I had to take her to a private and safe place to do it. And so she could get the rumors going, I did my best. I even used a removal in the middle of the act. Something that he liked in the end, what a masochistic fence he turned out to be, so much so that he didn't go to school for about 2 weeks. But obviously I received an incredible sum of money. Over time, the rumor started not only at school, but also outside of it, as young people, women and heroines sought me out. Clearly knowing the rules to be able to have my services, which they accepted. But there were a few who tried to go too far to get pregnant, which in the end didn't happen, because obviously he left them in the act, but with double the money if they tried to go too far. And they couldn't do anything against me, because they knew that if they did, I would kill them without any remorse. But in the case of the ladies or heroines, just by showing the recorders or photos that they did it with a minor, they would also be sent to their families or partners. In the end, they are the ones who end up badly and they fill my pockets. Don't confuse pleasure with love. That's what I always told them when we finished doing it, especially the girls my age or older than me. Nobody knows about this, not even my family. So the years passed, my great revenge training to kill Afo and Edward. But everything changed when it was time to finish high school, because we had to decide where we were going. Although for me it was an option. My main plan was to go to UA to take the general courses exam, since being a hero doesn't appeal to me, even Ryo had the same idea as me. But Liu and Lao did want to be heroes, so we had no problems. But Ermac and Uncle Hollis told me that I would be at the UA in the Heroes course by recommendation by obligation, even Ryo went through the same thing from his grandfather. Having no choice but to do it reluctantly, but I was assured that I may have a better chance of finding Edward or Afo if I am in the Heroes course. But I set the condition that when Afo and Edward die, they would change my course, because being a hero is not for me, which they accepted, since even Uncle Hollis didn't like the idea. End of Izuku's narration. Normal narration. We can see how inside a hotel we could see a hexy woman with blonde hair. Which was completely sweaty, being covered by the sheets of her own bed. Being with a huge blush on her face, in addition to being bathed in her own sweat and semen from herself and another person. She is none other than the cat heroine Pixie Bob, a member of the Wild Wild Hussycats hero group. On the edge of the bed you could see how there is now 15-year-old Izuku. He was getting dressed to leave, as his services had already ended. Izuku. Well, I'm leaving now, if you want more you know you can call me, see you. Taking her money and leaving the heroine alone, who was completely content, asleep. Izuku's mind. Well, I already have a lot of money from my services, I'm sure this will be enough for me to buy an apartment, but I don't want to leave Uncle Hollis, maybe I can buy some things to improve the cemetery. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't realize that far away there had been an explosion, where a battle between a slime villain was taking place. Something that didn't matter to him at all, it wasn't his business, it wasn't his problem. When he entered an alley, a green portal had opened, being one of Ermac's portals. Izuku knew that when Hollis sent him a message, it was to return home, and so that no one would see him, Ermac always opened a portal for him, since he always knew where he was. Once he arrived home, he could see his uncle and Ermac eating peacefully, waiting for him. Izuku. Thanks for the food. Sitting down to start eating, with the TV on in the background. Hollis. Izuku, you know that in 10 months the UA exams are. Izuku. Yes, I know, but you told me to enter by recommendation. Hollis. Yes, I know, but it's in case you want to take the practical exam. Even if you fail it, you'll still get in. Izuku. I'll think about it, maybe I will. Ermac. Aside from that, have you already decided on your partners? Izuku. No, there is no one at school who catches my attention, honestly, they are just girls who know nothing about life. Ermac. Not to put pressure on you, Izuku, but remember you have until your 3rd year to find women to procreate with. Hollis. In case you haven't found anyone in that time, the high ones choose women to be able to bring babies into the world. Izuku. In that case it's fine, I don't care who I marry, as long as I bring children into the world to restore the Quirk clan, I don't care at all. So they continued eating peacefully, while on TV they showed the news of how Almight had defeated a villain made of slime by some high school students. Being a red-haired boy and a green-haired girl from the same grade. Izuku's mind. I have to train more, I hope to get another quirk these days, Ermac said that it's possible that it will awaken due to the environment in which I find myself. Well, it doesn't matter, we just have to wait 10 months for that blessed day to arrive, at least I'll remind those idiots. But the Kure clan will once again claim what it deserves, especially with the death of those two. On to the next one. Izuku was once again strolling around the city, but this time not for a hex job. What I was doing this time was walking. After all, I had already finished everything I had to do today. He had already cleaned all the graves, collected all the vegetables from the field, fed the wolves and the vultures, done his homework, finished his training, and finished cleaning his room. That literally only took him all morning, and now he had the whole afternoon free until nightfall. Izuku's mind. What should I do? Looking around and seeing an arcade center. Izuku's mind. I think if it would be the best, there is nothing better to do. The rest of his friends weren't free today, Ryo was with his grandfather training his skills, Liu and Lao were at the temple training meditation. He was alone on this boring day, what else could he do? He had even rejected some jobs from some heroines to be with his friends, but it went wrong. Just as he crossed to the other side of the street, someone had collided with him, so that person had fallen to the ground, but he hadn't. Izuku. Be more careful, will you? He said it somewhat annoyed at being hit and interrupted in his thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't see where I was going. Izuku only looked at her for a few seconds, being a blonde-haired girl his age with glasses, making it clear that she was nervous. Izuku. Just be more careful, girl. Leaving it on the floor to enter the arcade and start a good time of games. Outside the arcade. We can see how the blonde was now running as fast as she could. Damn, Uncle Might will kill me if I'm late, why did it have to be after lunch? Continuing to run until reaching a beach where there was a large pile of garbage and in the middle of it all an extremely thin person. He looked more like a skeleton or a drug addict than a normal person. End of chapter. Chapter 2. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 2. The night was truly beautiful for many. The stars that could be very beautiful to many, the constellations that could be found from time to time. Or better yet, the occasional comet or shooting star. A night that could not be ruined by anyone. Or so it was thought. We can see the green-haired Kure taking a walk for a while with his faithful wolf friends. With Izuku in the middle of everyone and the wolves around him. Izuku. Damn Uncle Hollis and his absurd rules. Mini flashback. Hollis. Hey Izuku, today is a full moon, so go with the wolves and take them to the hill. Izuku. What, why me? Wasn't that supposed to be Ermac's today? Ermac. No, we already did it last month, now it's your turn here, and you better do it, you know we can't sleep when they start meowing. Izuku. Crazy old man. Whispering under his breath, a flip-flop quickly passed near his face, but it went towards Ermac's hand, whose face promised pain. Ermac. What did you say? Izuku. I meant I'm going right now, don't wait for me. Running away as fast as possible to avoid the most dangerous weapon, an eye for a gun. End of the final flashback. With Izuku. We can now see how the green-haired man was a few meters near the mountain. But at that moment, one of the wolves had started to go the other way. Izuku. What's wrong, Fenrir? Asking his wolf, who was heading to the other side of the main path, being followed by him and the rest of the pack. Realizing that they were heading to a mountain cave. When the wolf had reached the entrance of the cave, Izuku using his transparent vision, was able to notice that there was someone inside. And when he decided to go deeper, he lit his fire to have better lighting. Izuku. But what? Looking in amazement at that person who was in a far from pretty situation. With Ermac and Hollis. We can see the two mentioned watching television. Hollis. Hey Ermac, has Izuku already done what was requested with the wolves? Ermac had quickly closed his eyes so he could feel the aura of his grandson, son, brother, nephew, etc. Ermac. Well, the wolves are already meowing on the mountain, but Izuku was coming from here, running. At that moment the door of the house had been opened, revealing that it was Izuku, who was with someone on his back. Izuku. Ermac. Uncle Hollis, I have a woman hurt. Hollis and Ermac quickly stood up to let Izuku put the woman on the furniture. I could see that he had a lot of blood on his head, back and one of his arms. In addition to having a lot of dirt on top of it because of the cave. Hollis. Wait, I know her. Izuku. Leave that for later, we must cure her. Ermac. Let me take care of it. Gathering energy from his hands to begin healing the sniper. Hollis. Where did you find it, Izuku? Izuku. I found her in a cave near the mountain, but who is Uncle? Hollis. This is Lady Nagant, last we heard she was a hero of the Public Safety Commission. Izuku. Is she Lady Nagant? The sniper heroine, the one I read in the files. Hollis. That's right. Izuku. So it was true that she was forced to kill by her superiors. Hollis. Not wanting to pursue that any longer, she killed the chairman of the Public Safety Commission, but that got her taken to Tartaros. Izuku. But how did he manage to escape and get to the village? Isn't it supposed to be the most secure prison in the country? Hollis. I don't know how to answer that in detail, we'll only get the answer when he wakes up. Izuku. What does it matter? Hollis. Where are the wolves? Izuku. Oh that, I left Shadow with them, don't worry, they'll come soon. The next day. Narrates Kaina. Flashback. Since the day I got locked up for killing a simple idiot. He just wanted me to kill more and more people who for him and the rest could be dangerous to society. And I still sleep with him just so I don't finish my last mission quickly. I don't feel bad about killing him, to be honest. But what really bothers me is that they locked me up without giving me the chance to defend myself. They didn't even give me the chance to go to court for a fair trial. I was imprisoned for 3 years, but luckily, due to a riot among prisoners, I and a few others managed to escape, but each one went his own way. But of course I didn't come out unscathed, the electric bars and the guards who shot. I was on the run for over a month until I reached Kure village. I learned years ago of the extinction of the entire clan and the destruction of their village. I felt a bit sorry about that. When I was at the UA, I had become friends with a woman. You could say I admired her a little after being told that I have to kill and being told what the Kure are affiliated with. The only thing I remember about her was her long green hair and a look like that of a predator with those black eyes and white pupils. End of flashback. End of Kaina's narration. Normal narration. We can see how the purple-haired girl was slowly waking up. Finding a brown ceiling and feeling a comfortable mattress. Realizing that she was in a room and was sleeping in a bed. But when he began to look around, he realized it was a teenager's room, or so it seemed. Besides the fact that she realized that she was healed, she had no wounds. Kaina. But how? At that moment the door had been opened, which made Kaina activate her quirk and aim with her arm rifle. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The kunai quickly passed by her near her head. But then he felt like a sword was near his nose, being able to clearly see who it was. Being a Kure boy, she recognized those eyes anywhere, as well as that murderous aura he emanated. Knowing that she couldn't do anything now, she put away her rifle and looked into the green-haired man's eyes. He put away his sword and took the kunai that he had stuck into the wall. Izuku. I already brought you food, Satsumi-san. Kaina. What? Izuku. I know who you are and everything you did and the reason why you were hurt. Kaina. I guess you are a Kure, right? Izuku. Exactly, I was the one who brought you here to be healed and I gave you my room to sleep in. Kaina. How do you know I can be trusted? Izuku. Didn't you hear that I know everything you did or well, what they forced you to do? Kaina didn't say anything about it, she stayed silent for a few seconds and then looked at the breakfast and started eating. Izuku. I'll go tell them you've woken up. Kaina. Wait, there's more Kure, isn't it supposed to? Izuku. There are only 3 of us left alive, people know that, but I doubt that while you were escaping, you found out, rest, I won't be long. Leaving the room to go get her uncle and Ermac, leaving Kaina alone in her room, who was thinking about how to take this. Besides Izuku was right, since he was on the run all this time, he hadn't noticed the latest news that was happening currently. But that boy seemed familiar to her, his features bore a strong resemblance to that Kure woman she had met. It takes a few minutes for Izuku to come back with Hollis behind him. Nagant. The demon of lamentations. Hollis. Hello Nagant, long time no see. Kaina. So you and the kid are the only ones. Izuku. I'll leave you alone, I have better things to do. Turning to leave the room and let the adults talk. Kaina. Who is the boy? Hollis. He's my nephew, he's the son of Inko the Blood Maiden, the Kure woman you met a long time ago. Kaina. Really? Kaina's mind. No wonder she seems so familiar to me. Hollis. He was the one who brought you here and made us treat your wounds, but tell me, what happened to you? It took a few minutes for the woman to tell him everything that happened to her when she escaped from prison. Hollis. I see, what are you planning to do now? Kaina. I don't know, I have nowhere to go and I'm sure they're looking for me everywhere. Hollis. I see. Why don't you just stay here? They had both turned around to see who came in, it was Ermac. Hollis. What are you saying, Ermac? Kaina. Another Kure. Ermac. No, I'm a very different Kure. Kaina. What? Hollis. We'll explain later. Ermac. You can stay here if you want, but you'll obviously be under our supervision and working. Kaina. I accept the offer, anything is better than going back to Tartarus. Ermac's mind. I also think that with her, she can be Izuku's first wife and start procreating for the clan, since I doubt that boy will bring a girl before entering the UA. Hollis. Where is Izuku? Ermac. He's training with Shadow. Hollis. Okay, let's explain the situation. Kaina. I want to talk to him, I'm going to thank him for helping me, otherwise I would have already died in that cave. Hollis. I'm going to bring him here, you still have to rest. leaving the room with the soul spectre at her side, leaving the former heroine alone in the room of the youngest Kure. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned dodging the attacks and charges of the Black Puma. Being alone using his claws and his smoke quirk to avoid some lethal blows. To where Izuku quickly got behind Shadow to hit him on one of his legs, followed by a sweep to make him fall. But the Black Spectre quickly took out a type of whip and tried to hit him, a blow that was stopped by both of the green-haired man's hands. But they had to stop when they saw how Hollis and Ermac had returned. Izuku. Tell me uncle, what did they decide? Hollis. Well, we came to an agreement, she's staying. Izuku. Well, but I don't trust her yet. Ermac. It's normal to have your doubts about her, but you should get to know her, maybe you like her. Ermac. And who knows, maybe she'll be the first one you've ever had as a wife. Izuku. Ermac. Shouting with a huge blush on her cheeks at the specter of souls that was her entire family. Ermac. Oh come on Izuku, you can't deny that she's kind of cute, besides that you never bring her say that you're with a girl, you always spend time with the monks of the Inaba village, maybe you are. Unable to finish as he had to start dodging small purple fireballs from an embarrassed Izuku for what he said. While Hollis just laughs at the situation, being seen by Kaina who saw everything from the window. In addition to being able to hear what I say it through Ermac. I knew that it was due to political issues of clans like the Kure and a few others, having too much influence like the Kure. They can join the clan restoration list to practice polygamy. She may not be close to either of them, but she couldn't deny that the boy was kind of cute despite being younger than her. Besides the fact that he owes her one for helping him, he could have just left her there or fed her to his wolves. Kaina's mind. Kaina Kure, sounds good. From that day on, it could be said that Kaina became part of the Kure family. Well, out of the 10 months to go to the UA, a maximum of 3 had to pass for Kaina Tsutsumi to become a full-fledged Kure. Kaina and Izuku obviously had some interactions that gradually led to a formal relationship. In addition, they had to notify Chisato of Kaina and his situation. When she found out about this, she obviously got very angry with the Public Safety Commission. And obviously, having a higher position than any of them, I investigated all of them, and obviously, I locked up most of them and sent the rest to the streets. Replacing them with new staff. Aside from that, he also had to do the papaleo to form the union of Kaina with Izuku and legally giving him the surname Kure. Their relationship was obviously kept secret from outsiders, even from their friends. Plus, now that he has a wife, he couldn't be very active in his business of offering his special services. Izuku might not say it out of pride, but he had to admit that Kaina was very cute. Flashback. We can see how Izuku was again walking the wolves. But he was not alone, because Kaina was with him. Even the purple-haired woman had won the affection of the wolves. Izuku. I'm surprised you've adapted so quickly to us. Kaina. I prefer being here than being there with the hypocrites who call themselves heroes. Izuku. That and more, I even bet you that a lawyer or a governor are saints compared to them. Kaina. But we can't say we're that honest either. Izuku. True, but we have no intention of hiding it from the public, we kill for money, and we are on the side of whoever pays us the most, we have no reason to be ashamed of what we do, public opinion doesn't even affect us that much, we are like that, and that's it, if someone doesn't like it that's their problem. Kaina. When you get like that you become so wise, you're even more mature than many adults. Izuku. Thank you. Without him expecting it, he received a kiss on his cheek from the purple-haired girl. Izuku. Hey. Kaina. I like you better when you're nervous. Izuku. Kaina. Look, we're here. Reaching the top of the mountain, leaving the wolves and going down for a few moments to let them meow. Kaina. We just have to wait. Izuku. Let's go downstairs to wait for them. Kaina. Better, I don't want to be listening to all their meows, it will take time. They had both gone down the hill so they could be alone for a while and look at the full moon and the forest. Kaina could feel something grab her waist, but before she said anything. She was pulled, but quickly felt herself being kissed by Izuku and then left. Izuku. Now we're even. Smiling as he licked his lips, but turned around to continue walking. Leaving behind a completely red-faced Kaina for a few moments, as she didn't expect to be kissed, much less in that way. But when he recovered, they were both now on top of a log, looking at the full moon. With the howls of wolves in the background. Izuku. Tell me the truth Kaina, do you miss going back to the city? Kaina. I'd be lying to you if I said no, but I feel more comfortable here and now than I do. Feeling like something was in her hair, seeing that Izuku put a flower on it. Izuku. It's something new for me to experience marriage, but now, I will try to make you happy as I can, I will make you the happiest woman of all. Stroking his hair until it reached his cheek, which Kaina reciprocated by placing her hand on the green-haired boy's cheek. Kaina. Just one thing. Izuku? What? Hina. I know I won't be your only wife, there will be more. Izuku. I won't leave you aside, I'll treat everyone equally. Hina. I know, I just want to be the favorite, to have more privileges with you than the others. Izuku. Okay, I promise. Ending this promise with a kiss that they both gave each other with great affection. A kiss that was slowly escalating in tone, going from a loving kiss to a lustful one. And it ended with an act of love, which ended up sealing the union of both. Time skip. Normal narration. 4 more months had passed since then, Hina and Izuku's relationship was now official above all. Ryo and the Shallons had already found out, congratulating their friend on having his first wife. Promising that they would keep it a secret. Plus they only had 3 more months to get to the UA. Something that Izuku and Ryo didn't like very much, but what's done is done. On the other hand, it is clearer on the beach, which looks more like a garbage dump than a beach. A duo of blondes were training right there. Rather, a blonde girl was doing everything, and a man with the same hair color was watching her move everything. Come on Melissa, you can do it, just move the refrigerator and you can rest. Melissa, yes Uncle Might. Slowly moving an old refrigerator into a van. Light's mind. She's going down a good path, she'll definitely be a good carrier, but I still have Nezu's proposals in mind. Something Melissa didn't know was that she wasn't the first choice. Well, before her there were 2 other better qualified candidates. Nezu had proposed to her as a boy who is in 3rd grade. Who had the best chance of becoming the new symbol of peace, in addition to having great control over his quirk and having such a positive and charismatic attitude. The second candidate was none other than the Kure boy. Although he seemed to lack the current charisma and quality of a hero, he has great physical condition and incredible mastery over the quirks he has or may have in the future. But she remembered her niece and her dream of becoming a heroine and offered to be her successor to her power. Almight mind. I hope to have made the best decision for the one for all. Time skip. The last 3 months are over and the moment of truth has arrived. At the entrance to the UA, you could see how many teenagers were entering the most prestigious academy in the country to be able to take the entrance exam. Among them were the Shaolin monks. Hung Lao and Liu Kang couldn't be more eager to take another step toward fulfilling their dream. Hung Lao. What do you say about Ryo and Izuku? Liu Kang. They will come in by recommendation, so they don't need to be here. Hung Lao. We have to give our all if we want to achieve them. Hung Lao. I'm ready. Among several students there was also that blonde with glasses. Having a nervous smile about getting into the best academy of all. Melissa's mind. Look at me Uncle Might, I won't let you down. End of chapter. Chapter 3. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 3. The UA entrance exam was about to begin today. A very important day for many who want to be called heroes in the future. Liu Kang and Kung Lao were more excited than others. They promised their Shaolin brothers that they would pass this exam, and more so their master Raiden. His mentor for many years since they were children at the Wuxi Academy. Walking with great determination to the entrance and looking at the academy facilities with great admiration. Hung Lao. This place is just as big as the Wuxi Academy or even bigger. Liu Kang. That's true, but don't worry, we're already used to this kind of places. Hung Lao. Well, let's go before we're late for the written exam. Liu Kang. Good point, I wonder what the one who will give us the exam will be like. Hung Lao. Being the most prestigious hero academy of all, he must be a serious and strict person, I'm sure. When the 2 friends arrived at the main hall to receive instructions, they saw many students from different schools. Even being able to see many with different attitudes. Like a blue-eyed blonde trembling a little from how nervous she was like a green-haired girl. The latter was next to a Pelissiniso boy who had a sly smile at all times, as if this place was nothing to him. At that moment someone had entered the room, being noticed by everyone the professional hero present Mick, who had entered in a serious manner. It seems Kung Lao was right about the heroes taking the exam seriously. Present Mick. Let everyone say hey. Absolute silence before everyone, making everyone sweat, even making Kung Lao twitch his eye due to such a tremendous entrance. Present Mick. They are ready. Once again, absolute silence took away all the illusions that both Shaolins had after having such a bad first impression. Hung Lao's mind. Me and my big mouth. Liu Kang's mind. I was expecting something more serious or motivating. Listening to Present Mick's entire explanation about how they will first take a written exam on different topics from all the subjects they had in school, in addition to some questions on heroic themes. And giving the explanation of the physical test, in which they will have to face some robots that are from 1 to 3 points maximum, but when he was about to explain about the 4th robot, a blue-haired boy with glasses interrupted him. And he started lecturing them about how this should be considered a foul, since it was the best academy in the world for that mistake, as well as scolding the green-haired girl for gossiping. Although after that Present Mick explained that he was about to explain that it was just an obstacle they had to avoid, since it wasn't worth any points. After that, they took the written exam in different classrooms, and apart from having a lot of tension wherever they were due to the nerves of each boy or girl they met. While both Shaolin monks were suffering, our favorite Kure was having a few moments to himself. Some might think he would be training as usual or doing dangerous things that endanger his life. Or maybe on an assassination mission against a very dangerous mafia gang that he has to eliminate. Destroy a group of heroes who were sent to kill him. Beat up some guys for a few favors from women. Or better yet, being on a fishing trip with Kaina and Ermac. Yes, right now while both Shaolin monks were killing themselves to pass the entrance exam. Them right now with his first wife and his zombie family on a beautiful fishing day. Izuku. I really thought we would do something else. Kaina. I do too, but this is relaxing. Izuku. You're right, but it's too bad Uncle Hollis left for work. Ermac. He left because someone requested the services of one of us and it had to be an adult. Kaina. And why didn't you go? Izuku. Why is this undead? Whenever he tries to speak he gets stuck, since he has 1,000 people, none of them can agree on any deal, and it always has to be me or Uncle Hollis who have to do it. He said this as he removed the hook from his fishing pole to take the fish he had caught. While the Soul Spectre had a sad expression with a black cloud above him of sadness. Leaving Akaina with a drop of sweat and a nervous smile at that statement. Kaina. But what kind of deal is this for Hollis to leave? Izuku. I don't know, he didn't want to tell me, all I know is that it's a family with a lot of money, it must be a very well-paid job. Ermac. Knowing Hollis, he must be suffering from being with that kind of person. With Hollis. We see the second oldest of the Kure in a huge room of a mansion. Which was surrounded by many guards in black clothes and some with weapons and others with their quirks active. That didn't matter to the Kure at all, it didn't even impress him. If he wanted he could kill everyone in the mansion without any concern, but he could because his tradition of following contracts was the most important thing. And even more so if his employer was the Yaoi Rozu, one of the richest families in the entire country. Hollis. Tell me, gentleman Yaoi Rozu, why do you request the services of the Kure clan? Looking in front of him at a very beautiful woman with very long black hair that reached her waist and wearing a very elegant and somewhat tight red dress, as well as huge breasts and a huge butt and an hourglass-shaped waist. And at his side, there was a man in a black suit with a red tie, who also had a serious look on his face at all times, as if he were trying to intimidate. Of course, that would only work against someone who'd never met him, but against a killer like Hollis. Mr. Yaoi Rozu. As we were able to find out, among the last Kure there are you and a young man who is going to go to the UA. This is Yaoi Rozu. It may be the best academy of all, where even the symbol of peace graduated, but we don't want our only daughter to be hurt. Hollis. Do you expect my nephew to be your daughter's personal bodyguard? Lord Yaoi Rozu. In a sense yes, the Kure clan and the Yaoi Rozu, we have already done business before protecting some members of my family in the past. Hollis. It's true, my great-grandfather was a bodyguard for the previous Yaoi Rozu, but now that there are only 3 of us, they are sure they want this, I'll tell them right now that my nephew is not so nice. This is Yaoi Rozu. That's better than having another guy take care of her. Mr. Yaoi Rozu. We do not doubt the ability of our men, but we, the Kure, have known your ability for years and what you are capable of, and I would already feel safe knowing that you are with one of you. Hollis. Okay, fine, I'll take the deal, but tell me, what day do I bring my nephew to find out about his new job? Mr. Yaoi Rozu. We'll settle for it before UA classes. Hollis. Okay, that's a deal. Taking a piece of paper he had taken out of his jacket to put it on and sign. The Kure tradition of making contracts with signatures and fingerprints was always present so that the employer could be killed with full legal rights or, in the event of a lawsuit, used against him. Both Yaoi Rozu had signed the Kure contract, then he took it and stood up. Hollis, see you tomorrow Yaoi Rozu. Just opening a green portal behind him and entering it to disappear. But the Kure. When Hollis had arrived at the fishing area, he had encountered a rather peculiar scene. Well, I was watching how Izuku was in a battle of forces with Ermac since they were fighting over a giant fish, since they said that both of them had caught it. But when they noticed Hollis, Izuku quickly put aside the fish, which made Ermac fall out of the boat and into the water with the fish, causing Kaina to laugh as she watched everything. Hollis. Izuku, I got you a well-paying job while you're at UA. Izuku. And what is it about? Hollis. You will be a bodyguard for the Yaoi Rozu's daughter. Kaina. Yaoi Rozu. Izuku. A very big fish huh? Hollis. Tomorrow we'll go introduce ourselves to find out who you'll be working with. Izuku. If she's a tantrum-throwing girl, I don't promise she'll be unharmed. Hina. Hey, aren't you forgetting something? Taking him by the neck with some force to bring him close to her breasts and at the same time strangling him a little. Izuku. Yes, don't worry, it's just work, it's not for anything else, darling, I won't do anything with her. Hina. You better. But the monks. After taking their written exams, they were taken to different areas in front of large doors. Although they had to see this time, as the blue-haired man from before was scolding the green-haired girl from before who was muttering, but also a blonde girl with glasses. Apparently the two were talking, but the blue-haired boy took it as a way of not taking the exams seriously. Kung Lao. I don't know, but I'm already liking that guy. Whispering very quietly to his brother about that boy's attitude. Liu Kang. There are already 2 of us, if we manage to pass, I will pray to anyone that they don't touch me with it. At that moment the door had begun to open little by little. Which made both Shallons go with great leaps to the city at great speed. Confusing everyone by this action until President Mick told them they had to go. That in real life, there is no sign of starting, so everyone quickly started looking for robots. But as soon as they entered they saw fireballs exploding some 2 and 3-point robots. They even saw Liu Kang launch himself with a flying kick surrounded by fire to explode the robot's head. But also showing how a hat had cut 4 robots until the 5th had managed to dodge the hat. But I don't know, I hope someone appeared through a blue circle. From which Kung Lao had appeared, who had destroyed the robot with a kick. Liu Kang's quirk. Dragon fire, a truly powerful fire, even capable of being molded into different shapes, being much more powerful than normal fire. Also being able to surround himself with it for combat throughout his body. The bad thing is that this fire is inferior to Endeavor's fire and that of his friend Kure. Kung Lao's quirk. Portal hat. He is able to channel his energy and appear anywhere he has been and in different places in the area where he is. But he prefers to channel his energy into a hat that was a gift from his family. He had managed to master said weapon and even managed to use his quirk to be able to teleport to any area to fight. In a dark room you could see Director Nezu right there with Almight as well as a few teachers from the academy watching the new applicants. Nezu. What do they say about the new applicants? I like the green-haired girl who throws fire. Watching how that girl was burning a robot. I like the guy who throws explosions. Watching as that boy with the face of a rabid dog was throwing explosions left and right. Those 2 Shaolin monks catch my attention more than any other. To me the gravity girl. There is no doubt that this year there are many candidates with great potential to become heroes. Even All Might's niece is showing off. Watching as Melissa managed to destroy 2 robots with an air bullet. Nezu. That's true, but let's see how this goes. Pressing a red button on his side. But Shaolins. Liu Kang. I think I'm done, 92 points are more than enough. Kung Lao. 90 points, according to what they said, the minimum to pass is 60 points. Liu Kang. I think we better go now, that's all for today. Kung Lao. Yes, why not? Before he could take a step to leave, a powerful tremor shook the entire area, even lifting the pieces of robots that were on the ground. Kung Lao. What the hell was that? Run fast. Liu Kang. What's going on? It's 0 points. It's huge. Let's go fast. Thus, and more screams were present in the area, and when both monks arrived. They saw the giant robot that was chasing all the students. They imitated the action to get away from there, but quickly turned around when they heard someone scream. And they could see a brown-haired girl with debris about to be crushed by the big robot. But before they could even go to help her, the robot had received a powerful blow to the entire part of its head, causing it to fall on its back. Up in the sky they could see what that blonde girl from before looked like, whose right arm was now completely broken by her attack that destroyed the robot. This time both Shaolins went to help them. Liu Kang took a big leap to take the blonde girl in his arms and gently put her down. Kung Lao just threw his hat towards the rubble that covered the brown-haired girl. After that the heroine recovery girl had arrived at the area where she had healed the blonde who had a broken arm and legs from jumping. The brown-haired girl, well, she just felt a little nauseous from using her quirk throughout the exam. After that, everyone had gone home since they had to wait until next week to get the letter. The next day. Izuku and Ryo had been informed of everything that happened and were happy for their friends. However, the green-haired man looked like he wasn't going to have a good time today. Since today, he was going to meet the young woman he had to protect during his time at the academy. He was with his uncle Hollis talking about the subject. Although of course, yesterday he had a great heck session with Kaina. Well, even though she didn't want to admit it, she didn't want anyone to be near her now husband, so apart from taking him all night. It left a few marks on his body and more on his neck, which is why he was wearing a kind of bandage scarf. But once leaving that aside, when they had arrived at the Yaoirozu mansion. They had met the Yaoirozu lords, but with them was a girl with jet black hair, tied in a ponytail. Despite being the same age as Izuku, she had a very developed body for her age, having enormous breasts. Izuku's mind. Ooh, not bad, it's kind of cute. When both boys looked at each other face to face, Izuku decided to play with her a little. So he showed her a somewhat scary smile, which scared her, even his parents a little, making him laugh. Hollis. You idiot, scare them. Giving his nephew a slap on the head, who complained of pain at this. Hollis. I'm sorry about that, gentlemen, he's my nephew and the youngest of the 3 living Kure, Izuku Kure. Izuku. Nice to meet you, Yaoirozu family. Mr. Yaoirozu. A pleasure, young man, by any chance, are you somewhat close to Irio Kure? Izuku. I am the 3rd grandson of Irio Kure from his daughter Inko Kure. The adult Yaoirozu were surprised to hear that he was the direct grandson of Irio and the son of Inko. Since they already knew what the patriarch of the Kure clan, or better known as the powerful demon of the Kure, was capable of. As well as his daughter, the Blood Maiden, who had even humiliated the previous generation of top heroes in the past. Even his children, since they only knew Rain Kure, the demon or taboo's son. Which was very aggressive and wild at all times when fighting. And her daughter, the succubus demon, who was almost a copy of her mother, being a very pretty girl, but being a capable assassin. But they had never heard of Inko's 3rd son before. Izuku. You haven't heard of me since I was just a baby. Mr. Yaoirozu. Well, young man, I present to you my daughter, she is the one you will have to protect. This is Yaoirozu. Come on, introduce yourself, daughter. Nice to meet you, I'm Momo Yaoirozu, nice to meet you. With some nerves at having the person who would be the new bodyguard in front of him. Momo's mind. He looks like a bully. Mr. Yaoirozu. Daughter, why don't you go to the backyard with our young guests so they can get to know each other while we talk with Mr. Hollis. Momo. Of course, father. Approaching Izuku to extend his hand. Momo. Please come with me. Izuku just nodded as he took the girl's hand and she began to guide him through the huge mansion, leaving the adults alone. This is Yaoirozu. Do you think they get along? Hollis. I highly doubt they will at first, Izuku doesn't like having many friends. This is Yaoirozu. Momo is somewhat similar, she doesn't have any friends to hang out with. Mr. Yaoirozu. They always think that because we are rich we think we are rich. Hollis's mind. I hope you don't do anything wrong, Izuku. With teenagers. We can see how both boys were walking, with Izuku behind her. There was a somewhat tense silence between the two, neither of them said a word once they left their tutors. Izuku's mind. If he dares to do something stupid, I'll cut his face off. Once they had reached the backyard, which was almost a garden with a somewhat tense dirt path. Izuku. Okay Yaoirozu, let's talk and make things clear, okay? Momo. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Turning around to look at him with an annoyed expression. Momo. I don't know what my parents were thinking when they hired a hitman to be my bodyguard. Izuku. Well, I don't really like being the guardian of a conceited brat like you. Momo. Look and listen, if you dare to get too close to me, you won't get away unscathed. Izuku. Oh, you're scary, can you report me? And just to be clear, I'm not interested in girls like you, I have better standards. Momo. What? Izuku. What you heard. As Izuku turned around to return to the main hall, he could hear something metallic about to hit him. But he had effortlessly dodged it, followed by some rather slow movements. It was Momo who was trying to hit him with a metal stick. Izuku. Your quirk creation is really impressive. Stopping Momo's staff and then grabbing her arm to lift her up a little, he then slammed her to the ground. Izuku. But what's the point of having a quirk as good as that if you're so weak, you can't always depend on it and what you create. Taking the cane to lift it, scaring Momo who closed her eyes and covered herself with her arms for the impact. But he could only hear how the cane had been nailed into the ground, but when he turned around he realized it was close to his face. Izuku. I'll tell you right away Yaoirozu, I'll only be your bodyguard while you're away, since they'll be training you to be a heroine inside the UA, but I'm not going to follow your stupid orders like a lapdog. Momo got up from the ground to see how she was already close to the stairs. Izuku. But if you do that again or give me orders, I'll feed you to my pets. Sticking a shoulder out, Shadow's head roared, scaring the brunette. Izuku. That's all, goodbye. Turning around to go back to his uncle in the Yaoirozu, leaving the girl for a few moments. Time skip. From here things were somewhat normal for Izuku. He was still working with his uncle and Uraraka on the murders, even Kaina had joined them. When I had to go to the Yaoirozu mansion, I would occasionally see Momo, since her tutors wanted them to get along. But as always, no one spoke to each other, although from time to time I saw Momo training her creation quirk. I knew that in order to create I had to have knowledge of the target material I wanted to create. Aina strangely always showed more affection than usual when she had to go to the Aoirozu mansion. Yep, she was jealous. On the other hand, Liu Kang and Kung Lao had received the letter from the UA, being accepted and having the first 2 places in the physical exam, although in the practical they had an average position. And the day had arrived where everyone had to go to the UA. And Izuku was now in front of a mirror, having an angry face. Izuku. I look like a fool in this uniform. Having the academy uniform that had arrived earlier. And behind him, he had Ermac and Hollis who were holding back the green-haired boy's laughter. Aina. That uniform brings back memories, but you see well, love. Izuku. Thanks, but really awkward. Hollis. Well, you always wear your combat gear or gardening clothes, little by little you'll get used to it. Ermac. Well go now, or you'll be late. Izuku. Yeah whatever. Hollis. Remember, you can't kill anyone at the academy. Izuku. It's okay, man. Hollis. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, uncle, I promise I won't do that. Ermac had opened a portal to drop him off in the academy forest. Aina had kissed him on the lips affectionately. Aina. Good luck. Izuku. Thank you. Entering the portal to meet his companions. Izuku. You too. Ryo. Ermac-san was kind enough to open portals for us to come together. Liu Kang. Okay, let's go now. Kung Lao. It's really uncomfortable to wear a tie. Izuku. You can say it like that. Liu Kang. Well, you can take it off inside. Ryo. Thank God. Kung Lao. We're in your classroom, guys. Izuku. I'm in B. Ryo. Me too in B. Liu Kang. We are in Class A, it seems we will be rivals again. Kung Lao. But that's no reason to stop talking. Ryo. It's true, and class rivalry is ridiculous. Izuku. Well friends, let's see how we do in here. All 3? Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 4. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 4. The first day of classes at the UA had begun. Many students were already in their classrooms, some of them new to the first year and already accustomed to the pace of the academy like the second and third years. But some classrooms were not yet full of students as they had not yet arrived because it was a bit early. In Class A. It was almost full, with only 3 seats left to be filled. Liu Kang and Kung Lao had arrived at their classroom, although they found a somewhat peculiar scene. And it was that blue-haired boy with glasses from the entrance exam again, who was now arguing with a short-haired boy because he had his feet up on the desk. They both just let that go and went to their seats, both being in separate places. Creator's note. I have to tell you once and for all that Liu Kang and Kung Lao are taking the place of Mineta and Toru. But there was someone else who left the fire Shaolin speechless, and that was that at the other end of the class, there was a Wu, due to the ring that had the clan seal. Since they knew how to differentiate thanks to Izuku, they asked what he was doing at the UA. Liu Kang's mind. When Izuku realizes it, things will get ugly. Seeing how the door had opened to reveal that brown-haired girl, who was entering with the blonde girl with glasses. Kung Lao and Liu Kang hadn't noticed, but the green-haired girl from the entrance exam was in the last row behind Momo, as she seemed to be quite nervous and shy. At the same time they could see how a man with very long black hair and somewhat thin, but even with it he appeared somewhat unkempt. Kung Lao's mind. I think I've seen that man somewhere, I'm sure. My name is Shota Izawa, from today I will be your teacher for the 3 years you will be here. Liu Kang's mind. Isn't it something sudden? Izawa. I know this may sound a bit sudden, put on your physics uniform and go to the training camp. Kung Lao's mind. Okay, let's get started, let's see how the progress will be. So all the students of Class A had stood up to go directly to the locker room and start with their now teacher. Class B was in a similar situation, although they were a little tense. In Class B. We can see how almost everyone was sweating and some were shaking in their seats. Well, that intuition came from one part of the room, the part near the window. Nobody wanted to say it, but they could think it. What are the assassins of the Inaba and Kure clans doing in the UA? This was what everyone was wondering, not even those who were close to them dared to look up or turn around. Izuku and Ryo had gone unnoticed by everyone there as if they were ghosts. After all, that was part of their training as a member of the assassin clan, to go unnoticed in crowds so they could kill someone. But right now they were in their seats looking at each other, unintentionally releasing their murderous auras because they were doing something to kill time until their teacher arrived. Both were playing shogi because Izuku carried it in his backpack whenever he was bored at meetings or such things, especially with Ermac, but the bad thing is that he can never beat him, but he does put up a fight. No one could say anything, the only thing that could be heard were the shogi game pieces that were on the table. Ryo. The wait is getting a bit tedious. Moving your piece to take one of your friend's pieces. Izuku. Don't worry, the door will open in 10 seconds. Moving your pieces to be able to take 2 of the Ryo. That was what everyone had heard and they were surprised by those words. Ryo. Are you saying that because of the footsteps you hear? Moving another of his few remaining pieces. The blonde-haired man wanted to say a few things to their faces, but his legs wouldn't respond and his instincts told him to stay quiet. When he was about to stand up, the exact 10 seconds that Izuku and Ryo said had passed. The door had been opened, revealing a hero somewhat known to some. The blood hero Vlad King. Who had also felt that murderous instinct and fixed his gaze on those responsible, who were still playing shogi. Vlad King's mind. They had already said that an Inaba and a Kure would come here, but I never thought that the 2 would be in my class. Director Nezu told me to keep an eye on them. I don't want to have to deal with someone's death if they provoke them. Walking in and standing in front of the desk, which made Ryo and Izuku finish their shogi game to pay attention. Vlad King. Good morning young people, let me introduce myself. I am the blood hero Vlad King, and from today I will be your teacher and tutor for these 3 years. Izuku and Ryo stopped unleashing their killing instincts, finally letting the others breathe and tense up. Vlad King. I would like, before I can give you your first class, for you to introduce yourselves so I know who I will be with for the next 3 years. So each one started randomly, some being somewhat normal like a girl with short black hair and a white-haired girl, the latter of whom had a strange way of putting her hands, as if she were a zombie. A short fat man and a foreigner from China were also on that list. Others were here for reasons of being the next top heroes or rivalry for the other class. The first by a silver-haired boy and a green-haired boy in the shape of a mantis. The last one was from a blonde-haired boy. After that it was Izuku and Ryo's turn. Izuku. I'm Izuku Kure and I'm only here because I was forced. Ryo. I'm Ryo Inaba and I'm here for the same reason as Kure. But that said they didn't say anything else, the 2 are here because they were forced, although Vlad King was the only one who knew the real reason. After that the rest introduced themselves in the same way, although Izuku and Ryo didn't pay attention to them, they just pretended to hear everything while they were thinking about something else. Ryo's mind. I hope Grandpa made more special hair shampoo, I'm almost out of the one I have. Izuku's mind. I hope Kaina doesn't do something stupid with my wolves, they can be a bit naughty. Vlad King. Okay, now that we all know each other, you'll start by going to the locker room to put on your physical education uniforms. They're all your exact sizes. I'll be waiting for you outside. Everyone just listened to start standing up, including Izuku and Ryo. But before he could take a step forward, a blonde man next to the mantis boy and a boy with a bandage on his forehead stood in his way surrounding them. This was seen by a few who were at the door. Being an orange-haired girl named Kendo, the white-haired girl named Ryuko, the black-haired girl named Yui, the silver-haired boy named Tetsutetsu and a brown-haired girl named Kinoko. Monoma. I can't believe the UA has accepted that disgusting murderers like you are here. Izuku just looked at him for a few moments as did Ryo, and they walked past the blonde, completely ignoring him. But he put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, although a piece of hair had quickly taken his hand very tightly. Ryo. Don't even think about it. Squeezing the blonde's hand tightly with her hair, who complained a little at that. The mantis boy quickly tried to help his new partner, but he hadn't expected a kick to his jaw from Izuku, who had quickly disappeared to put him in a neck lock. But showing how his fingers had become sharp. Ryo without any hesitation, pulled Monoma towards him and punched him in the stomach, which left him breathless, but receiving a palm to his face, leaving him on the ground with only 2 hits. The Wace, who was trapped by Izuku's ki, was released to fall to the ground and begin to cough and gasp for air due to the great force that Izuku put into his grip. All 3 were on the ground with no effort by the killer duo. Izuku, without any mercy, stepped very hard on Monoma's head, who complained in pain. Izuku. I'll make it clear, we're only here for a few reasons we have. Ryo. Our contract prevents us from killing them, but it's not written that we can hurt her. Izuku. However. Unleashing a bit of his killer instinct that even managed to knock those at the door to the ground. Izuku. That doesn't stop us from killing your friends and family, in fact, if we wanted to, we could kill everyone you love the most, except you. Smiling in a way that would make anyone shiver. Ryo. I think he made it clear, let's go Izuku, we don't want to be late. Stepping on Monoma's head to turn around and leave with Ryo, passing by the witnesses who were at the door. They stepped aside with some fear. Izuku. If you dare to do anything, I'll cut your throats. The last thing he said was in a very serious and cold tone. The duo of killer friends went from there to the locker room so as not to be late. Endo and the others had helped those who wanted to confront the duo who left. Satsuna. What they did was stupid in every sense of the word. Tetsutetsu. It's true guys, you know you're not normal and you have the right, you attack them first. Monoma. Shut up. Angry as he wiped the blood from his nose and blew his head in pain. Dageru. Those two know what they're doing, it's not normal that they're in a hero academy, they're surely planning something. Hinoko. It would be better if they messed with them. Yui. She's right, they could have killed them if they wanted to at that moment. So after they helped them they went to their locker rooms. Although Izuku and Ryo went with the others at once to the place where they were about to do the practices. Of course, ignoring that previously all the boys looked at their bodies with all their scars. Being a surprise for some and frightening to others, what kind of training or what did they do to have those scars? Besides having really big and noticeable muscles, even Ryo, who seemed to be somewhat thin, had more muscles than some of them. Change of scene. As soon as they arrived, they could see some of their class, but they also saw others from Class A. Among them were Liu Kang and Kung Lao, who had approached the assassin duo under everyone's eyes. Liu Kang. Hey guys. Kung Lao. How are you doing? Lightly touching Izuku's shoulder, who only responded with a slight smile. Surprising everyone with this action. Izuku. You could say we've already made ourselves noticed. Ryo. What do you say, monks? Have you already found some who became Buddhists? Joking around a bit and talking about their classes. Some didn't know how to respond to that, Buddhist monks and a duo of assassins, do they get along? Among all of them, a Class A Policiniso looked closely at those four, as if he wanted to go and hit them. He had seen Liu Kang and Kung Lao before at the entrance exam, but something told him that they also had something to hide. Melissa, who had just arrived, had seen the scene, she had been surprised and scared, but more for Izuku than for anyone else, since her uncle had already told her that she had to be careful not to cross or provoke the last young Kure who would be in the academy. It took about 4 minutes in total for everyone from each class to arrive. Apparently this was going to be a joint activity between both classes, although they couldn't ignore the interaction between the monks and the assassins. At that moment one of the two teachers took the floor. Izawa. Well, since we're all here, we'll start with the physical tests in each class, along with the other. But what happened with the entrance ceremony? The brown-haired girl from Class A said it with her cheeks flushed. Izawa. When you're a hero you don't have time for that, we're an academy free of that stuff. Lad King. Here we train young people to become full-fledged heroes. Izawa. Here we are not going to use the traditional method of always, for example, physical tests using their gifts. Lad King. The first to take the launch test will be the first place in the entrance exam. At that, a Policiniso was going to approach, but. Izawa. Liu Kang, come forward. The black-haired boy had arrived in the class of his teachers, leaving a short-haired boy with an angry grimace, causing a green-haired girl to get scared. Izawa. What was your record for throwing the ball? Liu Kang. 67 meters. Lad King. Well now let's see how far you can go with your quirk. The fire Shaolin just nodded as he stretched towards the circle. At Izawa's signal, I throw the ball with a powerful burst of fire in the shape of a dragon's head. Which caused a wind wave to form because of an explosion that was formed in the sky. After being lost from sight, Izawa showed the result. Ball. 1 kilometer with 98 meters. It's really incredible. A red-haired boy with shark teeth shouted it. If we can use our quirks, it will be a lot of fun. It was shouted by an alien girl with pink skin and black eyes with yellow pupils. If she had white pupils, anyone would mistake her for a Kure or Wu. That was the thought of both members of each clan as they stared at the pink girl. Lad King. How fun huh? Izawa. In that case, what do you think of this? Whoever finishes last in the entire test will be expelled from the academy. Lad King. But if some show more potential than others, will their class be changed? All. What? It was the crowd of surprise and fear of everyone by the declaration of their senseis. Momo. Boo, but you can't do that. Izuku. Of course Yayoi Rozu can do it. Everyone, upon hearing Kure, stared at him. Izuku. Shota Izawa, he expelled 2 first-year classes before us because he thought they had no potential to be heroes because they were cowards or conceited, am I wrong, Eraserhead? When he said the name of Izawa's heroes he was surprised, even Vlad King, since almost no one there knew Izawa's name for being a Destiny Clan hero. But they were even more surprised at how he had that information. But the students were the most surprised as it was true that they could be expelled. Izawa. I see we have someone who knows me well. Izuku. I have my methods. Lad King. Alright, let's get started. All the tests would begin, it would be like all the physical activities in normal schools. But with the difference that here everyone would use their quirks, some standing out more than others. In the speed test, Kung Lao would be among the first with a boy named Lida from his class. In the test of strength, Izuku had broken his meter, but he had not been the only one, since apparently, Bai Han Wu, the name of the Wu of Class A, had also shown to have a strength similar to Kure, being the most outstanding in that test, and only a look of rivalry or hatred between both clans was thrown at each other. In the jumping event, Ryo stood out thanks to his great speed and agility. In each of them, the ones who stood out the most were the Shaolin duo, the Assassin duo, and the Wu clan member. Below them were Shoto Todoroki, Endeavor's son, Bakugo Katsuki, the explosively angry boy who kept glaring at the quartet of friends, and the Wu. Izumi Midoriya, who apart from being a rather shy girl in the first place, managed to be in a fairly acceptable place with her pyrogenesis quirk. Melissa Shield also managed to score several points on some tests, but they were still missing one test. And it was the launch test. Not counting Uraraka, who managed to achieve infinity with her quirk, Liu Kang was the one with the highest score of all. Izawa. By hand Wu, come forward and throw the ball. The black-haired boy just listened and got into position to throw. Izawa. If you don't use your 100%, I'll expel you. The boy didn't say anything about it, he just nodded at that. But at that moment a blue aura had accumulated, which made the air around him feel icy, which was noticed by everyone. At that moment Bai Han had thrown the ball into the sky with a huge ice ball shaped like a projectile. Which had also released a lot of frost on the road, well once it had reached a considerable distance, it had exploded into many pieces of ice that mixed with the wind. 1 kilometer with 150 meters. A score that the Wu clan member managed to obtain, leaving everyone surprised by this feat. The bicolor was speechless when he saw this demonstration, since he had never thought of doing something similar to that technique. Ryo. Incredible, he surpassed Liu Kang. Kung Lao. And more with an ice quirk, but I'm sure he has the same amount as Izuku. Liu Kang. We don't know that, guys. Remember that it is possible to awaken a considerable number of quirks in the Wu and the Kure. You just have to be in a situation to awaken it. Izuku. Liu is right about that, we don't know all of his quirks, but now we know one of maybe 6 are equal to mine. Bai Han just turned his gaze to look directly into Izuku's eyes, who just looked back with a slight smile showing his teeth. Izuku's mind. Too bad, I would have liked to see you use removal, but what does it matter? Next up was Kung Lao, who also threw the ball in his hat at high speed, quickly disappearing from sight. Until the hat had returned alone and Izawa showed the result. 1 kilometer with 78 meters. The students kept coming and going, but no one managed to reach the kilometer, the most they could do was get from 400 meters to 700 meters. Until it was Ryo Inaba's turn, who quickly got into the middle of the circle at high speed. When Vlad King gave him the ball, he caught it with his hair, which began to move in the air in a very terrifying way, and more than his creepy smile, it didn't give him a better image. And with great speed, he threw the ball with great power, which even sounded as if a whip had hit the ground strongly. Izawa motor above all the result of Inaba. 1 kilometer with 40 meters. Being so far the lowest of those who reached kilometers, but being above all the other students. These kids aren't normal people. They were everyone's thoughts as they watched each of them manage to go over the top, but making Katsuki even angrier with the result. Why are those extras above me? Screaming to himself as he watched himself being outclassed each time. Until finally it was Izuku's turn. The aforementioned only stretched a little to be able to throw better. Lad King. I hope you get a good score than Wu. Izuku? Do you want me to get over it? Izawa? If you can, of course. Izuku? I'll do that case. At that moment the earth began to shake a little, with a small wave of wind that surrounded the green-haired man. Everyone didn't know what was happening, even his friends were surprised. But Bai Han was the only one standing there looking all serious, he knew what was about to happen. At that moment a large trail of purple smoke surrounded Izuku, and not only that. But also a powerful flare of purple fire shot into the sky with a force that sent almost everyone to the ground. But everyone, even the teachers, were surprised to see that through the trail of purple smoke, a devilish smile and wide eyes could be seen. Leaving everyone a little scared of that, but the smoke quickly dispersed due to a wave of wind. But showed complete hearing to Izuku, who had some of his clothes ripped everywhere. Izuku? Sensei, what is my score? Izawa and Vlad King had come out of shock to see the Kure score, and they were surprised to see it and showed it to everyone. 3 kilometers with 250 meters. A really high score that no one could believe. So you're using 100%, well, I'm not surprised, after all, you come from a family of the strongest demons. These were Bai Han's thoughts as he remembered Izuku's entire family, but mainly his grandfather and mother. Bai Han's mind. I see why they sent Japan, this will be a lot of fun. Izuku's mind. I hope a Wu clan has a good explanation for sending someone from China here. Izawa. Very well, now the results. First place, Izuku Kure Class B. Second place, Bai Han Wu Class A. Third place, Liu Kang Class A. Fourth place, Kung Lao Class A. Fifth place, Ryo Inaba Class B. 6th place, Bakugo Katsuki Class A. 7th place, Shoto Todoroki Class A. 8th place, Itsuka Kendo Class B. 9th place, Tetsu Class B. 10th place, Momoyaoi Rozu Class A. Thus, many more places could be seen, some rejoicing at not being the last, others seeing how far away they are now, but others fearing the worst. Last place, Kinoko Komori Class B. The mushroom girl, seeing that she was the last of all, couldn't help but fall to the ground and her eyes were about to shed tears. Many people couldn't help but feel bad when they saw her. Being expelled on the first day of school was the worst thing that could happen to you. Melissa and Izumi were grateful not to be the last, as they weren't far from being in Kinoko's place, as most of the activities were fully physical and they weren't that athletic. Especially Melissa, who barely managed to get a result almost equal to Bakugo's, but at the cost of breaking 2 fingers. Izawa. Okay, everyone go to the locker room and get your things, that's all for today. Lad King. Just because it's the first day, they can leave early. Tomorrow they'll start to see what the pace will be like from now on. Izawa. Ah, yes, about the expulsion it was a lie. All. What? Izawa. We just didn't expel anyone this year, since we see that they have the potential to be heroes, but that hardly saves them from being changed classes. Lad King. Especially you 3. Pointing his fingers at Shield, Midoriya and Komori. Lad King. If you don't want to be moved to another class or expelled, you'd better start trying harder. Izawa. Shield, go to the infirmary to have your finger treated, that's all, go now. After that everyone went for their things, of course, Izuku couldn't avoid everyone's stares and even more so the questions from his friends. But his walk had been interrupted by someone he wanted to see next. Ihan. Kure, can we talk? Izuku. I already thought it was strange that you didn't come to me, let's go somewhere else. Turning around to walk away with Ihan. Izuku. I'll catch up with you guys later, I won't be long. Ryo. We'll wait for you outside. Izuku just waved his hand in agreement and disappeared from sight. Already alone in an empty room, Izuku just showed a sadistic smile. Izuku. Tell me, what do you want Wu? It's rare to see one of yours here in Japan. Ihan. It's the same reason as you, we're looking for Edward Wu. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 5. We can see how now Izuku was arriving at the grounds of the Kure village. After his first day of school and tests, he had a brief conversation with Bai Han, a member of the Wu family from China. Apparently the Wu of China have the same objective as the Kure. Izuku's mind. I hope Uraraka and Uncle Hollis agree and don't do anything crazy, the last thing I want to do right now is start a war. Flashback. Ihan. It's for the same reason as you, we're looking for Edward Wu. Izuku. What? Ihan. Upon learning what the Wu Hai did to your clan, we decided it was best to wipe it out completely, as it completely broke the balance of everything by killing the Kure. Izuku. I'm aware of that, what he did by allying with Afo is unforgivable. Ihan. Look, I don't want to have problems with you or your clan members, we just want to maintain an alliance until we find Edward Wu and his clan, it will be a contribution between both of us, we can help you with whatever you and your clan need, like weapons, food or money, so you can restore yourselves. Izuku. The offer sounds very tempting, but that's not up to me, I'll go and inform the others about this, and I'll tell your answer tomorrow. Ihan. Okay, I'll wait for your answer tomorrow. Izuku. But don't think I'll make things easy for you in this place. We are allies because of something in common, but in this place, competition is everything. Ihan. Of course, I don't plan on losing to you, Kure. They both gave him a light handshake and then went their separate ways. Ihan had been covered in ice and it then broke, revealing that they are no longer there. Izuku was surrounded by fire to appear next to Ryo and the others to leave. End of flashback. Once he arrived in front of the door of the large traditional Japanese Kure house, opening it slightly. Izuku. I'm here. Hina. Hello, darling. The purple-haired girl had poked her head out of the kitchen to go towards the green-haired boy. Which began to take off his uniform jacket and receive a kiss and a light hug from the girl. Izuku. Hello Kaina-chan, are you alone? Looking around to see if he could find the 2 Kure. Kaina. Uraraka is upstairs looking at some books and Hollis-san went out to do some shopping. Izuku. Thanks, I just have to talk to Uraraka about some things. Kaina. Hey, at least give me some love, you know I get bored being here and don't even think that spending time with the other 2 are the best options I have. Pulling the cheek of the younger Kure who complained a little. Izuku. Well, look, I just brought you this. Taking a bag of chocolate out of his pocket and one more detail. Kaina. It's beautiful. Taking the bag of chocolate and a small metal necklace, having in the middle a rifle of the same color as the chain. Izuku knew the taste of Kaina's weapons and knew that she would like this and more about sweets. Kaina. Thanks Izuku. Giving him a big hug, which Izuku reciprocated with a slight smile. He really liked the feeling he got from being with Kaina, something really nice. They both then went to sit on the couch to be more comfortable, with the purple-haired girl on the boy's lap with a slight blush on her cheeks while she ate the chocolates her husband had given her. Izuku. I love you. Lightly stroking the woman's hair and gently touching her cheek. Kaina. To think that running away from everything, from being a heroine to ending up as an assassin again and married to Kure, I was able to have peace, thank you. At that moment, Ermac came down and, as soon as he saw the youngest of the three, he hit him lightly on the head. Ermac. Am I interrupting your lovemaking session? Izuku. Hello old man, what's up? Kaina. Are you done meditating? Ermac. Yes, I came to watch a little TV. Izuku. Before you watch your embarrassing novels, I have something to talk to you about. Ermac. Does it have to be now? Izuku. They are the Wu from China. Ermac, hearing that, knew it was important. His novels could wait. Izuku began to explain everything he talked about with Bai Han at the UA and the alliance they want to make with them. Kaina was also listening to everything that happened, after all she was a Kure now and had the right to be in these matters. Ermac. I see, it's a good reason to be able to have something beneficial, we don't need money, but weapons may not be useful for everything. Kaina. But how good are those Wu from China? Ermac. From what I know, they are also at a very high level, they were our greatest competition above all, knowing them, they will understand what Edward and the Wu Hai are, they will know that this is a threat and a betrayal by destroying the balance. Izuku. Then. Ermac. We will accept the Wu's proposal. Izuku. Understood. After that, everyone spent the rest of the day in their own way. Ermac looking at his novel next to Hollis who had returned with some purchases and being informed of everything from the Wu. While also agreeing with the decision with the foreign clan, he knew that having allies like the Wu would be very beneficial. Izuku and Kaina would be spending time together, talking about a few things and doing some couple stuff. And ending the day with a carnal act in bed. The next day had started like yesterday. Izuku and Ryo were in their classroom playing cards this time. Waiting for their sensei for their next class that they would give them. The murderous duo would be ignoring the rest of the class, who would be doing their own thing. But you must from time to time look at the duo of murderers with some fear still, even the witnesses from yesterday did not dare to turn around. Ryo. What do you think we should do today? Looking very carefully to choose a card from Izuku's. Izuku. I don't know, remember that they won't just teach us things about heroes, it's also an academy. Watching how the black-haired man had taken the Joker card, bringing a smile to the Kure and a face of disgust for having the card he had. What neither of them knew was that a white-haired woman standing behind them was watching them analytically. They apparently did not take it seriously, as it was not a threat at the moment. But at that very moment, the door had been opened by the ectoplasm hero. Narrates Izuku. From what I've seen so far, everything is normal. They teach classes like in high school. Math with ectoplasm, English with present tense, literature with cements. That was the most basic thing that an academy needed to be. So far that was it, but what interested me most was the class of heroes. What would we do in that class and with which teacher? End of Nara Izuku. Normal narration. We can see how everything was silent again, waiting for their next teacher. Ryo was playing with his pencil between his fingers with great skill, and Izuku was looking at the window while touching his table with his finger. Some were thinking a lot of things and others were talking to each other to pass the time. Although Monoma and others looked at the murderous duo with fear and hatred. Hahaha. The laugh was present in the place that was recognized by many, and Izuku had remembered that voice. I'm coming in like a normal person. At the door of the place, no one could be seen, no less than the symbol of peace himself, Almight. Hinoko. Yes, Almight. Tetsutetsu. It's amazing up close. The waist. Is your suit from the Silver Age? Ryuko. Looks incredibly creepy. Izuku and Ryo didn't say anything, they were just analyzing the blonde with their eyes carefully. Ryo apparently felt some fear and admiration when he saw him for the first time in person. Izuku had already seen it years ago, and without realizing it, he had used his transparent vision. Making his eyes completely black to look at the blonde in detail. Being able to notice how on one side of his body he had a small red aura, where his lungs were, one more damaged than the other. Izuku's mind. I have to make sure that's it. Almight. Alright, young people, today we're going to have a joint class with Class A, doing an activity that many of you might like, and that will be essential for your progress in becoming heroes. Sen. Excuse me, but what kind of training will we do with Class A? Almight. Haha, well young Kabara, what we are going to do today is combat training. Kendo. Training. Monoma. Of. Izuku Ryo's mind. Combat. Almight. And hear that. By pressing a button, the wall will display how many suitcases with numbers can be displayed. Almight. In these suitcases are the hero costumes you ordered ahead of time, so I need you to go to the locker room and put them on. I'll be waiting for you in the city where you took the entrance exam. But that said, the blonde left the room to go to the fake city first. Ryo. This is going to be weird. Izuku. You can say it like that. Change of scene. We can see how now in the locker room Izuku and Ryo were changing clothes. Izuku. Did you also base yourself on a ninja? Ryo. Yeah, it's just for my body, and you, it seems you've made more room for weapons. Izuku. Of course. When both boys took off their shirts, they revealed their well-worked bodies with some scars. Some were more prominent than others, like Ryo having one on his shoulder in the shape of an explosion. Izuku had two where he had on each shoulder as if he had been stabbed. It should be said that they are standing next to the boys from Class A and B, looking at them with amazement and strangeness. Liu Kang and Kung Lao were there too and were already ready. Creator's note. Kung Lao and Liu Kang's outfits are from Mortal Kombat X, end of note. Han had also dressed similar to Izuku's, but his was navy blue. But at that moment, someone who couldn't stand the humiliation of yesterday's launch test decided it was a good idea to threaten them. You damn extras. The explosive boy from yesterday was the one who shouted towards Izuku and Han. Izuku. Hey, don't you see we're talking? Don't bother us. Ryo. Who is that? Whispering to Liu Kang who was near him. Liu Kang. He's Bakugo, he's in our class, he's a pain. Bakugo. You damn extras, I plan to beat you in this test, no one can beat me just like that. Many were surprised to see how this boy was directly challenging some assassins, some thought it was brave of him, and others thought it was stupid to do so. Hoping that both of you take my challenge seriously or respond in some way. But only. Ahahahahaha. They laughed. That's right, both assassin duo Kure and Wu were laughing their heads off. Izuku. Hahaha, that was the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever done, hahaha. Han. Do you really think you even have a chance against one of us? Bakugo. Are they trying to fool me? Unable to finish, he felt something brush his cheek. The kunai with a cane had been responsible for what had been stuck into the wall. But it returned to its owner's hand, with Izuku being the one responsible for holding the kunai and the chain. Izuku. That's enough, kid. If you want to fight, wait for the test. Turning around to finish putting on the suit, but Liu Kang along with Kung Lao and Ryo passed by Policiniso's side. Ryo. You better pray that you don't end up with any of us. Smiling beneath his mask and walking out alongside the monk duo like one another. Bakugo decided to stay quiet and leave there very angry, he would just wait for the test to arrive to kick those extras' asses. Change of scene. Now we can see everyone was in front of the number one hero with their hero suits. Being very striking and colorful. And others being as simple and discreet as possible. Izuku and Han apparently despite being from different clans and families. Izuku had the black and silver color and a buckle with a symbol of his clan near his heart. Han also had the Wu symbol, but two on each side near his elbows. And more than that, each one had a real gun. Izuku had his trusty sword on his back and underneath his guards were two kunes connected to chains. Melissa, who was with her class, looked fearfully at the trio of murderers. She had a suit that she herself modified with the help of her father so that she could have almost acceptable handling, so she could use the one for all without having to take so many risks. Izumi. They're kind of scary. Melissa. Calm down Izumi-chan, we are with All Might, we are safe. Creator's note. Izumi's clothes are the same as Izuku's from the second season, end of note. All Might. Okay, since everyone is here now, I'll start explaining what this activity will be like. It will be like a real battle between teams of heroes and villains, it will be 2 against 2, the villains will have to defend a bomb for a period of time, which the heroes will have to find. Each team will go to different buildings to do their battles. But remember that if the fight reaches such extremes where you can end up seriously injured, I will stop the fight. Han's mind. Whatever. Izuku's mind. I hope I don't end up with Yaoi Rozu, I don't feel like taking care of someone. Momo's mind. I will give my all, I will be able to show that I don't need someone to take care of me, and especially your Kure. Bakugo's mind. I will finish you damn extras, no one will be above me. Melissa's mind. I'll show you what I've learned, Uncle Might. Shoto's mind. Kure clan, Wu clan, you are an obstacle, which I intend to overcome. All Might. Okay, first we'll make teams. I'm just going to mention the most relevant teams. Izuku Kure with Kendo Itsuka versus Bakugo Katsuki and Nito Monoma. Ryo Inaba and Sayu Asui versus Ijiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro. Liu Kang and Pony Tsunatori vs Kyoka Jiru and Kaminari Denki. Hung Lao and Tetsu vs Tageru Kamakiri and Satsuna Togek. Ai Hanwoo and Yui Kadai vs Shoto Todoroki and Shoji Mezu. Izuku's mind. It will be very fun. Smiling under his mask as he released some murderous aura. Hendo. Help me. End of chapter. Chapter 6. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 6. We can see how all the students were standing in front of the P symbol, wearing their hero costumes. Waiting for them to choose the order of the fights they will have, despite the fact that some were next to their companions, others did not even dare to approach their companions before. This is the case of the murderer's companions, Kure, Wu and Inaba. Hendo, Yui and Asui were apart with their class out of fear more than anything else. Izuku and his two fellow assassins were talking to each other while waiting for the order of the pearls. While the Shaolin monks were talking to their companions since they were not afraid of them at all. Izuku. I hope he starts this already. Ryo. You want to hit that explosive madman who provoked you, right? Ihan. Exactly yes, but in my case, it is personally against Todoroki, since the physical tests, he has not stopped looking at me. Ryo. Idiot boys full of arrogance are the ones who die the fastest in every type of combat. Izuku. You do understand me, Ryo. Almight. Very well, the first to fight will be the Sun team. Kurin Kendo, against Bakugo and Monoma. Izuku just smiled under his mask and looked at the two blondes next to him. The orange-haired girl was only even more nervous, as she didn't know if everything would turn out well or incredibly bad. Almight. Everyone for now go to the surveillance room, I will now take the teams that will face each other to their battlefield. The villain team would be Izuku and Kendo, and the heroes would be Bakugo and Monoma. All the others went to the surveillance room. Liu Kang. How do you think I'll do it? Ryo. Knowing Izuku, they'll need a good doctor and possibly a psychologist. With Izuku and Kendo. We can see how the green-haired man and the orange-haired woman were on the 8th floor of a building assigned to them, having a papier match bomb. Kendo. The bomb is very light, it will be easy to move it in case we need to. Izuku. I see. Kendo. Hey, we need a plan, don't you think? Izuku. I see. Okay, things were really awkward, the girl knew well that they would have to communicate with Izuku if they wanted to pass this test. But even though he wanted to show confidence, he was still afraid of Kure since he had heard of the feared assassins of said clan. She had even heard of the extinction of said clan, hinting that they were very important to the government, and now knowing that there were some survivors and that one of them was standing in front of her, it made her tremble. Even if I looked at him, I could feel his aura trembling. Izuku. Well, we have 5 minutes to think of a plan, so tell me your name quickly. Turning around to look at the orange-haired girl who quickly nodded. Kendo. My name is Itsuka Kendo. Izuku. Kure, Izuku Kure, very well Kendo, I already have a plan to be able to do this, first of all, one of us has to stay here. Kendo. But why does one have to stay? Wouldn't it be better if we were both here to have better protection? Izuku. Miss Kendo, I don't know if you just realized, but our opponents are a boy with anger issues who could even explode the floor we're standing on, and the other who is capable of copying quirks, he's surely going to do the same, and if my instinct doesn't fail me, he'll have copied more quirks from some of our class or from the A's, so the most prudent thing is to keep one in line and keep the other entertained until one comes to his aid to finish him off. Kendo. It's the most logical thing I've heard, but who will get the bomb? Izuku. You'll take care of that. Kendo. What? Why me? Izuku. Because up until now I was the one who said the plan, and because I have something personal against that idiot with the explosions, plus I highly doubt that the copycat will do anything to you beyond trying to knock you out. Kendo. But I won't be able to do it alone. Izuku. And who said you're alone, tell me something, do you like cats? Kendo. What is the reason for that question? Yes, I like cats, but why is that? At that moment, to Itsuka's surprise and fright, a black puma with bright red eyes emerged from Izuku's body. Letting out a slight growl, he stood next to Izuku and petted his head. But Kendo, by pure instinct, stood behind the bomb. Izuku. Shadow, Kendo, Shadow. Introducing the puma to the orange-haired girl, who stared at the girl to approach her. Kendo. No, will he do anything to me? Izuku. Just put your hand in front of his nose. Kendo. You won't hurt me, right? Izuku. No, of course not, he'll just rip off your finger if he doesn't like you. Kendo. What? Quickly taking out his hand, causing the green-haired man to laugh at that, although Shadow only came to where Kendo was to look at her for a few moments. Kendo slowly brought his hand closer to Shadow so that he could lick it and let him caress it. Kendo. It is something nice. Izuku. That's why you'll stay with him and I'll be in charge of separating them while I set some traps. Turning around to leave the room and leave the girl with the puma. Kendo. Is it safe to leave me alone with him? Izuku. Calm down, Shadow has already eaten, you don't have to be afraid of him, the more afraid you are, the more he will want to eat you. Smiling and laughing a little as he closed the door, leaving a scared girl next to her representation of anger. Shadow just looked at Kendo and growled a little. Kendo. Haha. But Bakugo and Monoma. Bakugo. I already told you, don't get in my way, that raccoon-eyed idiot is mine. Monoma. And why should I leave it to you alone? Remember, we also have to pass the test. Bakugo. Well, go get the bucking bomb yourself. As soon as I'm done with him, I'll come and put an end to all this. Monoma. Ah, you know what, do what you want. Monomeg. As soon as I'm done with you, I'll get my revenge on that idiot, no one humiliates me like that. Remembering how he had ended up on the floor for Izuku and Ryo that day. It's time to start the internal fight, good luck to both teams. Bakugo. Finally. Hitting an explosion with his hands to break a window in the room, being followed by Monoma, who made the same movement to follow behind him. Monoma. At least we saved ourselves the trouble of going through the main entrance, now we just have to find them. Bakugo. We're just going to blow up every room until it shows up. At that moment, a lot of smoke appeared in the place, accompanied by a hissing sound that made both of their skin shiver. Until white pupils appeared and then they saw how a kunai with a chain went against them. But they both quickly moved from there to see how that kunai stuck and quickly returned to where it came from. Letting himself be seen how Izuku had emerged from the smoke that had formed. Izuku. They are really good at escaping. Bakugo. Hahaha, now I'm going to kill you, you damn freak. Izuku. Are you going to kill me? Releasing more smoke with some fire that he lit on his chain. Izuku. Did you ever really kill someone? Monoma. Oh shit, I see you there. Running out of there to get the bomb. Izuku. I don't have to worry, the bomb is already safe, and you bomberman, let's dance, hahaha. Bakugo. Shinii. Launching himself at Izuku with a huge explosion that quickly turned into smoke to move from the place to be behind him. Then put your palm on his back and expel some fire. Izuku. Did they never tell you that it's idiotic to rush like that? Bakugo. Bastard. Launching himself again with his explosions, but Izuku quickly went against him imitating his action, but before he could get close he slid to the ground. And quickly stabbing his kunai into one of his gloves to use his strength and punch him in the back of his head. He then grabbed him by the head and slammed him roughly against the ground 3 times. But I lift him up to punch him in the face, which drew blood from his nose. Izuku. They hurt like hell, right? Smiling as he showed his bloody fist. Bakugo. Unfortunate. Launching himself at him again, this time Izuku drew his sword and moved quickly to be behind Bakugo. But he couldn't hear anything being cut and when he heard something fall to the ground, he was shocked to see how his right hand grenade glove had been cut. Izuku. You know if you come in a straight line, you're easier to slice, at least change your trajectory halfway. Bakugo. Shut up. With Monoma. We can see how the blonde had reached the floor where the bomb was, or so the map said. Monoma. Very well, according to what the map said, they should be here and with the help of Tetsu's quirk, it will be an easy task against Kendo. Being covered in metal, they then stood in front of the door and with 3 blows they had broken the entire door. Monoma. Very well Kendo, I will stay still and I won't hurt you. Going blank as he heard a loud roar coming from beside him and as he turned around. He had encountered red eyes with slitted pupils and a loud snort. Monoma. A puma. Kendo. You're finally here, hero. It's been a long time coming. Monoma. Where the hell did you get a puma? Are you crazy? Shadow only began to slowly approach the blonde, who began to back away from the fear he felt at that moment. Kendo. I see you've already met my little friend, his name is Shadow. Monoma. Kendo, this is serious, stop it. Using Yanagi's quirk, he began to throw himself at nearby targets such as sandbags and metal sticks and had to break a pillar of the structure in order to have more stones. But that was nothing, as the fierce feline was pulling out some sort of spikes, as if it could materialize, its tail lengthened, its claws and fangs grew larger to make it more terrifying. In the surveillance room. We can see how all the students were watching the fight, or well, the beating that Izuku was giving Bakugo. And how Monoma had been quickly neutralized by Kendo and Shadow. Ryo. I knew it would end like this, although I never thought it would bring out Shadow. Ihan. What an interesting way to bring out that animal. Liu Kang. Although I think he's going too far with the explosive boy. Hung Lao. It would be if the idiot were more realistic to realize that he won't be able to win against Izuku. Mind of All Might. The young Monoma was neutralized by that Puma and the young Kendo, although the young Kure still finishes the fight. That panther is similar to my gift. Said a boy with a crow's head looking at the black Puma with interest. Hey, don't you think that's enough? Pointing out how Izuku was hitting him a lot in the stomach and then hitting him with his palm in the face. Then to give him use his kunai and give him a strong uppercut with the handle of said weapon. Momo. Shouldn't the battle happen, Almight? The dark-haired girl said it with some sadness and concern for her dark-haired companion. In the fight. We can see how Izuku had given him a strong kick in the stomach that sent him against the wall. Izuku. You know I'm already bored, you would do me a favor if you stayed still and let me put your own ribbons on you. Showing the tapes that Bakugo had in his pocket. Bakugo. Enough with the games. Raising his hand with the only granada glove he had left. Izuku. Perhaps legs throw all the nitroglycerin you gather in that glove to explode the entire area, are you stupid? Bakugo. Shut up. That's the only way to prevent a phenomenon like you from surpassing me. Izuku. Kendo, grab a structure quickly. Speaking through the communicator to warn his partner, who quickly listened and was grabbed even more tightly by Shadow's tail to hold on. At that moment, Bakugo's explosion went straight against him, completely covering the Kure and destroying almost the entire floor where they were. That had completely shaken the building and let the sun in now on the floor where they were. Bakugo. Incredible, don't you think? The more I store in my gloves, the stronger the explosion, what do you have to say to that now? You're an idiot. That voice came through the smoke, revealing an Izuku standing there, completely unharmed without a single scratch on him. Bakugo. How the hell are you standing without any damage from that explosion? The others who were watching through the cameras were also surprised, even Bai-Han was surprised. Although his friends already knew how he did that. Izuku. Didn't you realize before? Raising his hand to show how it turned into smoke. Izuku. I don't just release smoke, I'm able to turn into smoke, thanks to that I avoid his attack. Bakugo didn't say a word, he just stood still looking at his hands that were shaking with fear. He felt scared. Bakugo Kitsuki, the boy who since he was a child was the strongest in his environment, was now being surpassed in every way by someone who is supposed to be an extra in front of him. Izuku. Kendo, are you okay, how is it up there? Touching his communicator to talk to his partner, briefly ignoring the explosive blonde as if it were nothing. Kendo. What happened with that jolt? Izuku. Oh, that, just the explosive idiot who used his grenade glove to almost destroy the floor. Kendo. How can you say that so calmly? Are you okay? Izuku. Don't worry, I'm unharmed. How are things upstairs? What happened to the blonde with the face that says his parents don't want him? Kendo. Monoma. He's already neutralized on the ground, Shadow scared him so much that he almost fainted and I tied him up. Izuku. With him out of this, only Bakugo remains, I'll finish him off once and for all. Cutting off communication to look him in the eye. Izuku. Well, Bakugo, I know a lot more about you, so the blow I'm going to give you will be personal. Bakugo. What? Izuku. You were a bully with all the quirkless in your school, you even look down on those who are not made for combat or hero work in your opinion, and even. His skin began to turn purple with a few veins throbbing. Izuku. I hated bullyings like you. Removal 25%, done. It's only 25%, I didn't find an image with a Kure with that percentage. Everyone through the cameras was speechless when they saw Izuku's new form. But Bai-Han would realize something. That was not the entire percentage that he could dominate. Izuku. Game over. Bakugo could only feel like something had hit his chest and he felt like his ribs broke. It was Izuku who had gathered the removal in his right fist to be a very painful impact, one where it caused him to lose his consciousness. Izuku. Oops, I meant to hit your pressure point, not break your ribs. The team of villains has won, the test is over. Izuku. Well, what can you do, Kendo, go down with Shadow. Kendo. I'll be right there. Izuku looked at the already unconscious Bakugo on the ground for a few seconds. Izuku. You're just an ant compared to me, let that be clear. Change of scene. We can see how now the green-haired boy was next to the orange-haired girl walking towards the surveillance room, having the two blondes behind them. Bakugo holding his ribs in a lot of pain and Monoma was alone with his head looking at the ground. Kendo. Don't you think we were a bit harsh? Izuku. No, that's what happens when they don't work as a team. Kendo. What do you mean by that? Izuku. If Bakugo had listened to Monoma about teaming up and fighting against me, maybe they would have had a small chance, but no, the idiot thought he could beat me with just his explosions, which obviously didn't happen. Monoma in his case may have been able to help him, since I don't really know the quirks of the others that I copy, that would have been a great advantage, and moreover, if it had been a real fight, he would have cut off Bakugo's head in an instant and Monoma's hands, not to mention the fact that they have destroyed the place they were trying to save. Arriving at the main room where everyone was, who had obviously listened very well to everything he said. Breaking both of their egos even more, although Monoma was somewhat happy to see that Izuku was acknowledging his plan. Izuku? I'm right, Almight. Almight. You are correct, young Kure. But Almight, how can you agree with him? It's true, he would have killed Bakugo. That's what Deity and the pink-skinned alien girl said. Ihan. Don't you see it, idiots? Burning the looks of everyone and more than the two who asked. Ihan. Did they forget that they are here to be heroes, maybe because they are going too far? Besides, if it had been a real fight, Izuku would have clearly finished him off a few moments ago like he said. Ryo. And since when does a hero decide to confront someone who has been through so much, experience in combat, weapon handling, murders, is destroying things unnecessarily doing good hero work? Izuku. You should try to cause as little damage as possible to the structures you are trying to save, do you only destroy them in order to finish off your enemy? The three assassins had said reasons with clear meaning in the way Bakugo and Monoma acted. Momo. They are right about that. But what are you saying? The girl with plugs in her ears asked this. Momo. Bakugo-san's way of acting was not correct for the situation, the one who did the correct way was Monoma by suggesting the plan and fighting as a team, things that Bakugo-san had refused to do to face his enemy, and only because of a personal quarrel, they were defeated. Izuku. Thanks for that Yayoi Rozu and you. Referring to the Deity who was on the ground when he felt something on his cheek and then saw something near his face, being the sword that Izuku was wielding. Izuku. Talk to me like that again, and you'll feel my pet slowly tearing your flesh away. Revealing Shadow's head that popped out of his shoulder to show his fangs. It goes without saying that almost everyone was scared when they felt the green-haired man's murderous aura. Kure. Was All Might's cry for him to stop, which he managed to do. Izuku. Take care of yourself for the next one, little man, the other time there will be no All Might that will save you from being castrated. Making the Deity tremble, who was quickly helped by his companions. At the same time Izuku left with his companions. Hung Lao. You did well. Liu Kang. A bit wild, but a good fight. Izuku. Thank you. Ryo. Too bad it wasn't real, I wanted to see how you used your sword. Ihan. You haven't used everything, have you? Izuku. Who knows? He. Ihan. Yes, you idiot. All Might. Okay, let's move on to the next fight. Change of scene. Next up to fight are Bai-Han Wu and Yui Kadai versus Shoto Todoroki and Mezu Shoji. We can see how the villains were Bai-Han and Yui. Yui. What's the plan? Ihan. First, let's put up a barricade to protect the entrance and windows. Looking at lots of bricks and some barrels. Yui. Let me take care of it. Heading to the place where all the barrels and bricks were, now being like a toy size. Ihan. Good quirk, it's very useful. Yui. Thanks, although it's not very cool, let's say. Ihan. Don't talk nonsense, it's a quirk that would be helpful in rescue moments, like pulling people out of the rubble. Putting everything while saying what a good quirk Yui had. Something that the brunette had taken well, since before in high school, everyone told her that her quirk would be useless. But now he was at the hero academy he always wanted to be at, where he was meeting new people who might be able to change his mind about his quirk. With Todoroki and Shoji. We can see how the octopus boy was putting his ears on the walls and then putting a mouth. Shoji. They are on the 4th floor in the north, apparently they are putting up a barricade at the entrance of the room. Shoto. So they're on the defensive, huh? You'd better go outside, it'll be dangerous. At that moment the bicolor placed his hand on the wall to begin freezing the floor where he was to begin expanding. Even when Shoji had gone outside, he was surprised to see how the entire building was frozen solid. On Bai-Han Yui. We can see how both of them were frozen from the feet. Yui. Now how do we get out of this? With his typical neutral face as he was trying to move his feet off the ice. Ihan. I'll let you take care of it. And at that very moment, footsteps could be heard near the door. Shoto. You better not try it, if you take your feet off the ice, your skin will be torn off and you'll barely be able to fight. Ihan. That's what you think. By that time the Wu had completely disappeared into the frosty ice. Surprised the two teenagers who were in the room. Shoto. Where did he go? At that moment a hand appeared on his shoulder. Ihan. Were you looking for me? On Shoji. We can see how the octopus boy was waiting for his partner. But at that moment a window had been broken by something falling. And the boy could see how that was Shoto who had fallen to the ground with part of his suit torn. At that moment he could hear someone standing behind him. And when he turned around he had been grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Ihan. Give up and you won't feel any pain from what they do. Starting to use his ice on the gray-haired man's neck, he tried to use his arms to hit him. But the Wu had completely frozen the boy's body, leaving only the neck and head area where he was holding. Shoji. Laughing at me. Not being able to do anything else and giving the victory to the villains. With Yui. We can see how the aforementioned was still frozen from the feet until Baihan appeared in front of her. Yui. We won so fast. Baihan. I already took care of them. At that moment a small monkey appeared, which took out some blades from its back to cut at high speed and free Yui. Baihan. Meet my friend, her name is Emma. Yui. Is it like the puma of Kure? Baihan. That's right, only I can summon it through my resentment, only Izuku brings it from anger. Yui. Resentment. Baihan. You've already asked several questions, let's go. Turning around for Enma to return to her body and begin her walk. In the surveillance room. We can see how some were dying of cold due to Todoroki's attack. Although Izuku and Liu Kang were making campfires to withstand said attack. Izuku. Haha, I finished quickly and I thought Todoroki would last longer. Ryo. He only uses his ice side, according to what I know, he can use fire and ice at the same time. Hung Lao. But why does he only use the ice side and cover the other part? Liu Kang. It will be a kind of training. Izuku. I don't know, the only thing he achieved was to disappoint me, I expected more from the son of number 2. Change of scene. The next to fight were Kung Lao with Tetsu versus Tageru Kamakiri and Satsuna Tokage. Where Kung Lao and Tetsu were the heroes. Where Kung Lao had a somewhat tough fight against Satsuna. Due to his quirk of being able to divide, he had some complications, but in the end he neutralized it and Tetsu took care of Tageru. The Mantis boy had been somewhat difficult due to his somewhat aggressive fighting style, but it was predictable. Something that with the help of Kung Lao, they managed to win. In the case of Liu Kang and Pony versus Kaminari Denki and Kyokajiru. It was a little easier than they thought. With the pony having to use its horns to hit all areas of the building, it managed to confuse Kyoka. Being the perfect opportunity for Liu Kang to make an appearance and attack. With the help of the pony, he uses his horns to support the monk in combat. Kaminari, wanting to show off in front of the girls, used more than the percentage he could handle. Liu Kang was able to hide in a room that was close to the area, but the blonde looked like an idiot with his thumbs up saying yes walking in circles. Giru, seeing that she couldn't fight Liu Kang and the pony at the same time, decided to give up. In the case of Ryo and Tsayu. It was a bit easier, although Ryo did more work than Tsayu. Ryo had barely entered the room to go for the bomb, he wasted no time and using his hair, he had cut all the Zero tape. And using his hairstyle, he had grabbed Zero by the legs to give him a strong kick in his jaw to knock him out. But Tsayu had taken it upon himself to slowly drop him to the ground, as Ryo had carelessly thrown him against the wall. Kirishima was the most difficult due to his quirk that managed to cut some of his hair. Something that Ryo obviously didn't take well, since he doesn't like having his hair cut. And quickly standing in front of him, he began to use his phantom rhythm to make the Riti dizzy. Besides remembering how he spoke to his friend, he punched him hard in the manhood, followed by a kick to his face that sent him against a window, almost knocking him off his feet. But Ryo held him with his leg hair to prevent him from falling and touched the bomb, giving them the victory. Although everyone continued with their training to keep practicing. He had made it clear that the 5 of them were the strongest in both classes and possibly the entire first year. Todoroki, remembering his fight against Baihan, was just angry for losing easily against him. Apparently his power was not enough to win. Melissa and Izumi also did well, although not enough to undo much. At the end of the class, luckily, no one was seriously injured. Almight. Very well, young people, the truth is that I was surprised by all the work you did, I congratulate you, tell me, how do you feel after your first training? Tsayu. If I speak for Class A, I'd say it's more comforting than being with Izawa-sensei. Earning a settlement of his entire class for it. Kendo. If I speak for Class B, it was a good way to see our flaws in combat. Earning some nods from some of his own kind. Almight. Very well, now go to your classrooms, your senseis are waiting for you, I will go see the results, goodbye. Running away at full speed from there, leaving everyone surprised by his speed. Although almost no one noticed that the assassins and the monks had disappeared. Being a gray-haired girl and an invisible girl. Hanizuku y Baihan. We can see how they were both in the hallways outside the locker room talking about their treatment. Baihan. And what is your answer? Izuku. We accepted the deal, it's good to know that we're looking for the same unfortunate person. Baihan. I'm glad to hear that, my uncle will be happy to hear it. In a few days we will go to his village to make the deal and form the alliance. Izuku. Alright, I'll see you later. Remember we still have bucking classes. Ihan. Oh come on, it's not that bad. Izuku. Whatever you say. At that moment Ryo had come out with the other two in their uniforms. After that, everyone returned to their classrooms waiting for the others. Although they clearly earned the attention of almost everyone for seeing how they arrived so quickly without anyone noticing, although one already knew how. Classes had been normal until dismissal time, when everyone went their own way and followed the train. Izuku clearly had to go find an alley so Uraraka could open a portal for him to go home. Although. Hey old San. Sip, Kendo, his partner in the combat training class, had found him on the way back. Izuku's mind, oh, for the love of God, do you hate me sir? God. Nope, I'm just doing it so you're less of a bitter piece of shit. Kendo. Are you heading to the station? Izuku. No, I was just taking a walk. Being as serious and dry as usual, but the girl apparently couldn't tell. Kendo. Hey, about training, I wanted to talk. A little nervous about not knowing how to talk to him because I still felt some fear. Izuku. What is it about? Kendo. Well, I wanted to thank you for helping me. I honestly didn't know what to do against Monoma. Izuku. Don't feel bad girl, it's normal, it's your first fight as a hero against a villain, you'll see that you'll improve. Trying to walk as fast as he could to avoid the girl who was keeping up with him. Kendo. There's something else I wanted to tell you. Izuku. What is it? Hurry please, I have to go. Finding an alley where there was no one. Kendo. CCR, do you think we can be friends? Izuku. Are you serious? Girl, I'm literally a murderer and the whole class and probably half of the students at the UA are afraid of me, why would you want to be my friend? Kendo. Well, it's just that, I thought maybe. Izuku. Sigh, look, it's not because I'm mean or anything, but you know that if you get too close to me, everyone will see you differently, but if you're okay with that, just make sure no one knows, unless you want to keep your reputation safe. Entering the alley and then quickly disappearing. Kendo stood there for a few moments, but when she tried to look down the alley it was too late, he had already left. She wasn't nearly as good at making friends, but she did manage to make some, but trying to befriend a Kure like Izuku was a reason to be brave enough or stupid enough to be. Although she was somewhat happy that her first friend from the academy was him, but now she would have to figure out how to talk to him without being the center of attention. But Izuku. We can see how the green-haired boy was being hugged by Kaina for his return. Alice. How did it go today? Izuku. Nothing out of the ordinary, just combat training. What do you mean, fight? It was Uraraka who had come from the top floor to come see him and take him by the shoulders. Uraraka. Did you win or lose? Izuku. Of course I won, I broke two of an idiot's ribs. Uraraka. That's how it's done. Izuku. The tutor was Almight, it was somewhat uncomfortable, to be honest. Kaina. That's weird, I thought those rumors were lies. Alice. How did it go with the Wu? Izuku. The deal is already made, he said that one of these days the clan leader will come here so he can talk about the agreement with the three of us. Alice. I'll take care of that. Kaina. Come on, love, go take a bath and then go out for a walk like wolves. Alice. Today was a great crop, tomorrow I need you to help me put everything in its boxes. Izuku. Of course. Izuku's mind. Today was a great day, I hope tomorrow will be something normal. The next day. We can see how at the entrance of the academy there were a lot of reports asking many questions to each student who passed by. Izuku's mind. I should on. End of chapter. Chapter 7. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 7. We can see how Izuku was near the entrance of the UA, but with an angry face. Due to a large crowd of journalists who were at the entrance of the academy. Asking a lot of Almight questions, since surely someone opened their mouth that he is a teacher. And obviously the vulture journalists will not hesitate to ask any student. Hey Izuku, how are you? Behind him had arrived Ryo, who fixed his gaze on the entrance. Ryo. I see that passing will be difficult. Izuku. I don't think so, we can jump the wall. Ryo. No, we can't. Izuku. What? Why not? Ryo. It's electrified, I saw it through the window when a squirrel tried to get through there. Izuku. Fantastic. Clearly hating himself knowing his plan to stop at the wall wasn't going to work. Ryo. Let's just go at it, if we ignore it and walk on by, it'll all be over. Izuku. I swear to God that if anyone lays a hand on me, I'll burn them to the bone or leave them like Todoroki. Ryo. Izuku. Izuku. Okay, can I at least hit him? Ryo. Yes, just don't break a bone, remember that these won't stop bothering you. Izuku. Okay, let's go. So the duo of murderous friends walked calmly towards the entrance. Until they were seen by journalists and they did not hesitate to go towards them. Reporter. You are from the Kure and Inaba clan, right? What can you tell us about your experience at the UA? Without even turning around to see them, they continued on their way to the door. Reporter. Can you at least tell us something about Almight as a teacher? Without even seeing them, they had finally entered the academy and they were also saved thanks to the fact that the shield girl and Midoriya had arrived, becoming the new victims of the reporters. Izuku. I can't believe it, I hope I don't see them when I get out of here. Ryo. You can say that, they don't know anything else but to annoy, I just hope they don't make things up about my hair. Izuku. Yes, I know, I just hope they don't say anything inappropriate about my clan, otherwise I'll plant a bomb in their stupid communication center. If you're going to do it, try to cover your tracks, you'd be doing me a favor. The two had seen Izawa pass by them and say that, well, he went to the entrance to help his students from the reporters who wouldn't let him in. Ryo. Did you hear the same thing as me? Izuku. Yep, Eraser just supported us in an illegal act. Ryo. It must be because he's fed up with reporters too. Izuku. He has a spot on my list of heroes I like. Ryo. Do you really have a list of that? Entering the classroom to go to his seat with his friend, ignoring the side of others. Izuku. I have a list of different types, you'd be surprised to see some of them. Ryo. Well, I don't judge you, I have some too. While they were talking, the girls were talking about their things, but they were still each in their own group. Endo was with Yui and Ryuko talking in a part of the room. Yui. So you talked to Kure and he didn't kill you? Endo. Yes, although it was a bit scary, I saw that he is a good person. Ryuko. Someone who takes murder as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Endo. It's true that there are some who do strange things that for her are normal, for them that is normal. Yui. Even if you have a point in that, nothing guarantees our survival Kendo. Endo. Come on girls, give him a chance at least. Ryuko. Okay, but if it turns out to be the opposite, you'll do whatever we ask. Endo. Okay, I will do it. Turning around to see how Izuku and Ryo were playing with their phone Street Fighter Online. Apparently they were very focused on the game without knowing that the trio of girls were about to go towards them. Endo had reached out to touch the green-haired wide-eyed boy's shoulder. But at that very moment the door was opened by Vlad King, causing everyone to turn around to see him, except for the assassin duo. They continued playing their game until Vlad fully entered the room. Vlad King. Good morning everyone. Students. Good morning, senseis. Vlad King. Take a seat, I want to talk to you about something important. Izuku. Let's finish later Ryo, I was going to beat you anyway. Ryo. You're right, and in your dreams, I had more life. Vlad King. Anyway, I just watched all the recordings of your matches yesterday, and let me tell you, some of you did very well, and although to my surprise, Kure, Inaba and Kendo, you three were the ones who took the role the most seriously. Kure, you did very well, despite being somewhat harsh with your opponent since it was practice, you acted like a professional when it came to acting, despite the fact that you got carried away against Bakugo, you should have finished earlier, next time you should finish off your enemies quickly when you have the chance. Izuku. Is bien sensei. Vlad King. Kendo, despite the fact that you did little by receiving help from Kure, you have done an excellent job in protecting the bomb and neutralizing your enemy. Kendo. Thank you sensei. Vlad King. You Inaba, you put up a great fight against your opponents, but even so, you must learn to control yourself, you were somewhat excessive, especially against the Kirishima boy, learn to measure your strength. Ryo. Understood. Vlad King. And everyone, I know someone and others lost, don't feel bad, but you have shown a lot despite doing your first combat training, although I'm sure many know that they have an idea of what they failed at and have to improve. All. See sensei. Vlad King. Very well, right now we are not going to have class, because we are going to do a normal activity where everyone will be involved. Everyone's mind. An activity. Satsuna's mind. A pop quiz. Testatetsu's mind. Another kind of training. Away's mind. Something related to both at the same time. Vlad King. They're going to elect their class president. Everyone at that moment went crazy and started putting themselves forward as candidates for the position. All except Izuku and Ryo who were the calmest. Izuku staring boredly out the window and Ryo playing with his pencil. Both of them obviously didn't want to do any of that because they found that responsibility very boring. To the point that Vlad King silenced them with a shout, looked at them angrily, and said that he would put it to a vote. But even though some of them knew each other very little, they knew who to vote for because they trusted them. The voting thus concluded. Kendo with 5 votes. Monoma with 3 votes. Izuku with 2 votes. Ryo with 2 votes. And the rest had voted for themselves. Vlad King. Very well, it seems the votes were like this, Kendo as class president and Monoma as vice president. Kendo. I don't know who voted for me, but thank you, I'll do my best. Monoma. Same here. Lad King. Well guys, until now you will be the class representatives, you will occasionally come to meetings with me to report important things to the whole class. By that time the bell had rung throughout the academy. Even to understand that it is already lunchtime. Change of scene. Now we can see how Izuku and Ryo were with their 3 friends. Sip, Baihan had become friends with all of them, especially the monks since they were in the same class. Izuku. How did you guys do? Quietly eating his bowl of rice, ignoring the glances of some students from different classes. Liu Kang. A bit calm, really, they just gave their opinion about the results of the training. Hung Lao. They told me that I have to support my partner more next time. Izuku's mind. Eraser still has that trauma, it's understandable. Baihan. He just told me not to be so rude during training, and the Todoroki boy kept looking at me badly. Ryo. Heh, be careful that he falls in love with you. Causing laughter from the others while Baihan just showed the middle finger to the long black-haired boy. Hung Lao. In addition to what the class representatives have now chosen. Izuku. You too. Liu Kang. Who are yours? Izuku. The Kendo girl I teamed up with and the other blonde Monoma. Ryo. Who are you? Baihan. The boy Lita and the girl Yaoi Rozu. Izuku's mind. Well, I'm not surprised, she was always very smart, it's normal that they chose her. Liu Kang. We have no problems, after all, they are the smartest in the class. Izuku. Well, you're right about that. Everyone was talking in the calmest way. Plus, a few tables away you could see the girls from class A. Mina. I'm still scared that they're here. Toru. What surprises me most is that they're still here after leaving our comrades. Looking with the others at another table at Bakugo with some bandages and band-aids. At another table, Todoroki could be seen with a small cut on his face due to Baihan. Momo. It may have been training, but the method they used was somewhat excessive, but the way they did things and their way of acting were appropriate for the occasion. Melissa. Yaoi Rozu-san is right, they acted as they should in the roles they were given. Izumi. Although they were still very scary. Uraraka. Well, the teachers and the principal are watching over them, we're safe, I guess. Mina. Besides the fact that there are 2 Shaolin monks with them, I think we can be sure. Jiru. She has a point there, although they seem to be somewhat civilized. Watching as the killers were eating in the most peaceful way possible, though clearly joking around with each other. Izumi. Maybe they aren't so bad after all, right? Melissa. Still, it's better to be sure first, we don't want to take any risks. Momo. She's right. Momo's mind. Although Kure may look like a savage, he is very good at talking and not being scary. Remembering how she spoke to him when she met him, although she admits that she behaved badly with him that day. Her pride as a Yaoi Rozu wasn't going to let her say that she was wrong in front of everyone, although she was clearly going to do it in private when she had the chance. At the same time Kendo was at a table with the girls from his class. Looking into the distance at Izuku and Ryo, but continued eating his lunch. Kendo mind. I didn't have the chance to talk to him, we just became friends yesterday, I think, and just when I want to talk to him, the sensei appears, not to mention that he didn't bother to look at me or talk to me. Continuing to eat while listening to Setsuna and the others talking about their stay at the academy. But. At that moment an alarm was heard throughout the place. And all the older students knew what it was and started running for the exit. While the first years barely realized that it was a level 3 signal, they didn't hesitate to imitate it. Baihan. Should we do something? Watching as Izuku and Ryo were still eating their food as if nothing had happened. Even both monks had been worried about that. Izuku. No. Hung Lao. Ryo. This is none of our business. Liu Kang. But what if it's a real emergency? Izuku. It's just an alarm, let the teachers take charge, in case it gets more dangerous, we'll intervene. Taking his soft drink very calmly. Baihan. Good point. Taking a seat again to continue with his meal. Although clearly both monks did not know what to say about it, follow what their friend said or do anything. But before they could continue rambling, they heard a scream. Please calm down everyone, it's the journalists. Being too loud to be heard from where they were. Izuku. Come on, I told you. Finishing eating to look at his friends with a slight mocking smile. Ryo. If it had been a real emergency, Almight or all the teachers would have gone to the entrance. Baihan. You're right about that, I had been worried for nothing. Izuku. Besides, it's something very humiliating for the UA. Liu Kang. Why do you say that? Ryo. Don't you see it? Hung Lao. Can you stop with the riddles and just say it straight? Izuku. I mean that students who aspire to become heroes were alarmed by some simple journalists, and they are supposed to be trained to fight against dangerous villains. It sounds very funny to see how panic spread like this in the best academy where the best heroes come out, haha. Obviously, he wasn't subtle at all when it came to measuring his voice and making almost everyone who returned hear what the green-haired man said. Many felt great shame upon hearing that, but others apparently felt hatred upon hearing how Izuku expressed himself and made fun of everyone despite being right. Izuku, if you dare to respond with any argument to defend your cowardice, I will cut out your tongue. Turning to look at some who were near his table with a fork in their hand. Scaring many, besides telling that Ryo and Bai-Han looked at the others with their hair levitating and another with some ice frost coming out of his hand. Scaring everyone who went back to their tables to continue with their lunch. Yui. I'm hurt by what he said, but he's partly right. Ryuko. I agree with that. Kendo. Well, at least nobody got hurt, right? Looking around to see that his companions are not hurt. Change of scene. Now we can see everyone retreating to their homes again. With Izuku filling in there with Ryo and Bai-Han, since Kung Lao and Liu Kang had already taken their train. Izuku. What do you think happened for the door to turn into dust? Bai-Han. The only thing that's happening is that it wasn't the journalists, I doubt anyone would have the guts to do that. Ryo. I agree with that, they may be desperate to talk to Almight, but I doubt they'd go to such extremes to do that. Izuku. Do you think it is related to any particular villain? Ryo. It's the safest thing to do, but I think he's too dumb to do that if he knows member 1 is in the UA. Bai-Han. He must be very stupid or have enormous guts to do that. Izuku. It doesn't matter, if the director doesn't give us permission to intervene or kill, we can hardly do anything. Ryo. What can you do? Remember that the academy's reputation is everything. Bai-Han. Okay guys, I'll leave you here, I'm leaving now, I'll see you later. Being covered in ice to disappear. Izuku. He sure knows how to leave in style. Ryo. That's true, well, I'm leaving too, old man, I'll see you tomorrow. Taking a big leap to jump on top of a train and leave. Izuku. And I'm already alone, I'd better get back now. Seeing a perfect alley to warn a portal. Hey sen boy. Izuku turned around upon hearing his last name, seeing that it was Kendo. Kendo. Were you about to leave? Izuku. Yes, weren't you going to go home? Kendo. Well, since I saw you alone, I thought, why don't we spend some time together? Izuku. I don't know, don't you have a place to go with the girls in class? Kendo. It's that they already left, Ryuko had to go look for a dark book and Yui disappeared without me noticing. Izuku. Well, looks at his phone at the time, I think I can spend a little more time. Kendo. Okay, come on, join us for a while. Taking the green-haired man's forearm. Izuku. What is the idea exactly? Kendo. I want to at least talk for a while to get to know each other, we are friends. Smiling as he continued to drag the Kure, which didn't put up any resistance, maybe he could relax. Change of scene. We can see how now they both had a hamburger and a soda each in their hands. Izuku. So your parents own a karate dojo? Kendo. That's right, I've been taught since I was a child, I've always been very interested in martial artists. Although Izuku wasn't very hungry, he was surprised to see how Kendo was devouring his burger, it was as if he had eaten for days. Izuku. I see you were hungry. With a slight smile and a drop of sweat on his head. Kendo. The diet I follow and the training don't let me eat many things, I need a treat from time to time. But at that moment the girl had noticed something else as she wiped off what little she had on her face. Kendo. Do you suppose I eat too much? Izuku. Huh. Of course not. Smiling sideways while having some sweat on his forehead. Kendo. Your face tells me otherwise. I only ate a little. Izuku. Calm down Carrot, I didn't think anything strange. Kendo. What do you mean, Carrot? Izuku. Haha. But what do we have here, are you Kendo? The voice the girl had recognized well and a smile disappeared. Izuku had noticed that, but he decided to stay quiet and stay out of the way first. What's up Itsuka? Aren't you glad to see me? Being a blonde scream with glasses and a hairstyle quite common in gang members. Kendo. What do you want, Teda? In a very serious and cold way, which made the Kure smile. Izuku's mind. Oh, the Carrot got angry. Izuku. Hey Kendo, who is this? Kendo. Just an idiot. My name is Teda Kasaki, I'm Itsuka's boyfriend. Kendo. Idiot ex-boyfriend. We broke up a long time ago. Getting angrier saying that word. Kasaki. Come on Itsuka-chan, don't be like that, don't you remember how much fun we had? Kendo. That was before I saw you cheating on me. Izuku's mind. A wave like in Ermax novels. Kasaki. That was a thing of the past. Kendo. I don't care about the past or the future, idiot, I'm busy now with my friend. Standing next to Izuku to be seen by Kisaki and the two boys who came with him. Kisaki. And who is this idiot? Izuku. Hello imbecile, I'm Kurizuku, a pleasure. Giving him a smile with a small scary aura. Making Kisaki shiver a little at that but smiled in response. Kisaki. With a Kure, a clan full of useless people who died years ago, is he the one who gives you kendo? Creator's note. Idiot. End of note. Without anyone present expecting it, Kisaki was on the floor with a fist in his face. Izuku being responsible, with a single blow he had knocked down Kisaki and left him unconscious, apart from breaking some of the wax they were standing on. Izuku. First and foremost, she is a lady, and she deserves respect. Removing his fist that had some Kisaki blood that came out of his nose from the blow. Izuku. You guys come, take this idiot and get out if you don't want to end up like him, or worse, if you don't want to die. Pulling out one of his retractable blades from his forearm with some purple fire. Scaring the duo, they took their boss and left, while Izuku removed his blade. Looking at Kendo, who was surprised to see the green-haired boy's action, but a slight blush on his cheeks at being defended from his former idiot. Izuku. Sorry Kendo, I have to go, thanks for the outing, it was fun. Turning around to walk into the nearest alley. At the same time Kendo came out of shock and tried to stop Izuku. But it was too late, the Kure had disappeared. Kendo. I wanted to thank you. But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned appearing in the living room of his home in his village. But having someone in front of him, he least expected it. Kinda. Where have you been, love? With a smile on his face but with his arms crossed. Izuku. Hello honey, how are you? What are you doing here? Kinda. Don't avoid the question, love, where were you hiding? Now with a more serious tone and the anger was noticeable. Izuku. I swear I didn't do anything wrong, love, I had a good reason. Kinda. And what would that matter be? Izuku. Let's just say I had a minor run-in with a trio of low-level gang members and I was left playing with them. Kinda. Really? Izuku. Love, I would never tell lies when you swallow that kind of things, much less to you. Kinda stared at him for a few moments to see if he would react to any lies. Which was not the case, since Izuku had said what Kinda had said, but he did not tell him everything he wanted. Kinda. Well, I believe you, sorry about that, I tried to sound intimidating. Izuku. And that drives me crazy, by the way, where are the other two? Kinda. Hermax-san is out planting the crops and Hollis-san went to do some work. Izuku. Woof, at least a moment of peace without those crazy people in here, I'm going to take a shower and then I'll watch TV. But the purple-haired girl had forcefully placed her hand on his shoulder. Kinda. What do you say if you bathe with me? Biting his ear with a flirtatious tone to press his chest at the same time back of the younger Kure. Izuku. Haha, I would never refuse your proposals, love, and more than soon for someone. Touching the purple-haired girl's belly gently, which made her smile. Kinda. I know I won't be the only one, but I'll always have the privilege of being the first of all. Taking the green-haired man in a deep kiss that lasted a few seconds that they both enjoyed. Kinda. Leave your things, I'll wait for you in the bathtub. Giving her one last kiss on her cheek before starting to climb the stairs. Moving her hips provocatively, increasing the green-haired man's desire. Izuku. Sigh, that woman is worth gold, I would be an idiot if I let her go. Starting to unbutton his shirt to start climbing the stairs. It had been 5 days since then. Izuku and Kendo had managed to form a good friendship between them. Although he clearly hadn't made it public to anyone in particular. Not even Ryo knew about that, and he was Izuku's best friend who knew everything he did. Kendo asked me to give Yui and Ryuko a chance to talk. Although that hasn't happened yet, he promised that he would do it in due time, after all, not much has happened yet. Although it came on a rather unexpected day. Lad King. We're going on a field trip with the entire Class A to a special place. The Wace. Excuse me, what exactly are we going to do? Lad King. This is an activity in which there will be the two of us, Almight, and a hero who specializes in the topic we will be doing. By this time his suits had been packed away. Lad King. I need everyone to go change into their suits, I'll be waiting for you outside, don't be too long. Leaving the room while everyone had taken their suitcases to head to the locker room. Ryo. Hey old man, are you feeling okay? Watching as his companion had felt a slight chill before taking his suitcase. Izuku. Yeah, I just feel like something bad is going to happen. Ryo. Don't worry, it shouldn't be anything, at least if we don't count that All Might will be with us and will be watching us so we don't do anything crazy. Izuku. I think you're right, I'll believe you. Taking his suitcase to start heading to the locker room. Ryo. By the way, haven't you thought about changing the color of your suit? I have some ideas in mind. Izuku. I was thinking about that too, I already have a new one in case of a spare. Ryo. Do you have it there? Izuku. Nope, I plan to use it when this suit is destroyed. Ryo. I hope to see that soon. Izuku. Are you salting me? Ryo. Maybe. Change of scene. We can see how everyone was now outside in their hero costumes. Izuku and Ryo with their companions talking. Liu Kang. And that's why my suit is inspired by Bruce Lee. Izuku. That explains a lot, you would only need the nationality to be related to him. Kung Lao. It's the same thing he always said in Washi. Han. Well, leaving the paper Bruce Lee. Liu Kang. Hey. Han. What do you think we'll do today? It must be something important to take the two clays just like that. Kung Lao. It must be a special training. Izuku. I just hope it's fighting again, I want to hit that Muslim again. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Bakugo who was standing alone at one end. By this time all the buses had arrived and each class got on. On the way they were taken, each one was talking about different things. Although for better or worse, Izuku had been paired with Ryuko Yanagi. One of the girls Kendo asked to talk to and befriend. Ryo had been given Sen, but the Inaba had fallen asleep. Ryuko. Time. Izuku. Hour. Those simple words were more than enough to leave a mutual silence between them. Izuku already knew those kinds of girls and it was better to keep quiet or risk speaking. Ryuko. Kendo had told me things about you. Izuku. He also told me things about you, Yanagi-san. Ryuko. Kure-san, there is something I always ask you, can I do it? Izuku. It depends on what kind of question it is. Ryuko. Is it normal for your clan to have more than one quirk? The silence of just 10 seconds was very suffocating. She thought he wasn't going to answer. Izuku. Yes, it's normal, the Kure and the Wu can have more than one quirk naturally, but it depends. Ryuko. What do you mean by, it depends? Izuku. Quirks usually appear on their own like any other, but one at a time, but also where they appear depends on your circumstances, the environment or the situation in which they are. Ryuko. Are you saying that you might get another quirk at any moment? Izuku. That's it girl. Ryuko. Could you tell me how many quirks you have, if you would be so kind? Izuku. Well, if you ask so. The first is the purple fire. This is a hotter fire than normal, if it reaches maximum heat, it would be able to rival Endeavor's heat for brief moments. Ryuko. I'm very interested, does that cause you bills? Izuku. Nope, nothing ever happened to me from using or overdoing it. Ryuko. I see, please continue. Izuku. The second are retractable blades that appear through my forearms, they are as sharp as a sword, although I can also have them in my nails. Showing him his hand and the area where his blades came out. Ryuko. It is something similar to that of Kamakiri. Izuku. Only I can take out 2 of my arms, that boy's is better in many ways being able to take it out through other sides of his body. Ryuko's mind. At least he's honest in seeing that his quirk isn't that much, not like that crazy guy from class A. Izuku. The third is called an Enra. I am able to turn smoke into my entire body and use it for combat, I am almost intangible. Ryuko. Do you need to smoke to do it? Izuku. No, just thinking about it and I turned into smoke, I can also use it as a weapon, being smoke, it is dangerous for the human body, it would be burned inside from the amount of smoke that enters it. Ryuko. This makes 3. Izuku. The other one is called shadow. It's the smoke you saw in training, it's like the representation of my anger, once I was very upset and I took all that out in the form of my puma. Ryuko. She is able to enlarge her claws, but can she materialize? Izuku. Yes, it forms a small puddle of itself to pass through the ground, although if it is destroyed, it returns to me to regenerate again. Ryuko. So she's able to defeat him. Izuku. The last one is not as destructive as the others, but it is very useful, it is called transparent vision. Ryuko. How do those skills help? Izuku. It darkens my eyes, but it gives me the ability to see through the body of any living being, its heart, lungs, bones, in other words the entire human body, and capable of seeing if any organ is bad or failing. Ryuko. That's it, interesting and a bit weird, don't take it the wrong way. Izuku. Nah, tranquila. Ryuko. Son todos. Izuku. Yep, that's all, so far. Ryuko. They are really interesting quirks, they are perfect for combat, how chilling. Izuku. Thanks I guess. Lad King. Very well, we're here, get off one by one. Izuku. Well Yanagi, it was a good conversation, we'll talk later. Standing up to lift his friend Inaba and leave with him. Once inside the large dome, they were surprised to see that this place was the Udges, a place where different disaster zones are shown. Also featuring the presence of the space heroine 13, who began to explain everything about the different zones and the disasters they will face, as well as how quirks can kill people without meaning to. But no one had noticed anything that was happening until someone noticed. Kirishima. Sensei, what is that thing? Izawa. What thing? Turning around and seeing where his student is pointing. Seeing how in the middle of everything, a kind of dark fog had formed that quickly increased in size. At the same time, the lights at the entrance had been destroyed. Ihan. What the hell is this? At that moment many people had begun to appear. The teachers and the murderers had understood very well what this was about. As far as they saw, someone with multiple dead hands appeared on the scene, appearing to be the leader of all this. But that wasn't the whole surprise, as Izuku and Bai-Han were left with their eyes wide open when they saw three people in particular. They were Wu from the Western faction. Ignore Edward, it's just Fabio and Solomon. But Izuku had trembled at the sight of something even worse than those three Wu. The name. An overly large, muscular Nomu appeared before everyone and stood next to the man with dead hands. Which made Izuku's hand start to shake. This was noticed by his friends and even more so by some of the other classes. Izawa. They are real villains. Putting on his fighting mask and taking the bandages off his neck. Izawa. 13, assure the students, Vlad and I will take care of this. 13. Right away. Hendo. But what happened to the safety sensors? Ihan. They must have been hacked, they may be small-time villains, but they're not that dumb. Izawa. Listo Vlad. Vlad King. Of course. So both heroes launched an attack while 13 took the students. But Izuku didn't move, the memories of that day had returned when he saw that thing again. Ryo. Izuku, what are you doing, let's go. Shouting to his friend who stood still while still shaking. But first of all, a giant fog appeared at the exit in front of all the students. At the same time, one of the Wu Hell stood next to Izuku. His name was Pillar Wu, a very thin man with very long arms. Upon seeing Izuku, he recognized him, since it was no secret among the clans to know the relatives of said clan. Tyler. Oh, hello Izuku, I'm so glad to see you, hahaha. Putting his hand on the green-haired boy's head to start moving it. Being noticed by others who cared about their friend and others barely seeing a real killer. Tyler. Haha, I never thought I'd see you here, shorty, a Kure hero. Hahaha, you must be joking. Izuku's hair covered his eyes as it continued to be moved back and forth by the pillar. Tyler. This has to be the best joke I've ever heard, huh? At that moment he had felt something touch his chin, but in full view of everyone. The pillar head had exploded with blood spurting out. Everyone had seen how Izuku had a magnum revolver pistol in his hands. Being the weapon with which he blew Pilar's head off. With some blood on him he looked up at the other two Wu and the guy with the hands. Izuku. They're dead. End of chapter. Chapter 8. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 8. An immense silence completely invaded the Udges. It wasn't just the students and teachers. If not also all the villains who had come to invade and kill Almight. But they were not just common villains as they believed, but also three Wu Hell or well, two Wu Hell came. In addition to having a Nomu, one of those monsters that destroyed the Kure village. The silence was due to the fact that Izuku Kure had blown up Pilar Wu's head with a shot from his magnum revolver, blowing his head off completely, since no one knew when he had pulled out the weapon. Izuku. You're dead. These were the words that came out of Izuku's mouth in front of everyone, but were directed especially to the Wu Hell. At the moment. Everyone was watching as Izuku proceeded to point his gun at Fabio and Solomon. Izuku. You guys continue. Crushing what little remained of the pillar head. Without wasting time, he took a big leap and started shooting. Ryo. Oh my god. Ihan. Well, what can you do, that was coming. Jumping to be followed by Ryo. 13. Hey, wait. Liu Kang. Come Kung Lao. Kung Lao. You don't have to tell me that. 13. You two don't go too. Unable to finish seeing how both monks also went. They are the ones who are crazy. Screaming purple-haired dwarf with purple balls instead of hair. Hendo. What's wrong with them? With Izuku. Exploding the head of a four-armed man with blue skin with a shot. And using his other hand he takes out his blades and slices the head of a woman with some kind of grey whip hair. Izuku. Fabio, Solomon. I'm coming for you damn things. Activating his fire to burn alive a long-necked man wearing a skull mask. Dylan 1. Come on Kure. Kure. I'll take care of it. He tried to use his whips to catch Izuku, but he turned into smoke and appeared behind Kure. He fell to the ground with his head cut off, but his friend would be killed by a shot between his eyes. Vlad King. Kure. You're supposed to kill us. Izuku. The deal was to protect the students at all costs. Watching as someone was about to stab him in the back. But before he could defend himself, a black mane of hair had taken him from his head and body, and then he was cut into pieces. Ryo. You don't have to get distracted, old man. Picking a mantis girl in the face. At that moment a great burst of fire shot above him, giving him the impression that a round-shaped man had fallen to the ground. Liu Kang. I highly doubt that these are all of them. Kung Lao. Behind you. Throwing his hat at a green bull-like villain who fell to the ground, saving Vlad King from being attacked from behind. Bai Han barely touched the ground and had completely frozen a few of them, but beyond that, he had completely frozen them. Passing by him and pushing a few who were in his way who ended up dead when they fell and were destroyed. Bai Han. Are your people so weak that they need these woo idiots? More and more villains began to gather around them and the two heroes present. Izuku. Let's dance. Smiling as he fired and revealed his blades. Being seen by the Wu Hell and the light blue-haired guy who started scratching his neck. At the same time that purple fog that was next to him had disappeared. The students who were at the entrance had different reactions when seeing these scenes. Monoma. And this is horrible. Watching as Izuku blew a woman's head off and then used his kunai to pierce the heads of two twins, ripping out their spines. Momo's mind. I knew they were capable of murder no matter what, but this. Seeing how Ryo had split the villains in half with his hair and at the same time he had strangled two others until his neck snapped. Bakugo, despite being a bully in front of everyone and growing up to be the best, sometimes even threatening to kill, never went to such extremes, and it was the first time he was watching murders from the front row, and they do it as if it were the most normal thing in their days. He was trembling with fear as the confrontation against Izuku came to mind. Realizing that he would have died at any moment if Izuku hadn't held back. Oase. What is that? Looking back and drawing everyone's attention to the purple fog reaching where they were. Nice to meet you, young people, my name is Kurajiri and we are the League of Villains. Momo's mind. This is bad. Listening to how that fog called Kurajiri was explaining the reason for the invasion towards them and that his true motive was to kill Almight. Izuku had noticed that along with Kung Lao. The latter had thrown his hat and Izuku took a great leap towards the entrance. At the same time someone went behind Izuku, being seen by Liu Kang, who tried to launch a burst of fire. But this same one had been deflected by a wave of wind and when the black-haired man turned around, he could see how Bai Han was in front of him, stopping a fist that was inches from his face. Bai Han. Attacking a rookie from behind is typical of you. Solomon. As if a weak little brat like you would know what murder is. Using his other free hand to try to cut it with his knife. But he used a water cannon to push it away, now having distance. Liu Kang. Thanks for that. Bai Han. Be careful Liu Kang, this guy is dangerous, don't take your eyes off him and fight with everything you've got. Liu Kang. I understand. Solomon. I'll kill them and sell them in pieces. Izawa and Vlad King saw what was happening and tried to go help them, but the masses of villains kept appearing. At the same time, Kung Lao's hat had struck Kurajiri in its metallic center at the entrance. Making him retreat and accompanied by some shots from Izuku who was arriving. You're still very slow. Looking to his side to see Fabio giving him a massive kick that sent him flying into the stairs. But at that moment Izuku raised his hand to pull Shadow out. Izuku. Go against that fog and secure them. The puma obeyed and jumped away. Fabio had seen that and tried to fire a beam of light, but a burst appeared in front of him and Izuku launched a kick that was blocked by the black-haired man. Fabio. I never thought one of the Irio grandchildren was still alive. Izuku. Well, I'm in front of you and I'll cut off your head, just like my grandfather did to your brother. Putting his hands together, he launches a cannon of purple fire that knocks Fabio to the ground. Milano 1. Fabio-san. Villain 2. Impossible, he took down a Wu like it was nothing. At that moment Fabio had stood up to smile and take out a sphere of light. Fabio. You'll die, you damn brat. Izuku. Come see if you can. At the entrance. Kung Lao tried to throw his hat at Kurajiri again. But the latter wasted no time and increased his purple fog to trap everyone. Shadow only managed to get to Kendo and Momo's side to avoid being harmed. But most of them were missing, including Kung Lao who was with them. The Shaolin monk had seen how he was falling into a large area of water. Looking around to see a ship nearby, he threw his hat down as it fell. But he managed to visualize how close to him were Mineta Minoru and Kinoko Komori. Taking them by their legs and arms and then being transported with them inside the ship. Kung Lao. Are you both okay? Mineta. Thank you very much. Trembling with fear as he fell many meters from the sky and faced many villains. Kinoko. I thought I was going to die. Breathing slowly to calm himself, he placed his hand on his chest as he felt his heartbeat accelerate. Moment when someone stood on the edge of the boat, being the frog girl of her class. Kung Lao. Sans dog. Sai. Call me Tsayu-chan. Hung Lao. Well, Tsayu-san, is that all of us who are here? Tsayu. It's most likely, the only thing I saw down there were the villains who specialize in water. Hung Lao's mind. This is bad, I hope the others can hold on until I can go help. At the same time I heard how Mineta began to cry from fear and Kanoko was trembling. Making the monk sigh deeply upon seeing the companions he had now, at least Tsayu was somewhat calm. Tsayu. What should we do, Lao-san? Hung Lao. Okay, this is what we'll do. While the Shaolin monk was forming a plan with his companions, others seemed to have an easier time. Aya. It was the cry of a villain who had lost his right arm due to a large bite from fangs. That person responsible was Shadow, who had ripped off that man's arm without any mercy, while protecting and fighting with the 4 students who had been transported with him. Those were Momo Yaoi Rozu, Kendo Itsuka, 2 you already knew about Izuku, and that Shadow too, being part of Izuku. The other 2 were Kyoka Jiru, a girl with a somewhat short stature and with somewhat peculiar clothes, being a rocker, her quirk allowed her to have a kind of headphone connectors that hung on her ears. The other was Kaminari Denki, a blonde-haired boy with a black lightning mark, his quirk was electricity. It may be a pretty strong quirk for many, but there was a problem. Aya. Yep, that scream was from the boy, the only bad thing about him was that he was a bit stupid and apparently scared. Unlike the girls who seemed to be braver as they were facing the villains without any fear. Kaminari. Hey, at least give me a gun too. Jiru. You're a man, right? Cover yourself. Blocking a villain's short sword attack, he was finished off with a slash from Shadow. Jiru. You should learn a little from that Kurapuma. Kaminari. How are you going to compare me to a murderer's pet? Shadow, hearing that, didn't hesitate to look at Kaminari and start growling at him with his red eyes that shone. Scaring the blonde who stepped back a little. Momo. Can you stop acting like that, we should focus on getting out of here. Attacking with a kick a villain who tried to stab Jiru in the back. Kendo. She's right, try to do something for yourself. Punching an enemy with his giant fist and then kicking Kaminari who collided with the villain who had been trying to hit him since then. Electrocuting him to knock him out, realizing he could use them against them. Shadow had lengthened his tail so he could kill many with a single attack. Being the perfect opportunity for Momo to create a blanket that completely covered her and the other 2 girls. Momo. Now Kaminari. The blonde had understood the signal and being surrounded by many rays, raised his hands. Kaminari. So, I can be strong. Shadow, seeing this, did not hesitate to get to safety, being helped by Kendo who lifted the blanket a little so that the Puma could get on them. And being the opportunity for Kaminari to release a huge electric charge to the entire area in front of all the villains who were not saved. Once the download happened, Momo had lifted the sheet a little to see all the villains on the floor. Momo. Lucky you believe this, at least it's over now. Jiru. Yaoi Rozu, Turopa. Momo. Don't worry, I can make another one. Stroking Shadow's head also to protect her. Momo's mind. At least this is a way to fulfill the contract. Kendo and Jiru's mind. How great they are. Looking closely at the brunette's breasts as they were too big, although Kendo was not far from her size, with Jiru being the only one who was left behind. Jiru. Kaminari, no Myers. Hugging Momo so she wouldn't see her breasts, but realizing something wasn't right. And it was that Kaminari was with his thumbs up and walking in circles and saying yeah with a stupid face. Kendo. It seems like his brain is burned out. Shadow just smiled sideways, seemingly laughing at that, but at that moment he had smelled something and looked in one direction. Then taking a great leap to increase its eyes and taking out its fangs and claws. Then a cry of pain could be heard throughout the rocky area. Then changing from that to show how Izuku was completely humiliating Fabio Wu. Izuku. It seems that these years have become very weak, do they need Nomus to be strong Wu Hai? Fabio. Damn kid. Already being very injured from receiving many cuts from Izuku when using his kunai and claws, without using his sword at any time. Izuku. You're not worth using or testing my sword, you're just another of Edward's bitches. Fabio. Damn Kure. You're going to die. Being surrounded by a purple aura that released a large wave of wind. Catching everyone's attention and even Solomon did the same. Because he was getting beaten up by the duo of Bai Han and Liu Kang. Both Wu Hai were completely surrounded by that purple aura to show how now those two had more muscle mass, their skin was purple, and their veins were marked. It was 100% Gihin. Fabio. Now you're dead, brat, you'll die like your grandfather. Izuku. Come and prove it. Izawa. Pig, don't be an idiot, he'll kill you. Izuku and Fabio went against each other, but this time it was something different. Fabio shot a beam of light while Izuku threw his sword. But this time with his entire arm purple. Izuku's mind. Removal 40%. Launched against his forces and with some fire towards Fabio. But he was unable to dodge the beam of light in time, which burned part of his elbow. Vente to Baihan. Gihin, 60%. Launching himself with an ice kunai toward Solomon, who had a knife in his hands and a kind of red acid in the other. Everyone who was at the entrance after having faced Kurogiri and made Lita escape, the villains who still remained and the students who arrived saw all of this. Until you saw the blood fall and you could hear it hitting the ground. And hearing someone fall to the ground as they lost their energy. Spitting a lot of blood onto the ground from Fabio, who had Izuku's sword piercing his heart. And the latter with only half of his body with the removal active. Taking the hilt of the sword, he put some force into lifting and splitting Fabio in two. Izuku. Tell your brother that Irio Kure's grandson sends his regards. Moving his sword to remove the blood he had and showing how Fabio Wu's body fell lifeless to the ground, forming a pool of blood. At the same time Solomon had been completely frozen by Baihan, but it was seen that he had a large hole where his heart should be. And at the same time, Baihan could be seen standing behind him with his hand covered in ice, but dyed a crimson hue. Because he had Solomon's heart in his hands. Baihan. It's over. Destroying the heart and turning around, but seeing how Izuku had kicked him to see how his body fell to pieces. Baihan. Hey, that was my prey. Izuku. That's what you get for taking so long to have him, maybe he was already dead. They started arguing amongst themselves in a comical way in front of everyone, as if they hadn't just killed two people in front of everyone. Liu Kang. Hey guys, come on, calm down, remember we still have one more. Picking in the parts names of a villain who tried to take advantage of the moment to attack from behind. Izuku. Whatever, I'll make it up to you later, Wu. Baihan. You better Kure. The three of them turned around to see the light blue-haired boy, who wasn't looking at them. And when the three of them looked at the direction he was looking, they were surprised to see how that Nomu was using Vlad King and Eraserhead as dirty rags. Being very injured and with a lot of blood on them and with their bones broken. Izuku. Baihan, Liu Kang, Ryo, attack with everything you have without fear of killing, that thing is no longer human, no matter how much you see it, it is a reanimated corpse. The two were surprised to hear that, but nodded and went against that thing. Izuku. I guess I don't have to hold back now. Being completely surrounded by the same purple aura and forming a small whirlpool to see how his skin is now completely purple all over his body. Izuku. Clan secret technique. 100% removal. Baihan. It seems you surpassed me this time, Kure, but that doesn't mean you're more skilled than me. Being completely surrounded by the same purple swirl, having the same hue with the veins marked. Baihan. Secret technique of the Wu clan. Gihin 100%. Both representatives of the most powerful assassin clans had activated their most powerful technique of all. It can be felt throughout the central area under the gaze of those present. They're really a nuisance, Nomu, kill them now. Said the light blue-haired boy who ordered the Nomu to leave the heroes aside and go against the assassin duo. At such a high speed that he was lost sight of by some. Liu Kang and Ryo almost didn't see him pass by them. At the same time a large wave of wind was felt throughout the area. Everyone was surprised to see how the cause of that was the clash of fists of that Nomu with the fists of Izuku and Baihan. They were not fazed by that Nomu's big fist, they hadn't even taken a step back. Izuku. Haha. Baihan. Yes, he is strong. But that's enough. Both gathering their strength and uniting fire and ice. They hit him hard, knocking him back, but showing how his abdomen was emitting some smoke. Some of the Nomu's flesh was showing, but it was quickly regenerating. Izuku. Hahaha, finally a fight where I don't have to hold back. Baihan. You're just like your brother I always heard about. Izuku. Of course, and it's the first time he's fought with those things, it will be a little revenge, before going after you Manolo. Screaming at the top of his lungs, pointing his knife at Tamura who got angry upon hearing the nickname. Fill them Nomus, mince them. Ryo. Don't leave us out of this guys. Standing to the side with his hair levitating in a spooky way and Liu Kang covered in fire. Izuku. This will be so much fun. The Nomu roared and charged at them at full speed. Izuku. Come on guys. So the four of them threw themselves into the Nomu with smiles and seriousness. I'll be able to get answers to this, at least. But the fist connecting with the Nomu to make a wave of wind and a smile appear on his face. As soon as he connected his punch, Baihan quickly threw a few ice balls at him. Liu Kang also threw fire at his legs, while Ryo held his abdomen with his hair. Izuku quickly began a barrage of blows that were felt like waves of wind that passed through the Nomu. Which roared to free itself from the hair and fire and try to hit Izuku. Which turned into smoke to evade the blow and launched a fireball next to Liu Kang. Izuku. Concentrate your attacks on the brain, once we do, he'll be dead. Using his transparent vision to clearly see his brain that had a fault. Ryo. Received. Liu Kang. I know what to do. spinning his hands in circles to throw with much more power. Which made the Nomu cover himself with one of his hands at that. But being the opportunity for Izuku and By-Hand to attack his legs. The Kure with his blades and Wu with 2 ice kunes that I create. But this didn't work as the Nomu hit Izuku hard. By-Hand quickly stepped back at that and Kure turned into smoke to take distance while firing with his gun. Touching his forehead and feeling the blood falling from his forehead. Izuku. It really hurts. Continuing to shoot at the Nomu that lunged at him, he fell to the ground as his feet were tied by Ryo's hair. Izuku quickly went against him so that with one of his blades, he could burst one of the Nomu's eyes. Who let out a loud scream that was heard throughout the area, making everyone turn in the direction where the scream came from. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. Deepening his blade with the increased fire he combined. By-Hand quickly froze his entire abdomen and a hat like a flame of fire cut off the Nomu's hands. Those being Liu Kang and Kung Lao who had arrived at the place after having taken care of the water villains. Izuku quickly using his other free hand tried to go for his other eye. But at that moment a black portal appeared in front of him. Seeing a gun pointed at him, he opened his eyes in surprise. And the shot hit him square in the chest, causing him to step back and pull his blade away from the Nomu. Scaring his friends and the others who saw it. And things got worse as the Nomu broke free from the grip and regenerated its wounds. The first thing he did was use his jaw to bite Izuku in his abdomen so that he screamed in pain when he felt those teeth piercing his flesh. Following this, he received a huge punch to his face that embedded him in the ground, forming a crater. The Kure quickly used its fire to form a large whirlwind that forced the Nomu to retreat. But again he launched himself at him at high speed. The others could see how the ones responsible for that shot were those boys with the dead hands and Kurogiri. By-Hand being the fastest jumped to help Kure who screamed in pain as he felt his left arm being broken. I summoned Enma to help him against that thing that quickly separated again. Leaving Izuku on the ground with a lot of blood coming out of his wound in his abdomen. Ryo stood by his side to help his friend by covering his wound with a piece of his clothing and using his hair to tie it into a knot. Shadow had returned at that moment, sensing his owner in danger. But at that moment Kung Lao's hat which was taken by the Nomu was thrown at Shadow. Cutting the black puma in half, it became a black sphere that returned to Izuku's body. Which quickly got up with the removal active, being held back by Ryo. Izuku. Still, I can fight. Breathing heavily as he continued to fall from his wounds. Ryo. Don't be an idiot, you're going to die. Trying to hold back his friend who pulled him away to avoid receiving a bullet that was coming towards them. Izuku. Don't you see, if he's still here, we won't be able to do anything. Betting up to go with all his strength against the Nomu that was pushed towards the stairs. The Kure could see how Liu Kang and Kung Lao were on the ground because of the Nomu that left them out of combat. And without wasting time he launched himself at him and began a clash of blows with his only healthy arm. Nomu, kill the students, it's not worth it to continue with a dying fourth-rate assassin. That guy said it again, looking out of the corner of his eye at Momo and the others who were with Shadow before. Nomu kicked Izuku over the hoop at the entrance to the Uges. Leaving it for the other students to see the serious condition he was in. Blood all over his body, even his already broken arm was hanging off. Starting to cry and see with terror, thinking that everything was lost. Izuku. Do you think dying is that easy? Smiling with a little energy he had left to propel himself with his fire at full power. Some would think he had gone crazy, but it was his great determination for revenge and fighting. Izuku quickly gave him a big kick to his face, along with By-Hand, who managed to stick an ice sword into the Nomu's chest. Izuku. It's in my contract to protect these brats who are barely seeing the world from a professional. If you want to touch a hair on their head first you have to cut my head off. It will be a pleasure, Nomu. Before he could face him, By-Hand had fallen to the ground due to the strong blow of the hammer. Izuku was about to punch him, the Nomu grabbed his arm and then hit him in the face. Tearing off his arm and sending it flying into the entrance of the nail. Forming a large pool of blood that was his, leaving him out of combat. Everyone thought this was the end, but there was something that could be considered a gift. Well, the Nomu was missing an eye and that was where Izuku stabbed him with his blade. The girls hugged each other, thinking it was their end when they saw how that thing raised its hand to attack them. The Nomu had exploded due to an attack. Izuku. The dying Kure knew who it was by recognizing the voice. Izuku. Hey Ermac. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 9. Everything at the Uges was silent, since no one there could believe it. That Nomu who had defeated 2 professional heroes, 3 young assassins from distinguished clans and 2 Shaolin monks. It had exploded in an instant as if nothing had happened. No one could believe it, that thing was supposed to be made to match Almight or even be able to kill him. And out of nowhere he had been easily defeated by a guy in red and black clothing that covered him completely. having a true aura around him and levitating a little. Saving Yaoi Rozu and the students close to her. Villain. Who the hell are you? Arriving where Ermac was, without looking at him, he raised two fingers that he pointed at, completely exploding his head. Leaving the others terrified by this action, but he did not stay there because Ermac began his massacre against the rest of the villains who were in the area. Izuku, who was without an arm and had lost a lot of blood, tried to get up. But he felt someone put another hand on his shoulder and gently ease him back onto the ground. Ryuko. You shouldn't try so hard. The Kure could notice that she was crying recently, a few tears on her cheeks and her eyes red. Plus, it was clear that she was somewhat terrified of everything that had happened. Izuku. Oh, be careful, it still hurts. Complaining in pain as he tried his best to stop the bleeding with his strength. Ryuko. Who is he? He seems to know you. Izuku. He is Ermac, he is a member of the Kure clan, my relative, of the few of us who are alive, he is the strongest of all. Ryuko. You can see it from here. Ermac had quickly used his telekinesis to pull the wounded Wu, Inaba and monks towards him. Without stopping killing the rest of the villains who were in the area until he fixed his sights on the one with the dead hands. Ermac. Now you'll be next for shooting my grandson. Kurogiri, let's get out of here. Kurogiri. Right away. But at that moment Tamura had screamed in pain as he felt something go through his legs. Seeing that they were two swords made of green matter, followed by a bullet that went through one of the elder Kure's fingers. Kurogiri quickly covered the sky blue-haired man and went with him, leaving his henchmen aside. Ryu. Does anyone else feel like something bad is going to happen? Hung Lao. I feel like it will be worse than the beating that creature will give us. Before they could continue, they heard many screams coming from above them. Seeing that they were all villains who were scattered throughout all areas of the Udges. It was Ermac who was using his power before them, and without waiting for anything, he clenched his hands. Which caused all the villains to explode, making a rain of blood that had splashed the entire central area, that stained some presence and more the aforementioned from said action. This had stopped using its powers when it felt that there was no other presence that could be a threat and quickly went to where Izuku, his friends and the trio of heroes were. Gathering the young Kure who was almost unconscious with his friends in one row and the heroes in another. Ermac. They really screwed them all up. Izuku. California shut up. Ihan. We could hardly do anything against that thing. Ermac. Then they explained to me what that was. Pointing his finger at the Nomu's feet, all that was left of him. The undead had once again used that greenish aura that surrounded everyone who was injured and they began to feel better. Mina. Ooh hey, what do you think you're doing? Uraraka. Ah, Shido-san. Mineta. What are you doing to our senseis? Yaoi Rozu. Leave it, guys. Arriving together with her companions who were with her towards the others. Uwais. What are you saying? We don't know who he is. Ryuko. She is a Kure too, she is related to Izuku-san, apparently he is her grandfather or father. Making everyone look more closely at the eyes of the aforementioned, realizing that it was true that he was a Kure. And also seeing how now everyone was unwounded on top of them. Izuku and the senseis who were the most injured of all, had gotten up. Izuku. Hahaha, I feel better now. Ihan. I don't have any pain anymore, what kind of quirk is this? But before anyone else could say anything about it, there were thuds and falls to the ground. The main culprit of all was Ermac, who had his right fist with some smoke and in front of him the three assassins and the two monks on the ground with some bumps on their heads. Ermac. That's for doing such a reckless thing. Scolding the boys who now had their faces on the ground with huge bumps on their heads. The three heroes managed to get up without any injuries, but their suits were still damaged from the fights they had. Izawa. I recovered, how was it? Ermac. I did it. Making them look up to look into his eyes and feel his murderous aura. Although they had already felt said murderous aura from Izuku, Ryo and Ihan. Ermac was even bigger than the three of them combined, and they knew something. He was truly a top-level assassin, even his teachers were sweating in his presence. But at that very moment the door had been blown open by a loud bang. Sorry to be late, young people. Emerging from the smoke was a blonde head of hair and a muscular compression. Ermac. It's all over now, you idiot. Leaving number one who was standing in shock blank. But seeing all the blood and mutilated bodies on the ground all over the area that I could see. In addition to some vomiting near them by the students. It was more than obvious that they had done that, since witnessing a murder was not something normal for them in their stomach. Almight. But what? Ermac. I already took care of them, I felt that Izuku's energy was going down and I came. Almight. I see. Almight mind. Although his method was very brutal, the students and my colleagues are safe. Ermac. Well, I'll leave you here. The other senseis and the director won't be long in coming. I'll take my boys. Opening a green portal behind him. Uraraka. Let's go. Izuku. I'm coming. Rubbing his head in pain, he was followed by his murderous friends and monks. Izuku. I feel like nothing good will come from crossing that portal. Ihan. Too bad for you, I want to go now. Picking the Kure into the portal and then entering himself, followed by the others. Uraraka. See you later, Almight. Almight tried to stop them to talk, but the Soul Spectre and the boys were gone, the portal had already disappeared. Leaving absolute silence right there in front of all the students. There was a lot to process at that moment and there was nothing they could do but stay silent. Change of scene. After leaving everyone to their homes, Uraraka had returned with Izuku to the Kure village. Uraraka. What you did was truly suicidal. If I hadn't felt your energy diminish, you would have died. Izuku. I know, I'm sorry Uraraka, I got very excited when it was time to fight, I never thought that thing would be made to kill All Might. Uraraka. Tell me, was there anything there? Izuku. It was Solomon and Fabio, I tried to keep one alive, but Ihan and I overdid it. Uraraka. I understand that you also had intentions of revenge against them for what they did to our village, but next time, try to control your anger, with just one of them alive, we can have all the information to finish them off. Izuku. I understand, I won't do it again. Uraraka. Come on, let's go inside. Kaina will be very worried about you, and I doubt Hollis will be very happy to hear the news. The green-haired man, upon hearing that, just gulped as he followed his zombie relative. He knew very well that his uncle and wife would beat him to a pulp and scream at him when they found out the danger he was in. Izuku. Please don't tell him anything, I'll do triple the work in the field and assassinations. Crying comically while Uraraka just laughed at the situation of trying to save his skin. Uraraka. I would gladly accept, but it would be of no use since thanks to me, they saw everything that happened. Now yes, he was more than dead in every sense of the word. Izuku. That scream had come from Izuku's room, where Kaina was standing with a sour face. The green-haired man would even swear he could see a purple aura and his hair moving like snakes. Izuku's mind, oh, I'm going to use St. Peter. In the edges. The police and paramedics had arrived at the scene of everything that had happened. Seeing all the mess of dead people there. The students had been taken out of the place by their senseis, so they could take a moment away from all this. Some were talking about everything that happened and more about how all the villains had died because of Uraraka. Besides how that creature had defeated their strong ones, not even the 5 of them together managed to defeat it. But there was something that some people couldn't get out of their heads. Izuku. It's in my contract to protect these brats who are barely seeing the world of a professional, if you want to touch a hair on their head, you'll have to cut my head off first. These were the words that Izuku said against that creature, even being on the verge of death, he continued fighting with everything until possibly his end. This may change the way we view murderers. But within the edges a conversation was taking place between all the teachers and the Nezu director regarding the situation. Nezu. So that's what happened, I knew that Kure was powerful, but I never imagined it was that much. Izawa. That guy with the hand said that the Nomu was capable of fighting All Might or even killing him. Lad King. But that guy killed him like nothing, there weren't even any signs of him regenerating. 13. In addition to being fully healed, our wounds would leave us in the hospital for 2 weeks or even longer. Nezu. This time they attacked us without much vigilance, I knew it was a good idea that the young Kure, Inaba, Wu and the monks were the best acquisition for the academy. Midnight. Maybe they were a bit extreme, but you're right, director. What do we do now? Nezu. For now we are going to close for a while, we have to investigate everything, that they have destroyed the entrance and then the edges, someone must have infiltrated or we have a mole in the UA. But the Kure. Little devil. It was the scream that came from inside the Kure house, coming from Hollis who was trying to strangle Izuku who was resisting. While behind them was Uraraka who was laughing with a hand on his stomach. Kaina, well she was still up there, waiting for her prey. Izuku. Yeah dude, I got carried away. Hollis. I'm glad you killed those 2 idiots, but still, that doesn't justify the stupidity you did by fighting that Nomu. Izuku. I know and I'm sorry. Breaking free from the grip, he leaped up the stairs and ran away. Uraraka. We should tell him that Kaina is waiting for him with that. Hollis. No, let's leave them for a while, after all he can handle the pain, he. Izuku who thought he was saved was walking down the hallways leading to his room. Thinking he had been saved from his uncle's beating. Izuku. Looking up to see how it was now his wife standing at his door with a somewhat lustful look on her face. Izuku. Hey love. Shaking with fear as he watched her slowly approach, but keeping her hands behind her back as she continued towards him. Kaina. You put yourself in mortal danger, you fight like crazy to the point of losing an arm, I was all worried about you, and on top of that you seemed to be enjoying yourself there. going so far as to corner the green-haired man against the wall. Izuku. Ah, love, you know that in love there is no violence. Nervous beyond belief as he saw the purple-haired woman place a hand near him. Hina. You know, honey, you scared me to death. You should take responsibility for that, don't you think? Starting to run his hand around Izuku's cheek. Izuku. I or anything, love, I'm sorry for the scare I caused you, tell me what you need. Click. In a quick movement with the purple-haired girl's other hand, she put something on the green-haired boy's neck. And being able to see what a dog collar with a leash was that Hina had in her hand. Hina. Jejej, I think I know how you can help me, come on. Pulling the collar he had and taking him to the room. Hina. Well, love, I think you know what you have to do. Pulling down the pants he was wearing and moving his purple underwear a little. Izuku's mind. I doubt I'll be able to get out of here for a while. While the couple began to punish the youngest of the Kure. We can see how Hollis and Ermac were viewing everything that happened at the Udges. Hollis. I'm surprised they only sent Solomon and Fabio for this occasion, it was too arrogant for them to send only those two. Ermac. I think they've become very confident since then, remember that the number of Nomus has dropped a lot since they came here, but I never thought they would have a Nomu like that. Hollis. They must have spent a lot of time on it, I couldn't even win against that thing. Ermac. But there's something I still don't understand, why only Solomon and Fabio went, their goal was Almight, and I'm sure that if Edward had been there, there's no doubt they could have achieved it. Hollis. We just have to find out. At that moment the phone had rung to be answered by Hollis. Hollis. Director Nezu. Time skip. The news that the UA had been attacked by the villains, but that they had been killed. In addition, they had previously learned about the murderers who were in the first year. Talking about why they allowed assassins in a hero school. Or how it's possible that they managed to infiltrate the UA facilities when it's supposed to have the best security of all. In response, they said they were here as a security check for the academy and to give them an opportunity, since everyone has the right to be a hero, regardless of their origins. And regarding security, they only asked for an apology and that the villains had managed to sabotage them. This whole week everyone spends it in their own way. Izuku spent his time doing work in the fields and some in the city, in addition to being able to be with his wife, who had previously used him as a passive dog that day. And investigating everything about what happened at the Udges, learning thanks to Nezu that that thing called Nomu was previously a human who was converted. But still no clues about the Western Wu and its members have been found. But he managed to realize the identity of the man with the dead hands. Tamura Shigaraki was his name, but realizing that it was an alias, since there was no record with that name in the database. Aoi Rozu spent time with her parents and thanking the Kure for ensuring her daughter's life. The black-haired girl had changed her way of seeing the youngest of the Kure since he fought with everything and protected his friends. But she wasn't the only one with just the Kure, but also with the Wu and the Inaba. Until that day came. Where they had to finally return to the UA. But there was something different. We can see how Izuku and his friends were at the entrance, walking as calmly as they could. Liu Kang. Hey, don't you feel anything strange? Ryo. Weird. It's weird to see Izuku calm without giving someone the death stare. Izuku. Shut up. Ihan. No, he's right, I feel weird. Hung Lao. Since when do we have everyone's eyes on us? Realizing that they had the gaze of different big students on them. Izuku. It doesn't matter if they look at us, they can only do that, look, if someone wants to say something they have to say it face to face. One of the coldest things I could say to this day. Liu Kang. And there's the anger that we all want. Earning the laughter of everyone, except for the green-haired boy who grabbed the black-haired boy by the neck and began to hit him. This was the case until they reached their classrooms where they separated. Ihan. Don't go and kill anyone. Izuku. I don't promise anything. Liu Kang. Ryo intends to avoid it. Ryo. I don't promise anything. Izuku. See you at lunch. Entering the room with the Inaba they headed to their seats, ignoring the stares of the few classmates who were present. Since it was still very early. Hey guys. Being the voice of Kendo who was together with a few companions. Tsiendo Yui, Ibara, Tetsutetsu, Ryuko, Shishida Waikinoko. Izuku. What do you want? Ryo. If you come to tell us something about what happened, I swear that. He began to levitate his hair in a threatening manner, but stopped when he saw how they had all bowed. Leaving the duo speechless to see what was happening. Thank you so much for saving and protecting us at the Udges. End of chapter. Chapter 10. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 10. Silence was the only thing that could be heard in the classroom of Class B. And with some heads bowed by some students of said class towards the duo of assassins who were speechless at all this. Izuku. What? Inaba. What the hell does this mean? Kendo. On behalf of Class B, this is a way of thanking you for protecting us at that time. You did all the work and we didn't do anything to ourselves. The only thing we can do is thank you for saving our lives and fighting for us." Still crouching with some of her companions before the duo of assassins. They just looked a little uncomfortable at all this. Be grateful for having killed for parts of others who are not your clients. Izuku. Oh come on, please raise your heads. Turning around with a look of discomfort. Ryo. Let's just let this go, it's weird. Yep, both of them were uncomfortable with this and their faces showed it. Poor Bai-Han who was in class A, they are weirder. The others looked up to see how both of them just went to their seats without seeing each other's faces. Izuku. Felt weird. Whispering to the black-haired man next to him. Ryo. Me too, I feel weird being thanked for doing my job. Whispering as he sits down and puts his things away. The others just sat down and told the others that they were just coming. Apparently they noticed that those two didn't like that way of thanking them. It was clear that for a murderer, asking for thanks was not his thing, it was better to pay them in cash. Director Nezu had apparently paid only Kure and Inaba well, due to Ermac's intervention, and more so because Izuku was there out of obligation, as was Ryo on his grandfather's side. Bai-Han was the only one who would not receive pay for being at the UA voluntarily, since no one knew about his mission. While waiting for their sensei, the assassin duo were just busy without looking at each other. A few didn't take it seriously, but others were hurt, apparently their attempt to thank them didn't matter, but rather bothered them. Until finally Vlad King arrived, who was fine thanks to Ermac. Vlad King. Nice to see you guys. Pinocchio. Hey, Vlad sensei, are you feeling really good? Vlad King. Of course, why do you ask Komori? Dageru. It's that sensei, you and the sensei from the other class were beaten up by that thing, it almost killed you. He said it somewhat upset remembering how that day his sensei was on the ground and covered in his blood. Vlad King. Oh that, you don't have to worry, thanks to Kure's familiar, my wounds and Izawa's are no longer there. Izuku's mind. I only heal you because Nezu gave us an extra for you and the bum. Vlad King. Anyway, let's get to the point. Monoma. A fight. Ryo. Hero class. Izuku. More villains to kill. Vlad King. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. But that said, he had excited the whole class who jumped for it. Monoma. How exciting. Satsuna. It will be so much fun. Izuku. Excuse me for this Vlad King, but are you sure you're doing all this after being attacked? That said, he had left them silent since he was right. Ryo. After being attacked by not only villains but also the media for the security of the academy, wouldn't it be more prudent to cancel it or extend the date? Kendo. They are right sensei, what did the director say about it? Vlad King. Maybe they're right, but we're in the UA, if we cancel everything, we'll only be showing that we're afraid of those villains, besides there's nothing to fear. Security will be increased 5 times more than necessary, also considering that we have 3 clans of assassins present at the festival. Izuku snorted and Ryo just looked away at that. Vlad King. It's a very important event where all of you have to give your all. Many professional and civilian heroes will be present. Sen. How much is there to do at the festival? Yui. It's like the Olympics, but it's also the perfect opportunity to recruit us to their agencies, it's a very important issue. Sen. I know but. Shishida. Many have the opportunity to work with the best and some to become eternal companions. Satsuna. I'm sorry that's your fate, Komori-san. Hinoko. What? Vlad King. Okay, now that you're aware of that, let's start your class. Izuku's mind. The sports festival, I'm not very interested, it's stupid, if I enter alone I'll be showing my skills to all of Japan, and it's possible that those 2 unfortunate people will be attentive, I have to do everything possible to not stand out. Starting to write down everything the sensei said in his notebook while thinking about his plan to not stand out. The class proceeded normally until lunchtime, where everything seemed to go as normal. Where Izuku was walking in a specific direction while his friends were in the cafeteria. He had something else he wanted to get rid of once and for all. Until he arrived in front of a door and without bothering himself he opened the door. Izuku. Hello, are you here, cheap blonde? Seeing right there the same symbol of peace that was with the shield girl from class A. Izuku. I see you're here, I want to talk to you. Melissa. Hey, don't you know how to knock? Izuku. Shut up girl, the adults are talking here, thank you, as for you. Making the blonde angry and making the hero tense. Izuku. I already know everything, idiot, and more about your injuries and more about him. Leaving uncle and niece speechless, who were in shock by what the Kure said, who looked at them with his white pupils. Izuku. Before you say something stupid, I realized how long ago about your injury when you went to my village and about your power, my grandfather told me. Now no one had said anything, everything that the Kure, the symbol of peace and the niece had just said, their biggest secret had been discovered. Almight. take a seat. Melissa. But man. Izuku. Shut up girl, I'm not going to tell anyone anything, it's obvious they would know. Closing the door behind him and sitting on the couch next to Melissa. Almight. How did you find out? Izuku. Very easy, the day I visited my village, I could see your wound. Making his eyes completely black to make his point. Melissa. Power, how? Izuku. My grandfather had told me about that power, and more than a long time ago he encountered the sixth bear. Now if they were at a loss for words, All Might knew that the Kure had been very influential for years, but her teacher had never told her anything about it. Izuku. Tell me something All Might, you know very well what happened to my village, right, and you'll know that my main target is that wretch All for One. Melissa. All for what? All Might. Don't say that, she doesn't know anything yet, she's not ready. Izuku. Oh, I think I said too much. Melissa. What are you talking about? How do you know about his injury? Who is All for One? Izuku. Calm down girl, don't get upset, you should ask your uncle that. Getting up and then smiling. Izuku. I hope I can talk to you about this topic more in depth All Might. Melissa. But. Before following the rock she was silenced by a finger that was Izuku. Izuku. Calm down little one, everything in its own time. Caressing her blonde's cheek, she blushed a little, but then changed to one of pain, feeling her cheek being grabbed with force. Izuku. But you better control that power, otherwise I'll take it from you and keep it for myself. All Might. Enough. Releasing the girl from his grasp to see him. Izuku. Calm down, they won't do anything to you. Changing his expression to see the girl from top to bottom and then All Might. Izuku. You better have your third option increase its power, if I do. Turning around to open and close the door abruptly, leaving a somewhat tense and uncomfortable atmosphere. Melissa. What? Going blank from such a revelation that he just heard. All Might. Melissa yo. Melissa. Tell me what it means. Getting up from his seat to look at his uncle still in shock from what he said. Melissa. What do you mean I'm your third choice? Tell me. Wasn't I your first choice? But Izuku. We can see him walking with an apple in his hand, eating it as if what he had just done was the most normal thing in the world. Izuku's mind. I hope this inspires confidence in that fool shield, she has great power, but doesn't know how to unleash it, I highly doubt she's even using 10%. Arriving at the cafeteria to see a table where his group of friends was. So he just finished his apple and then headed over to where they were. But then he felt someone grab him by the shoulder. Excuse me, Kure-san. Izuku's mind. Damn it I'm starving. Turning around to see Yaoi Rozu who was with a firm gaze. Izuku. If you want to say something, do it quickly, I'm hungry. I speak with some anger due to the lack of food inside. Yaoi Rozu. I wanted to thank you for it. Izuku. Yes, they already told me before, just say thank you and nothing else, that's all, right. How nice, bye. Turning around to leave at once, leaving a dismayed Yaoi Rozu at the way the green-haired man was acting. Momo. Huh. At the assassin's monk's table. They were eating their lunches with different looks on their faces. Liu Kang and Kung Lao were the calmest of the entire group, while Bai Han and Ryo had a look of disgust and some annoyance. Izuku. Hey guys how are you? Sitting next to Ryo and taking a small dish that had no name. Bai Han. Hey, that's stew. Izuku. She had no name and she was alone getting angry. Bai Han. Like that. Taking the can that Izuku had taken out to accompany his stolen food. Izuku. Hey, that's my soda. Bai Han. I was alone without drinking, I can't leave him like that. Drinking and being disgusted that it was a grape drink, which he hated. Izuku. Anyway, what's wrong with you two, you're so calm. Liu Kang. Well yes, when they found out what we did at the Uges, at the Wushai Academy, they congratulated us for acting in the face of danger. Kung Lao. In addition to being grateful for our companions and senseis. Liu Kang. But I see you guys didn't like that very much. Izuku. Look, it's not because we're like that, it's just that we don't like that way of receiving thanks. Ryo. It's like someone told me, thank you for killing my husband who I loved with my children. Bai Han. We only receive thanks or congratulations from our clients or the clan, so it's weird. Liu Kang. I see, he. After that little talk everything was normal for them, eating and fighting Bai Han with Izuku over the stolen food. Until lunchtime was over and they returned to their classes. Where everything was as normal as could be, just giving them one last warning once again to prepare for the sports festival. But just when they wanted to leave, everyone was surprised to see how classes A and B were full of students. Pinocchio. What's going on here? Everyone saw students from different first-year classes murmuring. Leaving a little space for both classes to be at the center of everyone. Pendo. What do they need from class B? Setsuna. Get out of the way, we want to leave now. Trying to walk but everything was blocked. Class A was the same. Mineta. Get out of the way, we want to go. Ihan. What do they need from the hero course? Coming to the front to scare everyone a little with his presence and being known. Ihan. We don't want to have any problems, but if you don't say anything about it, we'll have a problem. Are all the students in the hero course like this? Referring to Bakugo, who was previously yelling and threatening everyone. Ihan. I'm sorry, but there's a clear difference between a human and a rabid dog. Referring to him as human and Bakugo as the dog. That's noticeable. Arriving in front, a purple-haired boy with a dead look. Ryo. Eraserhead son arrived. Whispering to Kure, who was next to him and had a small laugh. My name is Shinso, from general classes. We came here to see what the kids who faced the villains in that incident are like. Ihan. Well, as you can see, we're in one piece. Shinso. Everyone you see here, we are in different courses because we couldn't get into the hero course. Ihan. Stop messing around and get to the point, I don't like silly riddles. Shinso. What I'm getting at is that if you don't manage to reach the maximum in the sports festival, one of all of us can take your place in the hero class. If you're careless, I'll wipe the floor with you, for both classes. Ihan. If that's what you want, good luck, would you do me a favor? Taking his things to start walking in front of everyone and pass by Shinso. Shinso. I thought that coming from a clan of assassins you would show something more. I see the clans are just words. Oh no. These were the thoughts of the entire Class A, and they felt that stopping the massacre that Bai-Han was aiming to do. Before the Wu made some steps, the purple-haired boy felt something cut his cheek and felt something on his neck. Seeing that it was a blade coming from behind him with a small line of blood coming from it. Izuku. You better watch your words, idiot. Now everyone else present is terrified by the action the green-haired man just did. Izuku. Dare to speak ill of the assassin clans again and I'll show you something else. Putting his blade closer to the purple-haired man's neck with a little heat. Ryo. Izuku, remember that we can't kill anyone. Izuku. I don't care about that, the only thing we get paid for is to protect the hero classes. I don't care about the other classes, and much less someone who has no respect for their superiors. Picking him in the knee to knock him down and bring him closer to her blade, he started to bleed a little at that. Ryo. Are you planning to kill Eraser's son? Izuku. I don't care if his father is Eraser or All Might himself, I'll kill them all equally. Now the murderous aura of Izuku and Bai-Han together made the others tremble with fear. Ryo. If you want to live, I recommend you leave, now. But that said, all the students from the other courses ran for their lives in fear of the murderous duo. The rest of the class, seeing this, didn't say anything, they knew very well that they couldn't do anything against the two of them together. Okoyami. Those two release a great darkness throughout the hallway. Sai. Kiro, they're scary. Liu Kang. You two don't hold anything back, right? Arriving next to Kung Lao and starting to walk with a trio of assassins. Ihan. I didn't need your help, Kure, I could do it. Izuku. I know, but I wanted to prevent you from encasing them in ice. Ryo. I couldn't agree more with him. Leaving with his friends under the gaze of both classes who still hadn't moved from fear. Monoma. Do you still think Kendo is friendly? Looking at the orange-haired girl who was standing still without moving until she was out of sight. Ryuko. He defended his friend, that's a small example. Sen. But prove it like that. Change of scene. Now we can see how the group of friends were very calm eating ice cream in a park. As if they hadn't already bullied many students to death. Liu Kang. The sports festival is in a week, so we have to train hard. Kung Lao. And even more so if all of Japan will be watching us. Ihan. Not to be conceited, guys, but we'll be the winners. We've seen a lot of the first years and they're not that great. Ryo. What do you say, Izuku? Do you think we'll win? Izuku. I don't know, there's something about that Shinso boy that doesn't fit me, but the rest are easy, there's no threat there. Finishing his ice cream and getting up. Izuku. I'm leaving now, I'll see you guys later. Ryo. Don't get too confident, I plan to sweep the floor with you. Izuku. And I'll leave you like Saitama. Making everyone laugh at what he said to Inaba. With Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned was walking through the streets of the city, looking for an alley to go home. Izuku's mind. The faster I tell him, the faster I can avoid going and training to kill that wretch with his hands. Hey Kure-san. Izuku's mind. Oh god for me. Turning around to see what Kendo was in front of him and breathing deeply from running too much. Izuku. What are you doing here, Kendo? Shouldn't you be with your friends? Kendo. It's just that I wanted to talk to you. Catching my breath to look him in the eye. Izuku. What do you mean? Kendo. It's about what you did. Izuku. Okay. turning around to face him. But are you interested in a coffee? Change of scene. We can see how they were now both on top of a pedestrian bridge, holding coffees in their hands. Izuku was perfectly normal, drinking his coffee at the bridge bar. But Kendo was standing behind him with a slight blush on his face as he looked at his coffee. Could this be considered a date? Sipping on some of her sweet coffee with whipped cream to calm herself. Izuku. Okay, I can hear you, talk. Turning around to see Kendo. Kendo. Why did you do that on your nail? Izuku. What thing? Kendo. Why did you do that to the other students at the UA? I tried to make others see you differently so they wouldn't fear you. Izuku. Was that it? Make everyone see me with different eyes. Kendo. Yes, I know you're not a bad person, you proved it at Uges. Izuku. I see, look Kendo, I'll tell you it that simple. Finishing his coffee and throwing it into the nearby trash can. Izuku. I'm like that, if they want to get closer let them, if they want to talk to me let them, I don't have to change my way of being to please others, true friends don't have to be afraid of you, you saw how the boys are with me, knowing my origins and how I am, they are not afraid, that is true friendship, being with people who understand you and are with you no matter what. Passing by the girl who was stunned by what was said, it was a truth that hit her right in the face. Kendo. It's true, but. Izuku. Yanagi-san talked to me on the bus and she wasn't afraid of me, but it's her decision if she wants to get close to me, goodbye Kendo-san, see you soon, I'll see you at the festival, you better train hard, if not, I'm going to destroy you. Patting him on the shoulder, he got chills from that last thing he said. Izuku. I hope we talk again, you are very entertaining. When the girl turned around, the green-haired man was no longer there, he had disappeared. Kendo mind. I was a fool. But Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned arrived at his home, but having in front of him his clan leader and entire family in just one being. Uraraka. How was your day, son? Izuku. Good, pretty good, just a threat from idiot brats about the sports festival. Uraraka. Oh, that's it, are you planning to train? Izuku. I always train Uraraka, and for him to do it for the sports festival I doubted. Uraraka. That's what it means. Izuku. I'm not going to enter the festival. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 11. What? It was the cry that was heard throughout the home of the main Kure family. Being the scream of Uraraka who was with Izuku, who was covering his ears with an annoyed expression due to the tremendous scream that sent the crows that were nearby flying. Aina, who was upstairs in the room that belonged to her and Izuku, was so scared that she almost fell down in fright. Hollis, who was harvesting today's crop, shuddered. Back with the duo. Izuku. God, stop doing that, you'll make me deaf. Uraraka. I'm sorry about that, but now tell me, what is the reason for this sudden decision? Izuku. Well, it's just an event that mainly benefits those in the hero class, and I'm just there for business. Uraraka. You get a point for that, but I still have reasons to come in. Izuku. And I say, that festival was on air in front of all of Japan Live, where everyone will see it, and I'm more than sure that he will be watching. By mentioning that he, the Spectre knew who he was referring to, and it made sense. Being live in front of all of Japan would mean giving information about the new generation and their abilities to the villains. Where it could clearly put a slight disadvantage on many who were just starting out or even seniors. Izuku. Also, I want to take advantage of that day for a special matter, but in the time until the festival arrives, I'm going to train as hard as I can, it's not like I want to fall behind. Uraraka. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Plus, there's no obligation for you to participate, and just reading your last name in some places will guarantee you something after the festival. Izuku. I don't know what you mean by that last thing, but it seems fine to me, now if you excuse me, I'm going to do my homework and then help Uncle Hollis with the field. Turning around to walk down the stairs that led to the upper floors. Uraraka's mind. You're kind of right, everyone will be watching, but I think I should leave it for that day, after all, nothing else will happen if you avoid the festival. Finishing his thoughts, he then went to look for some things he had saved. With Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man had arrived at his room, leaving aside his backpack to open his uniform jacket a little. Izuku. Alfin. Feeling like someone hugged him from behind, being able to feel two very soft pads. Kaina. Bienvenido Izu. Izuku. Hello Kaina-chan, were you taking a bath? Feeling like she was a little wet. Kaina. Well, it's just that after training a little and helping with the animals, I took a shower, but now that you're here back from the academy, wouldn't you like to bathe with me? Whispering in his ear, but the boy could feel his hot breath. Izuku. I will never deny you anything. Turning around to see the purple-haired girl with a towel on and her raising her arms a little to bounce her bust. Kaina. I'll wait for you, darling. Entering the bathroom to leave the green-haired man taking off his clothes. Izuku's mind. At least this is the best way to end the day. Taking off his clothes to enter in just his boxers and closing the door behind him. I loved that all the houses in the Kure village had soundproof walls to avoid hearing conversations or situations like this. And now she could go and get rid of all the stress she had about the festival and the conversation she had earlier with her class president. Now entering the tub to then see how Kaina got on top of him. Kaina. Ready for some shower fun? Izuku. I'm always ready to. Activating the removal a little to start the action and making Kaina moan for starting like that. The next day. We can see how now Izuku was having a slight fight against Hollis outside the village. Dodging a cut by Izuku. Hollis. Uraraka already told me that you won't be going to the sports festival. Throwing a punch that was blocked by Izuku who was about to kick him in the face, but was dodged. Izuku. That's right, I bet he already told you my reasons why I'm not going in. Hitting him square in the face before his uncle punched him, then grabbing his shoulder with some force. Hollis. Yes, he told me, but still, I wish you'd come in. Headbutting him and then hitting him with a strong palm strike with his wind quirk that pushed him away. Izuku. Just because I didn't get into the sports festival doesn't mean I'm going to stay in bed all day. Standing up and preparing some mini fireballs that he shot with the older Kure. Hollis. You've improved your fire attacks, but you still need to improve your attack presentation. Dodging and blocking some fireballs, but receiving one that before colliding with his forearm, changed direction and hit him in the face. Seeing that Izuku had his fingers raised, understanding what happened. Hollis. Good one. Izuku. I learned that trick from Kaina, changing the trajectory of my attacks at the last moment upon impact. Hollis. You learn quickly, it's something to admire, you're the spitting image of rain. Izuku. I know my brother was a bit crazy, but I don't doubt that he was a prodigy, but I'm not as strong as him. Hollis. You don't have to doubt yourself, it's true that Rain achieved many things even before your age, but you also have great talent like you two brothers, I'm sure you'll surpass what I couldn't even do. Touching his nephew's shoulder who smiled at that. But that smile disappeared when he threw it with all his strength in a judo attack. Izuku. Oh. Hollis. You never have to let your guard down, not even with me. Izuku. If you noticed. Waking up with some pain in his back from that surprise attack he didn't expect. Hollis. Missing the festival won't affect anything, but what will you do that day? I highly doubt you'll just want to stay home watching the festival on TV. Izuku. It's something better, I'll take her on a date, I already have everything arranged, first it will be at a restaurant in the center of Roppongi, then the keychain to a shooting range, and finally I'll take her to see the flower field where grandfather proposed to grandmother. Hollis. Wow, everything is planned, I just hope you don't screw it up or have something crazy happen to you like your brothers when it comes to making appointments. Heading back down the road to head home again after a great workout and it was time for lunch. Izuku. Yes, of course, from what I knew, Rain was only interested in killing and fighting all the time, I even doubted at some point if he liked women, but Carla, as far as I know, wasn't dating anyone yet, so I don't know what to say about her. Hollis. Well, at least you took after your grandfather, believe it or not, your grandmother was quite the Don Juan. Izuku. Really? I don't believe it and it looks so straight. Hollis. Only unlike your condition of re-establishing the clan, he was a total simp for grandma, he loved her more than anyone. Izuku. You are a strict and upright old man, was it really like that? Hollis. Haha yes, and how are you going at this rate, surely Kaina and you will be the same, only she won't be the only one. Izuku's mind. I may be the only one, after all, if someone proposes to me and gets pregnant, by law and family power, I will keep the baby. Izuku. Well, only fate will tell what tomorrow has in store for me. Hollis. Good choice of words. Arriving home. Until another day of classes arrives. Where they had to start another day of classes obviously, but as the sports festival was coming. Classes were almost non-existent because they needed prepared students. But those of Class B. We can see how many were running on the field to warm up. Everyone was at a different pace to top it off. Izuku was way ahead of everyone else because he wasn't even sweating. Until seeing how Ryo stood aside to see his friend. Ryo. Hey man, you seem to be giving it a go, it's just a warm-up. Izuku. It's not that, I just don't want to be around others. Ryo. You seem to be angry, did something happen? Looking discreetly out of the corner of his eye at a girl with orange hair who avoided looking up at the duo of assassins, but more at the green-haired boy. Izuku. No, it's not that, it's just that my mind is on another situation. Already feeling the sweat that began to appear on his forehead. Ryo. Is it because of the festival? Izuku. That's what I wanted to talk about, I'm not going to be there. Hearing something fall behind him, kicking up dirt. Turning around, it was Ryo who had fallen face down on the ground. Izuku. Hey, are you okay? Arriving where he was to see the condition of his friend. But then feeling a hand and a piece of hair around her neck. Then he saw Ryo looking at him with a prominent vein near his face. Ryo. Do you want to explain to me why that is? Putting some strength into her hair and hand towards the Kure. Time skip. The shouts of excitement from the crowd were immediate inside the large stadium where everyone was very excited. All the seats were filled with people and heroes who came to see the festival. Even large food and souvenir stands outside the stadium were packed with people and heroes protecting the surroundings. But inside the large stadium, more specifically, a corridor that led to the waiting rooms, infirmary, bathrooms, and locker rooms. There you could see how Ryo was talking with a duo of monks and the Wu who were together outside their waiting rooms. Wearing the physical education uniform. Ryo. And that's what happened. He said this while standing against a wall with his arms crossed and an annoyed expression. Ihan. So he decided to spend the day where we can fight to go on a date with his first wife. Squeezing his hand with some anger and a vein marked on his face with anger. Liu Kang. Well, he already told us his reason, although look on the bright side, at least one of us maybe can win the festival. Kung Lao. What do you mean by that? Liu Kang. Not to offend you guys or anything, but Izuku is the strongest of all of us, even at Udges that was made more than clear. Ihan. Titch, well what can you do, next time it will be a fight no matter what. Ryo. If as you say, you only better win if you can get past us. Ihan managed to realize something, and it was that someone was listening to his conversation, seeing that it was a Polysinus O'Hare. Ihan's mind. Well, without Kure here, it'll be kind of boring, I just hope that explosive idiot manages to entertain me. While waiting for the festival to begin, in Roppongi you could see a couple in a restaurant. At a table far away from the others, watching television. Hina. I'm surprised you want to spend time with me at the festival. Izuku. I'm at UA for business, not to be at your events, being with you is better than anything else. Hina. Heh, are you sure the Kure were only good at killing? Izuku. Who knows? Hina. I hope your friends don't beat you up for standing them up. Waiter. I'm sorry for the delay, gentlemen. Here are the menus for you. Leaving letters of all the food they had. Hina. Everything looks delicious, but don't you think it's quite expensive? Izuku. Money is not a problem, ask for whatever you want. Hina. It seems that your job pays you well. Izuku. The best for you. Look, here are all the future first-year heroes. It was on television that the first-year classes were shown entering the field. Hina. It's about to start. Izuku. I hope they put on a great show. End of chapter. Chapter 12. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 12. The UA Sports Festival was about to begin as all the freshman classes were being introduced. Each one had different expressions on their faces. Many were nervous due to the large number of spectators present in the huge stadium. Others were eager to start showing off their skills to professionals and the world at large. While the others didn't care, the main case being Ihan and Ryo. Which was looking around with disinterest. Kung Lao and Liu Kang had a slight smile of pride and excitement for being present right now in the place they dreamed of being since they were children. Until someone decided to talk to them. Shoto. Hey you guys. Arriving where the duo of assassins were, they turned around to see the bicolor. Ryo. What do you want Todoroki? Shoto. Where is Kure? Ihan. He didn't come, he has better things to do, if you want to tell him something, we're here. Standing in front to be face to face with the bicolor who looked him in the eyes without hesitation. In addition to earning the attention of some of the A and B classes. Shoto. Well, without him here, only you guys are left as the strongest, I just want to make it clear that I'm going to crush you at the festival. Ihan. Are you provoking me, idiot? Ryo. Do you want to die already? With their veins marked on their faces and fists by that challenge of the two-tone. Hiroshima. Hey guys calm down, there's no need to rush. Ryo. That's what you should tell your friend if he doesn't want me to leave another scar. Ihan. Let's see if you carry out your threat once this starts. Kung Lao. Come on guys, don't start a fight now. Liu Kang. Calm down now, let's wait for it to start. Stepping back a bit with his Todoroki friends. Mina. I think it wasn't a good idea for Todoroki-san to do that. Whispering to his friends that he was nearby watching the scene. Uwais. He must be really crazy to do that, challenged two assassin class members. Bigeru. Although I have to admit you have the balls to do that, no one here would even dare to stand in front of them. What he said was already true, everyone there didn't want to be near those two, not even look at them because of the fear they felt of the clans they came from. Uraraka. If Kure-sen had been here, Todoroki-sen would have already had a cut or a black eye at least. Momo's mind. Where has that fool gone? At that moment this year's referee appeared on the podium, leaving all the men stunned and blushing because it was Midnight, the most 18 R-rated heroine. Even Ryo and Bai-Han had slight blushes like Liu Kang and Kung Lao. Hero 1. Where is the director? Citizen 4. He's at the third-year event as usual. Kung Lao. It's normal for an R-rated heroine to be hosting a high school event. Mineta. Yes'm. Midnight. Calm down everyone. Right now we are going to start the first-year sports festival, but before starting, we are going to listen to the speech of the best first-year student, young Liu Kang from Class A. Come here and give us a few words. The aforementioned with a smile began to walk to the podium where the heroine was under the gaze of everyone. That boy is the one who got the highest score on the entrance exam. He's handsome. He must be one of the strongest of all. Each student shared their opinion of the dark-haired man who came to the microphone. Liu Kang. Well, I'm not good at these things, but I hope we all give our best at this festival in front of everyone and show why we are here. Applause began to be heard as the monk spoke to them all. And this one, with some sadness, just laughed and returned to his classmates. Kung Lao. Good one, old man, at least we can breathe a little from the tension we have from the others. Liu Kang. That was my intention. Midnight. Well, it's time for the first predestined game of the festival, which will it be? Looking at a roulette wheel that appeared behind her where it showed the first round being an obstacle course. Where he began to explain that the 11 classes could change location depending on their performance. And that they were allowed to use their quirks in the festival for as long as it lasted, but they were forbidden from hurting another student during the race, just so they could have an advantage over the obstacles and in the race. Midnight gave the instructions, and they stood in front of a large door where the lights began to turn off one by one. With Izuku. We can see him drinking a glass of wine in the restaurant with Kaina, carefully watching the exit that was about to begin. Kaina. Who do you think will win the first phase? Izuku. Since it's a race, my options are Wu and Kung Lao, they are very fast and more than the latter can use his hat to teleport. Kaina. You said the boy can handle water and ice, right? She was sure he could do something, the problem would be that Todoroki. Izuku. You're right about that, we just have to see. Izuku's mind. I hope that girl can do one for all, after I told her, she must have trained. At the festival. Melissa was looking at the exit seriously, but clenching her fists tightly. Flashback. We can see how the blonde was with her hair covering her eyes, standing in front of her uncle. Who was looking worried in front of his niece because of the conversation they just had. Melissa. Was I really your third choice? Almight. My first two choices were young Tagada and young Kure. Melissa. What were her qualities, tell me. Almight. The young Tagada is the best student in the academy, his skills with his quirk and agility are incredible, I thought about having one for all, but when I saw him, I saw that without one for all he was strong. Melissa. And Kure. How could you think of giving it to someone from a clan of assassins? Almight. I thought about giving it to him since as I know about them, they are capable of obtaining more than one quirk naturally, I thought he could somehow handle the one for all, but after his clan leader told me that he doesn't need the OFA for his goal. Melissa. So I was your third choice the whole time. Almight. Melissa let me explain. Melissa. No, Uncle Might. Did you really think about giving the OFA to people with better quirks? But instead you decided to give it to your quirkless niece, who had long dreamed of being a professional hero like you. And it turns out I was only your third choice. Taking off his glasses to wipe away his tears. The blonde hero couldn't say anything about it, his niece was devastated to learn of his choice over her, even remembering when she was a child and cried on his shoulder, knowing that she didn't have a quirk and couldn't be a heroine like him. I tried to comfort her, but at that moment the bell rang, indicating that arrest was over. Melissa. Sorry man, I have to get back to class, see you later. Leaving the place after wiping away her tears, leaving a devastated Almight. Almight. Sorry Melissa. End of flashback. At that moment the door had opened, causing all the students to pile up as they tried to get out. Starting to hit each other as they tried to gain the upper hand. Ryo. I knew it would be difficult. Liu Kang. But I didn't think so much and more like this. Bai-Han. It's time. Shoto. From the first sifting. At that moment a thick layer of icy smoke had covered the entire tunnel. It was clear how a large layer of ice had frozen most of the students from their feet up, leaving a large path of ice. Where you could see how Todoroki and Wu were the ones who took the lead. Having Bai-Han as the leader and Shoto behind him because the former was using ice to slide while Shoto was just running while creating ice as he did so. Bai-Han. I see that you are just a dog that barks and doesn't bite, eat my frost Todoroki. Shoto. Damn. At that moment a hat had flown out of the crowd and then a blue light appeared. Letting out Kung Lao, who began to skate on the ice. Then someone who shot off like a slingshot due to a very long scalp. Letting it be seen that it was Ryo Inaba, who also began to skate on the ice due to having great agility. Then followed by a big jump where Liu Kang came out, being followed by Bakugo and others from Class A and B. Using their quirks to start going after them like others who managed to get out of the ice. Kendo. Damn, I never thought it would be difficult to go through this. Trying not to fall off the ice that has just been released by his giant fists. Satsuna. I don't know what you're complaining about, at least you can stand the cold. He said this while floating slightly above the ice, but still trembling a little. Being a disadvantage on part reptile and the cold was not good for her at all. Kendo mind. Damn, I thought it would be easier without Kure, but it's the opposite. The girl thought he wasn't here because she had argued with him a long time ago and before the festival they hadn't spoken to each other. And now that he had nothing to do with the festival and thought it would be easy, but it was the opposite and now he would like to be here. But then he could see how a large ice spike had appeared, but with a robot's head on top of the ice spike. Present Mick. Incredible, young Wu managed to reach the artificial enemies that were present. With a single attack he destroyed the largest one. What will everyone do now in the face of this? At that moment another stream of ice appeared, being from Shoto, who froze the other two and began to chase Wu again. Shoto. I recommend that you don't pass them. He said this because after passing through the robots, they had fallen in front of the others, blocking the way for the others. Because of the large cloud of dust that these had made. But before they could think about that, they could see someone launch themselves at the other robots coming towards them. That being Ryo, who using his hair had cut off his head. The hat and a ball were launched at the other robots, belonging to Liu Kang and Kung Lao. Which had cut and burned the robots to continue running. Bakugo was on par with them, using his explosions to propel himself forward and continue moving forward in the air. Melissa also arrived with them using the OFA, seeming to even be able to match Ryo, who was in third place. Izumi, like the others, was not far behind, using her quirk to push her way through everyone. Endo using his giant fists. Dageru slashing each one with his blades. Izumi using her fire to burn them. Lita using her boosters to kick hard. Momo creating cannons and weapons. So each one managed to pass, until seeing how Bai-Han and Shoto reached the big fall. Shoto didn't want to lose to Wu and just started sliding on the rope that was tied. Bai-Han instead threw a large ice ball to the other end that managed to reach at the same time that Ryo arrived. And using her own hair she began to swing between the threads and rocks. Ryo. I always wanted to do this. Bai-Han. A black spider. Being completely covered to be seen by the others who arrived and then melting into frost. On the other side of the cliff, the figure of Bai-Han appeared in the form of ice, where the real Bai-Han appeared, removing some parts of ice that were on him. He just started running to take the lead again, but this time Ryo was behind him because he was faster than Shoto. Then Shoto followed by Kung Lao, then Bakugo, then Liu Kang and then Melissa. Izumi arrived at the same time as Kendo and Satsuna, but the one Midoriya had was a piece of iron from a robot with her. All of this was being taken to incredible levels for the first test and apparently very tough. But Izuku. We can see how they were eating their sushi with some soy sauce. Aina was with a big piece of steak with some sauce. Izuku. Looks like things are getting a bit difficult for Wu. Eating his sushi while watching TV. Aina. Your friend seems to be on to the hard part now. It can't be, he's in a minefield now, how will the students get there? Izuku. Bombs. Aina. The good thing is that they are not for killing. Izuku. That would be good. At that moment he felt something and discreetly turned around and could see how an idiot was lustfully looking at Kaina. This made Izuku a little upset and without Kaina noticing, he threw some sauce with one of the leftover aisles on the table. Hitting him right in one of his eyes since he was close to 3 tables and on top of that he was alone, having an advantage. Not knowing where the attack came from, he just got up and went to the bathroom to wash. Izuku. I'll be back love, I have to go to the bathroom, it won't be long. Kaina. Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Continuing to eat, he really liked the taste of the steak he was eating. Izuku entered the bathroom and found himself pulling the lock behind him to see the idiot who was washing his face, realizing that he was a yakuza. Izuku. So you dare to look at another lady like that, right? Starting to approach the idiot who turned around. Idiot. That's a lot of woman for a dwarf like you. Izuku. Let's see if you say the same thing once I smash your face. Activating the removal a little and taking out his blade from his arm. With Kaina. We can see how the woman was watching TV. Where it was clear how the competition for first place was fierce. Being between Bai-Han, Todoroki, Inaba, Kung Lao, Liu Kang, Melissa and Bakugo. They were trying to get ahead of each other and each one couldn't do it. Kinda. Yes, it is difficult. But what is that? Student Midoriya from Class A has used the mines to propel herself. Showing how the green-haired girl was flying through the skies using the piece of robot metal she had from before. The woman was speechless at this, but she covered her mouth in amazement at seeing how the girl used the metal of the robot she had. I use it to activate the mines that were on the ground. Making the others fall behind and she starts running like crazy until she reaches the finish line. Izuku. Wow, she won. The purple-haired girl turned around to see what her green-haired husband was, who came back with a little wet hair. Izuku. It's surprising, I never expected to see that she would win. Kinda. Do you know the girl? Izuku. She's someone from Class A, but she never shows it, she's a shy girl, apparently she's smarter than I thought. Kinda. Thanks for the food, love, it was delicious. Izuku. I'm glad you liked it. They both got up and went to pay, although Izuku went to pay, while Kinda went outside to wait for him. Izuku. Thanks for the food, friend. Swiping your credit card and paying everything. Waiter. No, come back whenever you want. Izuku. By the way, in the bathroom there is a man who tried to escape through the window. Waiter. What? Guard, someone is trying to leave without paying in the bathroom. Upon shouting that, a duo of guards quickly went to the bathroom, seeing that it was true, that idiot was at the window halfway to get out. Izuku could only hear how the guards began to beat that man who was screaming in pain, bringing out a mocking smile at his act. Leaving the restaurant to see his wife taking a break and stretching a little. Izuku. Ready for the next phase. Kinda. Where are you planning to take me now? Izuku. You like it, and while we're there, how about we make a bet? Kinda. What kind of bet? Izuku. The loser will have to obey the winner's request for a whole day no matter what. At that moment Kinda imagined the boy in a maid outfit, which caused a small line of blood to run from her nose. Kinda. I accept. Izuku's mind. I don't know why I feel like I just dug my own grave. While the two headed towards their next fun destination. They didn't realize that someone was watching them recently because he noticed Izuku. I just jumped between the buildings to start following them without being noticed by anyone. At the festival. We can see how the Wu who came second had an aura of sadness for having finished in second place. Followed by Ryo in third, Liu Kang third, Kung Lao barely fourth, Shoto fifth, Melissa sixth and Bakugo seventh. No one could believe it, the shyest girl in Class A had managed to get first place, moving up to the best first years. Although of course the little-haired boy didn't like this at all, and all he could do was glare at the green-haired girl. He knew he couldn't do anything to him in front of everyone or he'd get into trouble. Afterwards, each student arrived to be able to move on to the next round, and there were a large number of them. I can't believe I came second, I was so close. Ryo. Don't feel bad, old man, we didn't pay attention to that girl, that was a mistake on our part, next time we won't make that mistake. Kung Lao. If only I had thrown my hat earlier I would have made it. Liu Kang. Don't blame yourself, brother, with those kids on top of us we couldn't do much, this is just the beginning. Han. You're right about that, although this is still a long way off, let's see what's left for us. Melissa approached where Izumi was, who was praised by Uraraka. Izumi. Melissa-chan. Melissa. Good job Midoriya-chan, I never expected that from you. Giving her a hug to congratulate her. Izumi. Thanks, but now I'm the focus of everyone. Uraraka. Don't worry about that Izumi-chan, we'll be with you, right Melissa-chan? Melissa. Yes, that's what they are. Even though she was upset about not winning, she couldn't blame her first friend at UA for that, after all this was a competition. Besides knowing that the girl was very shy and nervous, I had to be by her side and support her. At that moment, Midnight appeared again and cracked the whip hard to get the students' attention. Midnight. Very well, I want to congratulate everyone who managed to pass the obstacle course. I'm sorry for the others who couldn't pass, but you don't have to worry about that. There will always be another opportunity next year to excel. Making those who couldn't get in nod and leave the festival area, being consoled by the other spectators. Then the 18-year-old heroine began to explain the festival's next event, which would be a cavalry battle, where teams could be formed, and each member would have to wear a sash with an exact number based on their position in the race. Where each one saw their number with the position they had. Until we saw that the first place, which had 10 million points. Where the green-haired girl felt the gaze of the other participants and knew that she would be everyone's target for her points, and now she was regretting winning the race. And when she wanted to take a step back, the first thing she encountered was the gaze of Han and Ryo who looked at her with murderous intent. Izumi's mind. Not there. Midnight. You have 10 minutes to form your teams, go. So everyone started to form their teams, although you could see how everyone was avoiding the green-haired girl. The first team to form was the assassin duo and the monk duo. The next would be the Bakugo team, which would be the one mentioned with Kirishima, Mina and Zero. The next one would be Izumi's with Melissa, Uraraka and a pink-haired girl from support courses. The next ones would be Shoto, Momo, Lita and Kaminari. The others also formed their teams, just waiting for it to start and be able to move on to the next phase. With Izuku, we can see the aforementioned holding a rifle in his hands, firing 5 ricochet shots at 8 out of 10 targets. Being observed Kaina who was behind him with a rifle, just waiting for his turn. Izuku, 8 out of 10, with 5 bullets, beats that. Kaina, I want you to follow my orders now. Getting into firing position, ready to take on the challenge. Izuku, let's see if you can do this first. At that moment the girl fired 3 bullets towards her targets. But these had collided with the metal and then collided with each other and changed their trajectory. Ending with a final shot to hit the last target, 4 shots and 10 out of 10 targets. Izuku stood with his mouth open like some who were present. Kaina, if you keep your mouth open, a fly will get in. Izuku, you won. Kaina, you should also give yourself credit, love, you've really improved, but you still have a long way to go to beat the teacher. Izuku, I know that, but if I can't do it, maybe the junior will. Looking at the purple-haired girl's belly that blushed because of that. Izuku, by the way, have they told you how much time you have? Or how many are there? Kaina, I'll tell you that at the end of this, okay? Izuku, sounds good to me, now I want to take you to a special place. Kaina, why is it special? Izuku, I'll tell you when we get there. Leaving the place to start together. Izuku, you realized right? Kaina, yes, she's following us from the restaurant. Do you want me to kill her? Izuku, no, leave it to me, play along, I already know what to do. Continuing walking until reaching an alley where they both entered. And quickly Izuku using the boats hid himself in the smoke that he threw at the wall to make his pursuer think that they left using their quirk. They left. Damn it. Izuku, haven't they told you that it's rude to spy? Appearing behind the pursuer to give him a light kick to make him fall into the alley. And kinda coming out of hiding to aim with her quirk. And Izuku appearing next to her preparing his blades and fire. Kaina, Rumi, Mirko, Nagant. Izuku, Mirko, Kure. At the festival. Present Mick. And here ladies and gentlemen, after the cavalry battle, we can see on screen the clashes that will take place in the final phase of the sports festival. Letting us see what the order of the fights in the final phase of the festival would be like. For certain reasons, Mina did not want to enter the final phase, withdrawing because she knew that with the assassins, she would be just a victim or end up in the hospital, and she wanted to avoid that. His place being taken by Shinso, who was the leader of the previous team and whose other members voluntarily retired for unknown reasons. Ihan. It will be fun. End of chapter. Chapter 13. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 13. We can see in the alley from before how Izuku now had a knife near the rabbit heroine's neck. In addition to having Kaina as support who aimed her rifle at him from a little far away, knowing that Mirko was capable of doing anything no matter what the method. Also saying that for no reason at all, she was following them. Even knowing for a long time that Kaina was declared innocent when the former chairman of the Public Safety Commission were taken to prison and replaced with more just and experimental ones. But it seems that the relationship the rabbit had with the Kure was something more personal and with a lot of hatred one could say, since as soon as she saw Izuku, she didn't give him a good face. In addition, the sports festival was giving them a short break so they could relieve all the stress caused by the previous rounds and get something to eat. At the moment, we can see how Izuku still had his knife on the rabbit's neck who did nothing to get him off her. And even worse since he was using the removal on his arm to have more strength than the rabbit in case she tries something. Izuku. Speak bunny, why were you following us? Continuing to point his blade at the rabbit's neck until he drew some blood from the force he had on her right now. Mirko. I only followed them because it was strange to see Kaina around these parts, but I never expected that it would be you who would be with him. Kaina. Anyway Rumi, it's been years since we last saw each other, but now I'm busy. Rumi. Yes, I already noticed, I didn't think you had related to the Kure clan and more with him. Izuku. Do you have something against me, bunny? Let me remind you that this is the first time I've seen you. Rumi. That's true, but you have the same face as your sister. Izuku. Ah, I see, are you upset because my sister defeated you years ago and left you with that scar? Kaina. Like love. Rumi. Love. Izuku. My older sister Carla told me when I was in middle school that a violent bunny girl got into a fight with her, but because she got carried away she humiliated her, I even have a video saved in my trunk. At that moment the Kure had been pushed by a kick from the rabbit that crashed him against the wall to get away. Hina. Stay still Rumi, I don't want to shoot you. Rumi. Why do you care so much? Is he your boyfriend? Hina. He's my husband and we're on a date. Izuku. Which you are interrupting. He threw some blood he had in his hand, hitting the rabbit in the eyes and then hitting her hard with the removal on her chin, being strong enough to make the brunette's brain move. Before she could do anything, she received a light kick to the other side of her face, causing her to lose consciousness, with minimal damage. Since she could withstand that kind of blow, but a surprise one and more so against a Kure. She had fainted, but being supported by the green-haired man she stopped falling on her face. Izuku. What should we do with her, love? She's your friend, right? Hina. Actually, not for years, since they locked me up she believed them and left it behind. Izuku. I'm sorry you have to go through this, it was supposed to be fun for you. Hina. It's not your fault, it's hers, even if I hate her, we don't have to leave her here. Izuku. Okay, I'll leave her on a roof, at least it's safer than being here. Picking up the rabbit woman like a sack of potatoes, he jumped and carefully dropped the woman off. Izuku. I hope we can fight next time, I would like to have a baby from a woman as strong as you. Stroking the rabbit's hair affectionately before turning around and returning to Hina. Izuku. Ready, she's sure. Hina. What a bad time to interrupt the date. Izuku. This isn't over yet, love, remember there's still a place left to end the date. Hina. Then let's go, there's no time to waste. Izuku. You're right. So they both went far away from there, wanting to finish their date, leaving aside any other annoying incident that might occur. At the festival. We can see how many students were eating after the cavalry battle. Being like a break for the finalists who had to fight to be the winner. As always, each student had their own group. Where we can see how the duo of assassins and monks were eating peacefully. Ryo. Well, at least this festival is about to get interesting. Liu Kang. You said it, I always wanted to fight you guys. Han. The bad thing is that we will be limited by the rules that will surely get to us. Hung Lao. Well, at least it's something. Han. The only bad thing is that Izuku isn't here, I really wanted to fight him. Ryo. Relax Han, remember that we can fight outside of this place too, as long as no one sees us. Liu Kang. He's right, I just hope his date goes well after all. Appointment. That was the question that the orange-haired and black-haired men asked themselves when they heard that Izuku was not at the festival because of a date. But they didn't know why the action of the Kure hurt them so much inside. Endo maybe because he had argued and tried to force one of his ideas on him. But Momo didn't know why, she barely met him and hated him for the way he had spoken to her when they met. Melissa, who was with the other girls, also heard what Wu said. Making her anger still sky high, the idiot who dared to underestimate her and belittle her as the Ofa's successor was on a date instead of being here. Melissa's mind. Damn, as soon as I see you here again, you'll see what I'm capable of. But then I look at Bai Han, who was eating while talking to his friends. Melissa's mind. But at least I'll be able to prove my ability against the one closest to you in power. Finishing her meal and then continuing to talk with her friends. Until the time came. Well, first they had to go through the recreational games where everyone spent some time playing with the public who also entered the game. But that was short-lived before the real festival finally began. Present Mick. It's time for the moment everyone has been waiting for. Shouting along with the audience, we see the first participants of the festival ready to begin the final phase. Entering the arena the first participants of the first fight. Present Mick. Coming from China, the country of martial arts and a very distinguished clan with years of history, from the A class of the hero course, Bai Han Wu. Entering the arena, the white-haired man stood in front of everyone with a neutral expression, as if he didn't care about this competition. Present Mick. Against the general classes, Hitachi Shinso, someone who went unnoticed by everyone to get to this stage, and the only one of his kind to reach this stage. Both had been well received until they were face to face, although Wu drew more glances from the heroes upon learning of his clan beforehand. Present Mick. Remember that you can use your quirks to fight, if you manage to leave the limits of the arena you are out, if you manage to knock out your opponent you win, or you can also force him to say surrender. If the fight gets to an extreme level where their lives are in danger, Midnight and Cements are allowed to interrupt the fight. Midnight. Don't go too far, is that clear? They both just nodded at this. Cements. If something happens, I will intervene. Shinso. I want my opponent to be Kure, but I think that with you it will be enough, I didn't expect him to be so cowardly as to not participate here after that threat. Touching his cheek where he had a small scab from the wound that Izuku made that day where he threatened the purple-haired boy and everyone. Ihan didn't say anything about it, just made a small sign with his hands, the typical greeting of his homeland before a fight. Shinso. Don't you know how to respond to an attack? I see that the assassins lack manners. Midnight. Are you ready? Ihan just nodded as he got into a fighting stance. Shinso. Yes, whenever you want sensei. Midnight. Let's fight. Shinso. It's time to. Unable to finish because before he could do anything, his feet had been frozen by ice. And then he heard what felt like a bolt of lightning had struck in front of him, followed by a barrage of blows that hit him full in the face without him doing anything about it. Face, nose, forehead and chin were the points where he was hit with great speed and force. Ihan. Don't provoke a member of the Wu clan again, if he had been Kure, he wouldn't be walking anymore. On the ice from the boy's feet to make him fall to the ground with some blood and marks from blows that were too powerful to leave him unconscious. Giving him the victory under the astonished gaze of everyone seeing Wu's speed and finishing the fight quickly. Midnight. Knocked out, winner is Ihan Wu, move on to the next round. Ihan's mind. Let the killing begin. End of chapter. Chapter 14. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 14. The first fight was over in the blink of an eye by Ihan, who showed no mercy to his opponent. He had to be taken to the infirmary by medical robots as he was not conscious enough to go alone. Ihan just started walking away from there to return inside the facility. Being congratulated and frowned upon by the state. Something that didn't matter to him at all since his only thought was to reach the finals so he could fight against his friends. After all, they are the only ones who could give him a run for his money. With Class A. We can see how everyone was speechless watching how the whole fight happened. Mina. That was it. Jiru. Pretty fast. Haminari. That guy is really scary. Hiroshima. Next up is Shiro and Todoroki, whoever wins the fight will face Wu. Momo. It will surely be Todoroki-san. Sai. Not to be pessimistic, but yeah Momo, you're right. Shiro-san has no chance against Todoroki-kun. Uraraka. It's already started. Present Mick. On this side we have a student who came in by recommendation, who has an incredible skill that led him to where he is now, Todoroki Shoto from the hero course. The two-tone only took its place when it was well received by everyone, as they recognized it as the number 2 hero. Present Mick. And on this side we have a very striking young man with a unique style, from the Hero Hanta Zero course. Zero. Damn, I'm really nervous, don't be too rough with me, okay? Ihan. We can see the aforementioned standing next to Ryo, watching the fight from one side of the stadium tunnels. Ihan. How do you think this will end? Ryo. The winner will be Todoroki, but it seems that he is very angry, it seems that he found that it was not to his liking. Ihan. That will be. Looking discreetly across the stadium at the number 2 hero Endeavor, who was standing with his arms crossed looking at his son. Ihan's mind. What's on your mind, Todoroki? Present Mick. Begin. Upon hearing the hero's cry, everyone saw how the black-haired man had grabbed the two-colored man with his ribbons and tried to pull him out of the arena. Making everyone surprised by the strategy and speed of the execution of said action. Shoto. Sorry. That said, he had made a lot of ice that was against him. Which could do nothing, since it was frozen by an ice igloo that covered a part of the state that could even be seen outside of it. Leaving everyone speechless with the action of the two-colored man who freed himself from the ribbons to let out a cold sigh. Ryo. What a shit. Smiling nervously as he saw the tremendous attack that the bicolor launched towards the black-haired man. Midnight. Hanta-san, can you continue? Being frozen with half of his body frozen and shivering from the cold he had. Zero. Can you see that I can? At that moment Shoto approached where he was to put his hand on his chest to begin defrosting him. Shoto. Sorry, I was upset. Han Ryo y by Han. Ryo. Wow, that attack was very powerful, can you do the same? Ihan. I can do it, but remember that I'm not doing it for my job, I have to be stealthy and not attract attention. Ryo. I see, I understand that last part, but do you think you can do something? Ihan. That idiot tried to declare war on Kure, but since he's not here, I'll show him how far away he is before all of us. Ryo. Now I wonder what Izuku is doing right now. With Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man and the purple-haired woman were now in a beautiful garden far from the city. 1. Where the beauty of nature could be seen without people ruining it. After all, it had been abandoned for a long time, only important people with great money and power knew about the place. Among them the Kure like the Aoi Rozu. Although because it was the day of the sports festival, no one was there, only for Izuku and Kaina. Where you could only feel the breeze, the birds singing and the smell of flowers. They were in front of a small river where they were holding hands. Kaina. This place is beautiful love. Izuku. in this very place, is where my grandfather proposed to my grandmother, then assumed leadership of the clan. Type. Of rank. Izuku. I really wanted to make you a decent marriage proposal and not in a nearly dead forest. Remembering how they both declared their love and made love. That moment was beautiful, but now in this place unlike his village and his dead forest. Kinda. Well then you want to. At that moment her hands were taken by Izuku's and he knelt before her. She didn't say anything, she just smiled as she saw her husband's action, making her happy. Izuku. At first it was difficult for both of us, you escaping from the unfair past you went through and me from a loss that left me feeling empty. The void that you managed to fill with great warmth and love, something I never thought I would feel, especially with someone else. But the time we had, I was able to connect with you and realize how lucky I am to have you by my side. The woman couldn't stop the tears from coming out and falling down her cheeks, hearing those words made her so happy. Someone who loved her as she is and not as a weapon. Izuku. Inside me I want to be with you for the rest of my days and have a family that we can believe in until we grow old. Taking something he had in his pocket and taking out a black ring and a purple stone, he placed it on the index finger of the woman's right hand. Izuku. Kaina Tsutsumi, do you want to be my wife? This time it was a grand marriage declaration that he made. Kaina. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Unable to hold back, she grabbed his neck to give him a big kiss, while tears of happiness fell. Izuku had accepted the kiss and surrounded Kaina's waist, while reciprocating the kiss of love. At the festival. Midnight. The winner is Tenyalita from the heroes class due to her rival's withdrawal. He said this while watching the support girl retreat from the fight after using the poor Class A president as a public poster in front of everyone. Since he unknowingly showed all the girl's inventions. Giving him a painful victory in front of everyone. The next fight was Melissa Shield against Kaminari Denki. Both from Class A. Present Mick. On this side we have a girl from the United States, she has stood out a lot since the obstacle course, one of the smartest in Class A of the Melissa Shield hero course. Receiving the blonde in a good way in front of everyone, but she had a tense and hateful look apparently, since she even had her fist too clenched from the moment she entered the arena. Present Mick. And on the other side a very energetic boy like his Quirk, from the hero course, Kaminari Denki. The blonde had a slight smile as he stretched. Denki. Hey Melissa, what do you think about going out after winning the fight? The girl didn't say anything, as her hair covered her eyes while yellow rays came out of her hand. Third option. It was what was repeated in his head over and over again, which increased his anger. Present Mick. Listos. At that moment they both began to release a large amount of lightning. Present Mick. Begin. Denki. Being a lady I'll be a bit delicate 1.3 million flips. Releasing a large amount of lightning that headed towards the blonde girl who just raised her fist. Melissa. One for all, 9%, Detroit smash. He whispered and threw his punch towards Kaminari which broke the lightning and formed a large tornado that was felt throughout the stadium. But poor Kaminari was the biggest victim of that attack. Which was carried fully by the tournament until the wall of the stands that left him unconscious. Midnight. Kaminari Denki is out of bounds, the winner is Melissa Shield. Nobody said anything about this action, they were so shocked by it. Melissa. Sorry I was upset. The duo of assassins could not believe what they saw, this had left them impacted by the girl's action. Ryo. That hit, it wasn't normal. Ihan. She was filled with hatred and resentment, apparently Izuku told her something that made her act that way to this day. Ryo. Well it's Izuku, words are the most painful weapon than any knife. Ihan. You're right about that. Ryo. Okay, see you later, I'll continue. Ihan. Your opponent is Yayoi Rozu, funny, the person Izuku has to take care of now will be beaten up by you. Ryo. Heh, I'm more than sure he'll understand, after all we're at a festival, we can do everything except kill. Entering the tunnel to start heading to the arena and wait for the signal. Ihan's mind. The girl has it tough, well, what does it matter, whoever wins is there, she'll have to fight one of the monks, she has it tough. Remember that he would have a tough time with either of the two monks if he came to a fight. Liu Kang and his fire can burn his hair, and Kung Lao with his hat can cut it. With Melissa. We can see the blonde walking through the hallways after being scolded by Midnight and Cements for being so brutal with Kaminari who was taken by medical robots to the infirmary. Until she met her uncle who looked at her with concern. Almight. Melissa. Melissa. I know, uncle, forgive me I was upset I just wanted to get even with Kaminari-san, I shouldn't have used that power against him. Almight. You have every right to vent I should give you a gift for what you did, but you already have too much on your mind to do that, but I want you to know Melissa that you were always worthy of one for all. She just looked down and walked past him to leave, but not before stopping and looking at him behind her. Melissa. Next round I'll fight Wu, he and Kure are on the same level, I'll show you that I was a better choice than anyone. With Class A. We can see how many were talking about the last meeting. Jiru. Shield if she's crazy. Mina. Poor Kaminari. Seiya. She was able to unleash that power against Kaminari without restraint. Liu. Yes just. He shouted to silence all his companions. Hung Lao. It's true that she crossed the line against him, but it was a mistake, you can see in her eyes that she did it without thinking. Liu Kang. Remember, we are at this festival to show everything without holding back against anyone, so that they can see our potential. Hung Lao. Talking bad about someone behind their back isn't that heroic of you guys, you should be ashamed of yourself. The duo of monks had scolded their companions in such a way to stop talking about shield like that. It seemed to work and they only paid attention to the next fight. Present Mick. On this side of the Inaba clan and the only one from the B class of the hero course who made it this far, Ryo Inaba. Watching as the black-haired man reached the arena while apparently on all fours while breathing heavily. Being received in a certain way by everyone. With Class B. Monoma. Damn, the only one of us who made it this far. Ryuko. The other one who might have gotten that far would be Kure, but I feel bad for us. Yui. You're right, but all we can do for now is support him. Kendo. She's right guys, let's support our partner. Tetsu. Go all out, Inaba-san. In the countryside. Both opponents were ready, although the brunette was very nervous about fighting Ryo. I had already seen him fight in the Ujas, I knew I would have to be careful with his hair especially. Present Mick. Let's start. Momo. What? At that moment Ryo launched himself at her without giving her a chance to attack. Momo quickly managed to create a shield that blocked a spinning kick that hit her full on and made her retreat, but causing her to drop her weapon. And before she could continue creating another weapon, she felt something tie her up from her feet. Ryo. Haha, I got you. Smiling then taking her other hand and then her waist. Ryo. I see why Izuku is protecting you, you're an easy target. Quickly using his strength to move her and get her out of the confines of the arena. Midnight. Yayoi Rozu is out of bounds, the winner is Inaba. Ryo just turned around as he walked away, greeted by everyone's applause and cheers. While leaving behind him Yayoi Rozu completely in shock from having been defeated so quickly. The next fight was between Kirishima and Izumi. Although this was not so bad, because Kirishima, despite everything in his favor, decided to retire voluntarily. Since his manly code made it impossible for him to hit a girl. Giving the green-haired girl the victory without a fight. Moving on to the next fight, which is very average. And it was between Liu Kang from the A-class hero course. Against Hung Lao from the A-class hero class. Both Shaolin brothers would demonstrate what they are capable of once and for all. Being in the combat arena while they were preparing. Hung Lao. Are we, agreed Liu Kang. Liu Kang. If I win, you spend a week without a hat. Hung Lao. When I win, you will use it for a week. Present Mick. Let's start. As soon as they heard it, they both went on the attack. Liu Kang with a punch and Kung Lao with a kick. Colliding together to make a wind wave. But quickly separating and then Liu Kang launches a fire fist. Which Kung Lao quickly dodged and threw his hat. Which was quickly intercepted by a fire bullet that collided with the hat. And they began to collide their blows. Being so strong that they made the floor of the arena crack. They were so close that they couldn't easily decide on a winner. Hung Lao quickly swept him, making him levitate, and then delivered a palm strike to his chest, sending him flying. Then he took his hat again to throw it at him. Many were worried about this because they know that hat is too sharp to cut a rock. But the black-haired man quickly stepped aside, but received a slight cut on his elbow from his brother's hat. Hung Lao. Good reflexes. Liu Kang. Jeej. This time it was Kung Lao who launched himself at him while his hat reappeared on his head. And again a combo of blows was exchanged. Where he was at this time Kung Lao had a slight advantage due to the cut he made on Liu Kang's arm. Picking him in the face, sending him flying and falling to the ground. The monk quickly jumped and twirled in the air to strike him, but Liu Kang quickly rolled to dodge him. Liu Kang. Let's even things up. Making fire in his hands and then starting to throw multiple fire dragon heads that headed towards Kung Lao. As he approached while continuing to shoot. Kung Lao was trying to dodge and block the attacks. Until they are face to face and begin to fight hand to hand. Feeling the heat of the fire and the strength it produced. Liu Kang. Haha, you've really improved. Kung Lao. I don't think you should get too confident at this point. He said this because he didn't have his hat as it was heading behind Liu Kang. The aforementioned increasing the fire throughout his body made Kung Lao release the grip. And using his hands he barely grabbed the hat. but making blood come out of his palms to stop him, but not stopping. Using her fire and strength, she lunged and delivered a powerful fire kick to his chest. Kung Lao fell to the ground unconscious from the force and exhaustion he suffered from the fight. Midnight. Kung Lao is out, the winner is Liu Kang. The people shouted for the monk who made a slight bow to his brother who was on the ground. But they had won over the heroes with their great determination, discipline and skills. But Izuku. He was now inside a hotel, taking off his clothes after returning from the park with Kaina. While he was taking off his clothes he was watching television in the room. Watching the fight between Liu Kang and Kung Lao, where the former won the fight with a kick. Izuku. Wow, those two are really good, although you're an idiot Kung Lao, I had hoped that you would win. At that moment he felt him sit up in bed and turn around. Kaina. What do you think of love? Izuku. Would it be bad to say that I want to bite that off of you? Kaina. Ah, so what are you waiting for? Seeing how Izuku was now on top of her with a slight smile then biting her neck. Ahead. At the festival. The fight between Bakugo and Uraraka had been brutal. Even though the girl had managed to corner the little-haired boy for a few moments. The fight was always in favor of Bakugo, the difference between them was very large. And this had reached the second phase of the festival. Which would begin with a fight between Bai Hanwoo against Shoto Todoroki. Both ice users were giving a lot of expectations in front of everyone. On Bai Han. We can see how the Wu was walking towards the fighting field with a serious look for his fight. Although he was calm inside since he knew he could win because Todoroki was using half of his power because of some stupid pride he has. He already had a strategy ready to win as quickly as possible. Until it was found. Bai Han. Endeavor. Wu. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 15. The girl Wu was in front of Japan's number 2 who was looking at her intensely. They just looked into each other's eyes and Wu, without any fear of him, walked past them. Bai Han. I don't have all day, I have to go fight your son Endeavor. Endeavor. You're interesting, kid, yours are amazing. Bai Han. What are you trying to get at? Let it be quick. Endeavor. Shoto is my greatest creation, which should be made to be better than me and surpass Almight, but now he is in a rebellious teenage stage. Bai Han. And what, do you see that I am a psychologist? Endeavor. I want you to make him use my power, realizing that he is made to give more. Bai Han. You're lucky it's me, because if Kure were here, I would surely beat your son to death, but I expect a good payment in return. Endeavor. I'll pay you well. Bai Han. I'm telling you right now that I'll do it with my methods, I don't care if you refuse later, I'll take my money anyway. Endeavor. I know yours are psychopathic with their methods, but if you cross the line, I'll burn you to death. Bai Han. Understood. Endeavor's mind. But then I want to see Kure, if she turns out to be better than you, I'll change my mind about who to marry my daughter. Watching as the white-haired man left his sight and he returned to his course towards the stands. Han Ryo. We can see the aforementioned along with the duo of monks being in a place in the stadium meeting. He didn't want to be with his own class because he didn't like that kind of company, it was better to be with Izuku or the boys. Ryo. Good fight guys. He said this referring to the duo of monks standing next to him. Liu Kang was wearing a bandage on his arm where he was cut and some bandages where he was beaten by Kung Lao. The aforementioned also had some bandages, but also a large bandage was noticeable under his black shirt that was covered by the physics uniform. Liu Kang. Thank you, I really thought I was going to lose. Looking at his hands which had bandages from the cuts he received. Kung Lao. I apologize for that thing about your hands, next time I will win with my skills. Ryo. Let's see if it's true. Liu Kang. Anyway, the next fight will be against Ryo, don't think it will be easy. Ryo. That's what I want to see. Kung Lao. Myron, you enter. Seeing how the opponents have already entered the arena. Present Mick. On this side we have Shoto Todoroki from the hero class, who has shown himself to be one of the strongest so far. Seeing how the bicolor was with a serious gaze at all times towards the Wu who did not flinch at all. Present Mick. And on this side we have Bai Hanwoo from the heroes class, also one of the strong ones at the festival. Who will be the winner of this fight to go to the quarterfinals? With Class A. Uraraka. Do you think Todoroki-san can win? Lita. I don't know Uraraka-san, both are good at using ice, it's hard to say which one is better. Zero. But remember that he has the fire too, suddenly he could have an advantage. Jiru. You forgot that guy can also use lightning in his previous fight, he's very fast. Izumi. But Todoroki-kun doesn't like to use his fire side, don't you think that could work against him? Momo. It's true, what will he do now? With Class B. Setsuna. I bet all my savings on Wu. Hendo. That wasn't very subtle of you, Setsuna. Setsuna. Oh come on, don't tell me you didn't see the result beforehand. Monoma. She's right, if we go by experience and in quirk handling, the Wu has the advantage by all rules. The Wace. But Todoroki is also good at using ice. The Geru. But remember that guy has more than one quirk, he may have more of the same as Kure and he was trained to kill. Kanoko. I think Todoroki-san will win, he has a bit better handling of ice and even more so if he manages to use his fire. Kendo. We just have to see. In the sand. Present Mick. Are you ready? Shoto. I plan to end this in one attack. Ihan. Ha, your threat scares me, you're just a kid whose miserable body I'll break every bone in. Heading into a battle stance as freezing air blew out of his mouth. Shoto just prepared his hand ready to launch his attack. Present Mick. Let's start. As soon as they heard that, huge ice caps appeared and collided with each other to hit each other and be in the middle of the entire stadium. Both users literally held nothing back with their attacks. But the Wu took a big leap to go for the big igloo and started walking to head towards where Shoto was. He barely saw it and threw another line of ice. Ihan with great skill created an ice sword and began to run away all the ice that Shoto threw at him. Wu was very surprised by this, knowing that it could not work. But I couldn't do anything else. Using his ice to move and dodge the Wu's attack that broke the concrete. But also breaking his sword that was shattered. But that wasn't enough as he saw Shoto launch another attack at the one he was targeting. He just turned into ice and then disappeared from the path of the attack. Destroying Ihan's ice figure that broke. Shoto didn't know what happened, but he felt a strong kick on his back and it was from Ihan who appeared. And then he felt lightning that attacked him all over his body, coming from the hands of Ihan who electrocuted him. To then give him a strong roundhouse kick to his face that knocked him to the ground. Present Mick. Incredible, young Wu has managed to evade all of Todoroki's attacks and now he has him on the ground, using 2 quirks, what will young Todoroki do now? Everyone was amazed by the young assassin's skills, seeing the huge difference between Endeavor's son and a member of an assassin clan like the Wu. In the sand. Watching as the bicolor launched another ice attack that went against Wu. Which I don't know about you and launched a large electric shock with his right hand. Completely destroying the attack and began to walk towards them calmly. Ihan. What's wrong Shoto? Is that all you can do? I expected more from you. Shoto. You're a bastard. Standing up, he froze the entire ground, managing to trap Wu's feet. Ihan. Did you really think you could beat one of us like that? Freeing himself from the ice to continue his walk towards Shoto who was furious, seeing that his attacks were useless against him. Ihan. Kure can use her fire to melt your ice, Inaba can use her hair that is so hard to break even your igloo. Cutting off another attack with his ice sword. Starting to get angry now with Shoto for all this. Ihan. Liu Kang can melt all of this without any problems and Kung Lao can move everywhere with his hat and right now I can evade all of your attacks since I'm better at using ice. Did you really think you could beat me with just one quirk? You really are useless. Using the Gihin at 30% in his hand to grab Shoto by the neck and begin choking him with great force, in addition to using some ice on the same place for more pain. Everyone had seen and heard everything the Wu was doing and saying, worrying about the bicolor who was in danger of dying. The spectators began to scream at the actions that the Wu was doing. But mostly the heroes remained silent since Bakugo had previously been brutal against Uraraka. And they understood that he only did it without the intention of finishing it. Also, they understood that he didn't do it to kill if he was in the UA. Ihan. You know something, your father made me a great proposal before fighting you. Shoto. Did he pay you? Trying to resist being choked by Wu's grip. Approaching his ear to whisper something. Ihan. Your sister will be a good pay after this meeting. Smiling and leaving a Shoto in shock at such information he had. Besides, he knew that his father was capable of doing that kind of thing for more power. Ihan. You can't imagine how much fun I'll have with her after this child's play. At that moment a large amount of fire had pushed Wu with some pain in his hand. Due to the sudden burn from the wave of fire that was present. Looking up to see how Shoto's left side was now surrounded by fire while thawing the ice that was on the other side of his body. Ihan. Heh, finally a challenge. Feeling the heat throughout the arena that Todoroki was expelling, even the spectators could feel it. Shoto. Damn you, I'm going to kill you. Ihan. I want to see that. Activating 100% of Gihin along with his lightning and ice on both sides. Making the cold and heat come together throughout the stadium. Worrying many about it. Izawa. Midnight, stop them now. Shouting from the microphone at Midnight in cements. The first one tried to use her quirk to put them to sleep, but it didn't work since Todoroki's fire drove it away. Midnight. Cementos. Cements. I'm coming. At that very moment, both rivals went against each other to deliver the final blow. Shoto. Here I go. Woo. Ihan. I'm waiting for you here. Todoroki. The last one was thrown, colliding with his hands, which impacted against the cement walls that he created, making a huge storm that was felt throughout the stadium and outside. Terrifying and worrying everyone in the stadium because of the attack, especially those two who were fighting. Some were even nearly blown away by the wind wave of the attack. Being helped by many. Ryo held onto a pole with his hair, along with his monk friends who held on. Present Mick. Those two are crazy, what do you suppose you teach your students? Izawa. I didn't teach them anything, they evolved themselves. Present Mick. I can't see anything. Midnight, who won? The heroine who had been blown away by the wind wave quickly searched for the two students. Being able to see only Ihan in the arena, who was still with Gihin activated at 100%. Only with its top part completely broken and some minor burns. And looking in the same direction as the Wu, he could see Shoto lying unconscious against the wall, his right side completely burned and his hand apparently broken by the impact. Midnight. Todoroki is out of bounds, Wu advances to the next round. People couldn't help but start shouting with excitement at the fight that had ended. Ihan didn't say anything about it, he just deactivated the Gihin and turned around while wiping off the sweat and blood on him. But smiling in one specific direction, which was where Endeavor was. He just smiled at his gesture and nodded, re-entering the stadium facilities as he left the arena. On Ryo. We can see how the aforementioned was fixing his hair after the tremendous disaster caused by the attack of those two. Ryo. Damn, my hair is a mess, what the hell was that idiot thinking? Liu Kang. That thing almost blew us away, but it looked like it had fun. Kung Lao. Ha, now I realize that Izuku and him aren't that different after all, they're both equally crazy. Ryo. Well, how about we talk before our fight? Liu Kang. It's fine by me. Han Ihan. We can see the aforementioned in front of Endeavor with a slight smile. The fire hero showed him his phone where he could see a bank transfer. Endeavor. A deal is a small deal, but was it really necessary to mention my daughter? A little angry at using his only daughter, even though he could do that, at least he wouldn't let it be that easy without her permission. Ihan. No, but you can't complain, it worked and he exploited it to the fullest, I think he has that in mind now, he must exploit his full potential. Endeavor. I think that's fine, but I still think there's more to it. Ihan. I have an idea that might be useful, what do you think? In the sand. We can see how the fight between Melissa and Lita was now. Where the blue-haired boy was having complications because the girl was launching air attacks to evade him. Apparently he had it difficult. Melissa. Smash. He threw a blow across the ground causing it to shatter around it. Taking the blue-haired boy by surprise, he almost fell. Where he made a great jump and using his engines he launched a super kick. Which cut some of the girl's hair, which only responded with an attack of her fingers on the boy's abdomen that sent him far away to the limits of the arena. Midnight. Lita is out of bounds, the winner is Shield, she moves on to the next round. Melissa said nothing, just gave a slight bow to Lita and turned away. Being congratulated by everyone in the arena and her teammates, it seems that everything has already happened with what she did before with Kaminari. Melissa's mind. In the next fight, it's you and me Wu, let's see who is stronger. Han Ihan. We can see Wu changing the clothes he destroyed himself in. Ryo. So that's what it was about. Ihan. Yes, although it was good pay, I really don't mind. Kung Lao. But don't you think Izuku will want to hit you later? Ihan. That's what happens to him for leaving all the work to us, at least this will help. Liu Kang. We are dead. Ryo. Well, I'll see you later, my fight is coming up. Running off to go fight. Liu Kang. Don't be so mean to the girl. Ryo. Okay, after seeing it I know I won't overdo it. Change of scene. Now we can see how the black-haired man was grabbing the girl with her hair on his neck and hands. As soon as the fight began, he wasted no time in attacking. Since he knew that the girl's fire could be dangerous against his hair. Pulling her towards him with enough force and then hitting her on the neck, leaving her with combat strength. Although the girl tried to fight him, it was in vain, she fell unconscious before the Inaba. Giving the victory to the black-haired man. Present Mick. And now, the final match of the second round. Showing the last opponents of this round walking into the arena. Present Mick. This young monk with a noble heart and a burning passion, from the hero course Liu Kang. Letting in the black-haired man who bowed slightly to his opponent who just looked at him angrily. Present Mick. And here still young as explosive as his fits of anger, from the hero course, Bikugo Katsuki. The ovation was much smaller than the previous one because she still had a bad face from her previous fight. Midnight. Are you ready? Liu Kang just nodded and got into a fighting stance. Bakugo just snorted as he made explosions in his hands, ready to launch himself. Present Mick. Let's start. The first to launch the attack was Bakugo with his explosions, while Liu Kang covered his hands with fire to receive it. Forming an explosion that surrounded the place with smoke due to the impact. Liu Kang quickly gave him a strong kick that sent him flying a few meters in the face. But she pulled herself together to look at him with hatred. Liu Kang. You should never rush into such a crazy thing. Bakugo. Shut up extra. Launching a large explosion that connected with a fire burst to form another layer of smoke. Where Bakugo received a few consecutive kicks to the chest from Liu Kang. Followed by a fire attack that hit him in the legs and then another in his chest that made him retreat. Liu Kang. You'll never beat me like that, come on. Bakugo. Shut up already. Throwing an explosion near his face that left the monk with a mask. Which I responded with a knee to his stomach and then a palm strike to his chin. Present Mick. Impressive, Liu Kang is using martial arts against Bakugo, what will he do to get out of this? Bazawa. He has to think of a strategy if he wants to win. This time Bakugo launched a huge explosion with both hands that caused a huge layer of smoke to appear. Liu Kang just took a deep breath and closed his eyes, then focused on his surroundings. Quickly moving his head to the side to dodge an attack from Bakugo that appeared behind him. To then begin to dodge his attacks with his eyes closed. Being defeated by everyone in the stadium for the skill and dexterity he demonstrated. Bakugo. Shiny. Hitting him square in the stomach, which I managed to hit by pure luck, making him step back. Hanryo. We can see the ghost standing next to Wu and Kung Lao watching the fight. Ihan. That Bakugo boy is really strong. Ryo. Apparently his brain only works when he fights, I wish it were like that for other things. Kung Lao. I ask myself that all the time. Seeing how the black-haired man had taken Bakugo to give him a strong headbutt in his face that made him step back and hold his face as blood came out of his nose. But he was quickly taken by surprise when he received a strong kick to his face that made him fall. Kung Lao. That's right. Ihan. Not yet. Watching how the little-haired boy launched a huge explosion with both hands that sent Liu Kang flying to the other side of the arena. Ryo. That boy is stubborn, but he can be admirable. Kung Lao. You're right in a way. Ihan. Piroke Har Liu Kang. At that moment they saw how the whole body began to melt the ground a little. Liu Kang. Time for some serious fighting. Bakugo. It is. Launching themselves to give each other a blow. But Bakugo took advantage to launch some small explosions that hit Liu Kang directly. Bakugo. Let's see if it lasts like this. Liu Kang just cursed as he covered himself. Bakugo. Shinii. Giving him a more powerful one that made him levitate a few meters. But he couldn't finish as he received another kick to his face that knocked him out on the ground due to the force and sudden movement of his brain. He knocked him out on the ground. Midnight. Bakugo is out, Liu Kang moves on to the next round. The people praised the victory of the black-haired man who bowed to his unconscious rival and left the place. Now only the semi-finals remain. Ihan Wu vs Melissa Shield. Ryo Inaba vs Liu Kang. The best had reached the furthest, ready to finish. Ryo. I have it difficult. Kung Lao. At least try not to fall at the first blow if you want. Ryo. I'll try. Kung Lao. I'm sorry. Watching how the white-haired man and the blonde entered the arena. Where you could feel the great tension on the part of the blonde girl towards the Wu. Who was looking at him as if nothing was happening, after all he didn't know what the girl had in mind. Melissa. It's a shame Kure isn't here, I wanted to fight him, but you're almost the same as him. Ihan's mind. Izuku has the curse of having crazy people with him, but they are cute crazy people. Ihan. I don't know what your problem is with Izuku, but if you want to get even with him for what he did to you, don't think I'm going to stay still. Melissa. We'll see. Present Mick. Are you ready? Activating their rays at the same time while looking at each other. Present Mick. Let's start. Smash. Giving a strong gust of wind that was covered by a layer of ice that managed to protect Ihan, even though it barely made him retreat a little. Melissa. Let's fight. Another air blast was launched, this time forcing Ihan to move sideways to evade the blonde's attack. Ihan's mind. Damn you Izuku, why do I have to pay for your broken dishes? Disappearing into an ice clone to evade an attack from the blonde. Present Mick. This is incredible, the young shield is giving it her all, and Wu can do nothing but dodge, maybe she has something planned. Melissa. Let's fight. Released more power with 11%, which was almost the limit where it could go. But she didn't realize that, because of anger. Melissa. Come on, what are you waiting for? Attack now. Launched another attack that made Wu dodge it. Ihan. You want me to attack, well, don't complain. activating the Gihin again at 60% to avoid killing her and launching an attack with an ice sword. Colliding their blows, forming a wave of wind that made everyone feel it. But this time the girl paid the price for it, feeling like 2 of her fingers were broken because of it. Melissa. I'm not done yet. This time doing 15% in his other hand. The Wu quickly kicked hard at his arm, forcing his attack to go skyward. Han. You are so stupid. Punching her, but receiving a surprise blow from the girl who grabbed her shoulder and kneed her. Han. Stupid girl. Headbutting her and then kicking her in the face, which was enough to make her bleed. But it didn't just stay there. Since Han kneed her completely in the back, which made her complain about it. After receiving a complete electric shock throughout his body. Making her scream from the pain she felt. She quickly, using the OFA on her fingers, managed to make Han move away and stand up. Melissa. Let's see how it goes, California Smash. He threw a punch that connected with Wu's right foot, destroying part of the sand beneath them with a wave of wind. Han. Let's see this. Managing to completely take the girl's right arm with both hands, which froze to the bone. Melissa screamed in pain at that and held her arm in pain. Melissa. Smash. With his only free throw, he launched another punch that this time hit Wu square in the stomach, sending him several meters back. Present Mick. This is undoubtedly one of the best fights of this year's sports festival, but now Shield has the disadvantage because of his arm. Will he give up? Han. Listen Brad, I don't care what Izuku did to you to make you feel like this, but if you can't handle me, do you really think you can do anything against him in such a pathetic state? This time increasing the Gihin to 100% until it completely surrounded his body. Worrying many since they knew that he was stronger than anyone. Melissa is now using more of her percentage until she reaches 50% of the OFA. They hit each other at the same time, but at the last minute Wu dodged the blow and grabbed Melissa's arm to knock her down and then with all his strength break her arm. Making the blonde scream in pain and shut up from a kick to her face that Wu gave her. Midnight. Shield is out, Wu moves on to the finals. Making everyone scream Wu's victory over the girl who was knocked unconscious by that last blow. Han. You'll never be able to beat Izuku if you couldn't beat me. Speaking in a low voice so the girl might be able to hear him. Where she was picked up by paramedic robots onto a stretcher. And then leave there to return to the stands with his friends. In the infirmary. We can see how the blonde was now in a bed sleeping with both arms bandaged. Being accompanied by Almight and Recovery Girl. Which looked seriously at the sleeping girl. Recovery Girl. I really can't believe it Almight, this girl is really overweight, don't think I'm going to accept that kind of thing. Almight. I know she was upset by what young Kure said about my choice of my heir, it must have been a very hard blow. At that moment he felt the old woman hit him with her needle-shaped cane. Recovery Girl. Next time make sure you give him a good scolding or I'll do it for you. Almight. Yes I understand Recovery Girl. At that moment it was heard how a pair of boys from Class A had entered. Scaring the blonde who flinched. Recovery Girl. Get out of here, I know you're worried about her, but I need you to leave, I'm going to perform immediate surgery. All. Surgery. In the sand. You could see how Ryo quickly gave Liu Kang a strong kick to his head. Making him lose his balance and quickly Ryo using all his strength sent him to the outskirts of the arena. But not before ending with a whiplash to Liu Kang's chest that drove him further away. Midnight. Liu Kang is out of bounds, Inaba advances to the finals. Since the fight between those two started, it was just a martial arts fight. Because Inaba knew he was at a disadvantage against the monks. So I waited for the opportunity to see how he would get distracted and then finish off with his signature technique. Now only the final of the festival remained. Ryo lost against Bai Hanwoo. One where many were very excited to see the final. But many didn't like that, being more of a Pelisiniso boy. Which after having been humiliated by the monk who lost against the Inaba. I couldn't be more angry, he was supposed to go so far to win and be number one. Apparently everything went down the drain when they showed up. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned man lying in bed in the hotel room he had rented for a while. He was now naked under the sheets while being hugged by a sleeping Kaine Tsutsumi. Both of them were completely covered in sweat and other stuff. But more so because of the bite and kiss marks they left all over each other's bodies, top and bottom. After having had a good act of pure hex. The woman fell asleep, leaving an Izuku to watch the festival finale. Where you could see a victorious Bai Han over Ryo who was frozen. Izuku. Haha, I knew he would win, well it was a good day, I had the best date, my marriage proposal, and the 3 best hours of my life, and I still have 6 hours left until my time is up, and it happens again. Seeing that it was 3:30 in the afternoon and I still had until 10 at night to get home. Izuku. Well, I hope tomorrow is a good day and I don't have to do anything today I had the best. settling into bed and covering himself with a sheet to hug Kaina and kiss her forehead and sleep next to her. He still had plenty of time for more hex, and sleeping wouldn't hurt to replenish his energy. End of chapter. Chapter 16. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 16. The sports festival had ended yesterday. Being a great festival that will surely be remembered due to its showcase of great talents. As the Inaba and Wu clans had been present, they defeated a large portion of the students. The Shaolin monks of Wuxi also made themselves known by demonstrating great skills in the arena. But there was something that all the students and a part of the citizens wondered about. And what happened with Kure and why didn't he participate? Well, Izuku on that day decided to take the day off so he could be with his wife and give her a great date. In addition to giving her a good marriage proposal and having a great action that lasted until nightfall. Although he didn't know that something would be waiting for him tomorrow because of his friend. At the moment, we can see how Izuku was about to go to the UA. Not without first having something in his hands and having a few tears fall from his face. Because she had a picture that kinda gave her about having not only one but two babies waiting in her belly. Izuku couldn't be happier at this moment that he had no words to describe it. Kaina, who was in front of him, just looked with a smile on her face. Well, seeing how her husband was crying so much at the news. Izuku, Uraraka and uncle know about this. Wiping away the tears she had from crying too much. Kaina, they don't know yet. Izuku, how long do you have? Kaina, 4 months, I had a good way of hiding it. Showing a bit of her not so swollen belly under her clothes that were too loose for working in the gardener at home. But at that moment he felt a strong hug with something wet near his elbow. Well, Izuku had given him a big hug while they were still falling. Izuku, finally. Thank you. Kaina just responded in kind, stroking her hair, she's also happy about this. Type. Yes, tranquilo. Izuku. Sorry, this just leaves me speechless. Kaina. Why don't you go to the academy? You'll be late and have a lot of explaining to do. Izuku. No, but. Kaina. Don't worry about me, I'll be more than fine. Izuku. Well, if you say so, if anything happens, don't hesitate to call me. I'll come as quickly as possible. Feeling something push him towards the portal and then close. Kaina turned around and saw Uraraka with his hand in a greenish aura, but with a slight smile towards her. Uraraka. Now, when were you going to give me the news? Price. Haha. Scratching her head a little nervously at having to explain her pregnancy. While at the UA everyone was already entering their classes with the weather somewhat rainy. Which was a bit annoying for some, but for others it was a great sight. That was the case for Ryo Inaba, who was in his seat looking out the window as the water fell to the ground. Ryo's mind. Ah, that feels good, but I wonder if Izuku will come, I feel a bit lonely being here with no one to talk about murders. At that moment he saw something fall from the ground and it wasn't just water, it was someone who fell from a green portal. And when he looked with difficulty, he could see what his green-haired black-eyed friend was. Who quickly entered the academy to escape the rain. Ryo's mind. I think I talked more than I should. Smiling knowing his best friend came, although also angry for having left him yesterday. Izuku for his part and using his purple fire around him, began to dry off and put on something warm. Izuku. Damn Uraraka, when I get back you. Kure-san. Looking behind him, he found Ryuko, who had also arrived with a black umbrella. Izuku. Ah, hello Yanagi. Still drying with its fire, taking out some smoke from around it. Ryuko. Hello to you too. Putting his umbrella aside where there were several umbrellas. Ryuko. Why did you miss the festival? You know that many people were asking about you. Speaking while still next to the green-haired man, who was starting to walk towards his classroom. Izuku. I had some important matters to resolve that day, hence my absence. At last it was dry and there was nothing left on it. Ryuko. I see. Izuku. Did you really need him here? Ryo and Baihan were here. Ryuko. Well, they wanted to see you fight with all your power, you are the strongest in the class after all. Izuku. Well at least I got a weight off my shoulders, I didn't want to carry something heavy. Ryuko. If you say so. Arriving at the living room and both entering and then leaving each one to their side. Being seen by the entire class who focused their gaze on the Kure who ignored them and went to his place. Izuku. Hey Ryo. Arriving at his seat next to his ghost friend who greeted him by bumping his fist with his. Ryo. You left me alone all day yesterday, you don't know how upset I am. Izuku. Oh come on, relax, she seems like a toxic girlfriend, it was just one day. Ryo. I was bored. Izuku. I thought you were with the others. Ryo. We are friends, but it is not the same, Baihan is a block of ice that I can barely have a conversation with, the other two do not like me to talk about murders or weapons. Izuku. Ah, I see. Ryo. What did you do all day yesterday? Did your date go well? Talking about the most normal things without being afraid that someone will hear it. But it caught the attention of said orange-haired girl and, without knowing it, of a white-haired girl who was closer to them. Izuku. Pretty good, don't imagine, the restaurant you recommended me in Roppongi was a good one to start with. Ryo. I told you, that place has the best food in the district. Kendo mind. He went on a date, so he has a girlfriend. Looking seriously at the green-haired man who was talking to his friend about everything. Ryuko's mind. I see, well it's not surprising, he comes from a family as influential as the Kure, it's surely normal for him to have more than one girl after him. With great disinterest in the topic of conversation between those two. So you missed the festival just for a date. That was what Tageru said when he saw the Kure, who changed his expression from joy to seriousness. Izuku. Do you have a problem with it? Tageru. Well yes, you have an idea of the opportunity you lost yesterday and moreover that you left your class behind for a girl. Even though he knew he might be hit by him, he had to make things clear once and for all that he couldn't be afraid forever. He was a wannabe hero fighting villains and saving lives, but if he was afraid of a killer, it would only make it clear that he wasn't cut out to be a hero. Izuku. Well, let it be clear to you, Mantis boy, what I do outside of this stupid academy is none of your business. Releasing a great murderous aura that he released to make Tageru step back and almost fall down in fear. Izuku. I hope you understand, you disgusting insect, talk to me like that again, and I'll rip your mouthparts off and stick them in your tiny little ass. Causing the Mantis boy to turn around with some sweat on his forehead. Yep, class is back to normal. It was the shared thought of Ryo, Kendo and Ryuko. To be honest, the class felt both good and bad at the same time, due to the lack of the Kure's killing aura. Izuku. How annoying. Ryo. Leaving aside the little courage the Mantis had, I think you'll get a punishment for missing yesterday. Izuku. Why do you say that? In all my time at this academy I only missed one day and it was yesterday. Ryuko. Many wanted to see you fight Wu and see everything you had like in the Uges. Speaking to the surprise of both assassins and some of their kind. Ryo. As she said, even I wanted to fight you. Izuku. Well, we can do it after we get out of here, no one stops us from fighting far from the academy. At that moment the door had opened, revealing Vlad King, who arrived with some papers in hand. Good morning, sensei. They all said as they returned to their seats. Vlad King. Good morning class. Entering and closing the door behind him, he looked at each of his students until he fixed his gaze on Kure. Vlad King. Kure, right now the director wants to see you as soon as you come. Izuku. What is it about? Vlad King. It's about your absence from the festival. Izuku. Again with that. I'm coming. Getting up to leave the room and head to the office of the smartest rat in the world. Kanezu. We can see how the smartest being in the world was in his office. Along with Aizawa, Almight and Midnight, who were with different expressions. Aizawa with his expression that he doesn't care about anything. Midnight with a slight concern, and Almight. Well, he had one just like Midnight because of the idea that they just told him he was going to get, he ended up. Nezu. I hope your class is more than ready Aizawa, the guests are waiting. Aizawa. After the festival, many have been out to show off their skills, I hope this helps in some way so they can go to an agency. Midnight. But principal, don't you think this is too much, it's a whole class against Kure. Nezu. And remember there are 2 Shaolin monks and a Wu with them, I'm more than sure. Almight. If something happens, we will intervene. After all, there are many of us who will be present. Almight mind. I hope Melissa doesn't act like she did at the festival. At that moment the door was knocked, causing Nezu to give the pass for the person to open the door. It was revealed that it was Izuku, who arrived with a neutral expression to see the 3 senseis and the director. Izuku. Good morning, did you want to see me, director? With a somewhat formal tone, despite being a murderer and occasionally a bit crazy, manners were something that should always be present. Either that or Ermac or Uncle Hollis will beat him up for being so disrespectful. Nezu. I'm glad to see you, young Kure. Yes, what I want is for you to go change into your hero costume and then head to the training camp. Izuku. Could it be a test for missing the festival? Nezu. That's right, we want to at least see your skills so we can verify if there's a suitable agency for you. Izuku. Regarding the agency, it's not a problem, but it would be good to stretch a bit. I'll be there in a few minutes. Turning around to leave the office for his combat suit. Almight. I'd better tell recovery girl to prepare some stretchers. Midnight. That's what I'm calling you for. Scene change. Now. We can see the aforementioned arriving at the training camp where an entire city. The Kure was in his silver suit and mask, also with his sword on his back and kunai in his arm. Until the first thing he saw was the entire class A in their hero costumes. Izuku. What the hell is going on here? Liu Kang. Hey Izuku. Hung Lao. What's up old man? Izuku. That's what I want to know, why is your entire class here? Looking with disinterest at each one of the class who just avoided looking at him. At that moment the megaphone was turned on and the director's voice was heard. Nezu. Good morning students, I'm sure everyone is wondering why you're here and there's bound to be a confrontation. Lita. But director, in that case why isn't class B here too, and is there only one of them? Nezu. Well, this is because an agreement has been reached with his teacher, in which they will have to face Kure. Momo. But director, wouldn't that be a bit unfair? Izuku. That's right, these weaklings against me, do you want me to kill them? Zero. What do you suppose? Izuku. They're just insects against me, the only ones I'm interested in fighting are those three, pointing to the Shaolin and Wu duo, after all I saw them on TV, if they couldn't defeat any of them, do they really think they have a chance against me? Smiling mockingly at everyone who was angry that he behaved in such a conceited manner. Nezu. I'm very sorry, but this will also be an opportunity for Class A as well, since a few heroes have come to see them in action, since many didn't have much of an opportunity to shine at the festival, more or less this will be so they can have a chance to find an academy. He said it since Aizawa had already explained it to them, and the only one who didn't get an agency was Melissa, since her way of fighting scared many. Izuku. Hey director, may I know whose idea this was? At that moment Wu broke out in a cold sweat because of that. Nezu. I already said it, it was an agreement I reached with Professor Aizawa and other teachers. Izuku's mind. Yes of course, it is more than clear that someone else had to intervene. Nezu. Well, Class A, right now you have to go in and prepare, you have 5 minutes maximum to make a strategy. Opening the doors so they can enter first and leave Izuku outside. Izuku. You better take care of yourself Bi-Han, I'll be looking for you first. Bi-Han. That's what will happen if you let me see easily. While all this was happening, Principal Nezu was with the teachers and some professional heroes. Among them was Endeavor, who came for the idea proposed by Wu. Mirko who was invited, although now she was looking angrily at Kure who was on camera. He still remembered what happened yesterday and wanted to resolve what he left pending with Kaina and him. Others like Ryukyu, Best Jeanist, Kamui Woods, Hawks, Mount Lady, Gang Orca and Mandalay, the leader of the Pussycats. The latter was called in because she was the only one available from her squadron. And I had also heard about Kure from Pixie Bob and about her special services. She must have been somewhat stressed from time to time because of work and also because she was taking care of her nephew since the death of his parents. And she thought that if she could have a chance to ask him, even though inside she told herself it was wrong. Endeavor. So that's the grandson of the powerful demon of the Kure. Nezu. The youngest and only surviving grandchild on his daughter's side. Ryukyu. She looks a lot like her mother. Seeing the kinship that Inko and Izuku had. Aizawa. Believe it or not, he may look more like his brother when he fights. Hawks. That crazy guy. Reminding Rayan that he beat him up along with almost his entire agency just for fun. Sniper. Crazy or not, they should have seen when to fight in the Udges. Lad King. He and 4 others faced a creature that was capable of matching Almight in combat. Mirko. It's a joke, right? Aizawa. Even if you don't believe it, it's the truth, even though they lost, the level they have is not common in a student, but rather in a professional. Mirko's mind. Let's see if it's true, last time he was only accompanied by Nagant and I was unprepared. Mandalay mind. I hope what Pixie Bob told me is true, if not I swear I'll kill her. Nezu. Well, enough with the talk, time's up and it's time for action. At that moment he pressed a button, which made a loud sound, indicating that the test had begun. But Izuku. We can see the green-haired man was entering the fake city. Wearing a smile under his mask, he wanted to have a good fight right away. Since a long time has passed since the Udges, and it could be said that it was the best fight he had so far. Izuku. I hope you don't complain if I leave you in the hospital for a week. Looking directly at a 2-story house, more specifically the first floor. At that moment he raised his hand and launched a powerful flare of fire. Completely burning the place down and managing to make a scream come out. Humming out of the fire the octopus boy next to the one in the yellow suit and with big lips. Izuku. I see, the 2 brute force tanks of the class. Shoji. How did you know we were there? Izuku. Easy, the moment the fool on your side took out his sugar jar, I could smell it, but I didn't know you were with him. Quickly turning around to deliver a strong elbow strike to something that fell to the ground. Izuku. Frog girl, I knew you could camouflage yourself. At that moment he took out his animal that shows his anger. Izuku. Shadow, take care of her, but don't eat her. The puma just roared as it began to approach the frog girl. Which began to retreat in fear of the creature. Shoji. Seiya. At that moment he felt the fire approaching him. Izuku. Hey, your fight is with me, big guy. The other guy quickly took his sugar pill, which caused his physical compression to increase and his muscles to tighten. Izuku. Time for action. Watching as Saito charged at him with a war cry. Izuku. Let's see how it goes. Turning into smoke as the boy's fist almost reached his face. Before he could do anything, he received a strong knee to his stomach, followed by a strong headbutt that Izuku gave the boy in the nose. He complained about it and held his nose, which began to bleed from the blow. Izuku quickly turned around to see Shoji, who almost hit him. But quickly Izuku, using the handle of his sword, hit him directly in the jaw, followed by a linear cut on his knee by one of his blades, making him kneel. But I don't know what I expected. A big kick hit him square in the head and left him lying on the ground unconscious, since he used too much force to knock out his opponent. Saito quickly launched a counterattack, throwing many punches. But Izuku just started dodging the sugar boy's punches, because they were just quick hits without certainty. Izuku. Do you really think you can hit me with those crazy punches? Saito. Now. Continuing to throw punches again and again that were dodged by Izuku. Izuku. How boring you are. Taking his sword to hit him with its handle in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him as the damage was too strong. Followed by a strong blow to the jaw from his elbow, leaving him stunned. But followed by a strong blow that hit him directly to the heart that he even touched with his fingers, causing Daito to spit out some blood and open his eyes wide in pain. When Izuku pulled out his hand, the big guy fell to the ground, fainting. Izuku. Haha. Looking to where his faithful feline friend was, he revealed that he was on top of the frog girl who fainted from fear. Izuku. This is just the beginning, time to hunt. Running off with Shadow to find the others. What Izuku didn't know either was that his class was also seeing all of this. Ryo's mind. I'm so glad I'm not there, otherwise I'd kill myself too. Hinoko. She knocked out all three of them effortlessly. Setsuna. Looks like she's having fun. Watching on the screen the lunatic look of Kure, who was running towards Kirishima, who was with Shiro and Kaminari. Ryuko. It seems that her pet is just like its owner. Seeing how on another screen it was showing Shadow, Jiru, Momo and Mina, which was letting out a loud roar to stun the rocker girl, and managing to intimidate the two girls. Kendo. This looks like a hunt. With Izuku. We can see how the Kure uses 30% of the removal on his arm, giving a strong punch to Kirishima, who covered himself with his arms. But the Deity had been lifted into the air because he was sent flying. At the same time the purple fire appeared, burning the ribbons that had been thrown by Shiro. But before the black-haired man could do anything, he was held by a chain. Izuku. Come here. Attracting the boy and then punching him hard with the same fist that the removal still had, taking the air out of him and making him spit some air out. Izuku. Oh sorry, I broke your ribs. Taking the boy in his arms to use him as a shield, covering himself from the rays that were thrown towards him. Being Kaminari, who quickly stopped for hurting his friend. Izuku. What good aim you have, Pikachu. Mocking and then running towards Kaminari, who wanted to defend himself from him, but if he did, he would hurt Shiro. But those thoughts were interrupted by having to catch Shiro, which was thrown towards him, but leaving his guard down, being the perfect opportunity for Izuku to give him a strong blow to his entire back, sending the blonde and the black-haired boy flying towards a building, leaving them unconscious and badly injured. Damn. It was the cry of Kirishima, who returned to attack him. Izuku. You're so stubborn. This time drawing his sword, scaring everyone watching the fight. Kirishima using all the power he could muster threw a huge punch. Earth scraper. Sweeping his leg, he managed to make the leg balance. Heaven shaking Supreme Fang, giving him a strong elbow blow to his head, managing to stun the Deity and his vision becoming a little distorted, to then be finished off with a blow from the sword handle to his back, followed by a strong stomp on the back of his head, knocking out Kirishima, who fell to the ground unconscious and with his quirk deactivated. Izuku. You must have been very stupid if you thought my sword would march with your blood being so weak, trash. Turning around to continue his search for students. In the surveillance room. Endeavor. It was very clever of you to make him think you would use that weapon against him. Hamui Woods. To focus his attention on the weapon and not on his hands, brilliant. Almight. You're letting yourself get carried away with them too much. He said this referring to the way he was dealing with his students. Ryukyu. Better than the Puma. Making them look at the other screen and see how Shadow is on top of Momo and biting Mina's leg, who was unconscious after being whipped against the ground by the Black Puma's tail. Kure was on the ground also unconscious, as she was stunned by Shadow's loud noise in her ear. At that moment Izuku arrived at his side to continue walking, ignoring the scene his friend left behind. Izuku. Shadow spits that out, the devil already sucked it. The puma just let go of the unconscious girl's leg and started following her by her side. Izuku. Good boy. Stroking the puma's head, it only responded to the caress with a slight growl. Mandalay. It seems that those two get along well. Izawa. That puma is part of him, it can enter and leave his body whenever it wants. Izuku. Well friend, where are the closest ones? Mirko. I hope to see him fall for his arrogance. In the city. We can see how Izuku was following Shadow towards the nearest target. Izuku. Hahaha, whoever's here better get out if you don't want them to burn the whole place down. At that moment he looked towards him, taking out his sword to send that thing away from him. It was revealed that it was Kung Lao's hat. But before he could do anything, he felt like two fireballs hit him and Shadow. Izuku. There will be some. Unable to finish, he saw Liu Kang appear below him. Which gave him a powerful kick in his face. Followed by another with his other leg and being finished off by another with both legs of the monk. Take. It was Kung Lao's shout that gave him a powerful punch that sent him flying 8 meters away from them. Surprising everyone by the attack of both monks towards the Kure. In the room. Ryukyu. That was amazing. Mandalay. What great teamwork. Best genist. They did it right. Hawks. I doubt that's all it takes for him to be defeated. But Class B. Ryo was surprised by the attack his friends made towards Izuku. I really had no words for that. Sen. They did it. Pony. Amazing. Monoma. I didn't think I'd say that, but good job Class A. Ryo. Don't celebrate before time. Making everyone shut up so they look at him strangely. Yui. What do you mean, they won, right? Ryo. No, all they did was make him angry. Ryuko. He tells the truth. Everyone saw how Izuku got back up, but this time with a smile, since his mask was sent flying by Kung Lao's blow. In the fight. Wiping away some of the blood he had on his mouth from the blows he received from the duo in front of him. Izuku. You guys didn't do bad at all. Liu Kang. It was a surprise we had for you. Kung Lao. We thought it would be enough to bring you down. That marked the green-haired man's veins at that. Izuku. Are you saying that was all your strength against me? Being surrounded by his removal unconsciously. Liu Kang. How about we show it to you? Kung Lao. Let's go. Launching the attack together for Izuku who also launched himself doing them with his removal at 70%. Izuku. Let's see how it goes. Passing in front of both of them being smoke. But Kung Lao felt something grab his chest, a chain from Izuku's kunai. Using all his strength he lifted the monk into the sky and then slammed him down hard on the ground. To then follow it with a kick that hit him in the jaw to make him levitate. Being finished off by a grab on his leg and then being slammed against the wall of the building. Liu Kang quickly threw many fireballs at him. Being countered by Izuku's fire which formed a smokescreen for both fire attacks. Liu Kang, you should be quick if you want to help Kung Lao you know. Liu Kang. I reacted very slowly because of the surprise you gave me earlier, now I won't fall. Let's see if you can do it. Appearing in front of him with his kunai. Making him grab your wrist for strength. Izuku. You don't expect that, do you? Liu Kang. I won't fall for your psychological tricks. Izuku. Really? At that moment he pulled his blade from his arms to brush her cheek. Managing to free himself from the grip to begin a hand-to-knife fight. But Izuku was having the advantage, managing to cut through the monk's clothes as he was having trouble keeping up. Izuku quickly pushed Liu Kang with a punch to his stomach to throw a slash behind him to embed Kung Lao's head into the ground as he returned to the attack. Followed by Liu Kang, starting a triple combat. Izuku. Hahaha, this is a fight and not games like the others. Starting to repel both of their attacks with a huge smile on his face. In the room. Hawks. It's the same image of Rain Kure. Humming to his memory how Rain had him on the ground with a broken arm and several bruises. And the white-haired Kure with a lunatic smile and covered in the blood of himself and his companions who were on the ground. Mirko. He looks fun, I'd love to fight him. Ryukyu. There isn't much difference between you and him if we look at it like that. Well, enough playing around. Being heard by everyone in the room who saw how Izuku. Increasing removal to 85% to turn the fight around. Starting to hit the duo more, who this time couldn't do anything. Leaving the two on the ground. Kung Lao unconscious and Liu Kang barely on the ground. Izuku. Thanks guys, I really had fun, but I still need one more to fight with everything. Turning around to start walking. Izuku. You better keep training to get this moment back. Liu Kang just smiled ironically before falling unconscious like his companion. Izawa. It seems that he really doesn't hold back even with his friends. Lad King. He defeated both of them and they are considered the strongest with their performance at the festival. Best genist. His wild yet powerful style. Mirko. Haha. Mirko's mind. I hope you last longer, kid, you'll pay me for what your sister did to me. In the city. We can see how Izuku returned to his feline companion, who only became alert when he smelled someone. Turning around next to his master, he saw that there was another very interesting trio right there. Izuku. Well, they are the trio of failures. Bakugo, Melissa and Shoto had arrived. Izuku. Let the carnage of the day begin. End of chapter. Chapter 17. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 17. The three strongest members of Class A in front of the youngest demon of the Kure. The intensity could be felt in the air. Although for Izuku, this was just one more thing for his personal amusement. Izuku. I was hoping it would be Bai-Han who would appear, but I think you guys will be enough. I hope you can give me a better fight than Liu and Lao. Smiling as she shook her kunai and glared murderously at the three opponents. Accompanied by a roar from Shadow who was next to him. Shoto. Let's see how much difference there is between us. Being the first to attack with a strong torrent of ice that went against him. At the same time, Bakugo and Melissa scattered to different sides. Izuku, for his part, raised his hands to fire a powerful blast of fire that collided with Todoroki's ice. Creating at the same time a huge curtain of fog upon contact between both elements. Izuku. Haha, just what I needed, silent killing, come on Shadow. The Puma and his master camouflaged themselves in the fog to begin their play. Shoto, who saw everything, just put his hand on the communicator he had in his ear. Shoto. I've done my part, do you think this will work? He seems to have some advantage with this. Melissa. Calm down Todoroki, I'm already in position, we just have to be faster than him. Bakugo. I'm already in the damn position, how long do we have to wait? Screaming and making his two companions hold their ears in pain from the scream of the Pelissaniso. Shoto. If Kure doesn't cut off my ears, Bakugo's screams will leave me deaf. Izuku. I think we share that feeling. Appearing behind him with a smile, causing Shoto to quickly turn on his fire side. Something that Izuku does the same smoke and mixes with the fog. But the fire managed to clear some of the fog that was nearby. Melissa. Todoroki, are you okay? What happened? Shoto. He was about to attack me. Bakugo. I'm close, as soon as I see him I'll go for him. Melissa. Aya. The blonde had screamed so loudly that it was heard throughout the area where they were. Shoto. What's going on? Melissa. The Puma is here. But the blonde. We can see how the blonde was jumping between the walls of the entire room of the building where she was. Since he was dodging all the swipes and dark tentacles of the dark Puma. Shadow, taking advantage of the fog as his master, managed to hide and find the closest one in the area with his sense of smell. Melissa being the most unfortunate. Melissa would quickly respond with an air bullet against the dark Puma. Which had fallen to the ground but quickly got up with a loud roar. Melissa. Damn, and to think it couldn't get any worse. Seeing how the black Puma had increased in size a little to be more or less the size of Izawa. Melissa. So he can talk. But Shoto. We can see how the bicolor was using his ice to attack the green-haired man with wide eyes. Which was making smoke to dodge the attacks and avoid being damaged by Todoroki's attacks. Shinii. It was the scream that was heard behind Izuku who could only see a huge explosion that hit him and sent him flying several meters in the air. Bakugo. Hahaha, you probably didn't expect that, idiot. Izuku. He. Smiling as he threw his kunai at a wall and hung down to see the bicolor and the Pelissaniso. Izuku. Hahaha. Bakugo. What are you laughing at? Izuku. It's so funny to see them working together, if just a few days ago they couldn't even look at each other's faces, they look so cute. Bakugo. How did you tell me? Shoto. It's just for training. Izuku. I want to see them say that when I tear their eyes out. Using removal and launching himself at them at high speed. But before they could do anything, they heard a loud gunshot. Being Izuku's revolver that was in his hand. The teachers watching everything from the classroom became worried. Mirko. How can they let him have a gun? Hawks. We must stop him. At that moment a shot rang out in the room along with a cry of pain. Seeing how Izuku had shot Bakugo in his arm, he held the spot in great pain. But no blood. Izuku. You're lucky they're blank shots, otherwise you wouldn't be able to use your arm, he. Nezu. Did you really think we would let Kure use a gun with real bullets against our students? Ryukyu. It was a doubt director, remember that we are talking about a Kure and we all know that the Kure take deadly weapons as if they were simple kitchen items. Almight. You're right about that, director. In the fight. Izuku quickly grabbed Bakugo by the neck to lift him on top of him with a big smile. Putting some force on the neck of the short-haired boy who was trying to get away. Izuku. Where is that arrogance you had a few days ago of wanting to defeat me? Bakugo. You'll see, damn it. Raising his hands to begin launching multiple explosions at Izuku's abdomen and body, who let out moans of pain. Izuku. Damn son of a bitch. Taking it with more force and slamming it against the ground abruptly, it left a crater in the ground. But Izuku grabbed Bakugo by his leg and threw him into the sky, then turned into smoke as he dodged an ice spike. Shoto. Shit, I was close. Izuku. True, you were close, but being close isn't enough. Appearing above the ice peak to launch a flare of purple fire towards Shoto, who responded in kind with his fire. Creating a great atmosphere that melted the ice where Izuku was. Until seeing how Bakugo began to fall where the fire attacks were. Izuku quickly deactivated the removal and made smoke to move elsewhere. Shoto removed his fire and created an ice rink to trap Bakugo. He was coughing heavily from the lack of air he was lacking due to being grabbed by the neck by Izuku. Shoto. Bakugo, can you still go on? Bakugo. Cough cough, yes I'm okay, where did he go? At that moment a window had broken, revealing Melissa coming out. Which had some scratches from Shadow who came to the balcony. Watching Melissa fall to her feet on the ground with some pain and difficulty. Shoto. Shield. Bakugo. Shit, you too. Melissa. That puma is a beast like its owner. Thanks for the compliment. Appearing in front of the three next to Shadow who was growling, waiting for the moment to attack. Izuku. I don't know about you, but your friend Gravity has really done a good job so far. With his eyes completely black and looking through the buildings to Uraraka. Which was far from them, but with many floating rocks. But frightening her when she heard her name through the communicator in her ear. Worrying the duo who was with him, seeing that their plan was completely ruined. Of Class B. Ryo, literally, in the face of all the carnage his friend was doing against the rival class, was just eating popcorn. While the others were afraid, worried and amazed. Oase. This leaves me speechless, those three are the strongest of their class, and they are being wiped out. Seeing how Izuku was now punching Shoto hard in his stomach and kicking Melissa. Kendo. Looks like he's having fun. Watching how Bakugo and he were deflecting their attacks, forming large trails of smoke above them. Yui. It seems that the Gravity Girl is hesitating. Bigeru. It's a perfect opportunity, but it would hurt his companions who are in the middle. Monoma. Kure is really scary. In the fight. Izuku would quickly raise his hands to the sky to launch a powerful flare into the sky, completely burning the debris that was floating. But at the same time dodging a very powerful smash from a Melissa that launched itself at him. But causing him to hit Bakugo who was sent against the wall. Melissa. Sorry Bakugo. Izuku. You should control your shield ability better, otherwise you'll just end up being a hindrance to your teammates. Melissa just got angry at that and threw multiple punches at Izuku again, who was dodging, turning into smoke and moving slightly. Melissa. Texas Ma. Unable to finish because she put a stone that made her lose her balance. Melissa's mind. Shit, how could I have gotten distracted like that? About to fall and thinking that Izuku was going to hit her, but that wasn't the case. Since the Kure held her from her waist, preventing her from falling and looking into her eyes with an expression that seemed to be smiling under her mask. Izuku. Careful shield, do you want to lose such a stupid form? Earning a big blush from the blonde who looked at him angrily, but not for long when she felt 2 fingers on her forehead and a pressure of air on it. Izuku knocked her out so it wouldn't be so heavy. Izuku, sleep well miss. Dropping her to the ground lightly, he then punched behind him. Shoto was the one who received the blow so hard that he fell to the ground unconscious with a lot of blood coming out of his nostrils. Izuku. Well, they weren't like Liu or Lao, but they were close. Smiling sideways, but then I heard how Shadow had roared loudly. Along with some screams that came directly from where Uraraka was. But also being a male being who was close to her. When he started jumping between buildings and leaving the Class A trio on the ground, leaving a bad taste in the mouths of those watching everything. The duo of Shaolin monks who were the strongest of their class, followed by the trio of a few moments, were defeated by the Kure that massacred them. When he arrived at the place where the scream was, he could see how Mineta and Uraraka were on the ground. Having Shadow on top of them, who went for them without being detected by anyone. Izuku. Okay friend, now. Quickly ducking as he felt something brush against his back. And when he looked up he could see what a blade of ice looked like. Izuku. Ahahaja, you finally came out. Turning around and seeing Bai-Han standing there with his head raised. Which was with a slight icy wind around it. Izuku. Shadow, go and take care of the remaining ones, I'll take care of this. The Puma let go of Uraraka's hand and left to continue searching for the missing members of Class A. Izuku. What made you come out all at once? I thought you would be hiding until the end. Bai-Han. Well, it's better to do it now before you keep sending these guys to Recovery Girl. Izuku. Haha, you don't know how long I've been waiting for this fight, trash woo. Taking out his kunai with some fire around it. Ihan. Let's see what you're capable of, Kure dog. Heading into a fighting stance and being surrounded by ice from his hands. Izuku. Don't let yourself go if you stop breathing for a few seconds. The most anticipated fight of all, Wu vs Kure. Members of the most powerful clans in the history of assassins are about to meet. With Class B. Ryo. Oh, this is going to get interesting, I always wanted to see a fight between those two. Tetsu. I give all my money to Kure. Higeru. Are you an idiot or what? The one who will win will be Wu. Thus began a large number of bets among the Class B students on the winner of this fight. Kendo. Kure between Wu. Ryuko. An inevitable and impossible to see battle, it will be hair-raising. Yui just nodded without taking her eyes off the screen. In the fight. Both opponents just looked at each other seriously, even with their respective elements on top of them. Until a rock fell to the ground. Breaking the tension and causing them both to throw themselves at each other. With Izuku throwing his kunai and Baihan throwing ice. Izuku Baihan. I will win this fight. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 18. The clash between fire and ice occurs in the place surrounded by buildings. Which was almost destroyed as well as its surroundings. Due to the attack of the same Kure and Wu that clashed their elements. Forming a slight tornado around both of them that was removed by the clash of both weapons. Izuku with his kunai against a Baihan ice blade. Having a mutual struggle that was so strong, they could swear the floor of the roof they were on was about to break. Izuku. Hahaha, this is a real fight. Coming out of the struggle to throw a right hook but being dodged to move his head to one side. Receiving a slight cut on his forehead from Baihan, but he stepped back a little until he reached the edge. Being because of a strong kick from the Kure. Baihan. A real challenge, especially considering our long-standing rivalry. Heading into a fighting stance, he swings a knife from his boots with a blue handle. Izuku. It's something that could no longer be considered traditional, but yes, this is compensable. Taking his kunai and starting to spin it around with some fire around it. Baihan. Let's see how you hold up now. Smiling at being surrounded by some ice and a little water falling on the tip of his knife. Throwing themselves at each other to start a clash between their weapons and elemental quirks. Without even using releases, they had already destroyed part of the building they were in. Because of the ice and fire that left no place to set foot. Izuku quickly managed to grab Baihan's wrist and arm, then perform a judo move and send him out of the building. But this one didn't just stay like that, and using the ice he left, he exploded it and also pushed Izuku, so he started to fall. Izuku quickly launched a strong flare of purple fire, apparently managing to hit the Wu directly. Which was completely covered by fire. But the teachers. Mirko. God, I already feel like hitting someone. Seeing how both had stepped on the ground and Izuku trying to stab Baihan with his sword. Being blocked and dodged until he launched a fiery slash. Forcing Baihan to shoot a stream of water from his hands. Forming a huge layer of smoke around it. Hawks. They are at the level of their clans. Watching as Izuku threw his kunai, managing to take the Wu's ice weapon and melt it. But Baihan took the kunai chain to start his ice and Izuku used his fire. Having a great struggle where each one wanted to subdue the other. Nezu. Haha, this is getting interesting. Sipping some of the coffee he had brought with absolute calm. Almight. Director Nezu, shouldn't we try to stop them? Seeing now how both were in a great exchange of blows. With Izuku giving him a headbutt that shook the Wu's neurons. But he quickly delivered a high-speed combo of punches to his abdomen that knocked him away. Nezu. If we see that the situation reaches extreme levels where their lives are in danger, we will not hesitate to intervene. With Class B. They could believe it. The sports festival champion and the youngest Kure were having a bloodbath. That's what they could say when they saw the fight. Ryo. Gwa. He said watching how Izuku didn't let Baihan go, kicking him and blocking him. I didn't want to give him a chance to breathe or distance himself to prepare his attack. Satsuna. I'm so glad you weren't at the festival. Referring to Izuku and gaining a common settlement from all his companions. Ryuko's mind. She's having more fun than the others. He thought as he watched the screen how Izuku was smiling, as was Baihan. They exchanged knee strikes, repeatedly colliding, creating cracks beneath them. Monoma. Both are beasts, I highly doubt there will be a winner soon. In the city. Izuku received a strong push from Baihan's wind quirk, so strong that it forced him to go through 3 buildings. Baihan put his hands together and concentrated a large water cannon, which was so powerful that it could be considered a vortex. There was so much water that it could have formed a small lake. But a powerful purple firestorm formed around it to collide with the water. Forming fog again due to the elemental clash. And some chains went against By-Han, who quickly moved and took them to freeze them. Breaking the candles and taking the kunais. Izuku emerged from the fog with his sword to begin a clash of weapons. But he made a sweep that was dodged by the Wu, but received another kick full in his face that sent him away. Izuku. Come here. Taking another chain from his waist to grab By-Han's foot and hit him with the cement. Causing him to moan in pain and spit out some blood. Followed by another blow that hit him square in the stomach, caused by the handle of the sword. Izuku. Haha, you really make me suffer. Receiving another headbutt to the jaw which drew some blood. I'd even swear it almost knocked out a tooth. By-Han. Hahaha, and you are a very nice stubborn person. Getting into a fighting stance and having his action imitated by Izuku. Both smiling at each other, they were truly enjoying this fight more than anyone else. With Class B. Ryo's mind. I envy them so much, I want to fight too, but don't think you're a tango By-Han, I'm his best friend, I was the first one who met him. Somewhat annoyed and jealous of the fight, and more so that By-Han was taking away Izuku's best friend position. Although this was not seen in the same way by the others in Class B. Yui. Assassin clans do have a strange way of relating. Earning a settlement from everyone, seeing how those two were cutting and hitting each other. Already having 20% of its release activated. But with a big smile on their faces, the adrenaline was eating them up with every punch and slash. And oh mind. Is that how you make friends? If that were the case, it's almost impossible for the class to even get close. In the city. Izuku quickly caught By-Han in a powerful bear hug. Increasing the percentage up to 50% to become stronger. Izuku. Give up Wu, you won't be able to escape. Managing to crack one of the ribs and drawing a groan of pain from the boy. By-Han. Jeej. Izuku. What? A powerful wave of wind formed around them, managing to cut off Izuku's forearms, who was surprised. And he received a great combo of punches at high speed. But he pulled out his blades from his forearms. Managing to take By-Han by surprise, who received a cut on his face. Now having a knife fight. Far away from the city, another battle was also taking place apart from them. And it was Shadow versus Emma. The monkey and the wolf were just like their owners. Wounded, sweaty and with a lot of blood on them. But it seemed Emma had more advantage than Shadow. But back to the main fight. Izuku quickly grabbed By-Han by the waist and brought him against the wall. To try to punch him, but being stopped by By-Han. Although the latter failed to block a high kick which hit him square in the jaw. To then be taken by the neck and thrown to the ground. He increased his release to 60% to withstand the kick which Izuku delivered full on. Izuku. Time to end this. Increasing his power up to 100%, being completely purple and smiling. By-Han. I agree. Reaching 100% as well and taking his fighting stance. Throwing themselves at each other to begin an exchange of massive blows that were felt throughout the area where they were. But the teachers. Mandalay. Director, you should stop the fight, they'll kill each other. Nezu. Almight, Azawa. Yes, director. They both said to leave the place and head out to the city. And in the same place, there was a dinner battle that was about to come to an end. In the exchange of blows that were still felt in the place. The fight was already at its climax, so much so that neither of them knew what was happening around them. In a mutual blow they both separate to see each other face to face. Seeing that they were very injured and short of breath. I swear either of them would be about to faint. Izuku. Time to finish, with the last round. Turning towards By-Han, he quickly threw a punch in one movement that hit him square in the face. But Izuku quickly hit him with his elbow full on, but making a cut. They took their distance again, but quickly went towards each other again. But this time with his ice blades and forearms. Izuku By-Han. It's time to finish. In a final move, Izuku went to By-Han's side, withdrawing his blades and placing his elbow on the Wu's chest. Bang. It was the sound of a shot that rang out throughout the place. Izuku. Untire Olympio. He said it to show everyone on camera that it was a rifle that came from Izuku's elbow. A very familiar quirk to everyone, especially Hawks and Mirko who were watching. Izuku. Shit, just now a new quirk, really? He said it looking at his arm that became a rifle. Izuku. Just now, but I don't have the strength to analyze now. Falling to the ground fainted, just like By-Han who was in the same condition. And just at the moment where Aizawa and Almight arrived at the place. The fight between the youngest Kure against a member of the Wu clan had ended in a draw. And with the awakening with a new quirk by the Kure. Many explanations will come as soon as I wake up. End of chapter. Chapter 19. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 19. Ahahahaha. Laughter was heard in the infirmary of the academy of the most prestigious hero school. Something strange, since you don't normally hear that in those places. Since they came directly from the green-haired Kure and the albino Wu. Which were in some beds in the place where not only they were. Since the entire Class A was in different beds bandaged, knocked out and others conscious, but complaining of pain. The only ones laughing were Izuku and Bai-Han among all those wounded, even with some bandages and band-aids. Shadow and Enma were on either side of their masters, the Black Puma was asleep and Enma was the same, only she was on top of a chair. Izuku. Shit, that was a fight, I felt my soul leaving. Smiling at the sight of his arm and the bandages he had on it, he could swear he could still feel the ice from his friend. Bai-Han. And you can say that, they were like hammers, shit, they remind me of Dad's blows. Touching her abdomen with some pain, but laughing a little, she could even hear how they were still broken. How can they be happy after that? Some of the Class A members thought, seeing the interaction of those two, as if a death match was a child's game. Liu Kang. It was an incredible fight. He said standing in front of both assassins, with some bandages and a larger one on his cheek. Hung Lao. Say it for yourself, I was really surprised by the strength. Holding his shoulder in pain where he was hit. Hung Lao. I can't believe I lost, I thought I could keep up with you. Izuku. Haha, you should think better old man, this clarifies that I'm still the leader of the group. Bai-Han. That wouldn't be the case if you hadn't revealed your secret. Referring to his bandaged arm, remembering how it was suddenly shot in such a manner. Bai-Han. If I'm honest, I expected you to fire your magnum, I didn't expect that from your Quirk rifle. It's something I'd like to know, too. Everyone turned around to see what Director Nezu looked like, along with Almight, Aizawa, Mandalay, Mirko, and Hawks. Izuku. Oh wow, hello bunny, are you here for revenge for leaving you in that alley? He said with a mocking smile and smiling in a way as grim as his deceased brother. Although of course, the way he said it made everyone turn to look at Mirko and Izuku. Thinking there was something between. Mandalay mind. Gosh, at least I won't feel bad for asking, but seriously in an alley. Hawks. Wow, that's something I didn't expect, Rumi. We haven't done anything. Izuku. She would like to, but she doesn't attract me, she's not my type. Aizawa. Then you talk about your taste in women, you've crushed all my students. Izuku. I said I would only hurt them, but not that much. Earning a dirty look from the black-haired man who turned his eyes red, but earning a growl from Shadow. Izuku. Look on the bright side, at least they're still breathing. Almight. About your Quirk rifle young Kure. Izuku. Don't even ask me for explanations because I don't know anything, I just thought about how I could shoot my gun and boom, a new Quirk appears. Izuku's mind. I think that by having a lot of hex with Kaina and training with her, my body managed to figure out how to manifest the Quirk. Hawks. Lady Nagant's Quirk, I haven't seen that Quirk in a while. Izuku. I see you know him well. Hawks. That's right, we were teammates years ago, if you want I can tell you how to use the Quirk. Izuku. Nah, thanks, but no, I can manage. Izuku's mind. Why do I want to know something that she herself can show me? He thought something annoying that someone comes and tells him that he can show him some of his wife's Quirk. Hawks. Whatever you want, but remember, I'd like to train with you kid, you have potential. Izuku's mind. Yes, of course, asshole, you just want revenge for what my brother did to you, he. Izuku. I'll have it in mind, at least if I get out of here sooner. Nezu. Well, for now, we'll let you rest. I have to admit it was an incredible demonstration, especially you four, you left me speechless. Referring to Izuku, Bai-Han, and the monk duo who smiled at that. Nezu. You guys did well too, Class A. Despite the short training, you did excellent teamwork. Don't feel bad about this defeat. It's just another step that will serve as experience. Everyone. Thanks, Director whatever. They all said in a way of thanking and Bakugo complaining for losing in such a way. Not even the damn half-half and the ignorant blonde could defeat him. At the festival it was Liu Kang who defeated him and he had been defeated against Kure himself. How far are you from the level of those five in reality? How much of a difference in power is there? Scene changes. Now we can see the green-haired man walking through the hallways. After escaping from the infirmary and the enraged recovery girl. Izuku's mind. Miserable old woman, like glue. Grumbling as he rubbed his head, the short old lady kept complaining about him taking an entire class to the infirmary. Izuku's mind. Well, now that I can go home, I hope Irma can heal me a little, I really need it, apart from some hot tea. Hey, you have a moment. The green-haired boy turned around to find himself facing the feline heroine and leader of the Hussycats group. Izuku. Mandalay, what do you want from me? Mandalay. Look young Kure, it's none of my business about business, but if it's illegal, it's my business. Izuku. Did he find out about my sleep-relieving drug business? In such a sarcastic way that it was noticeable, but it angered the woman. Mandalay. I mean, your other business. Izuku. I'm sorry, but if you don't tell me up front, I won't know which one you're referring to. Izuku's mind. We have never been in the drug business, anything that was murder, it is not in our principles. Thinking about it so much that I ignore the woman's blush, looking both ways so no one can hear her. Motioning for him to come closer to her, I whispered in his ear. Mandalay. I want your special services. Izuku. Ah, you want Hex. I speak naturally and raise my voice a little, but it's like a hand covering his mouth that was from Mandalay. Which was scared that someone might hear, but luckily no one was there. Mandalay. Are you an idiot, don't you know what discreet is? Izuku. What does it matter, the others are irrelevant, Pixie Bob said it without any shame when he found out, did he recommend you to me? Mandalay. Yeah, and he said you were a 10 out of 10, and I was wondering. Izuku. Of course, just give me the money and we'll do it without wasting time. Mandalay. I hope it's true, don't make me regret it. Izuku. You just saw me endure 21 students fighting against me alone, besides if your friend told you about me, you'll already know what you're getting into. Mandalay. Meet me here in an hour. Giving him a roll that I just look at with a grin from ear to ear. Izuku. I have to tell you in advance, Miss Shino, if you get pregnant, the child will immediately be mine. Mandalay. At no point did I say I would do it without protection. Angry at what the boy was insinuating. Izuku. Ah, okay, I'm just saying, Pixie Bob didn't even want to listen to me, and we did it naturally, I don't even know if she's pregnant, I haven't seen her in a while. Turning around to continue on his way. Izuku. Well, whatever, I'll be waiting for you there. If you regret it, tell me ahead of time. Losing himself on the path to be out of sight of the Catwoman, who was blushing heavily. But Izuku. We can now see how the green-haired man was outside the academy, lost in his thoughts. Until he felt someone stand next to him, seeing a large head of black hair. Ryo. Are you leaving without me? Izuku. I thought you'd be waiting for the others. Ryo. That's what I would do, but seeing that they still have a lot to be attended to, I decided to leave now, after all, there are no more classes because of what you did. Izuku. Then you owe me one. Ryo. Shouldn't you be in the infirmary too? Izuku. No, that old woman has a grudge against me, and before I do anything to earn a scolding from Uncle Hollis, I'd rather go home and have my wounds treated. Ryo. Well, if you went too far, remember that some are rookies, but it's a shame I wasn't there, I would have liked to have fought too. Izuku. It's true, it's been a while since we fought seriously. Be said to look like a predator to its prey. Ryo. Is it a threat? Levitating her hair in a threatening manner to her murderous friend. Creating a somewhat heavy atmosphere for anyone who was nearby. Kure-san. The girl's scream interrupted the atmosphere of both assassins, noticing that it was Itsuka. Izuku. Ah, it's you Kendo, what can I help you with? Kendo. What do you mean, you offered me? You escaped from the infirmary, the whole class was looking for each other. I speak while pointing and touching the Kure's chest, which just looked away. Izuku. I had nothing better to do there, why should I stay if I feel okay? Kendo. You should be more aware of your health. Ryo. Hey Izuku, you're going to keep talking to your girlfriend, I'm going to the arcade. Izuku. Hey no, I'm going with you, in an hour I have to go somewhere else, and there's still a long way to go. Making a plan with his friend to go hang out, not knowing that the orange-haired girl was now red as a tomato. Kendo's mind. Girlfriend. Kure's girlfriend. But we barely get along, we're friends and I'm not going to deny that it's something great, although scary, eh? Returning to reality when she saw how now, the duo of friends had completely moved away from her, already being very far away. Kendo. Hey. Change of scene. We can see how the killers were playing Street Fighter on the arcade machines. Behind them was a Kendo with an iced drink, but with a slight pout and a small stuffed animal in her hand. In her stubbornness, she had ended up with a duo, even being forced to play Dance Revolution against Ryo. Where he ended up losing by not being that good, unlike the Inaba who was very agile and skillful. Even playing tabletop disc she competed against Izuku, despite doing her best, she was destroyed by 40 points to 8. She swore that Izuku left it from time to time so as not to make her feel bad. To show that he didn't come with extra money, Izuku gave him a Ryukyu stuffed animal. It was a nice gesture on her part, the girl had to admit. And now she could see how both of them were fighting with everything they had in the fight game. Izuku. Nuo. Seeing how Blanco lost to Chun-Li. Ryo. Hahaha, maybe I'm not as strong as you, but now we know who's the best in Street Fighter. Smiling as she watched her character being declared the winner. Kendo mind. He looks like a normal teenager and not a murderer, I wish he was like that with others. Since Izuku and Ryo arrived, they behaved like any other boy their age, and not like murderers. Izuku. Come on Kendo, it's time to go. He said while drinking some soda with a grimace of annoyance, while Ryo ate some chips with a big smile. She would swear the black-haired man had a glow around him because of his smile. Kendo. I'm coming. The three of them left the place, with their things won. Izuku had earned a Nerf crossbow and a silver lion ring. Ryo won some fang-shaped earrings and bought some sweets. Kendo. It was fun guys. Izuku. I told you it would be fun. Ryo. Even though you snuck in. He said while eating some gummies, dealing a critical blow to the girl's feelings. Kendo. Izuku. But we can't deny it was fun with you, without the others it's not the same. Kendo. I see. Izuku. Well, I'm off here. I have to go see someone to talk about something. See you at school. Taking a big leap to jump over the buildings. Ryo. I have to go too, see you, President. Kendo. I say the same Inaba-san, maybe we can do it again. Ryo. We'll see about that, at least he won't sneak in this time. Kendo. You are one. Trying to hit him, but the black-haired man used his hair like vines and went away and fell on top of a train. Losing sight of the girl, who was left alone. Kendo. I had an amazing day as friends, don't let the others believe me unless they forget about the fight. He said remembering how everyone was a little scared of the Kure and the Wu in their battle. Now they had less confidence in him, taking precautions to keep their distance and not get into his field of vision during the fight. But Izuku. We can see the green-haired man arriving at a hotel he knew well. Looking at the note in his hands, he saw the floor and room number where his client would be waiting. Noticing there was an open window, I jumped up and sneaked in. Izuku. It's about time. Mandalay. I knew you'd come. Izuku. Well, shall we begin? Mandalay. See. In another city. We can see on top of a building how a big muscular man was smoking a cigar. That was the leader of the Western Wu faction. You called me? Turning around to meet the current second strongest of his clan. Alan Wu. Edward. That's right, as you know, 3 of us died in that assault on the Udges. Alan. I know, I was told they were all arrested and killed. Edward. Apparently the unclean Chinese are here, they seem to be seeking revenge. Alan. Do you want me to take care of it or what? Edward. Exactly, then I'll go with All for One so he can give me details about the Wu who was in that incident. When I give it to you, I want you to kill him immediately. The last thing I want is to have one of those rats in my plans. He said, cutting his cigar with his teeth. Edward. Shit, I just turned it on. Alan. Okay, and about that, you definitely want to stay with that guy, you know that sooner or later the alliance will end. Watching as his leader lit another cigar, he let out a deep sigh, releasing the smoke. Edward. Relax, Alan, that decrepit old man will sooner or later get careless and we will be the ones in power. End of chapter. Chapter 20. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 20. Another day begins for our favorite green-haired assassin. Who was waking up in his bed and seeing that it was 5 in the morning. Knowing that even though I could have arrived early, I didn't feel like it. After all, they had to see which agency they were going to go to for their internship. Knowing about all of that because Ryo and Kendo told him about it when they went to the arcade. Although he didn't have anyone in mind yet, it's not like he had a choice or wanted to go. But now, he just had to go get ready to go to the university. Heading to the bathroom and looking in the mirror for a few moments. Izuku's mind. Start this shit again. He said to wet his face and start cleaning himself. Izuku's mind. Let's see, if I have to go and see my options, I'm only interested in Ermac and Hollis, but if I have to do with heroes, the tomboy rabbit, the pirate human torch, the cannibal bird or the Ming dynasty dragon. Listing Mirko, Endeavor, Hawks and Ryukyu, calling them by their style. I knew that because of his last name and past with some relatives, he would have a chance or opportunity to fight against them. Seeing that the most accessible would be Endeavor and Ryukyu. Since the other two have a dark past against their brothers. And so many outstanding debts that one of them would not hesitate to collect against him. Izuku's mind. It will be difficult, but I think I'll stay, so far I haven't received any assassination work and I don't have to go with Yaoi Rozu until her internships, she can take care of herself, it will be the perfect opportunity to stay with Kaina-chan. Smiling as he finished brushing his teeth and proceeded to head into the shower. 20 minutes later. Coming out of the bathroom, the first thing he saw was how his sheets began to move, noticing some arms sticking out. Izuku. Good morning, Kaina-chan. Watching as the sheets fell to the side, revealing the beautiful purple-haired woman. Kaina. Good morning, little greenie. Showing off her short clothes that she wore to sleep. Izuku. Sorry for waking you up, it'll be quick. Heading to his closet and taking out his uniform. Kaina. And my good morning kiss. Izuku. Haha, you'll always have it, just let me change, the last thing I want is for Ermac to throw me into the portal again. Putting on his pants and then turning around to see his wife. Izuku. Starting the morning like this is a pleasure. Kinda. Haha, well, when I start the internship, let's take advantage of the time, plus I saw some baby clothes. Izuku. I like the idea. Finishing dressing and grabbing his black backpack, he watched as his wife lay back down on the bed. Going back to sleep, since it was still very early. The younger Kure was going down the stairs, being able to notice how Ermac was on the sofa. Ermac, good morning Izuku. The multi-souled being said to the green-haired man behind him. Izuku. Good morning Ermac-san. Heading to the table at the place to see if there was breakfast for him. Ermac. You still have time, so eat slowly. He said while watching television, where they were still talking about the sports festival, taking a look at the fight between Baihan and Todoroki. Izuku. Uncle Hollis is still sleeping. Drinking your coffee first and seeing your reflection in the drink. Ermac. Yes, but then we have to work in the fields and with the animals, then we'll go to a meeting with some members of the Wu clan. Izuku. The Wu clan. Did they manage to find one of those bastards? He said, eating his toast with a strong bite, just the image of certain bastards coming to his mind. Ermac. I don't know what it is exactly, but if it is, I'll let you know. Making a slight movement with his hands to open a portal. Izuku. Thanks for the food Ermac, I'll be back soon, take good care of Kaina. Ermac. Count on it. Seeing how the green-haired man left the place and was left alone. Ermac's mind. The training ahead will be more demanding, son, you're not ready yet. At the UA. The green-haired man had appeared in front of the entrance, letting the portal disappear. As always, he was one of the first to arrive at the academy, so he just started heading to his classroom. Izuku's mind. Now that I can finally wait just a few days to be away from these idiots and focus on my training, I have to quickly look for Afo or Edward, I know they are somewhere in Japan. Arriving at his classroom and opening the door, he saw that there was no one there, although not entirely. Well, there was Kendo, who noticed his presence. Kendo. Kure-san, good morning. Izuku. Good morning, I'm surprised you're the first. Putting on his backpack and taking a seat, he watched as the orange-haired girl stood up to stand beside him. Kendo. I had to help my dad with the dojo, so I took advantage of the opportunity to leave early. Izuku. I see, good way to start the morning. Kendo. Tell me, are you ready for the internship? Izuku. I'll be honest, I don't have anyone in mind, there's no one who catches my attention, and I already have my training secured with someone. He said to take out some cards he had saved and began to mix them. Kendo. Well, at least try to find one, the heroine Uwabami sent me a request. Izuku. I recommend you don't accept her, based on what I know about her, she only specializes in modeling. He said to start dealing 4 hands of cards on the table. Kendo. Are you sure? Maybe it would be good to try first. Looking at the cards in confusion until he saw how 2 pairs of hands took. Kendo. When did they arrive? Scared to see how Ryuko and Ryo appeared next to her without realizing it. Ryo. I have since they started talking. Seeing his cards and his murderous friend. Ryuko. Since they mentioned Uwabami. Arranging his cards and seeing how the one who started playing was the green-haired one. Ryuko. I already have what I need to go with, I hope I can improve a little. So the quartet of friends continued playing and talking for a while, letting the rest of the class come. She was surprised to see her president and the quietest girl in her class playing cards with the most dangerous people in her class. Even if Kure hadn't just wiped out an entire class. While at the UA I was taking normal classes. In the Kure village, a certain purple-haired girl was having a conversation with the clan leader. Ermac. And that, my dear, is the way to bathe the baby. Demonstrating with a practice dummy that he had placed in a tub but holding its head up. Type. Of rank. At the door stood Hollis, who looked at everything with a neutral face. Hollis's mind. Surely Inko must be there teaching him. When she found out that he was going to be a mom, she went crazy and trained with all her aunts and cousins. Thank goodness Kaina-san doesn't have that enthusiasm, otherwise she would already feel sorry for Izuku. Watching how the purple-haired girl carefully placed and bathed the doll. Hollis. I'll be right back, I have some business to attend to at Hosu, I'll be back before our meeting with the Wu. Ermac. It's okay, if anything happens, you know I'll show up. Seeing how Kaina was now changing a diaper very carefully. Hollis. See you. The portal opened in front of the Kure and appeared in the city of Hosu, seeing how the sun filled the streets and people with life. Hollis. Okay, time to talk business, Stain. Behind the assassin appeared the hero killer, who had a lot of blood on him. Stain. I'm surprised you wanted to see me, do you want to fight? taking one of his knives that he had nearby. Hollis. Are you provoking me? His fist ignited with black lightning, responding to the assassin's provocation. Stain. I hope the boy you send me is as you say. Lunging at him with his sword, Hollis pulled out a pair of knuckles. At the UA. Lunchtime had arrived and all the students were once again in their seats. The Kure was with his group of friends as always, apart from the others. Han. So they're going with ONESHOT. He said, looking at the Buddhist monks, who nodded. Hung Lao. Our first option was to go with Eraserhead or continue training at Wu Shi's school. Liu Kang. But after our fight with Izuku, we managed to get the attention of the ninja hero. Ryo. Congratulations guys, I have to go do some work with my grandfather. Han. What is the reason? Ryo. Apparently there's a group causing havoc with arms trafficking, they called us to take charge. Liu Kang. Is it okay to talk about those topics here? Ryo. I don't care if they hear me, the heroes already know I'm a murderer, there's no problem. Izuku. If they're calling you and your grandpa to take care of it, it must be fun. Han. What about you, Kure? Do you have something yet? Izuku. Nah, I'll just stay home training with Ermac, they know I don't want to be a hero, saving people isn't my thing. Hung Lao. We know. Liu Kang. And we understand you, we don't judge you like others. Izuku. Thanks guys. At another table, all the girls from Class B could be seen talking, or rather questioning, their president. Satsuna. Did you really go out with those two on a friend's night? He said to surreptitiously look at the duo of assassins from his class, who continued talking as if nothing had happened. Hendo. Yes, it was fun, actually. Ryuko. I wish I could have gone with you. Hendo. We were talking so we could all go together. Yui. It seems you still want us to get along. Hendo. Haha, it's just that after the fight, it seems like everyone is afraid of him again. He said seeing how his companions were further away than usual. And Class A, well they were very sore. Some even needed help from others to continue eating or drinking. Even though Recovery Girl healed them all, they still felt the blows, even Todoroki, Bakugo and Melissa. But they were the second strongest group of their kind, only below the monks. They were with some blessed ones, especially Bakugo who was Shadow's main victim. Hinoko. It seems like I left them with a trauma. Yui. It's normal, Kure-san is a beast in every way, he has to make everyone fear him. Hendo. Come on, at least Yui-san understands a little now. Yui. I don't promise to do much, but I'll try because I trust you. Standing up and under the gaze of her friends, she went to the assassin's table. Pony. Will you do it now? Hinoko. She is not afraid of death. But the Kure. He continued eating and talking with his friends about his internships. Until he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Feeling that she wasn't a threat he just turned around and saw that it was Yui. Izuku. Is Kadai offered to you? Even the others were surprised by this, they didn't expect someone to dare to approach. Yui. Kure-san, I would like to invite you and Inaba-san to go out after the internship, what do you say? Now I'm going to shock everyone, even the others in the cafeteria. Izuku. It's fine by me, what do you say Ryo? Ryo. Well, after the internship I have nothing better to do. Izuku. We accept Kadai-san. Yui. I'm glad, see you soon. Turning around and going back to her friends. Izuku. That was weird. Ryo. You can say that. Time skip. Change of scene. We can see the multi-souled being and Hollis on the beach, with the leader of the Wu clan in front of them. Hanzo. I'm glad you're here, you know I can't be here for long. Hollis. I understand, tell us, did you manage to find anything? Hanzo. Yes, one of my people managed to get this. Giving him a photo that showed Alan Wu. Hanzo. He was on the streets of Shibuya. Ermac. We'll know what to do with him, it's personal. Hollis. Tell me, do you know anything about this Tamura Shigaraki? Hanzo. Negative, so far we haven't found anything, but my men are investigating. Ermac. Have they found another Wu hell? Hanzo. We've killed 3 of them so far, though I've taken the lives of 5 of my own. Hollis. I'm sorry, but you know you can call us to help you. Hanzo. That's true, but I don't want to put the last remaining Kure at risk, especially if one is still too young to die. Ermac. It's understandable, we'll be speaking Hanzo-san. The leader of the Wu had disappeared in a flash of light, leaving the Kure duo alone. Hollis. We have to prepare Izuku for this, sooner or later he will appear, he saw how Alan killed Inko. Ermac. You don't have to tell me Hollis, it will be hard, but effective. The great reunion will happen soon. Where only one will come out alive. End of chapter. Chapter 21. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 21. Ermac. Come on Izuku, counterattack now. Using a sword, attacking again and again against the green-haired man who was on the defensive with his sword and kunai. Izuku. What do you think I'm doing? Blocking a slice that he managed to catch, but the sword quickly sent him to the ground. And using his arm, he used his new rifle quirk to shoot, but at that moment a strong wave of wind blew him away. Crashing against the floor of his home, getting a little dirt on himself. But quickly getting back up to block a blow from Ermac that was heading for his face. Ermac. You have to be faster. He need the green-haired boy, who quickly took out a new sword and clashed it against Izuku's. Ermac. Relying too much on removal will only make you weak. At that, the green-haired man hit him hard with his head and then kicked him in the stomach, sending him 3 steps back. Izuku. I know better than anyone, until now I only reached my limit against that Nomu in the USJ, no one else reached me in such cases. Throwing his kunai at Ermac, who held it back with his telekinesis, but creating a shield with his hand. Blocking the tip of Izuku's sword squarely, but quickly using his telekinesis again to stop a blade that was heading straight for his face. But then he blocked a roundhouse kick to his ribs. Ermac. You became very agile and quick when it came to going after your opponent's vital points. Taking out a third arm of green smoke, making it spin in the air, followed by a strong punch that sent it against a tombstone. Falling upside down and seeing the tombstone with the picture of a Kure woman. Izuku. Sorry Aunt Marumi. He said, carefully getting up and brushing off some of the dust he had on him from the fall. Ermac. We're done, now go take a shower and take a break. Just because you're not going to school for a week doesn't mean you're going to be lazy here. Izuku. I've never been lazy, you know that Ermac. Besides, apart from taking care of Kaina-chan, seeing the animals and some of the countryside around here, you haven't sent me on assassination missions, you know that I won't be able to improve like this. He said frustratedly as he gripped his sword and put it in its sheath on his back. Ermac. That's true, but remember that you couldn't take it because you were in the UA and were young Yaoi Rozu's bodyguard. Izuku's mind. As if I care what happens to her, thank goodness it was Shadow who hurt her and not me. Ermac. But you're right about that. I saw the video that Nezu recorded when you fought against the entire Class A. It's more than evident that your combat abilities are superior to any normal challenger, of course, not counting the Shaolins and Young Wu, who are also there. Izuku. Then. Ermac. I have a job for you, I'm sure you can do it. Izuku. Tell me when and where it is. Happy and clenching his fists with excitement. Ermac. Patience, son, there's still time. For now, go and rest. I'm sure Kaina-san is waiting for you. Izuku. Good point, but you better not be lying, Ermac. I hope it's a mission worth doing and will test me. Turning around to start heading back inside their home, they were watched by the soul entity. At the same time where a portal appeared behind him. Ermac. I thought you were dead, how did it go? Turning around to find Hollis, who had most of his clothes ripped and a lot of blood all over him. Hollis. The message is clear. I've already given him a brief lesson on how to behave when executing the plan. Ermac. Does he still have his limbs? Hollis. I only broke his arm, but the bastard can take the pain to put it back together. Ermac. Good job, go change before someone sees you and ask why you're like that. But Izuku. Izuku. As the owner of my heart. Hugging the purple-haired girl who was cooking lunch from behind. Kaina. Haha, you're very affectionate, love, and it's not even 8 o'clock to do it. Putting his hand on top of Izuku's, which was on her belly. Izuku. What can I say, sometimes I can be affectionate without being hot. Kaina. Jeej, I already noticed. Izuku. What are you cooking, it smells good. Kaina. Unpoko Takachi Butadin. Izuku. It's looking good on you, don't you want me to help you? Kaina. Don't bother, there's not much time left and I think you need a bath, don't you think? Putting a finger on his neck and feeling how sticky it was from training. Izuku. Haha, well, I won't be long, I'll come to try your Takachi Butadin, just smelling it makes my mouth water. Giving her a kiss on her cheek and leaving the kitchen. Leaving Kaina with a smile and continuing to cook. Change of scene. We can see how a certain orange-haired girl was breathing heavily with a lot of sweat on her. Wearing his hero costume, facing the hero Kamui Woods. They were both in the middle of the forest where he was with some training dummies. Kamui Woods. You've done well so far, your agility and speed have improved a lot, but not enough yet. Attacking her with his branch cage, but seeing how the girl enlarged her hands and threw multiple blows. Breaking some branches of the hero's technique, but unable to do more as she is trapped in the cage. Kendo. Damn. She said something upset and tried to break free, but she was very well tied up in the hero's prison. Kamui Woods. So far, your performance has been excellent. Releasing it to let it fall to the ground and catch its breath. Kamui Woods. Take a break, then we'll patrol so you can broaden your vision when searching for disasters. Hendo. Yes, Kamui-sensei. Hendo mind. At least it was the best option. I found out from Yaoi Rozu-san that she is being an assistant at his agency. I owe Kure-san one for the advice. Remembering how the green-haired man told him to think better about it and just saw the Wooden Heroes offer. Hendo mind. Although I expected to train with him and his team. Humming to mind the hero Kamui, along with Death Arms and Mount Lady. Hendo mind. Too bad they're also working with their interns, I wonder who they are to keep them busy. Picking himself up and dusting himself off, he began to follow his temporary mentor. Hanryo. The black-haired man from the Inaba clan was currently undergoing his traditional clan training. Having a large block of concrete that was tied by her hair. Lifting it up again and again with a movement of its head, in addition to having in its hands 2 sets of chopsticks, of which it held 2 eggs. Having perfect balance so as not to drop the eggs and having enough strength to properly lift the concrete block. Dazaman. You're doing well my boy, you've improved a lot, but you still have a lot to do. After this we're going to train more in hand-to-hand combat. The head of the Inaba clan spoke to his grandson in air, watching carefully and walking in the same quadrupedal manner as his grandson. It was a custom of the Inaba clan. Ryo. I understand grandpa, the truth is I need to improve on that, I can't let Kure surpass me in it, I can't always stay behind. Dazaman. I know well, maybe we are not as great as they are, but we are still a clan renowned for our techniques and lethality. She said to use her hair and throw a whip at a large rock, being so strong that it completely shattered the rock into pieces. Dazaman. But okay, keep going like this for about 10 more minutes and then take a break, we'll do combat training later. Ryo. Yes grandpa. Han by Han. We can see the Wu clan member in the middle of his usual training. From the nearest forest that entered the city. The forest was filled with ice, water and some cuts. Wu was also undergoing very intense training since he started his internship. Because his leader told him not to worry yet, that he would be informed in case of suspicious activity from the Wu Hell. But that was no reason to let their guard down, but rather a reason to keep training and perform better against the Wu Hell. Ihan's mind. I'm sure Kure is training more than me. Touching his stomach and remembering the blows from that fight he had against Izuku at the UA. Ihan's mind. You better get ready, next time, I'll be the one to win. Creating a kind of ice shoulder pads that began to expand to his arms. Change of scene. In the city of Hosu, there was a high crime rate. Due to the many dead and wounded heroes that have appeared in recent days. And there was only one answer. The hero killer, Stain. He had a great winning streak and the blood of his victims on his hands. And speaking of said murderer. He was currently in his shelter, an abandoned house, in the most dangerous and abandoned areas of the city. Where almost no one dares to go, because it was said that there were dangerous animals such as bears, wolves, poisonous snakes and along etc. At that moment a noise was heard in the place, and when he turned around, all he found was a huge grizzly bear. Ihan. Haha, let's see how much my fighting ability without quirks improves, come here stinky bear. Throwing himself against it and only being able to hear the bear's roar throughout the forest. Alerting all animals that were near the area. Change of scene. In Hosu City, the city where the crime rate had increased dramatically in recent days. Due to the many heroes killed and wounded. Stain, the hero killer. It was the answer to everything that had happened in the recent cases in Hosu. His streak caused great fear in everyone in the city, especially the heroes who feared to find him. And speaking of him. We can see the killer at his base, in the abandoned and most dangerous area of the city. Stain. Damn Kure, really his. He said, changing the bandages on his head, courtesy of Hollis. Stain. If you dare to come back, I won't make the same mistake again, I'll have your head on my wall. Angry as he threw a knife at the wall in anger. Not even a hero had managed to hurt him like that, he's had a great streak so far, and he's not going to let a fourth-rate assassin come and take that away from him. Of course, the only thing he didn't know was that the Kure and the heroes weren't the only ones looking for him. In one part of the big city, a muscular figure was walking with all the people. But the hood that covered it a little. Dilbert. I hope this mission is worth it. The next day. In the Kure village, you could see a green-haired man ready in his combat suit. His revolver loaded and ammunition ready, his sword and kunai well sharpened. The body more than ready for excitement and combat. Izuku. Don't worry Kaina-chan, I'll be back soon, I promise to bring you something to make up for it. He said while being hugged by the purple-haired girl who was somewhat mushy. Kaina. You better, I don't want to be a widow so soon, you made it clear. He said so that he could discreetly grab the green-haired man's member and apply some force with his nails. Causing Izuku to quickly pull away and grimace in pain. Izuku. Yes, my love, we'll see each other soon. Giving her a quick kiss on her lips and on her belly. leaving the room to go down to the first floor, leaving Akina who was laughing at his action. Seeing his uncle Hollis and Uraraka. More than ready for your mission. Izuku. You know you do, but you haven't told me the details. Hollis. Your mission is to go to Hosu, you have to find Stain and bring him back alive. Izuku. To the hero killer. You're welcome, I'll take care of it. But at that moment he felt himself surrounded by Uraraka's souls, who changed his clothes. Izuku. Hey, I already put it on and polished it for the occasion. Uraraka. Remember, you still don't know exactly where Hosu is, so be careful. Do you have any money in your backpack? Izuku. Yes, enough to stay in a hotel for 3 days while I look for Stain. Hollis. Okay, if anything's out of the ordinary, remember to call. Uraraka. More so if you see a Wu or someone from that league. Izuku. Entendido. The portal opened next to the green-haired man. Izuku. I'll be back soon, take care of Kaina-chan. Crossing the portal and leaving his relatives in the living room. Hollis. It'll be fine. Uraraka. You're right, Stain will be a slight challenge to watch, not being as destructive as others, it will teach him to control himself and take away some of the rain he has. Hollis. Don't even remind me. But Izuku. The green-haired man had appeared on the top of a building under the blue sky full of life. Izuku. Okay, first, let's see where I can stay overnight and then look. But at that moment a message arrived on his cell phone, noting that there were 2 chats. One was an unknown number and the other already had a name. Hello Kure-san, some kittens have told me about your special services, I would like to hire you to relieve my stress, I am Ryukyu. Izuku's mind. Wow, and it looked like the most refined. Looking at the other chat which was from Mandalay. We need to talk. And a photo of a pregnancy test that was positive. Izuku's mind. I shit on the poo. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 22. The young Kure couldn't be more fruity right now. Just yesterday he had arrived at Hosu to begin the mission he was assigned. Find the hero killer, Stain, and bring him to them alive. It was supposed to be an easy mission for him, but it was anything but. Since it seems that Stain was not the only murderer or villain in the city. And that delayed his search. But apart from that, he now had another who could be the cause of his death at the hands of his wife. Since apparently, a certain refined and highly prestigious dragon in her oak life wanted her special services. Something he would never expect from her, since despite being elegant and an exemplary heroine in the eyes of the public, he never thought she would make that kind of request. Well, the life of a hero is very stressful, you have to de-stress from time to time in one way or another. The second thing was that Mandalay was pregnant, it was a good thing in terms of the clan, but a bad thing. How could he explain this to Kaina? He knew that Hollis and Uraraka would agree with him on the baby issue. But Kaina, she would be capable of shooting him in his private parts if she found out that he didn't warn her about the subject of other women. At the moment. We can see the green-haired man in the room where he was temporarily staying on his mission. So far it's only been a day since he left and I haven't been able to find anything. Just kind of a pattern where the killer seemed to attack. Izuku was in his bed with a notebook in his hands, seeing that it had some photos. Being already dead heroes in the areas where they were attacked. Izuku's mind. The pattern is always the same, places where few people usually pass, heroes killed with stab wounds, and some superficial cuts on much of their body. Slamming his notebook shut, he let out a deep sigh. Izuku. Well, now I know where to look. Looking out the window at the sun and then seeing the clock next to it, it was still 10 in the morning. Izuku. There's still a long way to go until nightfall, well, it'll be a good time to explode and see if I can get something. Proceeding to look for some clothes he had in his backpack to go unnoticed. Being a black hood and navy blue pants. Izuku. Well, I'm ready now, let's see if I'm lucky enough to get some fun. Leaving the inn to be attacked by the sun's rays and get lost among the crowd of people on the road. Across town, a very peculiar scene was unfolding. In one of the alleys of the big city, a pool of blood littered the ground. The blood coming out of the body was from a regular hero who patrolled as he did every day. But with the bad luck of meeting his executioner. Stain. Another hero purged, with you there are now 5 so far today. Wiping the blood off his sword and sheathing it, he leaped to escape the crime scene. Reach the rooftops of nearby buildings and start jumping between them to get as far away as possible. Stain's mind. Damn, when will the damn Kure get here? He's supposed to be in the city already. Somewhat annoyed until he reached a rooftop where he stopped to look at the streets of his city. Stain's mind. Just because I owe that bastard a damn favor, and more because those blows really hurt, it felt like he hit me with a hammer. Continuing his quest to take down more false heroes, but not before being on the alert in case he runs into his uninvited guest around town. Although he wasn't the only one after him. In another alley, Gilbert Wu could be seen, his hand now covered in blood. Having Yakuza at their feet, with 5 of their men dead behind them. Gilbert. I just asked you a damn question, and all you have for me is to threaten me. He increased the pressure of his footsteps on the Yakuza leader's head, who let out moans of pain. Yakuza. Why I tell the truth and I don't know where S Street, Stain I swear. He could barely speak due to the pain in his body and the pounding on his head. Gilbert. You're one of the most important traffickers in the city, you're supposed to know everything that happens through your territory, and you tell me you don't know anything about Stain. Stomping harder, I could hear the Yakuza's skull crunching. The poor criminal could only choke a little on the blood that came out of his eyes and mouth. Gilbert. You're no use to me. Giving one last stomp to crush the Yakuza's skull, ending his life and staining his foot with blood. Gilbert. Damn, just because that piece of shit Tamura can't do it, I have to go after that 4th-rate killer. Somewhat annoyed that his father sent him on this mission because of Tamura Shigaraki. A student of his father's ally is still somewhat wounded from the bullets he received in the attack he led against the UA and Almight. To top it all off, he learned that 3 of his people were killed, apparently by a Kure. Gilbert's mind. I can't believe one of the grandsons of the powerful demon, Iryo Kure, was still alive, but they say it's only one, and the other was a Wu from China. It seems those idiots joined forces, anyway it's not a problem, I can kill them myself. Jumping between buildings to be surrounded by purple lightning and lost in a burst of speed. What no one expected was that the city of Hosu would be the scene of a massacre that would occur very soon. On the other side of the coin. The young blue-haired boy was patrolling the streets of Hosu City with his temporary mentor. Although of course, it seems young Lita wasn't paying attention because his mind was elsewhere. Manual. Lita-san, are you listening to me? Lita. Yes sir, I'm sorry. I was just watching something that happened next door. Manual. Oh, that's it, don't worry, it's normal for another hero to be in my area, he serves as support in case of a situation that we can't handle alone. Lita. I see. Manual. As I was saying. Lita's mind. The killer has only attacked my brother in Hosu so far. No other victims have been reported here, but he may strike again sooner or later. I'll make you pay for what you did to my brother. With Kendo. We can see how he is, he was training very hard against some branches that had the shapes of villains, drawn with a marker. Hamui Woods. Your hits are increasing with each attack you make girl. Kendo. If I fail to neutralize my enemy before he acts, it would be dangerous for me and the civilians. She was about to throw another blow that she was about to connect against one of the wooden dolls, but was stopped by the wooden hero, who held her with one of his branches. Hamui Woods. So far, you've shown great commitment and determination when it comes to training, girl, but you'd better take it easy. He said to raise one of Kendo's hands, which was a little bloody due to hitting the wood without using his quirk. Hamui Woods. Now, go heal those hands, once the bleeding and pain stop, we'll go on patrol. Kendo. Yes, sir. Watching the hero retreat to the agency, being followed by her. Kendo mind. I knew coming here was the best option, I have to thank Kure-san for this, I can't imagine how I would feel if I were with Iwabami. With Momo. Momo's mind. I chose wrong. She thought well being made up for a commercial for a new hair product. Iwabami. Get ready Momo-chan, she'll be a star after this. Momo's mind. Heroine, I'm supposed to be a heroine. Han Liu and Kung Lao. We can see how the monk duo were in a training room in the Ninja Heroes agency. They were found with some wounds and sweat on them since they were fighting against a ninja hero. Kung Lao quickly used his hat to move quickly and appear behind Deadshot. Throwing a spinning kick that was blocked by the number 5 hero of the moment. He jumped slightly to avoid a low kick from Liu Kang, but the black-haired monk threw a small fireball. But Deadshot twisted himself to avoid the attack, accidentally hitting Kung Lao who fell to the ground. Liu Kang. Sorry, friend. Deadshot. Never get distracted. Picking him in the back to make him fall flat on the ground next to Kung Lao. Deadshot. So far they've shown me a lot of their abilities, besides having incredible coordination when it comes to fighting, I thought it would take them longer to synchronize. Liu Kang. Thank you for your compliments, Deadshot-sensei. Kung Lao. We have trained since we were children in Wushai. Deadshot. I see, I had heard about the Monk Academy, I hope you all managed to give your all in this week that we have, is that clear? Liu Kang. Kung Lao. Yes sir. Deadshot. Okay, now go to the infirmary and take a break, when you're back to 100, we'll go on patrol. With Melissa. The American blonde was now on the floor, covered in sweat. Gran Torino. Let me tell you, I thought it would be harder to train you, kid, but it seems you already have some experience, seems Tashi did a good job after all. Melissa. Well, also tell me that I had to fight against some dangerous people. He said he got up as best he could and wiped off the sweat he had on him. Gran Torino. Yes, Tashi mentioned that in the UA there is a Kure and a Naba and a Wu. He sent me the recording that you fought with the Kure, it really beat you up. Melissa. Yes, that's right. Remembering how the Kure held her before she fell, she could feel how those words the green-haired man said to them had a bit of flirting and teasing in them. Gran Torino. For now go rest girl, you've done enough, it's time for lunch, I'll go buy some things, for now can you schedule the takoyakis. Melissa was still lost in her thoughts and her hatred towards the Kure who humiliated her. Gran Torino. Hey girl. He said to turn around and see how Melissa was in her thoughts, she wouldn't even have paid attention to him. Gran Torino. Shield. Screaming in anger to get the blonde out of her thoughts. Melissa. AC senor. Gran Torino. Go take a shower and change to rest, for now think about what can improve while you heat the takoyakis, I'm already flying, I hope when I get back the takoyakis are ready. Melissa. Yes sir. He said to go do what the veteran hero asked, who only sighed to go shopping. But Izuku. Izuku's mind. This is shit. He said it to send a message to the feline heroine. Izuku's mind. I hope Uraraka can come to an agreement with her and that Kaina-chan doesn't kill her. Walking through the streets of Hosu City, he spent much of the day, finding nothing amusing. And I couldn't find anything about Stain, it was actually harder, just finding something about a hero killed by Stain. In addition to a Yakuza group that was wiped out and its leader's skull was crushed. Izuku's mind. If I can't find Stain, I hope I can find that guy, he seems to have a lot of fun my way. Watching the sun slowly set, it seemed like night would soon come. Izuku's mind. At least I tried. Turning around a corner to get to the inn where he was staying. But bumping elbows with someone who was passing by. Izuku. Hey, watch where you're going. I rather look where. The two were speechless when they saw each other face to face because it was right in front of their eyes. Izuku. Wu. Dilbert. Kure. End of chapter. Chapter 23. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 23. An explosion was heard throughout the street where people were fleeing in fear. Since those responsible for this action were Izuku Kure, who had his kunya in hand surrounded by fire. In front of him was Gilbert Wu, who was holding a small scythe. But with one of his hands holding some sparks, it seemed that he was responsible for the explosion. Izuku. I never thought that a Wu scum would be here, much less the homunculus Edward. He said with a smile as he wiped away some of the blood that was coming out of his mouth. Seeing how Gilbert only hardened his gaze at the insult. Gilbert. I should say that, look at that miserable Irio Kure who is still alive, it seems that idiot all for one doesn't know what killing is. The killer's skin began to turn purple, with prominent veins. Izuku. That's what happens to you pieces of shit for trusting an amateur, but prepare to join your people in the afterlife now. Raising his other free hand and pulling out one of his blades, at the same time the removal appeared. Gilbert. Come and show what you love. Launching into the attack with a smile. Izuku. You will know revenge through the edge of my blades. Thus, both young men from the Kure and Wu clans would begin their combat in the dark city of Hosu. Han Mandalay. Shino's mind. I hope it's in the right direction. Seeing how he was reaching a point where the youngest Kure sent him a message. Where I would arrive at the Kure village to talk about the baby and pregnancy. Shino's mind. What is that? She thought as she saw how some kind of green orbs began to approach her. Shino. Who are you? Using her quirk to communicate with that person who was approaching her. The person who was responsible for those green orbs appeared in front of Shino who became nervous. Uraraka. Greetings Miss Sasaki. Shino. Who are you? Uraraka. I am Uraraka Kure, a direct relative of Izuku Kure, he already told me about your arrival here. Shino's mind. What family background does he have? 1,000-souled being surrounded the feline heroine's car with a green mist, which left her somewhat confused and frightened by this. But he couldn't say or react since he had disappeared along with the soul being. And then they appeared in the Kure village, noticing in the distance the many graves and the few houses there were. Uraraka. Welcome to Kure village. Shino. Ah, thank you. Uraraka. We'll go talk about it with someone else, I just hope you don't mind if someone else joins us. Shino. Sure, but who are we talking about? Uraraka just pointed with his finger in the distance how in the main house, there was a purple hair very well known to the soul being. Shino. She is. Uraraka. Kaina Kure, Izuku's first wife, the former heroine Lady Nagant. To say that she was Lady Nagant and the first wife, she turned pale as a ghost. Shino's mind. If I manage to survive, I swear I'll strangle you, Tsuchikawa. While the feline heroine was turning off the engine of her car. The purple-haired woman only had a neutral look, but she seemed to be holding an anger that she was hiding inside. Kaina's mind. If what she says doesn't convince me, I'll kill her first and then burn Izuku's little friend when I get back. The woman thought, somewhat annoyed as she slowly touched her belly. Although he didn't know how, but his rifle had come out instinctively, looking more threatening. With kendo. This girl was coming out of the bathroom she had in the room where she was staying during her internship. The training he had was really efficient for his standards, although he would have liked a martial arts hero to have sent him a request. After all, it is his specialty, but at least now he was learning better how to use his quirk in rescues or combat. Kendo mind. What is he doing now? The green-haired man with black eyes came to mind. It was obvious that he was a murderer and that he came from a family that was dedicated to that. It even seemed like they had achieved a kind of bond, not as strong as the others, but at least a little bit to be close. Taking out his cell phone to check the time, it was almost 9 at night, so it was still very early. Kendo mind. Damn, I should have asked for his number, I'd at least love to talk to him, when we get back I'll ask him, let's see if we can go out somewhere else with Inaba-san. He wouldn't deny that he found that outing to the play center to be a lot of fun, especially with the stuffed animal the green-haired boy gave him. Kendo. Well, I hope at least he's okay, after all, the life of an assassin is difficult. With Melissa. We can see the American blonde in her room that gave her Gran Torino. Taking note of everything you learned and seeing if you can find a way to improve with One for All. Melissa's mind. Look, there must be a way to use the OFA better on my whole body and not just in one spot. Beginning to recall his training with a veteran hero and his uncle's former mentor. Melissa's mind. There must be something. At that moment, the Kure who defeated her and the strongest of her class on that occasion came to her mind. Melissa's mind. He could jump like Gran Torino at Udges and fight against my entire class. The image came to him as that assassin dodged, attacked and evaded all the attacks of that Nomu when he fought. If it doesn't get better, I'll take that power away from you. Those words came to me again when I talked to him and Uncle Might. She still hated how he told her that time that she was the third option to have the One for All. Melissa's mind. Just you wait, next time we fight, you'll be the one at my feet. With Izuku. Izuku's mind. Damn, why did they have to intervene? Appearing in a trail of smoke in the hotel room where he was staying. But some wounds on his clothes, having some cuts and bruises, although with some blood coming out of his head from a strong blow that Gilbert gave him. Izuku. Damn it. He screamed as he threw his kunai against the wall, breaking the lamp on the nightstand. Izuku. Why did they have to come, I was so close. Mini flashback. We can see how the green-haired man managed to subdue the Wu with a key, who was trying to free himself. Both were badly injured, it looked like the fight was very tough. But the only thing that failed for Edward's son was to trust Izuku for being younger than him. Izuku is 16 and Gilbert is 22, he thought he could defeat him, but it seems he wasn't prepared for the green-haired man's techniques and strength. After all, revenge and anger increased the strength of his entire body in order to kill all the Wu and all for one. Izuku. You will die now. Gilbert. You seem like an amateur, aren't you going to interrogate me to find out where my dad or AFO is? Feeling the edge of the blade on his neck plus a little warmth from the purple fire. Izuku. I'll go for them later, it's better to kill you when I have the chance without many changes. An explosion formed in front of them and the impact was so strong that it separated both the Wu and the Kure. Because far away, some heroes were arriving due to the scandal reported by civilians. Izuku. Damn, not now. Gilbert. Good luck next time, dwarf, but the outcome will be different when we meet again. Izuku quickly launched a flare of purple fire at Gilbert, but he had disappeared into the grey mud and he failed to hit him. Seeing the heroes approaching in the distance, he created more fire to cover their escape. Turning into smoke and disappearing from the scene. End of the mini flashback. Izuku. I was so close, at least I would cause emotional damage to that animal. I was very upset, but I knew there was nothing I could do. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a text to Hollis. Edward's son was here in Hosu. With that, he left his cell phone on the bed and headed to the bathroom to heal his wounds and see if a bath could calm his inner anger. But while the Kure was cursing his failed assassination because of the heroes. Looks like someone's not having a good time. And that was Tamura Shigaraki. Who has already recovered from his injuries at the USJ. But now he was talking to Kurogiri. Tamura. What should we expect, is this a bucking joke? He said, disintegrating a glass where he was drinking beer. Kurogiri. These are the master's orders, he said he already sent someone to go to Hosu to take care of Stain, see if he can recruit him or in worse cases, kill him. Tamura. TSK, since we told him it was a Kure who was responsible for the last attack, it seems like his Wu Hell allies are more active. Kurogiri. What do you suggest we do? Tamura. We'll talk to the doctor tomorrow, ask him if he has any nomus ready to use. Kurogiri. It's fine, although I doubt he has sources as strong as the Nomu we use in USJ. Tamura. It doesn't matter, as long as they're good for fighting and creating chaos, they're good for me. The next day. The green-haired boy began to get up and start doing push-ups as was his custom. Always do exercises as soon as you open your eyes, and even more so given what happened yesterday. Izuku's mind. I hope I have better luck today. If I see Stain, I will neutralize him, and if I manage to find that wretch again, I will not hesitate to stick my knife in his throat. At that moment, his phone started vibrating with a message that came in. Izuku's mind. I hope it's something good. When he checked his phone, he noticed that he had more than one message. They were from Hollis and Kaina. Izuku. Let's see what old Hollis says. If you ever find him again, kill him no matter what, but if he gets too far out of hand, don't hesitate to get out of there, no matter the mission. Izuku. What a way to say that he loves me and that he should take care of me. I checked the second message, which was from Kaina. Izuku. Oh, shit. What he saw was a photo of Kaina, who had her arm around Shino's neck, who was very nervous. And she was right to be, as Kaina was giving her a sour look. We've reached an agreement, but you and I will have a serious conversation. Izuku's mind. I'm not that religious a man, but God, save me from that woman. He knew better than anyone that with that attitude, Kaina would be a beast, especially now that she had her son on the way. Izuku, despite being a murderer, would never dare to hit his wife, much less if she is already pregnant. After all, even as a child, if grandfather taught him that all Kure take care of each other. And Kaina, being Izuku's first wife, became an official Kure, especially when she agreed to live in the Kure village and raise her children with him. On the other side of town. You could see a Gilbert Wu, who was now recovering from the fight he had yesterday with Izuku. But now he was in an abandoned building, looking like he was talking on the phone with someone. Gilbert. Nice to meet you, how long will it take you to come? It'll take me 2 days tops, was it really that hard for you to help? Gilbert. I underestimated that brat, it was already strange to me that he had been alive all this time. Then one must not underestimate the last of the Iryo Kure lineage. Gilbert. Just come as fast as you can, I'll send you my location, I still can't move at all. Are your injuries that serious? Gilbert. Just shut up and come Willem. Cutting the call and sitting on the floor while holding his abdomen. Gilbert. You little shit, I never thought I could hit like that. Time skip. 3 days later. During this time, Izuku did not stop looking for both Stain and Gilbert throughout Hosu. Whether it was day or night, but unfortunately for him, he didn't have one, due to his fight against Gilbert a few days ago. The streets were a little busier with heroes, and he didn't want to be in the middle of them all. Although of course, this was a good opportunity for Stain, who was more active, managing to take down 7 heroes in those 3 days. Therefore, the heroes did not hesitate to send someone of greater caliber. With Melissa. We can see the blonde-haired girl in front of her mentor. Melissa. Oh, my god. Gran Torino. Yes, I was called in to help with the hero killer case, it seems he's been more active these past few days. Melissa. I see. Gran Torino. We'll go there this afternoon. Melissa. Are we going? Do you want me to go too? Gran Torino. Obviously I'm not going to put you in danger, brat, you'll be out of the fight, but at least this will give you a glimpse of what the future holds. Melissa. Yes, sir. Gran Torino. Alright, let's go, we're leaving in 15 minutes. Tamura. We can see the light blue-haired guy in the bar they had as a hiding place. Tamura. Are you sure these are the ones? Kurajiri. Yes, these are the only Nomus that are capable of fighting, but they are not at the same level as the Nomu we used to attack Almight. Tamura. It doesn't matter, as long as they create chaos it's good for us. Stain. We can see how the killer was at the top of a building, patrolling the city streets, looking for false heroes. Stain. If Kure doesn't catch me today, I'm done with my deal. Gilbert. We can see how the Wu was now in an alley, with a hook sword. Sharpening it against the ground, watching sparks fly from the tip of the sword. Gilbert. I was expecting you to show up. Seeing through the steel of his weapon, to the Kure. Who was in his combat suit and his trusty sword on his back. Izuku. It's time to finish you off, your father will follow next. Gilbert. Hahaha, do you really think you can do something against me? Before, you were just lucky because I underestimated you. Izuku. That's what idiots who don't know how to lose always say. Drawing his sword and ready to bathe her in blood. But then a spear of electricity passed by him, sticking into the wall. Gilbert. But this time, I'm not coming alone. Willem. So it was true, a grandson of the powerful demon is still alive. Izuku. So you needed help, there is no doubt that the Eastern Wu are scum. Gilbert. What the buck? He screamed as he saw how ice had trapped his legs. Izuku. But you're not the only one who came with help. An ice sculpture appeared behind Izuku, revealing that he was by hand. Willem. A Chinese Wu and a Kure, it will be easy to finish them. Izuku? You think so, are you ready Wu? Ihan? Of course yes Kure. Gilbert? They're going to die. On the other side of town. The number 2 hero Endeavor was walking through the streets of Hosu City. Along with his son Shoto, who seemed to be more upset than usual. Hero 1. Sir, according to reports, we are told that all the hero killer attacks were in sparsely populated areas, we should go. He was unable to finish because a loud explosion occurred in the city center. Endeavor. What's going on? In the sky a winged figure appeared, apparently with a person between its legs. Shoto. It's a Nomu. Stain. We can see the assassin who was holding the native hero, who had a very serious wound from Stain's sword. Stain. If that's his way of getting attention, he's succeeding. That kid seems to have had enough of waiting for me. I'll take care of him later. At that moment he could hear someone launching themselves at him, but being faster he gave that person a strong blow that almost attacked him. Stain. A boy in a suit. Osu was now in complete chaos. The Nomus were causing a mess in the center. Izuku and Bai-Han were going to face 2 Wu Hell. And Stain now had the native hero and Lita cornered. End of chapter. Chapter 24. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 24. The city of Hosu was in complete chaos at this time. The city center was being attacked by 3 different Nomus. Causing chaos that put the lives of innocent civilians in danger. On the other side of town. Izuku and Bai-Han were about to face 2 Wu Hells, one of which was Gilbert Wu, the son of Edward Wu, leader of the Eastern Wu. And Stain, the hero killer, had cornered the native hero, who was injured because of a large cut on his abdomen, and the young aspiring hero, Lita Tenya, who was on the ground because of the sword that was in his shoulder, causing bleeding from the cut. The whole city was now in the sights of the Devil's Eye. Izuku. Come here. He screamed, throwing his kunai at Willem, who managed to take the kunai with his spear. Struggling a little so that he attracted Izuku, so that both collided their fists with the removal and the gihin in their fists. Making his knuckles bleed from the strong clash of his fists. Izuku. I expected nothing less from Daddy's bootlicker. Picking him square in the stomach, but being blocked by Willem's forearm. He took a few steps back, but seeing that Izuku's fire burned his clothes and forearm a little. Willem. I want you to continue with your teasing after I rip your neck out. On the other side of the same place, Bai-Han was using an ice sword against Gilbert's hook sword. Gilbert. Why the hell did you come here? Bai-Han. We know of your plans, the Inaba and the Kure joined forces to destroy you, they have brought the balance to the ground. Gilbert had used more force to send both weapons to the ground, but it was the perfect opportunity to bring his hands together and fire a fire cannon from his palms. Forcing the albino from China back against the wall, exploding in a trail of snow sparks. Trusting Gilbert for that, but receiving a kick to his head from Bai-Han that looked like an ice sculpture. Gilbert. Damn Asian. Turning his abdomen into a cannon and firing at the Chinese Wu. Creating a wall of ice to stop the impact, but causing an explosion that was too strong. Causing people who were near the place to run away so as not to get hurt. Civilian 1. Someone call a hero. Civil 2. Impossible, everyone is in the center. Civil 3. But what's happening in the city today? In the center. We can see how all the heroes who were in the city were surrounding the largest Nomu. Hero 1. Everyone go for it. The bull-horned hero shouted, launching himself like everyone else towards the great Nomu. Despite being taken by everyone, with his great strength, he managed to free himself. Hero 2. He's too strong. Manual. The fire is being controlled, but if it continues like this, it will cause more. Hero 4. Let's try something, there must be something to subdue him. But Stain. The hero killer was now facing Melissa's shield. Who was now in a guard position, because he came because he knew that Lita would come looking for him. Melissa's mind. Please, I hope it helps. He said as he sent a message behind his back to his entire class, only giving his location. Melissa's mind. I hope I can hold out long enough until someone comes along. Stain. Another girl. I was just waiting for a boy to come for me, but none of you are. Melissa's mind. Any of us? Stain. Anyway, you better go girl, unless you want to end up like them. He points his sword at the hero and Lita, who watched everything in frustration. Lita. Shield-san, get out of here, this is none of your business. Melissa. Lita-san. Lita. He was the one who attacked my brother, it is my duty to finish him off, this is none of your business. He said trying to move, but it was useless, his body couldn't respond. Melissa. Getting involved in something that doesn't concern you is what a hero does. He protects you, no matter what the cost. Activating full cowl throughout her body, ready to attack. But this only made a smile appear on Stain's face. Stain. If that's the spirit of a hero, you have an exemplary friend, Ingenium. Throwing himself at her, his action being imitated by her who threw herself. Lita. Be careful, don't let him cut you, his quirk seems to be related to blood. Stain launched a clean slash at the blonde, who looked at the edge of the assassin's sword. Melissa's mind. He's not as fast, but he's violent like him. Coming to mind is an izuku with his sword in hand, comparing the Kure with Stain. One was very violent and fast with the sword. And the other one. He was a strong and precise assassin who killed many heroes with serious bleeding injuries that were impossible to recover from. Sweeping to dodge the attack, but kicking the assassin in the knee. Managing to make him lose his balance and fail in his attack. Melissa's mind. Not this time, I won't fall for a murderer again. Stain. Silly girl. Attacking back with his sword, but the blonde wasn't there, she was above him. Melissa. Smash. I shout to punch him hard in the head, surprising everyone present there. Stain's mind. What the buck? Falling to the ground in a lot of pain because of that American girl hit. Stain's mind. Looks like Kure will have to wait. Downtown. The news helicopter was arriving above all the chaos. Report. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Hosu City. As you can see, the whole disaster is being caused by those creatures that attacked the UA a while ago. We don't know if the heroes will be able to do anything. The cameraman focused on how the heroes controlled the Nomus duo. Until one of those Nomus went against the helicopter, terrifying the reporter and the cameraman. But a flash of fire cut across the Nomu's path, sending it flying away due to the heat it felt on its body. Endeavor. Go somewhere else, you're in the crossfire. The fire hero shouted to the helicopter, which was arriving at the center to help against the giant Nomu. Hammerman. Look over there, what is that? Pointing the camera towards a building where you could see two figures such as Tamura Shigaraki and Kurajiri. Those who observed all the disaster that their Nomus caused. Kurajiri. Do you think this will kill the hero killer? Tamura. I may not have managed to make him Kurajiri, but this will help make sure no one pays attention to that idiot Wu Hell. Kurajiri. Do you think he will succeed in his mission? Tamura. Of course he will, after all he is the son of the leader of the Wu. With Gilbert. The aforementioned was removing a kunai that pierced his hand, managing to stop the bleeding with his gihin. Izuku. Let's see how this goes. Using his new quirk rifle and taking out 2 bullets with his hair, he shoots at the wretch. Gilbert covered his body with metal and withstood the bullets as best he could, but seeing that they stuck in his arms. Gilbert. I have to admit, you're good. Izuku. Don't flatter me so much, I'll feel bad about killing myself. He was still hurt, but adrenaline and his conviction wouldn't let him fall. Not when he had the perfect opportunity to take out the son of his family's killer. Ihan was equal or seemed better than Kure. Since he was having the advantage in the fight against the Eastern Wu. Hitting him in the stomach, he managed to hit his organs. Causing him to spit blood from the blow, but quickly surrounding his body with lightning to damage the Ihan. But this one, using a water cannon from his hands, managed to make Willem crash against the wall abruptly. Ihan. Ice coffin. He shouted as he smashed his fists into the ground, and ice quickly covered the Wu Hell completely. Who was almost completely trapped, leaving only his head up to his neck. Ihan. What they said about you was true, you really were a prodigy. Covering his wounds with ice prevented bleeding and relieved the pain he felt. Willem. Do you think this will end like this? When Mr. Edward finds out about this, he'll be on their heads. He said with a smug smile, until Ihan raised his hand, pointing at his face. Ihan. He will soon be dead, Inaba, Kure and the Wu of China join forces to finish you all off once and for all, we will leave no survivors. Lowering his hand, he turned around to see a large explosion and sounds of bullets in the distance. Willem. Why don't you kill me? Ihan. I need you to go to Edward and tell him the things I told you, and also, see if you can take his son's head too. Seeing how the Wu was about to say something, but was quickly silenced by a block of ice that covered his mouth. Ihan. You look prettier when you're quiet. Jumping up to join the fight, he saw the Kure strangling Gilbert and his sword stuck in his leg. Edward-san pushed Izuku with great force into the sky, where he was caught by Ihan on an ice ramp. Izuku. Thank you. Ihan. Don't even mention it, come on, let's finish him off. Izuku. I managed to injure his leg, we have the advantage. Gilbert. That's what the idiots who end up dying always say. Standing up, he took off his sword and threw it away. Turning his hands into blades, his action was imitated by Izuku, who pulled his blades from his arms, and Ihan created ice claws. Izuku. Did you go see Deadpool and Wolverine? Ihan. Am I that obvious? Gilbert. Die. Shout to begin the final round with the representatives of the rival clans. With Stain. Stain's mind. This can't be worse. He said to see how a wall of ice was placed in front of him, cutting it with his sword and revealing the other to be a Shoto Todoroki. But he received a powerful air bullet that sent him several meters. Moments ago he had Melissa cornered, about to plunge his sword into her head and kill her. But no, Endeavor's son had to come and ruin his purge of the false heroes. Stain's mind. I don't have any hostages around and if I confront them all now, I might break the deal I have with that crazy Hollis. Watching out of the corner of his eye as the blue-haired boy and the native hero began to move. Stain's mind. It seems like my quirk is already losing its effect, if I keep dragging this out, it will be a problem, and I highly doubt these children have asked for help. Stain. We'll see you next time kids, so you'll be on my to-do list. Taking a great leap between the alleys to go to the rooftops. Melissa and Shoto tried to stop him with their air bullets and fire, but it was useless. Shoto. Damn it, he's gone. He said angrily at not being able to reach him, especially with his powers. Melissa. Don't worry, at least we're still in one piece. She said, somewhat relieved and tired, she never thought using the full cowl would be so hard. Native. Good job, could you help me with this wound? He said pointing to the place where he had the cut. Melissa. Do you think you can do something Todoroki-san? Shoto. Yes. Taking out some ice in his hands. Downtown. We can see how the whole place was controlled by luck. Endeavor managed to kill the two Nomus that were causing all the disaster. The fire hero looked at his surroundings, in addition to having the lifeless body of that Nomu at his feet. Endeavor's mind. I hope the heroes have arrived at the scene. Mini flashback. We can see how the fire hero was running alongside his son and assistant hero to the scene of the disaster. Endeavor. Stay out of it Shoto, you'll see how a hero should act in action. But I can hear Shoto turn around and go for another one. Endeavor. Where are you going Shoto? Shoto. My partner needs my help, I'll send you the location, it's possible that the one we're looking for is there. End of mini flashback. Endeavor. I hope you're okay. With Izuku and Bai-Han. We can see the assassin duo looking at Gilbert Wu's lifeless body. In a pool of his own blood, his neck cut, one eye missing, half of his right hand severed and his tongue cut out. Izuku was so badly injured that he needed to be helped by Bai-Han to walk. The Chinese Wu could hardly have been better, he felt a great burning in his right shoulder, in addition to feeling the pain of the other injuries from his previous fight with Willem. Bai-Han. It was harder than I thought, at least he's dead now. Izuku. It's true. Taking out your cell phone and sending a message to a certain number. Bai-Han. Who are you calling? At that moment a portal opened in front of them. Izuku. We'd better go now, I feel like I can see the tunnel now. Bai-Han. Hahaha, it was a nice night. Both assassins passed through the portal, which closed when they crossed it. But at the same time someone came to the place where he saw Gilbert's lifeless body. Alan. Yes, I confirm that he is dead. On the other side of the world we can see someone with their phone to their ear. Alan. What are you planning to do? Do you want me to take care of it? Howard. Nah, I'll report this to Eddie, if he gives the order I'll go or you will, I'm sure he won't leave this just like that. Alan. Whatever you say. With Izuku. We can see how the Kure and the Wu arrived at the house in the Kure village. Both barely touched the hearth before falling to the ground, worrying everyone present. Heine and Hollis went to see the green-haired man. Shino helped the Wu, putting the two on the couch, while Ermac healed them with his quirks. Hollis. What happened? Izuku. What can I tell you, Edward's son is dead, uncle. Bai-Han. This already begins the war against them. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 25. Izuku's mind. How soft. The green-haired man thought as he stood between his purple-haired wife's breasts as they were both in bed. It was about 1 in the morning. It was only a couple of hours ago that he returned from Hosu with Bai-Han, badly injured from his fight against Edward Wu's son and his bootlicker. Managing to kill Gilbert Wu, but leaving Willem Wu alive so that he can warn all the Eastern Wu who are in Japan that sooner or later they will be hunted, that the Kure and the Wu of China declare war on them. Just reporting that before he fainted and Ermac healed them. Since it was rather late, they had no choice but to let them rest. Bai-Han fell asleep in the living room, already healed, but he needed to rest. Mandalay was also in the main house, despite already reaching an agreement, she still hasn't spoken to Izuku about the baby. Izuku felt the softness of Kaina's breasts, but could also hear her heart beating. Raising his gaze a little, I noticed the concern on his face, even when he's sleeping. Izuku. Sorry for worrying you so much. He said a little sad for being the cause of his wife's worry, he knew that this could take its toll on her pregnancy, due to worry or stress. Touching the purple-haired girl's belly under the sheets, feeling a little of how swollen it was due to pregnancy. Izuku. I'm stupid. You are. looking up to meet Kaina's wide eyes, who just stared back at her. Noticing that it was something of anger and sleepiness. Izuku. I'm so sorry. Lowering his gaze so as not to meet Kaina's, she grabbed his chin to force him to see her. Kaina. Izuku, I know better than she know about the situation you all are in, but at least I don't want the father of my children to die without even knowing them. You're forgetting that I was a heroine too, and that I was in charge of doing the dirty work of the commission. Izuku. I know. But she kissed his forehead and he looked into her eyes again. Of course, she took his cheeks with her hand. Izuku. I promise you a better life, but it seems to only cause you more stress than happiness for you and the baby. Kaina. I'm glad you care about me and our children. I know what you do is important. The only thing I'm going to ask of you is that you come back alive. Do you understand? Izuku. Yes. But this time the purple-haired girl grabbed one of her cheeks and gave her a strong tug. Izuku. Oh, why are you doing that? He said, rubbing his cheek with some pain and looking at the purple-haired girl, who had an angry expression. Kaina. So that next time, you can tell me who you're sleeping with and I don't come here by surprise. Izuku. Ah, speaking of which, love. He remembered the chat from a while ago of a certain dragon who wanted his special services. He still hadn't given her an answer, obviously because he was on his mission in Hosu. Change of scene. We can see inside a 5-star apartment Willem, who was kneeling in front of his leader and father of his already dead friend. In addition to noticing Alan next to Edward, who was sitting in an armchair and a bottle of vodka in his hand. Edward. So, my son died at the hands of a Kure. Taking the bottle cap off with his mouth and spitting it out with such force that it grazed Willem's head. Which only sweated cold for a few moments, it was obvious that he was afraid of the clan leader. As if it weren't enough that he was still wounded from his battle against the Wu of China. Being scolded by his friend boss's father, he was now cursing Alan for bringing him here. Willem. Ira el nieto de Irio Kure. Edward. So what they told me was true. Using his strength to break the vodka bottle, spilling all the liquid. Alan. What do we do? Your brother said he would take care of it if you told him to. Watching as Edward walked to the window, looking out at the scenery with his arms behind him. Alan. What do you want us to do? Willem. If you let me speak, sir. Getting up as best he could and wiping away some blood from his mouth, both Alan and Edward looked at him. The first one was serious and the other one was smiling, as if he knew what I was about to say. Willem. I ask you to let me and my group take care of it. I can assure you that we will finish it. Alan. Are you an idiot or what? I have to remind you that I found you inside a block of ice. That Chinese guy let you live just by sending a measly message, or should I add, out of pity. Edward. Hey, calm down, Alan, it's actually not a bad idea. This confused Wu Hai and the teenager, as they did not expect the leader of the Western Wu. Alan. What, Edward, what are you saying? Edward. I gave that mission to my son to help All for One a little, and I eliminated the cockroaches, but Gilbert's task was not finished. Fixing his gaze on his son's right hand, who only tensed a little. Edward. Don't disappoint me, otherwise I'll give your remains to All for One to feed his Nomus. Stomping hard on the floor, it cracked both the floor and some of the glass nearby. Willem gulped and nodded, leaving the room, under the gaze of both Wu Hai. Alan. Are you sure about this? Your son was very strong, he could even surpass your brother. Gilbert. Haha, I'm aware of that, so this will be a special task for you. Talk. Excuse me, sir, the ladies in waiting you asked for are already here. Edward. Oh, I'm coming, I'll tell you later, it's time to pass it. Tearing off his shirt and heading for the door, leaving only a sighing Alan behind. Sometimes your boss might be a bit of a pain because of your life full of passion and danger. Hey Alan, don't you want to come? From across the room you could hear the screams of the female escort and some beer cans. Alan. Sigh, well why not? Change of scene. The next day. Thanks to my friend Zekia Art for the drawing. Izuku. How did you wake up? Said the green-haired man with his head on the belly of the purple-haired woman, who only smiled at her husband's gesture. Kaina. They're fine for now, they just don't want their father to get into trouble again. She said, feeling calmer than last night after a certain conversation they had. Izuku. I promise you I'll be fine, I don't plan on going to the afterlife until I see these two little ones grow up and finish pampering this beauty. He said to take her hand and give it a bite that made Kaina blush and angry. But then he felt something hit Izuku's stomach and cheek. They both looked at each other in surprise. Izuku. Do they end? Kaina. A kick. Smiling and letting a tear of emotion escape, earning a hug from the green-haired man who was also happy. Izuku. There's not much left, Kaina. A good way to start a morning for someone who has just fought to the death against the son of his greatest enemy. They look very happy. But the door slightly open, someone could see them, and Shino was the one who woke up. Unable to avoid curiosity, especially when I heard voices coming from the room. Witnessing how loving a certain green-haired man could be who ended up getting her pregnant. Shino's mind. Will he be the same with me? Shino Sasaki would not be the best in the field on the subject of love, perhaps throughout her adolescent life and at the beginning of her heroic career. He didn't have the best romantic experiences, they were either stupid or one-night stands, nothing serious. Even after taking care of his nephew after losing his parents to a villain. It didn't happen again, it was a love affair, now I'm pregnant. Imagining herself in Kaina's place and having the same affection that the purple-haired girl received from the green-haired boy. Shino's mind. Oh no, how am I going to tell Kota and the others now? She thought about how she would tell the others on her team that she was pregnant and even more so that she was younger than her. Retreating from the place to return to the room given to her, she didn't want to be the gossip of the house now. Change of scene. We can see the members of the Kure family, Shino and Bai-Han, having a very peaceful breakfast. It seemed like Shino was the only one surprised since she came out of nowhere for a completely injured person and now they are eating as if nothing had happened. Izuku and Bai-Han didn't seem to be fatigued or hurt thanks to Uraraka and his healing quirks. All they did was eat as if nothing was wrong. Alice. Okay, now guys, tell us what really happened. He said, leaving his cup of coffee on the table, drawing everyone's attention as they watched a duo of boys. Izuku. Oh well, that's it, we killed Gilbert Wu. Bai-Han. Edward Wu's son, with that we declare war and we're serious. Izuku quickly snatched a piece of toast from Shino and finished it in one bite. The brown-haired girl looked at her empty plate for a few seconds and then at the green-haired boy who acted like he was crazy, continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. Causing a laugh to Kaina who saw the scene. Alice. I see, this is a big blow to everyone in the Western faction, the son of their leader. Uraraka. But we're sure they won't stay still after this. Kaina. That's true, it's your son we're talking about. Uraraka. You're wrong there, Kaina-san. The purple-haired girl looked confused at the sole being of the entire Quirk clan, who drank his tea and looked at her. Uraraka. What the Western faction hates most is when one of its members falls and shows weakness, even knowing that he was one of the most important, look at my grandchildren. The sole being pointed at Hollis and Izuku, who just nodded and smiled at the mention. Uraraka. They are practically my grandchildren and they are powerful on their own, but what differentiates us, the Kure and the Wu of China, from the Western faction, is that we care about our relatives, even if this one were not a murderer, we would take revenge no matter what. Bai-Han. They, however, would only do it to clear their name. Izuku. Well, what's on TV today? He said to turn on the TV in the living room and watch the news directly, seeing that it was the city of Hosu that was on the screen. Latest news, Hosu was the epicenter of the largest disaster of conflicts and catastrophes. On the screen were images of the Nomus fighting against the heroes. In addition to seeing that they said that Stain was still on the loose, but wondering if he was with a league of villains. But they said they found one of the Nomus bodies, with a huge cut on its exposed brain. Bai-Han. Iso no son. Seeing that it was Lita, Melissa and Shoto on television, who appeared with the rest of the heroes. Izuku. It seems he wasn't the only one looking for Stain. Shino. Speaking of Stain, do you think he managed to escape alive? Stain. We can see the hero killer healing his wounds with the medicine he had stolen. Covering the cuts on his abdomen with bandages, courtesy of the flying Nomu he had killed. Stain. Shit, the favor I owed Kure is done, I just hope it's not something else, so I'll be out for a while. Feeling the pain of the wound, he was thankful that his quirk worked with that thing, otherwise he would be on the road right now. Stain's mind. Now I just have to find those damn lunatics who sent those things, this won't stay like this. Angry that his city was attacked in that way, especially because he couldn't carry out his purge against those kids who came out of nowhere. In addition to still feeling the pain of the blow from that blonde girl on his cheek. But the Kure. Alice. I'm sure he'll be fine, that crazy guy is very good at hiding. Izuku. If those things didn't kill him, he's probably badly hurt. Uraraka. But those things weren't as strong as the one on that occasion, at least I can assure you that he didn't lose a limb. Bai-Han. They're talking to you there. Izuku. Haha. Kaina. By the way, Izuku, do you still have a few days left before you have to go back to the UA? Izuku. I still have 3 days left. Bai-Han. I have to go back and explain to Mr. Hanzo what happened in Hosu. Finishing eating and putting his plate aside, at the same time Uraraka opened a portal. Bai-Han. Thank you for the food. Bowing and leaving the place, leaving the Kure family at the table. Alice. Well, as soon as you're done, clean the table, I have to see the graves and the animals. He said as he finished his coffee and left the place. Uraraka. Izuku, I think you and them have something to talk about, so I'll leave you two alone for a few moments. Snapping his fingers he disappeared in a black blur, leaving only the trio standing in silence. Izuku and Kaina looked at each other for a few moments before seeing Shino, who only took a sip of his tea to calm his nerves a little. Izuku. Well, Kaina already told me last night that things between you two were already resolved. Shino. Although at first. Izuku. What happened? Seeing Kaina who just looked at someone else while she finished her bread. Izuku. Kaina, what did you do to him? Kaina. Oh, it was just a hair pull. Shino. Just a pull. You threw a pan with boiling oil at me. Izuku. Come on. Kaina. It wasn't that hot. Izuku. Okay, I'll talk to you about it later. Look, Shino-san, the only thing I wanted to tell you is that I'll clearly take care of the baby and you, as long as you agree. Shino. Yes, I'm aware of that. Izuku. And how would we do with the topic of your heroic life, more with the rest of your team? Shino. I'll talk to them about my pregnancy, I'll make sure no one else knows about this. Izuku. Another thing, you know this wouldn't stay like this, right? Because of the rebuilding of my clan, I have to do that with many, but aside from Kaina, I'll be equally loving with all of them. Shino. Why apart from her? The purple-haired girl hugged the green-haired boy with one arm and held her stomach with the other. Kaina. For being the first wife, well kitty, don't be so envious. Smiling as he watched Shino get a little annoyed, earning a laugh from the green-haired boy. But the Kure stood up to hug the feline heroine, who accepted the gesture, sticking out her tongue at him. Kaina. Speaking of which. Avoiding getting angry at Shino's gesture, he took Izuku by the neck of his head and sat him down to look at his face. Kaina. We need to discuss the topic of a certain horny dragon. Izuku's mind. This is going to be a long talk. Watching as both women stood up to look at him seriously. Change of scene. Then Hosu. We can see how Melissa Shield was at Hosu Hospital, giving her last checkups so she can continue her internship. After being slightly reprimanded by her Gran Torino and the police chief for being reckless and going after the hero killer. Although of course, he was glad that she hadn't been seriously injured. Melissa's mind. I'm not ready yet. You were the third choice. Once again Kure's words came to his head, he hated being so weak right now. She still had 3 days left to return to the UA, she wasn't going to waste them, she was going to prove that she was worthy of this power and shut that murderer's mouth. Gran Torino. Are you ready? Appearing behind her with his usual cane, seeing his student who turned around and just nodded. Gran Torino. Okay girl, come on, I'm going to teach you a technique that Toshinori's teacher did a while ago, maybe it can help you. Melissa. Yes, sensei. Change of scene. On Ashima Island, a group was gathered, seemingly led by Willem, who was at the center of everyone. Edgar. So Gilbert is dead. Said the dismemberer of the Western Wu, who seemed very serious and serene before everyone. Class. It's surprising that you lost to a Kure, especially if you came out alive. Willem. Don't talk nonsense, they were very strong. Art. What should we do? Esco. Should we look for them? Willem. They'll come for us sooner or later. From what I heard, they only appear when one of us is in sight. Edgar. Are you suggesting that we let them hunt us? Angry for what I said, I would never think of being a rat for them. Willem. We'll be cautious, it'll only be one of us, they already know me, so I'll be the bait. Class. When we find them, what do we do with them? Willem. Tear them apart without any mercy. Gilbert Wu's group will seek revenge against the Kure and Wu of China. The demons will come out and cause a massacre. Change of scene. Hanryukyu. I'll accept the deal. How about we meet you tomorrow at the hotel in Shibuya, near the station? It was the message that the dragon heroine received from the Kure. Ryukyu's mind. Haha, I can't wait, according to what some girls told me, it's a 10 out of 10. The dragon had been out of action for a long time and was stressed by the accumulation of work. Sometimes I envied Mirko a little for not having an agency to manage. Paperwork, emergency calls, and managing each heroine for each job is a headache. Ryukyu mind. Which one should I wear? Opening his office drawer and seeing that he had some personal toys. Among them were handcuffs, whips, and hexy black lingerie, among other things. But Izuku. Izuku's mind. Why do I feel like my butt is in danger? End of chapter. Chapter 26. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 26. Izuku's mind. I feel like I'm going to get hurt more than usual. Thought the green-haired assassin, who was in a brief training with his sword. Plus today he had a date with the dragon woman at the hotel where he agreed to meet her. In addition to having the approval of Kaina and Shino. Even being able to impregnate her if they cannot control themselves in the heat of the moment. Besides it being a good thing for him, the Kure usually have a fixation on strong women. That being the case of Izuku, having two with strong and very terrifying characters. There were still days left until he was back at the UA, plus he didn't have to deal with Yaoyorozu. He was doing his internship with the snake heroine. The other friends were still with their things as he knew until now. But Inaba. The black-haired man was now holding his shoulder in some pain. Because of a red-colored needle, being similar to a senbon. Inaba. Shit, he was supposed to just be an escort, not end up in a fight like that. Seeing around him two lifeless bodies, each one with a broken neck and a wide-open jugular. The handful of blood on the Inaba's fingers was a clear example of a perfect job. But now, his supplier was in a safe place, with the rest of his guard. He just had to take care of the last of those killers. You're not doing anything wrong, Inaba boy. In front of the black-haired man, the last of his enemies appeared, in addition to his notable reddish hair. The same color of senbon that she had taken out, looking at her enemy in surprise. Who also started moving her hair like some kind of tentacles. Slice. Maybe, you can be a challenge. Now her hair looked like spider legs, surprising the Inaba. Ryo. Let's see how much you stand by those words, and just because you're a woman doesn't mean I'll have compassion. His hair also moved since he got into a fighting stance. I never expected to find someone else who could wear their hair like him. Slice. Haha. The Inaba went against her with a great leap and preparing one of his strong kicks. But the woman launched multiple senbons from her hair, but the Inaba used his hair like a whip and deflected all the woman's scalp senbo. He kicked the ground with his axe, dodging the woman who stepped back. Launching his attack against a black-haired man who managed to block with his own scalp. It was almost like a sword clash and they stared at each other as they struggled. Slice. It's a shame that someone so cute has to die. Ryo. Work is work babe, I'd invite you if you didn't want to kill me. Pushing the villainess further and throwing her hair at her, but Slice caught them. Pulling to attract him and looking at him more closely. Slice. Are you flirting with me? Ryo. Yes, but also. Managing to use his hair to cut the woman's hair and then take a small injection that he had hidden in his ankle. Ryo. My job comes first. He said to throw that liquid into the mouth of the woman who felt that she lost the mobility of her body. Slice. Poison. Ryo. I'd like to brag, but no. Carefully placing the woman on the ground, he began to leave the area. Ryo. Maybe we'll meet again, under different circumstances. Taking a big leap to leave, leaving a motionless Slice on the ground with that card in front of her. The Naba Assassin Clan, if you request our services, do not hesitate to call. Slice. Nice presentation. But by Han. The white-haired man was currently in his apartment, using his computer and reading the message he sent to his clan about the death of the son of the leader of the Western faction. Watching carefully what I had to do. Wait for the higher-ups to discuss what plan they'll make next, and be careful, they might go for it. Han. I understand. That was the only thing he said before closing the email tab and proceeding to look for other things. Han. Now I just have to look for some possible sightings of some Wu from the west or from that supposed league. After the incident they did in Hosu, it was obvious that sooner or later they would find remains of the fight that he and Izuku had. Luckily or perhaps badly, Gilbert Wu's body was not found, just a large pool of that guy's blood. And some ice remains that were found at the site were lucky that it was impossible to link them to it. But still, it was strange to him, apart from them, Willem was there, but too weak to carry a dead body. So I assumed that someone else from the clan or from that league went to help him. Han's mind. If we manage to kill more renowned members of his clan, the rest will kill each other to gain power over everyone. It was perhaps a very good plan, the members of the Western faction, even though they are spread all over the world. His ambition could always cloud his judgment. With Liu Kang and Kung Lao. We can see the monk duo in the dining room of the Ninja Hero Agency. Watching the news about the incident in Hosu. Liu Kang. Those crazy guys again, but it's clear they weren't as strong as that one. Remembering the Nomu that ripped off his green-haired friend's arm at USJ. Kung Lao. But Stain is still on the loose. His brother Shaolin said he was eating a rice ball, watching the Endeavor interview. Liu Kang. Do you think they'll do something, like sending more top people? I mean, after all, aren't they killing like 20 heroes? That's something I'll take care of soon. Behind both monks, the ninja hero had appeared, who had an onigiri in his hand, although he had some rice in his mouth, he still had his mask on. Kung Lao's mind. How can he eat with his mask on? Liu Kang, good morning Edshot-san. Edshot. Good morning to you too, how is your body? Kung Lao. He asks me for a little more exercise, what do you have for us today? Edshot. For now, I have a meeting I have to attend, but as soon as I return, we'll be patrolling the area, so until I return, get on with the routine I told you to do. Liu Kang, yes sir. Edshot. Very good. But that said, the ninja hero retreated to the elevator of the place to go to his office. Liu Kang. And I thought being a hero was easy, but coming here takes all that out of my head. Thinking about all the paperwork I had to sort out at the Ninja Hero's office. Hung Lao. It must be difficult to maintain an agency, especially with so many heroes here. He said, watching the rest of the heroes coming in and out of the dining room. Hung Lao. Speaking of which, it's time to train. Liu Kang. It's weird that you asked to train. They both got up and headed to the training camp to start their day. Change of scene. We can see how Edward Wu, leader of the Western faction, was on top of the building. Or rather, swimming in the pool there, enjoying the water. I see you're having fun. From a portal had appeared the most dangerous villain of all, and leader of the League of Villains. All for one. Still, your son has died, but it doesn't seem to affect you. Said the most feared villain of all and Almight's #1 enemy. Who sat down on a chair to watch the Wu, who was still swimming in the pool. Edward. I'm saddened by Gilbert's death, but I can't just sit there crying in a corner. I'm a Wu. Going deeper into the water to feel all the water from head to toe. All for one. Haha, we have to plan our next move. Wu came out of the water and stood at the edge of the pool, taking a cigarette that was in an ashtray. Edward. What exactly do you want to do? All for one. Eliminate that damned Kure plague once and for all. Edward. Why don't you go kill them yourself? All for one. I tried to do it, but my teleportation quirk or Kurajiri can't reach that place, but do you think they would be foolish enough to stay in that place? Edward. I agree with you on that. Inhaling a bit of his cigar and letting out the smoke, smiling at something in his mind that popped up. Edward. I already have a group looking for them, but it seems like the Chinese are stepping on my balls. I already have a few casualties abroad. All for one. I see, I hope you can do something right, so far you have 4 casualties of your best men. He said it with such disdain that he saw through his helmet as Edward had a twitch in his eye at what he said. Edward couldn't blame him for anything, since in some part it was the truth. His best men, Pilaf, Solomon and Fabio were Wu Hai, they were powerful with many good quirks and a Gihin at 100%. Even his son was a Wu Hai and had died at the hands of Irio Kure's grandson. Edward. And how are you doing with your Nomus? As far as I know, the strongest one you had was destroyed and the Hosu ones weren't even half as strong. All for one. Haha, you're right, but for now, my student is on his next move, recruiting new members, while the doctor continues with the experiment I have in mind. Change of scene. Time skip. We can see how the green-haired man was now heading towards the meeting he agreed upon with the dragon heroine. Izuku's mind. I think kinda exaggerated a little. He thought as he rubbed his neck, where he clearly had a hickey. Which was to mark territory according to her. Izuku's mind. It's probably just the pregnancy, I just have to hold on until the day I give birth, anything for my babies. The green-haired man arrived at the open window and, looking, noticed that his client was there. Izuku's mind. I hope Shinso-sen did better than me. But Shino. Are you pregnant? These were the screams that were heard in the forest where the wild Hussycats cat group was. Everyone looked with surprise at the brown-haired girl and leader of the group. Pixie Bob. Don't buck with me Shino, it's supposed to be something to relieve stress, not end up pregnant. The blonde said as she began to shake her friend from side to side, whose eyes were spiraling because of it. Tiger. Perhaps, you didn't use. Shino. Yes, we used it, but in the heat of the moment, maybe I didn't realize that we ended up doing it without it. Not wanting to admit that because of his lust he asked you to do it with the removal, and you broke the condom. Ragdoll. Well, what will you do now? Shinso. Well, we've reached an agreement. Thus began the explanation that she had to tell all of them about her business as a Kure woman. Although the problem would be explaining to Kota, he was lucky that the child was asleep. But Izuku. In front of the green-haired man was his client and he had to say, she looks super hexy. Ryuko. Yes, you came. Said the dragon who was walking towards him and sounding in a very sensual tone. Izuku. I've never had a client. At that the dragon took him by the shoulders and he gently took her by the hip. Ryuko. You better not disappoint me, you know that my dragon quirk gives me a very demanding sexual appetite. Izuku. Haha. Unzipping the woman's dress, she got carried away and she too began to play with the Kure's body. Izuku. Don't you dare underestimate a Kure. Now the green-haired man took the dragon woman against the wall, who let herself be carried away, even more so when she was attacked by the green-haired man in a very passionate kiss. But she accepted, being so exciting that he began to play with her breasts. Making you moan between kisses and her touching his pants. It would be a very close night. End of chapter. Chapter 27. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 27. Izuku's mind. Holy shit, that was another level. The green-haired man thought as he looked at the ceiling of the room he was in. Having by his side a certain blonde dragon who was sleeping next to him. But the smile of pure satisfaction on his face, it seemed like he wasn't going to wake up for a while. Izuku's mind. And that she looked like a calm and gentle woman, but she turned out to be a wild dragon. Looking at the clock on the wall in the room, he knew it was time to return home, as his time was up. When he pulled back the sheets, all the scratches and teeth marks on his neck, torso, and back were revealed. Izuku's mind. Thank goodness he used removal, otherwise he would have died from her claws. This woman wouldn't have been able to control herself in the middle of the action. Rubbing himself a little and feeling a bit of dried blood, even the sheets were covered in blood and discharge from both of them. Even some whips and a dominatrix outfit that was visibly ripped were visible on the ground. Izuku. Hey dragon, time's up, time to pay. He would say, putting on his pants and seeing the blonde who grumbled, settling a little more on his pillow. Ryuko. Let me sleep a little longer, honey. Izuku. You know I can easily take your bag with everything you have, right? I would say, already having the blonde dragon's bag in her hands, who huffed in anger and got up as best she could. Receiving the bag from the green-haired man who was waiting for his payment, seeing the blonde who still had nothing on. She wasn't even ashamed to show them her exposed breasts. Ryuko. Here you go, that was excellent service. Taking a wad of bills Izuku took and began to count. Izuku. I should charge you more for the injuries you gave me. Continuing to count, without seeing how the blonde put her bag aside and gave a slightly angry look. Ryuko. Oh yeah? And how do you explain this? Taking off the sheets and revealing her naked body, where she showed that she had slight hickeys. Both on her breasts, neck, abdomen and legs, not to mention that her intimate area was visible, which was somewhat red from so much insertion and removal. Ryuko. Oh, esto. Turning around a little and revealing her bare bottom, she could see some hand marks, clearly noticing that it wasn't just a simple spanking. Ryuko. You're lucky no one noticed my butt is burning. You shouldn't have used fire on your hands while touching my butt. Seeing that the green-haired man stopped counting and put the money in his pockets. Izuku. As far as I remember, someone didn't tell me the same thing while I was riding as a knight and asked me to use my fire. The blonde, remembering that, only managed to blush and look away. Izuku. Well, before I go, I'm telling you that if you ever get pregnant, tell me immediately so we can come to an agreement. Ryuko. Agree. Surprised and confused by such information. Izuku. I don't know if you're aware, but I'm in the polygamy program to rebuild my clan, so if you ever get pregnant, we have to come to an agreement. Ryuko. What kind of agreement would that be? Izuku. It will be that if you get pregnant, you are authorized to receive a pension for the sake of the baby, but in case you do not agree and want to have an abortion, it must be done discreetly. Ryuko. Aborter. Izuku. It's your decision, but if you decide to keep the baby, you will be treated as it should be, but the baby will come to me immediately, you being the mother, you have the right to see it and raise it, but that must be under the stay in the Kure village, since if someone finds out that my clan continues to procreate, they will be in danger. He felt a little sorry when he saw how the blonde became a little worried. Izuku. If you're wondering why I'm telling you, it's just a precaution, don't take it too seriously, only if you get pregnant. Opening the window and before he jumped, Ryuko stopped him with her dragon tail. Ryuko. Why do you think I would do something like that? Izuku. I'm not forcing you, and I'm doing it so my clan can live again. Ryuko. As if a woman would accept such a request. Angry upon hearing the proposal of that law, but that didn't affect the green-haired man. Izuku. In fact, there are already 2 women who have accepted the agreement and are now living with me. Ryuko. Como. Izuku. What you heard. He said he wanted to leave the place and return home, he still had to continue training and see his animals. Leaving a blonde in shock at knowing such information, ignoring her phone that was ringing in her purse. 2 women accepted and now live with me. Ryuko's mind. But who can accept that? In the Kure village. Hunting. Ermac. Cheers. Said the 1,000-soul being of the Kure to the purple-haired girl, who blew her nose. Ina's mind. Who's talking about me? Finishing making the coffee and seeing how a portal opened, from which a green-haired man with wide eyes came out. Change of scene. We can see a brunette putting on her cat heroine costume. But before she could put on her cat ears, she felt a stab in her back. When she turned around to see, there was no one there, being the only one so far in the locker room. Shino's mind. Why do I feel like someone spoke badly of me? The leader of the Hussy Cats would think, feeling such a pain in her back. Talk talk. Hey Shino, are you ready to go on patrol? Hearing Pixie Bob's voice on the other side of the door, bringing her out of shock. Shino. Yes, I'm coming. Change of scene. We can now see Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri at the League of Villains bar. Tamura. Looks like things are going pretty well. He said while watching the news on TV about the Hosu incident and the Nomu attack. Kurogiri. Indeed, but unfortunately, Stain is still on the loose and we couldn't locate him. Cleaning a glass with a rag I had. Tamura. Yes, it's a nuisance that he's still alive, but sooner or later he'll show up to kill him. Kurajiri. On the other hand, we have new recruit so far, Jiren says that it is possible that he will bring us, of good quality. Tamura. I hope so, the Wu we have as allies are not enough. Kurajiri. Even more so considering that they are now on the move, due to the death of the leader's son. Indeed, Kurajiri. Both villains jumped when they heard their master's voice over the communicator. Tamura. Master. Said the light blue-haired man who knelt before the computer on the wall. All for one. Tell me, how are things going? Tamura. The things we've done are going well, the recruits will come soon. Kurajiri. Master, what will happen to the Wu after what happened in Hosu? The fog man asked the computer. All for one. Now as I understand it, they sent a squadron right now to Japan, it seems they are looking for the person responsible for Gilbert Wu's death. Tamura. A team here? Kurajiri. Will they support us in our next plays? All for one. No, apparently they are still looking for the Kure and Wu from China, so keep an eye on those two if possible. Tamura. Rest assured, Master. Kurajiri. The only thing we can give you is information that they are at the UA, but we cannot locate them exactly. All for one. Don't worry about it, Kurajiri, for now, continue with your member recruitment to continue with your next move, see you later. Cutting off the communication to continue with his experiments, but seeing a screen that had an old photograph. Where you could see a man all for one, but not only that, there was also the young Iryo Kure. Who was in his 20s and almost in his prime. Flashback. Aya. A scream was heard throughout the destroyed area, revealing a badly wounded all for one with his face destroyed. Staining the ground where he was with blood, having 3 people in front of him. Those being Almight with bare torso and a mortal wound. Another was a hero with yellow clothing and a cape of the same color, but with many wounds and a torn suit. The last one was Iryo Kure, who looked very tired and covered in blood, both his own and Afo's. End of the flashback. All for one's mind. Damn Iryo, if you hadn't betrayed me, maybe I would have let you live. Angry and touching his face, or rather what was his face. The symbol of peace and the powerful demon were responsible for the destruction of 90% of his face. Due to the betrayal of his former partner and personal assassin, he had to disappear from the underworld for several years. Your old mind. You were a fool, Iryo, you should have taken the chance like Edward did. Taking the photo he had of his old colleague from years ago in the pre-Quirk era. Surrounding his hand with a red aura and burning the photo he had of his best years. At that time his name was still feared just by mentioning it, and when he went out on the streets. Watching the photo turn to ashes for the last time, he clenched his fist in anger. Your old mind. I can't blame you either, I had the same feeling when I lost my brother. What happened years ago was when Iryo started having offspring, he became soft and decided to go against him. Although he couldn't blame him either, he had the same feeling when he had his brother years ago. But that was even years ago, before I met him, although now, he no longer has those human feelings of affection. Here's mind. If you loved your offspring so much, you would soon be reunited with them all, in the other world. Change of scene. Then Masatasu. We can see a white-haired man on top of one of the buildings, looking out over the streets and the people in the surrounding area. Ihan's mind. So, they are already in motion. Seeing in the distance one of the demon twins of the Western Wu. Ihan's mind. Doing it in the middle of the street would be a nuisance, especially now that everyone saw me at the sports festival. Taking a camera out of his jacket and taking a picture of Art. Who stopped to eat at a meat bun stand. Ihan's mind. I have to warn the boys. Disappearing in an explosion of ice, unaware that he was seen by someone else. Edgar? We have it. I speak through a communicator I had and smiling sinisterly. Now appearing as Willem with class, who were on their way. Smiling knowing they managed to find one of their targets. Willem. Excellent, keep it up, we'll go there now. Understood. They all said into the communicator and disappeared from where they were to head towards Edgar's location. Change of scene. We can see how Izuku was now in his home, aiming his Quirk rifle at some cans in the distance. Izuku's mind. So far, things are going well. Shooting and knocking down 3 cans with one shot, but quickly ducked down to shoot into the sky. Managing to hit a bottle that almost hit him. Izuku's mind. No one has communicated anything strange so far. Pulling out one of his knives and blocking a bullet from his wife that appeared from some bushes. Izuku's mind. No Nomus, no Wu, nothing at all. Jumping up to intercept Uraramak's sword, he was quickly pushed off and landed on his feet. Uraramak. You don't have to worry, everything is going very well at the moment, the Wu from China will inform us of anything suspicious. Izuku. I know, it's just strange to me that he's so calm, even knowing that I killed his leader's son. At that, he moved to the side to avoid a bullet that grazed his torso. Izuku. Hey, that bullet was wanting to leave me one-eyed. Screaming and yelling at his wife, who still had her eye on the side of her rifle. But the purple-haired girl just snorted as she deactivated her quirk. Uraraka. Haha. Izuku. It was just business, nothing sentimental, I swear, besides, you agreed with Shino. He said to try to save himself from the wrath of his purple-haired wife, who only gave him a threatening look. Kinda. Yeah, but those wounds don't say otherwise. Angry and seeing the wounds that the green-haired man still had, since he was now wearing a black sleeveless shirt. Showing some of his wounds that still had bandages and others already healed by Uraraka. Although he looked like a zombie, he didn't cure him completely to see the jealousy of the purple-haired girl. Although he knew better than anyone that it was because of the pregnancy, but who was he to deny fate from acting? Izuku. I already told you that's what happened, I didn't even think it would end like this. He would say something annoyed and pointing at the marks on his neck, one on top of which was not from the dragon heron's teeth. If not from its claws. He was grateful that he could use removal in the middle of the action, otherwise he wouldn't be alive to tell the tale of how he almost died while making love to a dragon. Kinda. I hope this is your last Hexwell request, remember that you now have 2 babies on the way and another one still in the making. I would say to rub her belly and her already noticeable tummy. Izuku. I know, I promised you this will be my last Hex job. He prayed that no other heroine or woman in general would call on him for his services. Change of scene. Nara Melissa. After what happened in Hosu, we had to spend a day in the hospital for a checkup for our minor injuries. In addition to receiving a sermon from our mentors, plus Lita-san, who was the one who sought out Stain, for personal reasons, far from the ethics of a hero. Luckily it wasn't anything serious, but they told us to be careful. After all, Stain is still on the loose, so he might be coming for revenge on some of us. As soon as I returned home with Gran Torino, we went back to training. We had to improve on using full cowl, so far I've managed to move without breaking any bones. But I know it's not enough to face that big mouth Kure. I was like this the whole time until the internship ended. Normal narration. Time skip. Now we can see the blonde outside the house in Gran Torino, with the aforementioned looking at her seriously. Gran Torino. Okay girl, it's time to go, let me tell you, you've come a long way for a newbie. Melissa. Thanks for the training and advice Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Just be careful not to destroy your bones. That way you can accumulate energy and get up to 20%, but when it comes to attacking you can increase it, maybe more than 27 or 29%. Melissa. I understand, see you Gran Torino. Bowing and taking her suitcase with her suit, she headed to the train station, being seen by Gran Torino. Gran Torino mind. It looks a bit like you, Shimura. The image of his old friend with that girl came to his mind. The next day. At the UA. Izuku. Looks like you guys had a good time. The Kure who was walking with his friends would say, seeing the duo of monks instead. Liu Kang. Of course. Hung Lao. Now I have a new way to wear my hat and combine it with Liu's fire. Han. What do you say, Inaba? Ryo. Nothing out of the ordinary, although now I manage to carry 3 times the weight I carried before. Izuku. That, and your grandfather said you ran into a red-haired beauty. Watching his pale friend turn red for a moment, causing the others to laugh. At that moment the bell had rung, signaling that classes were about to begin. Liu Kang. Okay, see you later guys. Hung Lao. See you at lunch. Ryo. Count on it. So the group separated to go to their classrooms, but Izuku was surprised to find a note in his hands. They're here, we need to talk. That's what I had written in the note, knowing it was from Han. Izuku's mind. Damn, looks like I have to cut off more heads. End of chapter. Chapter 28. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 28. We can see how in Class B, everyone was spending their time on internships. Some said they were bored because they received office jobs and that the life of a hero was not always full of danger. Hinoko. Did you see what happened in Hosu? The mushroom girl's question made many look at each other and start talking about it. The Wace. It's true, they say the killer is still on the loose, but I can't believe things like the one at the USJ still happen. Remembering how they showed images of the Nomus on television. Shishida. They said it's possible that the killer is linked to the League of Villains. Beast Boy spoke politely as he remembered what he saw on the news. To say. At least it wasn't like that Nomu from that time. He remembered that monster who fought against the trio of assassins and monks, giving them a brief glance at the green-haired and the black-haired. Those who were in the back of the room, who seemed to be talking to each other. Not knowing that they had their ears open and could hear everything they said. Ryo. You were there, weren't you? Izuku. Yes, but it was somewhat difficult to complete, although we were able to take care of it. They were both whispering as they continued with their things. Ryo was combing his long hair with a comb he had brought. Izuku was on his phone, watching some things to kill time. Kure-san. The voice came through, and both assassins turned around to find Yui Kadai, who was standing between them with her neutral expression. Izuku? What do you need, Kadai-san? I'm speaking as normally as possible, but I wonder when he got behind them. They hadn't even felt it when walking. Yui. Do you remember the outing we agreed on after the internship? The green-haired man thought back and remembered that earlier in the cafeteria, the girl had suggested they go out and hang out. Izuku. Oh yeah, sure. Yui. So, are you free today so we can go out after school? The green-haired boy thought back, because the truth is he had nothing to do other than go home to train and spend time with his sweet pregnant purple-haired girl. Izuku. No, do you want to go out that way today? Yui. Yes. I'm talking about the most normal thing in the world, he didn't even show any signs of nerves or sadness. Ryo's mind. He looks like a doll without any expression. Izuku. It's okay, you don't mind Ryo accompanying them, right? Pointing at the black-haired man who just looked at her, but that didn't seem to faze her either, given the penetrating gaze the Inaba was giving her. Yui. I don't mind, Kendo will also come with us. Izuku. Okay, see you later. But that said, the black-haired girl returned to the other girls, leaving the assassin duo confused. Izuku Ryo. What was that? While they were in their confusion, the black-haired girl returned with the orange-haired girl who was also confused in her seat. Kendo. I thought you'd take your time. Yui. You said it's nice, and I promised I'd give them a chance. Kendo. I'm glad about that, although it seems you're not the only one. Noticing now how Ryuko was with those two, talking as if nothing was happening. They seemed calm with the company of the dangerous girl who was also with them. Yui. Maybe Ryuko-san has already found someone to get along with without us. Of Class A. Ihan. And that's what happens, guys. The white-haired man said to the duo of monks who were near him, separated from everyone else to talk. This was a private and out-of-place matter for all of them. Hung Lao. Things got serious. The monk with the sharp hat speaks, as if a monster like the one at the Ust were not enough. Liu Kang. What do we have to do? Ihan. We have to plan things now and be on high alert. Clearly, they can't do anything to us here, but once we're out of here, we'll be their targets. Hung Lao. Do the others know about this? Ihan. Yes, they will be alerted any time outside of here, so they must be alert for anything to help. They both just nodded at what was said, they knew that the Wu Hell were dangerous. Not for nothing, they had to fight against them in the Ust, and their friends were almost massacred by one of those creatures, even Izuku lost an arm on that occasion. Although it seems they couldn't avoid being heard by a purple-haired girl with headphone jacks in her ears. Who saw her discreetly and very confused. At that moment she saw how those three went to their places while she continued talking with her companions. Here's mind. What are they up to? At that moment the door opened and everyone magically returned to their seats. At the same time, outside the windows, a bird passed by watching them. Being more specific to the Wu who was playing with his pencil, listening to what Izawa was saying. Not knowing that this was not a normal bird. Target found. Class, who was very far from the academy, saw through his pet the nail. Found one of Gilbert's killers, taking his phone and calling his team. Class. I found them, but they're in the UA, we can't attack, it would be suicide. Oh, which of the two did you find? Class. I found Wu, he didn't notice me. Did you manage to see if the Kure is there too? Class. No, I didn't get to see it. It doesn't matter, we've already located one of those two bastards, keep your distance, and if you get the chance, we'll come support you. Class. Understood. Cutting the call and receiving his winged friend who landed on his arm. Class. As if that were going to happen, I won't let anyone take away my glory of finishing off that damn Asian. Smiling and keeping in mind how he would gut the white-haired man when he had the chance. With Izuku. We can see how he was jumping from building to building, being chased by some of his classmates. Having Satsuna, Hananuki and Shishida chasing them. Izuku. It seems like they've managed to improve a bit. Taking momentum against a wall and launching himself against it, he used the strength of his forearm to knock Shishida to the ground, and he fell. But then he felt his feet fall into mud, being Hananuki who managed to catch him, but Izuku quickly turned into smoke to escape the quirk. Izuku. But they still have a long way to go. Taking a stone and activating his quirk rifle to shoot at Satsuna, who received the stone in her forehead and was somewhat stunned. Izuku. So I can have my level. He said to point his gun at Hananuki, who just raised his hands. Training is over, please let the next group go onto the field. It was the training that Vlad King had assigned them to see the best they had in their internships. Izuku. Although you have improved your quirks, except for Shishida, you too have not improved your bodies much, you lack your reflexes and resistance. Seeing Setsuna who reunited and Hananuki who stopped using his quirk, making the floor solid again. Hananuki. Don't compare us to you either. Izuku. What did you say? Raising his voice at the boy who became nervous, he seemed to choose bad words. Taking Hananuki's words as an insult and insolence on his part. Setsuna. What he means is that you have been training for more years. The green-haired man still looked at them sternly, making them feel like they were ants. Since they were in the internship, they hadn't felt that sensation again. But now, the fear returned. Izuku. You better keep training, unless you want me to kill you. He stowed his weapon in his waistband and left the fake city, leaving the trio behind. Setsuna. Although I don't like it, he has a point. The internships barely improved us compared to him. Rubbing her forehead where she was shot. Shishida. Even in my beast mode, I fell easily against him. Rubbing his neck where he was attacked and brought down without problems. But the others. We can see how everyone was watching everything on a television that was in the entrance. Monoma. As always, bullying others. He said, watching as the green-haired man left the others behind, who began to walk to leave as well. Tetsu. Maybe it's not manly to do that, but still, the difference is a lot against him. Everyone remembered how he single-handedly crushed the entire Class A without any problems, with the monks and the Wu being the only ones who could stand up to them. Sen. Do you think we have a chance of beating him? I highly doubt it. I spoke to Inaba who was on his phone, but listening to everything the others were saying. Bigeru. What do you mean? The mantis boy spoke sharply, and upon seeing the black-haired boy's gaze, he stood still. More because of the murderous instinct that emanated towards him, the image of himself coming to him, being strangled by Ryo's long hair. Saying back off while clicking his tongue in annoyance. Hendo. Where are you going with all this, Inaba-san, if you don't mind? Trying to calm the waters to avoid a possible fight. Ryo. No one here is at Izuku's level, he is out of our league so far, even I wouldn't be able to. Ryoko. It actually makes some sense, considering how it was at the festival. Referring to his fight against Wu, whereby Han was clearly the winner. Lad King. Next group, Inaba as the target, Kendo, Ryoko and Tageru will be the heroes, go now. The aforementioned said yes in affirmation, and Ryo just nodded and went inside. At the same time they passed by the group they had already seen. Izuku. Try not to break their bones. He said to high-five his friend, who just smiled in response. But making the mantis boy a little angry about it, but even though he wants to say something. I couldn't because I knew that any way to complain or confront. He just picked up the pace to start training on his part and show how much he has improved. Ryoko. Her way of expressing herself is somewhat dark, but at least she tells him to restrain himself. Hendo. Haha, at least that's a good point to see. Change of scene. Now being away from the UA, we now focus on a certain blonde dragon. Which was in the office of her agency, doing some paperwork they had on top of them. She was typing on her computer, but she seemed a bit tense. And that was evident in the way he pressed the keyboard and the fact that his gaze didn't leave much to the imagination. For days now, or to be more exact, since he had that carnal encounter that released accumulated stress. It was like this. Ryuko's mind. Damn. Leaving the keyboard and rubbing his face in some frustration. Ryuko's mind. Since that day happened I can't stop thinking about what he said to me, but I won't deny that I enjoyed it was even better than my last date. A scene came to mind where she was tied hands with a tie and being penetrated ferociously. Sometimes the woman hated her dragon genes that caused her to have fever problems. If you don't want the baby, you can abort it. She was against abortion, and to think that if she had to do it, she didn't know how she would feel about herself. Ryuko's mind. I'd better be safe. Then I search on my phone for the nearest pharmacy to my agency to go to. But Izuku. We can see how the green-haired boy was just now playing Street Fighter against Yuikadai. Who was beating him up, this being seen by Kendo and Ryo. Those who were having some chips and a soda each, watching this in amazement. Ryo. I never thought she would be capable of that. Seeing how she won the first round. Kendo. Neither do I, it seems that the quietest ones have hidden abilities. Ryo. You're right about that. Seeing now how Izuku became serious, managing to corner the black-haired girl. But then a glint in his eye appeared and he quickly launched a barrage of combos at him. He did not have time to reply and was quickly defeated. Akira wins. Izuku. It can't be. Yui. Win. Making the peace gesture with his hands. Kendo. What do you think if we go to that one now? Watching the new shooting game they were releasing. Ryo. Sounds good to me. While they were on their way to hang out with friends, someone was watching them. Class. Haha. Activating 100% of his Gihin and launching himself with a knife. This was seen by someone and he shouted, managing to put everyone on alert. The group saw this, but then they heard the knife go through the flesh. At the same time something stained the floor and it was seen that it was blood. This was seen with surprise by Yui. Since the blade of the knife was very close, one hand managed to catch the weapon. Izuku. Ryo, get the girls out of here. He screamed and then felt himself being sent flying by a kick to his ribs. Sending him out of the arcade, causing everyone inside the store to start running and screaming. Ryo. Kendo, get Koda out of here. Using her hair to take the Wu by the arms, who only smiled in response. Kendo. Yui, let's go. Taking the black-haired girl's hand to run away, but still in shock and with some blood on his face. Class. So Inaba, I didn't think I'd see you here. Ryo. Shut up, I'll kill you now. At that moment, 2 shots were heard and they cut the hair that was attached to the class. Ryo turned around to find the demon twins. Ryo. Damn. Class. You guys take care of this skinny guy, I'll go get the other freak. Are you sure you didn't bite your tongue? From the smoke came Izuku, with the removal at 100%, ready for battle. Izuku. I already killed Gilbert, now you guys and I'll go for Edward soon. End of chapter. Chapter 29. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 29. The atmosphere in the place was more than heavy. I was supposed to have some quiet time, playing video games before heading home. But now. I was in a bad situation. Class. So the devil's grandson is alive. I never thought a piece of trash like you was still alive. Taking the knife in his hand and surrounding it with red lightning, activating his Gihin at 100%, causing part of his clothes to tear apart because of his muscles. Izuku. Soon you will be the one who will no longer be alive, and then those 2 brats will follow. He said to pull his blades from his forearms, ignoring the fact that they were on a public road. Of which there were no people around right now and possibly a hero or police officers for them. Izuku quickly went towards class, who imitated his action, colliding the knife with Izuku's blades. As they both quickly disappeared in blurs of speed, sparks flying. On Ryo. We can see how the Inaba was now in a somewhat difficult situation. Well, I was trying to deal with the demon twins because of the synchronicity they both had. Despite having Gihin at 40 or 42%, it was still difficult for him to fight against both opponents. Ryo's mind. I have to see what I can do, if I don't do something, they'll kill me. Seeing how both brothers were circling around him. Art. What's going on Inaba? Isko. Can't keep up with us. Art. And to think that you are a prestigious clan like us. Art quickly launched himself at him, which Ryo barely managed to cover from the attack. Isko took the opportunity to throw 2 spikes from his hands, which were directed at the black-haired man. He used her hair to shield an arcade machine, managing to save herself from the attack of one of the twins. Ryo's mind. I hope I don't pay for this. Moving his head to dodge a kick from Art, who just smiled mockingly at him. Art. You and the Kure will fall. Ryo quickly without hesitation grabbed Art's head and with great force, slammed it against the screen of the game machine. Making an electric shock run through Wu's body, but his brother quickly went to help him and punched Ryo away. But he quickly grabbed him by the foot to bring him closer, aiming for his eye. But he moved away after receiving a kick that burned his chest, but managed to give him a cut below his eye. Isko. Now you're going to die. Ryo. Don't tell me, do you mind if I fix that ugly face of yours? With Izuku. We can see how Izuku and class, who were struggling, were holding each other's hands with all their strength. Izuku. Did daddy send his daughter's suck-ups to kill me? He must be really desperate. At that, Izuku hit him with a strong headbutt that made class bleed, but he didn't stop there because he gave him a strong uppercut. Lifting him up into the sky and then grabbing him by the leg and slamming him hard into the ground. Izuku. It seems that Wu, they are not as rude as I remember. Class. And you, not so smart. At that, some spikes came out of his back, forcing Izuku to jump back to avoid being hurt. But his clothes were not so lucky. Izuku. Dragon flame. He shouted to shoot a large amount of purple fire from his hand, in the shape of a dragon's head. The Wu created a stone wall, which barely managed to resist the Kure's attack, twisting a couple of steps. But then a ball of smoke came at him, but once he had it in front of him, he received a full kick in the face. Courtesy of Izuku who had turned into smoke to get closer. Izuku. You're a student of Gilbert. He said this to create a huge smokescreen, taking advantage of his enemy's poor vision. Ah. Ryo's scream was heard, and the green-haired boy looked into the distance, seeing his friend who was in trouble. As he was on the ground being subdued by the brother duo. They were about to finish off the Inaba, but then a shot was heard, and then one of the twins fell to the ground. Lifeless and seeing that he had a shot in his left eye, Art saw that it was a bullet from hair. Izuku was the one responsible for this action, who hit his wife's rifle Quirk. Art. Nu Osko. You'll pay for it. He screamed to try to attack, but then his left arm was cut off by Inaba's hair, who quickly grabbed him by the neck and with all her strength broke his neck. Ryo. They're not so rude now, are they? Behind you. Hendo's scream made both of them turn around and see Class, who was about to stab Izuku. But a garbage lid stood in the way. Class. At what time? Ryo saw from a distance that it was Yui and Kendo who did that action. But the orange-haired girl throwing it and Yui shrinking in size so she couldn't see where she came from. Izuku. Toma. But that, with 2 fingers surrounded by fire, he stabbed one of Class's eyes, who screamed in pain, even more when he felt how the heat began to burn his flesh from within. Izuku. Diala Gilbert K. Izuku Kure Lamanda Saludos. Then with his 2 hands he completely burned Class's head until it exploded and his brains fell to the ground. Leaving the lifeless body of the Wu on the ground, completely staining the clothes and face of the Kure. Who was breathing heavily, but quickly put that aside and went to help his friend. Izuku. How do you feel? Placing it on his shoulder, with some pain, enduring the pain of his own wounds as much as he could. Ryo. I live, that's something. Eyes. They both saw that it was Kendo and Yui who approached them. Kendo. How do you feel? Yui. They're bleeding, we must take them to a hospital. Izuku. No, we'll take care of this, you better go. At that moment, the police sirens were heard getting closer. Kendo. But you guys. Ryo. We're sorry it ended like this. Izuku. See you later. At that, they both took a big leap into the nearest alley, but both girls went after them. Kendo. Hey. At that moment, a glow in the alley appeared and quickly disappeared, obscuring the view of where the duo of assassins went. Yui. We couldn't even say goodbye. He said to Sai, still removing the blood that still had, but in that he noticed how Kendo was somewhat sad. Yui. Kendo, are you okay? Kendo. Again, I did nothing. Clenching her fists in helplessness, she was supposed to be a student of the hero course. And that these types of situations should be faced, but they don't. Again he hid and fled, while others did the work. How is she supposed to be a great heroine if she's afraid of these things? Although without them knowing it. 2 guys were watching them, but more like watching the lifeless bodies of their team. Edgar. Shit, I knew I had to get here sooner. Willem. Damn, so close. He said as he clenched his fist in anger and inadvertently activated his Gihin. Now he was in an even worse situation, not only did he just lose half of his team. Edgar. Now what do we do? Willem. What else? We must at least take the head of one of them, be it Alwu or Kure. He said, disappearing in a blur of speed alongside his partner. Leaving below them all the mess of all their dead comrades. Change of scene. We can see how outside a pharmacy, a hooded woman with glasses and a mask was leaving. Holding a small bag in his hands. Although not having a clear expression on his face, it is barely visible. You could tell she was a little nervous if you could see the blush. Ryuko's mind. What a shame, not even in high school was I that embarrassed, sometimes I hate being part of the top. If it weren't for the fact that she was a well-known heroine and a top-tier heroine, you can imagine the news about the dragon heroine. Buying a pregnancy test. You can already imagine being in the newspapers and the latest news. Bothering her with who was the hero who did it or paired him up. Ryuko's mind. It's just for prevention, just for prevention. She told herself in her mind, but she managed to see that in the bag there were about 5 pregnancy tests to be used. Change of scene. We can now see how Izuku and Ryo were in the Kure village, or rather in the living room of the main house. Being now healed by the being of 1,000 souls and some bandages. Hollis. So, they've already started their attack. Izuku. Yes, but they are already dead, but we don't know who will be next. Ryo. But they weren't as strong as Izuku, those twins barely had the full removal body. Izuku. It's true, that class guy was the only one with 100% removal. Uraraka. It seems that the time has come to deal with them all, I still fear the arrival of them. Ryo. Looks like we're not the only ones. Then he showed his phone so everyone could see how the message had arrived, being by hand. I found one more. At that moment, a photo arrived and they saw that it was Willem, who was standing next to Edgar, appearing to be undercover. Izuku. If we manage to take out one of them, maybe the heavyweights will come. Change of scene. Now we focus on Mandalay. Who was just now taking off her heroine costume after a long day of work as a heroine. Shino. God, I'm dead. He said to take off his boots and cat gloves, but suddenly he saw himself in the mirror. Shino. It will be hard to explain this, but Koda wouldn't mind a little bit, maybe that way he can change. Rubbing her belly to make her mind feel like Coda, she was taking care of a small baby. Time skip. The next day. Lad King. Well, I think it's time to do something serious, so I hope you're ready. Said the blood hero who was looking at all his students who had become scared. But one had not been scared because she was seeing 2 seats that were empty. Being from the duo of assassins who had not arrived at the academy today. And oh mind. Will they be okay? The camp. The shouts of all her classmates had taken her out of her train of thought, seeing how excited everyone was. Lad King. Of course, that can only happen if everyone here fails to pass their final exams, so I hope everyone goes to study. This had given everyone a reality check, well. More so for those who were in the lowest positions and qualifications. But Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man was right now in his bed in his room. Staring at the ceiling with a look of satisfaction. You could say it was a good morning. Because Ermac told him he could miss today, he and Uncle Hollis then went off to a meeting to discuss the Wu issue. And now he had his pregnant wife next to him, naked under the sheets. Izuku. Finally, a good morning. Kinda. Ready for a Russian. Izuku. I would never deny it. Change of scene. Ryukyu. Please, please. Having doubts about whether it was good to see or not. With a trembling hand, she decided to raise the hand where she had the pregnancy test. End of chapter. Chapter 30. The Ghost of the Kure Chapter 30. Hollis. And that's the situation. Said the now leader of the only 3 Kure left alive, looking at Hanzo Wu, who now had in his hands a half-finished cup of tea. Hanzo. I see, so you're looking for revenge. I'm surprised that a guy like Edward seeks to avenge the death of his son. Hollis. Rather, he would have done it to kill the person responsible, not out of revenge. Had that been the case, he would have sent someone stronger or taken charge of the matter himself. Hanzo. You have a point there, however, my people managed to get 3 from the Western faction, and they are now under interrogation. Hollis. Make sure they don't bite their tongue or do something that will kill them, they may be lunatics, but they have pure loyalty. Hanzo. Yes, I noticed it when the first one was taken in for interrogation. Hollis. Haha. Hanzo. How's your boyfriend doing? Is he still thinking about being a hero? Hollis. No, he's just there for work and we came to an agreement with the director that he wouldn't do anything about heroism, rather, it seems like your boy wants to be one, after all, he was at the festival, right? Hanzo. No, he just did it to show the clan's superiority, after all, he is one of our Wu clan's prodigies. Hollis. Maybe next time I'll have Izuku participate. Hanzo. Speaking of which, where is he now? Hollis. He's at our house now, after the attack that happened yesterday, he was a little hurt. With Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man was in his bed, hugging his purple-haired wife, who was sleeping in Izuku's arms. After having spent some time in action, I was now resting. Izuku, for his part, was looking at his phone seriously, because it was the news where his fight against the Wu High group was. Izuku's mind. Damn, thank goodness no one managed to catch us. Seeing that no witness spoke or gave any indication of them at the time of the fight. Not even Kendo or Yui had mentioned them, they just left it as an assassination attempt gone wrong. Izuku's mind. Damn, I have to find a way to find them, if they keep going like this, they might take one of them. He thought as he remembered how in their fight, the girls helped Ryo in the fight, saving him from losing an eye with a manhole cover. At that moment he received a message, seeing that it was from Bai-Han, who he knew was still in class at this time, it being more or less lunchtime. Hey dude, did you know there's a training camp coming up soon? Izuku. A what? Change of scene. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. The woman's voice was repeating the same word over and over again, standing in her living room, pacing around and around her couch. It was none other than Ryuko Tatsuma herself, or better known as the Ryukyu Dragon Heroine. But right now, you could tell she was very, very nervous. Ryukyu. No, because right now, I knew I had to take care of myself, but all on my side dragon. One of the most beautiful heroines, who is in the top 9 for her great record in her hero career, right now I didn't know how to resolve all of this, since I never expected to be involved in this kind of thing. And the cause of all this was what was on the nightstand. Being a positive pregnancy test. Sip. The dragon heroine turned out to be pregnant and was now in crisis. I didn't know what to do. She never thought she would be pregnant. It was a responsibility that needed to be planned ahead of time. That's when a moment came to him during his night of special services. Mini flashback. Subduing the Kure, riding on top of it with an unholy smile. Ryukyu. Come on, can't you use that? While jumping on the green-haired boy who was just touching the blonde's breasts. Izuku. Are you sure? I knew what he meant, but I didn't want to use it, but right now lust was winning. Ryukyu. Do it now, I'm paying you for something. She screamed as she continued, lost in lust, biting her lower lip from the excitement that ran through her body. Izuku? Well, you asked for it. In a quick movement, Izuku now had Ryuko on all fours, whose head was against a pillow. But. Revomal 100. The Kure had activated his secret technique for this, hitting the blonde with all his might, who only moaned in response. Ryuko's mind. He did it. He thought as he felt Izuku's member now hotter than before, but now he didn't care, he just wanted to continue with this. End of mini flashback. Ryuko's mind. I'm an idiot. Change of scene. At the Liu Kang. So that's what happened. Eating some sushi that I had for lunch, watching Bai Han, who had told them everything he talked about with Izuku on the phone. Kung Lao. It was already strange to me that those two didn't come. Bai Han. True, although it seems that they are now in the spotlight. Eating a piece of his ramen soup, staring at the bowl for a few moments. Bai Han. After finishing off Gilbert and 3 of his friends, there are only 2 left that we have to worry about. Kung Lao. Is it safe to leave here or is it possible to find them? Bai Han. They're looking for me and Izuku, but also because Ryo got involved in the fight, it's more likely that they have him in their sights now, they're still in their sights for you, after all, we haven't shown any closeness to their eyes yet. Liu Kang. The most sensible thing would be to stay together until we separate. Bai Han. Still, they can attack anywhere, anytime, they don't care if it's a public place. Liu Kang. That's already bucked up. Kung Lao. As if exams weren't stressful enough. Bai Han. Oh yeah, and that. Somewhat annoyed to remember that they now have to study and train for the final exams of the quarter, in addition to a physical test that will be given. Bai Han's mind. Will they go? A few tables away. An orange-haired girl who was with her friends eating a little of her lunch, they were talking about how they would handle the exams right now. Hey Kendo. A dangerous woman standing in front of the aforementioned spoke, who seemed to ignore her. Satsuna. Hey President. Kendo mind. Why did that happen to me? Pinoko. Kendo-san. Kendo mind. Am I even worthy of being a heroine? What kind of heroine stands paralyzed in the face of such a catastrophe? Ouch. That's what the orange-haired girl said, who screamed in pain when she felt a pinch, seeing that it was Yui, who continued with her monotonous expression. Yui. We're telling you that Monoma is fighting with some members of Class A, go stop him. Pointing out how the blonde in his class was talking, or rather insulting the group of Bakugo, who looked like he was going to hit him. Kendo. I'm going. Standing up and turning her hands, ready to knock out her partner. Pony. Something's wrong with him. Satsuna. Didn't your outing yesterday go well? Yui. No, it's just that he couldn't say goodbye yesterday, but it seems he has doubts. Obviously the girl wasn't going to tell them what happened on yesterday's outing. But it was obvious that something was eating away at the orange-haired girl, who felt like something was hurting her. Change of scene. Now we turn to the symbol of peace himself, who was currently in his private office. But he was not alone, because he was now with his niece. And mentor. Gran Torino, who was eating takoyakis, but a serious expression was evident in his eyes. Almight. Tell me, teacher, if you're here, it's because it's something serious, right? Gran Torino. That's right. Then he took a folder out of a backpack he had brought with him and passed it to Toshinori. The hero just took out what he had and looked at the contents, seeing some photos that seemed to be from Hosu. Gran Torino. According to what I know and you said, here is the Kure boy. And that the photos showed a rooftop where the duo of Kure and Wu could be seen, against the other Wu from the west. Melissa saw the photos and was shocked to see what had happened. She remembered seeing on the news that there had been a fight, but the perpetrators were never found. Only fire, slash, gunshot and ice traits. Melissa. Who are they? Gran Torino. It seems they are AFO's allies, just like you told me at the USJ. Almight. Those I said I want to end. The blonde lowered his head and let out a deep sigh. Melissa's mind. What the heck are we doing over there? Almight. I'll have to talk to the boy. Change of scene. Time skip. We can see how in a 5-star hotel, in the city of Kamino, on the 30th floor, you could see how Alan Wu, the king of slaughter and one of the 3 strongest Western Wu, was now watching his leader. Who was looking out the window, while on the floor near him, there was a broken wine bottle. Until now he said nothing, he just kept looking at his boss, waiting for orders, because the reflection in the window already answered his internal question. Edward, enough is enough, it's not time to wait for those pissing brats to do the work. Alan. Turning around and seeing his best man, who just nodded at the call of his name. Alan. Do you want him dead or should I bring him to you? Edward. Bring me the head of that disgusting grandson of Irio. Alan. As you wish. Jumping through the window, getting lost in the streets, although of course, letting out a sigh that he had kept hidden. After all, seeing someone like Edward lose his temper was scary. While the assassin was lost, the leader of the Western faction looked at his phone and answered the call. Edward? So an attack on a camp is not a bad idea. I hope this plan turned out well. I lost 3 of my best men because of your brat. How about you go yourself or someone you see the plan working for? Edward? If we're like this, I have someone in mind. Excellent. Also, I remind you well that you didn't completely kill the Kure, and according to you, nothing escapes you. Edward? You'll see that now. Yes, everyone will be lifeless at my feet. You better be Edward, otherwise forget our deal. Cutting the call and leaving a somewhat angry Edward on the other end of the line. Who was now releasing a black aura around him, allowing us to see that he had accidentally activated his Gihin on his entire right arm. Destroying the phone he had. Edward? Damn it. Change of scene. Kinda. Izuku, I'm going to kill you. Whispering something, she annoyed her murderous green-haired husband, who at this point didn't know what to do or say. Since in front of them was Ryuko, who was now very embarrassed. With a very noticeable blush on her face, also revealing the signs of pregnancy. Izuku? In my defense, she was the one who even demanded that I use removal. Trying to save himself, ignoring his uncle, he held back his laughter as best he could at the situation. Izuku? But I'm surprised you came, after the conversation we had. Quickly changing the subject to avoid his wife's murderous glare. Ryuko? Well, let's say that. Now, the dragon had no words in mind because she was now in a complicated situation. And Kina's gaze didn't help at all. Kina? Seriously, I expected it from anyone, but you, I never believed it, at least I expected you to take care of yourself. Gently rubbing her belly, noticed by the blonde, seeing the obvious pregnancy. Uraraka? I'll go get some tea, this will take time. Change of scene. Shino? So we are like this? He said, looking at his feline companions, who were in the dining room of their base in the mountains. Pixie Bob? So we'll have kittens in training for a while. Ragdoll? It would be interesting, we'll have to see training plans. Tiger? It will be tough, but it's normal that they want to come here, after all, the UA is under criticism from journalists for the attacks they suffered. While the others were talking about this topic, Mandalay was deep in thought. Will he come? He thought as the dominant murderous body came to him in bed. She still hasn't told Koda anything, and the only one who knew was Pixie Bob, it would be difficult. Shino's mind. Damn, I just wanted to have a good time. The next day. We can now see how the green-haired guy was arriving at the entrance of the UA after everything he had to go through last night. Of course, Ryuko came to the agreement that she could be in marriage, at least she was the most reasonable, and this time she prevented Kina from doing anything to her. After all, Ryuko was someone ethical and shy when it came to relationships, but sometimes even she couldn't control her lustful impulses on her dragon side. Hey buddy. The green-haired boy turned around to find his faithful friend with floor-length black hair. Izuku? Hey Ryo, what's up, how are your wounds? The black-haired man hid his chest with a small smile and showed some bandages he had. Ryo? I'm better than ever, thanks for asking. Izuku? That's something friend, time to get back to this torture. Ryo? It's true, do you think we'll be calm now? Izuku? Oh my friend, you ask for too much. At that moment, the black-haired man's phone rang and he saw that it was a photo of a Hexy redeed. Izuku? Oh, Inaba, I already found his sister. He said mockingly as he saw his friend blush to the point that smoke came out of his ears. Ryo? I hate you. Putting away his phone and walking beside his killer friend. Izuku? I know, friend, I know. Young Kure. They both stopped when they saw the same Almight behind him, who had arrived just as he was in the hallway to get to his class. Izuku? What's going on? He spoke in a cold and serious manner, something his friend understood. After all, they were murderers and they weren't going to get along with a hero. Almight? I'd like to talk to you a little, could you please accompany me to my office? End of chapter. Chapter 31. The Ghost of the Kure. Chapter 31. I feel like I'm short of breath. Melissa thought as she was now looking at the duo of Kure and Wu in front of her, who was now in what seemed to be a meeting where she was next to her uncle Might, who was serving tea in different cups, 4 in total. Izuku? So it seems that someone managed to see us. Looking at the photos in his hands, where the fight he and Bai-Han had against the Wu-Hai duo was clearly visible. Bai-Han? Although it seems they didn't capture the whole fight, this is just before it ended. But that, I put down the photos I had on the table to pick up my cup of tea and take a sip. Izuku? Well, for all this, what exactly do you want from us? Leaving the photos he had in his hands on the table and then looking seriously at the blonde. But making the blonde next to All Might a little tense. All Might? I say that you all know that this is not just a game, apparently it was not just a distraction. Izuku. He says that because that damn year old can be related to everything, right? Almight. But apart from that, I would like to know, why exactly were you there? As far as I know, you didn't have internships in those areas. Izuku. I have to do my own thing, I'm free to train wherever I want. Ihan. Same, this had nothing to do with any UA issue. Almight. Well, I'm sorry, young people, but this time, it does have something to do with the issue, since they not only murdered a subject who could be a suspect, since he meets the characteristics of the same people who attacked the USJ, are they perhaps hiding something that we shouldn't know about? Izuku. I already said it, my business is my problem. Now he became serious about the situation, he didn't care that it was the same Almight he had in front of him right now. He was firm in his stance, no one, not even the symbol of peace, was going to make him talk. The blonde just remained silent, even his smile had disappeared, and he stared at the green-haired man with black eyes. Melissa was now nervous, she had never seen her uncle Might like that in her life, now that killer who I told her was a third option came and she confronted him. He was either very brave or very stupid. At that moment, someone left the cup of tea on the table, managing to attract everyone's attention. Ihan. My colleague is right, Almight, he is within his rights in not wanting to reveal certain things about what happened. This only made the green-haired man smirk. Ihan. But that doesn't mean I can explain what happened from my point of view. At that he turned around to meet his friend's gaze. Ihan. Calm down, I won't reveal anything that compromises you or the mission, I'll just say what I saw. Izuku. Well, I'll leave the rest to you, now I have to see what happened because I was absent yesterday, see you later. Getting up from his seat and heading towards the office exit, not caring about the blonde's statement about whether or not to leave. Melissa. It's okay that. Almight. Calm down Melissa, it's better not to make things worse. Izuku. Listen to your uncle, third option. Scoffing before closing the door, managing to avoid hearing Melissa say anything against him. Only being able to show his angry expression. Ihan. You know something Almight, maybe Izuku and you have the same purpose of killing all for one, but his case is different. Almight. What do you mean? Ihan. Not only did he lose his clan to the Eastern Wu, Afo was also more involved than you think. Lowering his head a little, because he did know everything Izuku told him and he felt a little sorry for it. Almight. What do you mean? He knew a little about what happened to the Kure clan, but he didn't know the whole story completely. But the green-haired one. We can see how he was walking through the halls of the academy. A little grumpy for having wasted his time in that conversation with the blonde. We have the same goal, but not the same goals on how to do it. He already had his goal clear. Kill the entire Wu clan and torture Afo to death. Then he arrived at his living room, where everything seemed normal. He just arrived and sat down next to his black-haired friend, ignoring some glances. Inaba. Hey bro, how did it go with the blonde? He said while reading his history book, killing time and getting ahead on some homework so he wouldn't have to do it later in class. Izuku. A waste of time, nothing unimportant, really. I'm talking to finally relax, I was more comfortable here than with that guy and his niece. Izuku. Any news? Inaba. Not as far as I know. In fact yes. At that, they both turned to the right to meet the silver-haired woman and the proclaimed salon ghost. Ryuko. The final exams are coming up soon, so study as much as you can. Izuku. Entendido. Ryo. It's not difficult at all. But that's not all. An orange-haired girl joined the conversation with a black-haired girl who was at her side with her legendary stoic gaze. Izuku. Oh what do you mean? He asks, looking at the orange-haired girl, who was looking at the duo of assassins in detail. And oh mind. They have almost nothing, their wounds are completely healed. Smiling to see that his friends weren't as hurt as he thought, the medicine they will use will be good. Yui. What I mean is, there will be a summer camp soon, after the final exams, if we manage to pass. Ryo. A camp, it doesn't really appeal to me. Izuku. Neither did I never liked camping. Hendo. It's not a normal camp, it's a training camp. Ryo. Izuku. Training. In Class A. We can see how the white-haired man who had just arrived at the room after having spoken with All Might about a certain topic. I was just talking to Liu Kang and Kung Lao about the finals. Ihan. Are you going to camp? Liu Kang. Yes, it would be a good opportunity to improve my skills. Kung Lao. Also, a perfect series to broaden our perspective, we almost never go to other places apart from the Wushai school. Liu Kang. Are you not coming? Ihan. I don't know, I have things to do and it would be tedious for me to train with people who don't reach the level of training we have. Glancing at almost everyone in his classroom who could hear him. But they couldn't say anything about it because, as was true, no one could except the monks. They could match his ability, even Bakugo remained silent, but he could only clench his fists in anger. Well, until now I didn't have the strength or the ability to face it. Shoto was the same, since the sports festival he still hasn't reached the level of the Wu. Even recalling helplessly that day in Hosu, he could hardly face a real killer. Hung Lao. By the way, how did it go with that? Emphasizing that, but lowering his voice a little so that Bai-Han and Liu Kang could hear him. Bai-Han. It's possible that they're still outside, their main target is Izuku and Ryo, we don't know when they might attack again. While they were having their conversation, Melissa could be seen across the room. Who was thinking about everything that happened in his uncle's office. He saw his entire family die when he was a child. Those words still stuck in his head. Melissa's mind. What life did you have? At that moment, their current sensei, Midnight, arrived, who would give them a history review. Change of scene. In the city of Kamino. We can see how everything in the city was normal, people walking, heroes and police patrolling. And in some pants you could see the news about some villains who were arrested. But let's focus right now on the bar where the leaders of the League of Villains could be seen. Tamura Shigaraki, along with Kurogiri, who were currently watching the news. Tamura. Apparently, our attack on the city is still in the news, but what bothers me is that damn stain is still on the loose. He said as he built a house of cards. Kurogiri. From what I know, 2 of our assassins were found dead while trying to kill him, but we always lose track of them. Tamura. We don't have to worry about that, the Wu assassins should take care of it, there's a reason they're considered the master's best allies. Kurogiri. There's a point to that, Tamura Shigaraki, but it's also possible that we won't be able to use it, because of the death of the leader's son, everyone is after his killer. Tamura. If he died it's because he wasn't as skilled as they said. At that moment the door was knocked, revealing that it was Jiren. Jiren. I've arrived with what you asked me for, Kurogiri. At that moment, 2 people had passed through the door, where a young man with burned skin and a girl with crazy pigtails, wearing a school uniform, could be seen. Jiren. I expect my payment as we agreed, Kurogiri, the others will come soon as I said. Toga. Oh, so you're from the Hosu incident, is it true that Mr. Stain came here before? The girl said happily as she began to wave her hands in excitement. Change of scene. Time skip. We can now see how our green-haired killer was currently walking away from the passers-by. Being an abandoned place where right now, it was not inhabited by anyone. Izuku's mind. They are close. He said to himself as he continued walking until he reached the center of the place. Where he left his backpack aside and took out his pistol, firing a shot at the ceiling. Causing a glass to break and some surrounding birds to fly away. Izuku. I know you're here, you Wu-Hai scum, bootlickers and insignificant people. Shouting at the top of your lungs so that the echo can be heard for a few moments until it can no longer be heard. It took a few seconds for footsteps to be heard and then Willem showed up. Who seemed to have been following him for a while. Izuku. I'm sick of you attacking when I'm with my friends, so right here and now, let's end this, you Wu trash. At that he pulled out his blades from his arms, putting himself in a combat stance. Willem. Whatever, you'll die today and then I'll go for those bitches. At that moment the wall was destroyed and Izuku saw a large black bull go towards him at full speed. But he jumped and shot at the bull, hitting it in one of its legs. Although it seems that this barely managed to hurt him, the bull was surrounded by black smoke. Showing Edgar Wu, who was at his Gihin at its maximum, at 80%. Edgar? You're going to die, Kure dog. Izuku? I don't think so, Naruyo. Screaming and from the roof it was destroyed, a rock was against Edgar, who covered his arms with rock to inside the large stone. But being pushed out by that attack, it was revealed that Ryo entered, with his hair tied to the same rock he used as a weapon. Ryo. Okay, time to dance. Willem. You'll be able to dance soon, but in hell. Activating his Gihin and launching into the attack. An explosion was heard at the scene. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.